A quiet, ancient-style room in the Forsaken Continent was shattered by a groan. Wang Hai struggled to sit up in bed, clutching his head as if it were spinning. It hurt terribly. He shook his head, trying to clear the fog and recall what had happened. After several long moments, memories returned. He had recently graduated from university and was working at a small company in the city, earning a fixed salary of 4,000 yuan per month, barely enough to cover rent and living expenses, leaving no savings. Wang Hai was just another hopeless young man adrift in a cold, indifferent metropolis. He strained to remember why Head fainted. After work, Head secretly watched an adult film from his 1 terabyte hard drive at home. Excited, he knocked over a glass of water onto his computer's power plug. Before he could react, he reached out with his bare hand and then darkness. Sighing, Wang Hai muttered, "So I got electrocuted. Someone must have taken me to the hospital." He looked around. The room was classical and elegant. Beside the bed stood a girl of about 15 or 16, dressed in traditional attire, dozing on her feet. She had long hair and flawless, natural beauty, no makeup needed. Clearly exhausted, she had been keeping vigil for a long time. Wang Hai frowned. This doesn't look like a hospital. Maybe a private luxury clinic? He winced. Look at this decor. And a personal attendant? Room fees alone must cost nearly 1,000 yuan a day. Thinking further, his heart sank. If Head been unconscious for 3 or 4 days, his entire monthly salary would be gone. The more he thought, the more painful it felt. Just then, the drowsy girl swayed, nearly falling, then jolted awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Seeing Wang Hai conscious, her pale face lit up with joy. She dashed out of the room, shouting excitedly, "Great! Young master is awake. He's finally awake." Wang Hai stared blankly. Young master? Since when am I a young master? Did my parents finally confess? Am I actually the heir to some giant corporation? Were they making me suffer all along to build character? The more he imagined it, the more convinced he became. Yes, that had to be it. Moments later, a refined woman in her early 30s entered. Seeing the bewildered Wang Hai, she rushed forward, hugging him tightly and sobbing. "My hire, you scare me to death. I thought you wouldn't make it. Don't ever do anything so dangerous again, understand?" Wang Hai internally panicked. "Mom? I'm your son? What the hell? This isn't my mom." Before he could react, a middle-aged man stormed in, yelling furiously. "You disobedient brat. I let you waste your life partying, but how dare you block Princess Xiling's carriage in broad daylight and propose to her? Do you even know who you are? Why can't you learn from your 2 older brothers? If you want to die, don't drag our whole family down with you." Wang Hai's mind reeled. "Princess? Wait, did I transmigrate? Seriously? How klitsch is this?" The woman wept, turning to the angry man. "Wang Kuan, that's enough. It's already a miracle Haier woke up. Must you scold him like this?" The princess didn't even blame him. Wang Kuan sighed. "You spoil this useless boy. One day, he'll ruin this family." With that, he stormed off. Ignoring him, the woman turned back to Wang Hai, speaking gently. "Don't listen to your father, Haier. Just rest and recover. Tell me anything you need." After comforting him for a while, she left. A week passed quickly. During this time, Wang Hai realized the truth really had transmigrated. Sometimes fate really was this absurd. This world was called the Forsaken Continent, home to countless unknown nations. He now lived in the Han Hai Empire. His new identity, third young master Marquis Wang's household, a born loser and spoiled noble. In this world, nobles followed 2 paths, warrior or mage. But Wang Hai had 0 magical talent and abysmal warrior potential. Despite hiring renowned tutors, he couldn't even break through to level 1 warrior. His 2 elder brothers? A stark contrast. The eldest was a genius, imaginably 21, already a level 3 mage, accepted into the Imperial Magic Academy, praised everywhere. The second brother was a level 3 warrior. Though not magically gifted, achieving that rank at 19 made him a celebrated prodigy. And then there was Wang Hai, the only disgrace in this glorious family. His father despised him. Wang Hai had given up. With 2 genius brothers, he figured he'd just live as a carefree wastrel, still guaranteed comfort and wealth. His parents didn't mind either. With 2 exceptional sons, 1 failure didn't matter. They let him idle away. But no one expected this scandal one that set the capital buzzing. This worthless young master had brazenly blocked Princess Xiling's carriage in broad daylight and publicly declared his love, demanding she marry him. Princess Xiling was the emperor's beloved youngest daughter and one of the capital's famed 3 beauties. Countless noble families and talented youths coveted her hand. Yet Wang Hai, a mere marquis' spoiled son, wasn't even worthy of her notice. Not only was he beaten by the prince's guards, but Li Wen, eldest son of Duke Li Lin, arrived with retainers and beat Wang Hai half to death, knocking him unconscious. And that's how he ended up here. Chapter 2. The Altar Space. Wang Hai pondered deeply. Someone must have tried to kill him. Sighing, he muttered, I need to be more careful. Can't die right after transmigrating. These past days have been agonizing. He and the original Wang Hai were two different people. The original was dead. He was just a foreign soul in this body. Would they believe him? More likely, they'd execute the demon possessing their son. With no choice, Wang Hai decided to fake amnesia, blaming severe trauma and mental injury. His mother, Lady Wang, grew frantic, summoning numerous renowned physicians. But since Wang Hai wasn't ill, every diagnosis came up empty. After persistent efforts failed, Lady Wang reluctantly accepted her son's memory loss. At least physically, Wang Hai was healthy. That was good news. During this week of pretending, Wang Hai wasn't idle. By accident, he discovered a consciousness space within his mind. Every day, he entered this mental realm, studying a mysterious altar inside. The altar was colossal, shaped like a pyramid, roughly 1,500 meters high and 2,700 meters long. Compared to Earth's largest pyramids, this was a titan. Built from blood-red stone, the altar seemed soaked in endless blood, yet carved from a single massive block, an awe-inspiring, seamless creation. It had 9 levels. At the center of each level stood a giant crimson stele, completely blank. Strangely, not a single character inscribed. Wang Hai was puzzled. Why build such massive slabs without writing anything? Cautiously approaching, he felt an ancient aura. Unable to resist, he reached out and touched the red stone. The moment his fingers made contact, red liquid began seeping from the stele, flowing across its surface, forming lines of text. Heaven and earth are unkind. They treat all things as straw dogs. With blood as the medium, write the blood spirit art. Command all living beings, contend with the Tao of heaven. Reverse fate against the heavens. Wang Hai fell into deep thought. Below the text was clearly labeled, Volume 1 of the blood spirit art. This cultivation technique allowed control over life forms. By having controlled creatures devour others, they'd grow rapidly. Each growth would feed back flesh and spirit energy to the master, accelerating his own progress. Wang Hai clicked his tongue. Using the backlash from life forms eating each other to grow fast, the creator must have been a sinister cultivator. Though morally questionable, the method could compensate for his lack of magic or combat talent. Even better, it enabled dual cultivation and rapid advancement. Faced with such temptation, Wang Hai hesitated. Had barely survived 1 assassination. There could be more. As a magic can combat useless slaying in this dog-eat-dog world, no one would care if he died. But having been reborn, could he accept dying quietly, forgotten? He kept asking himself, are you okay with this? Are you okay with this? His expression twisted, verging on madness. Suddenly, he roared, no, I refuse. I will survive. I will carve out my own path in this world. No one else will decide my life or death. My fate belongs to men at heaven. Resolved, Wang Hai began cultivating the blood spirit art. Volume 1 could elevate him to level 10 warrior and level 10 mage. It also granted a secret art blood escape, using half his vital blood as a catalyst for instantaneous teleportation. Level 1. Teleport 10 leaf 5 kilometers. Level 9. 30 mistashilkum. Level 3. 50 hamsa washinkum. An ultimate escape skill, but at great cost. Half his lifeblood. Still, lost blood could regenerate. Lost life? Gone forever. With enemies lurking, learning blood escape was essential extra insurance for survival. The blood spirit art used the user's blood as a medium to form blood-soul contracts with living beings, enabling total control. Wang Hai estimated his current blood volume could sustain controlling only a level 1 magical beast. This creature would be crucial to his future. He had to choose wisely. Chapter 3. Funds. Wang Hai pondered for a moment and subsequently began to analyze his current predicament. His desire was to locate a suitable first-tier magical beast, and the most effective approach would be to visit a magical beast market where he could leisurely select one. However, his most pressing issue was a lack of funds. He was utterly impoverished, with no means to acquire even the most trivial of magical beasts. And feeling utterly alienated in this new world, he was at a loss as to how to earn money. Wang Hai sighed and lamented, alas, what a troublesome start. It feels as though I have been thrust into a hellish situation. As a wave of headache washed over him, he exclaimed, oh dear, my head aches. My head aches. Amidst his turmoil, a sudden realization struck him. He had parents. How could he have forgotten? After all, he was still a prodigal son, and if his funds had dwindled, he could always request support from them. How could he have overlooked such a crucial detail? Having come to this understanding, Wang Hai joyfully called out, "Is there anyone here? Come forth at once." Upon hearing his call, the maid Qinghuan hurried in and inquired, Yes, third young master, how may I assist you?" Wang Hai glanced at Qinghuan and cleared his throat. "Is my mother present in the Marquis's residence? I wish to see her." With great caution, Qinghuan replied, "Madam should be in the residence at this hour, likely in the eastern wing." Wang Hai coughed slightly and stated, "I am aware that they reside in the eastern wing, but I seem to have lost my memory and do not know the way. Would you be so kind as to guide me there?" Qinghuan promptly nodded, "Of course. I shall escort you to the eastern wing to find Madam." Satisfied, Wang Hai replied, "Now, that is more like it. Let us proceed." Qinghuan led him to the eastern wing, where they spotted a steward patrolling. She approached him and asked, "The third young master seeks Madam. May I inquire where she is at present?" The steward, upon noticing Wang Hai, immediately responded with respect, in response to the young master's inquiry. "The Marquis and Madam are in the garden, enjoying the flowers." Upon hearing that his father was also present, Wang Hai's mood soured. His father never failed to express disdain towards him, and he felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and decided to accompany Qinghuan to the garden to face his father. As Wang Hai approached, he could hear laughter emanating from his father. He cried out, "Mother! Mother!" Upon recognizing Wang Hai's voice, Wang Kuen's expression darkened instantly. "This wretch has arrived." Madame Wang smiled warmly and asked higher, "Have you been feeling better during this time?" Wang Hai, with tears streaming down his face, replied, "Mother, I miss you. It has been dreadfully dull at home. I long to go out for a stroll." Hearing this, Wang Kuen immediately bellowed, "You wish to go out? Stay away from trouble." Internally, Wang Hai scoffed, "Who do you think you are? If you don't want me to go out, then I shall definitely go." Though he harbored such rebellious thoughts, he maintained a facade of grievance, wailing even more dramatically and throwing himself onto the ground in a fit of despair. Madame Wang, with a heart full of concern, said, "My lord, perhaps we should allow him to go. We can send Chun Biao to accompany him and instruct him to keep a close watch on Haier, ensuring he does not engage in any reckless behavior." Upon hearing Madame Wang's words, the lord sighed and replied, "Very well, let Chun Biao accompany you. Should you cause any trouble, I will not hesitate to discipline you." Wang Hai, wiping away his tears, pleaded, "Mother, I am out of money. Could you spare me some?" With a smile, Madame Wang responded, "Later, you may go to the treasury and withdraw 10 gold coins for yourself." Wang Hai sniffed and said, "Mother, that is insufficient." Upon hearing his words, Wang Kuen erupted in anger, exclaiming, 10 gold coins would suffice for the living expenses of an ordinary family for an entire year. And you say it is not enough for a mere outing." Wang Hai immediately clung to Madame Wang's leg, crying, and thought to himself that he was quite adept at acquiring funds. Back in his previous life, he managed to secure several hundred extra dollars each month using this tactic. Madame Wang gently patted Wang Hai's head and said, "Then go and take 20 gold coins." Wang Hai's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you, mother." Ignoring Wang Kuen's furious glare, he turned and instructed Qing Huan to lead him to the treasury to collect his money. Upon receiving the 20 gold coins, Wang Hai strolled towards the gate of the Marquis's residence, humming a cheerful tune. At that moment, 2 individuals awaited his arrival. One was tall, robust, and bore a serious expression. Wang Hai mused, "This must be Chun Biao. I have heard he reached the pinnacle of a level 6 warrior 3 years ago and is on the verge of advancing to a level 7, thereby becoming a high-ranking warrior." The other, dressed as a servant with a sycophantic grin, approached Wang Hai and said, "Young master, several new ladies have arrived at the Yingchun Pavilion in the past few days, and a new establishment, the Baiwa Workshop, has opened as well. I hear the quality is quite good. Would you care to explore?" Chun Biao looked at Wang Hai with evident disdain, while Wang Hai felt awkward and bewildered regarding the individual who was presumably his subordinate. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Am I the sort to linger in places of frivolity and romance? I seek only to acquire magical beasts. Where might I find them in the city?" The young servant thought to himself, who else could it be? Now he prefers beasts over beautiful women? Nevertheless, he maintained his cheerful demeanor and replied, "The best place to purchase magical beasts would undoubtedly be the magical beast trading market." Wang Hai nodded and declared, "Then let us proceed there." With that, he set off towards the magical beast trading market, accompanied by Chun Biao and the young servant. Chapter 4. The Magical Beast Trading Market. The Magical Beast Trading Market is situated on the vast plains beyond the northern city of Hanhai. At its center stands a grand building, the largest commercial establishment in the Hanhai Empire, the Wanming Chamber of Commerce. Surrounding the Wanming Chamber are numerous small tents, creating the ambience of a miniature city. Each tent houses a small magical beast shop, offering live magical beasts, magical beast cores, and various supplies related to magical beasts. Upon entering, the merchants, upon seeing Wang Hai's attire, recognized him as a wealthy scion and eagerly called out, "5-star magical beast, the young Qingyan Yaohux, only 500 gold coins. 4-star magical beast, the young Huoyin Fenglang, only 100 gold coins. 6-star magical beast, a storm eagle egg, only 2,000 gold coins." Wang Hai had a general understanding that the price of a level 4 beast typically ranged between 100 to 300 gold coins, while a level 5 beast generally fell between 300 to 1,000 gold coins. Level 6 beasts usually commanded a price from 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins. After a thorough search, Wang Hai found no level 1 beasts. He approached a nearby merchant and inquired, "Do you have any level 1 beasts for sale?" The merchant awkwardly replied, "Due to their feeble nature, level 1 beasts can easily be hunted by level 1 warriors. They are prevalent in many areas, thus holding little value. We don't sell live level 1 beasts here, only some level 1 beast cores, which are mostly purchased as treats for higher level beasts." Wang Hai then comprehended that level 1 beasts possessed minimal worth, primarily serving as feed. Chun Biao observed Wang Hai's predicament and suggested, "Young master, if you require a level 1 beast, you may travel another 50 kilometers forward. There are numerous level 1 beasts living on the outskirts of the Tiandang Mountains." Wang Hai nodded in agreement and was about to turn away when a voice called out to him, "Oh, isn't that the waste of the Wang Marquis' residence? Survived being beaten to death by Li Xiao, huh? Out and about now, are we? Here to purchase a few beasts? No longer interested in women? Would you like me to help you select a couple?" His companion pointed out that this was Lin Hong from the Lin Marquis' residence, another debauched youth. However, unlike Wang Hai, he was not interested in women but rather in beast fights. It was rumored that he had a level 5 beast, the Flamehound, which had gained some notoriety in the beast fighting circles. Wang Hai realized that although they both belonged to the same debauched category, Lin Hong at least had a high-level combat capability to support his interests, unlike his own previous existence, which had been utterly ineffectual. The merchant quickly interjected, "Ah, young Master Lin has arrived. A distinguished guest. This gentleman was just inquiring about level 1 beasts." Lin Hong, who frequently visited the beast market and was well acquainted with the merchants, was greeted with eagerness by them. Given Lin Hong's profound knowledge of beasts, many noble offspring from the Hanhai Empire sought his assistance in selecting beasts. If one could align with him, they could earn a comfortable living without the need for arduous labor at the market. Upon hearing that Wang Hai sought a level 1 beast, Lin Hong laughed heartily. Did I hear you correctly? A level 1 beast? Young Master Wang, have you taken a liking to the cook and come to buy ingredients? Have you wandered into the wrong place?" Wang Hai's expression darkened. What nonsense! The youngest cook in the Marquis' residence was nearly 40. What did he mean by that? With a smile, Wang Hai responded, "I merely wish to prepare a few dishes for Lady Lin. I must have taken a wrong turn. I appreciate your guidance. Young Master Lin, I shall head to the market for vegetables." Lin Hong, intrigued by the mention of Lady Lin, asked, "Which Lady Lin are you referring to?" Wang Hai cheerfully replied, "Of course, I mean the esteemed First Lady of the great Marquis Lin Jihao." Upon hearing that Wang Hai intended to cook for his mother, Lin Hong's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Hai maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, "To win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. And I have succeeded. By relation, you ought to address me as little father." As Wang Hai spoke, those around him quickly covered their mouths, stifling laughter. His words were rather cutting, targeting the stepfather of another. Lin Hong, upon hearing this, was overcome with fury and exclaimed, "Wang Hai, I shall take your life." With a sweeping motion of his hand, a canine creature larger than a bull erupted from his spatial pouch, engulfed in flames, its eyes glowing like embers. Embodying the essence of a fire emissary, Lin Hong bellowed, "Shall I incinerate him into cinders?" As soon as Lin Hong finished speaking, the fiery hound unleashed a colossal fireball from its maw, sending waves of intense heat that could be felt from 100 meters away. Just as the fireball threatened to engulf Wang Hai, Chun Biao instantaneously appeared before him, shattering the fireball with a single punch. He then glided to the side of the fire hound, which lunged to bite him. Chun Biao deftly evaded, positioning himself beside the creature. And with a powerful strike of his elbows, he slammed the hound into the ground, leaving a deep crater in the earth. The fire hound emitted a pitiful howl. Lin Hong watched in astonishment as Chun Biao dispatched the fiery beast with such swiftness. Such prowess was the hallmark of a high-ranking warrior. It dawned on Wang Hai that Chun Biao had indeed ascended to the ranks of advanced warriors. Turning with a beaming smile, Wang Hai declared, "Let us depart." Under Lin Hong's predatory gaze, Wang Hai exited the monster trading market with Chun Biao and his loyal follower, heading towards the Tiandang Mountain Range. Chapter 5. The Tiandang Mountain Range. The Tiandang Mountain Range lies 50 kilometers north of Hanhai City, stretching for thousands of miles and serving as the largest mountain range in the Hanhai Empire. Legends whisper of formidable creatures beyond the 9th tier lurking in its deepest recesses. This range is a haven for hunters, yet it is equally a hell, claiming the lives of no fewer than 10,000 hunters annually. Profit and peril coexist in a delicate balance. Consequently, numerous small settlements have emerged around the mountains, where hunters rest and replenish their supplies, while merchants gather to procure the spoils of their endeavors. These settlements boast a plethora of taverns, and many women engaged in the trade of companionship solicit clientele within. For hunters, the uncertainty of survival in their next expedition fosters a lavish indulgence in wealth, rendering these places as their dens of expenditure. After a cursory exploration of the settlement with Chun Biao and his follower, Wang Hai resigned himself to the reality that first-tier magical beasts were seldom brought alive. They were of little value in such a state. With a sigh, he remarked, "It seems everyone has reached a tacit understanding. First-tier magical beasts are rarely brought alive, as they hold little worth." Wang Hai then entered a shop specializing in hunting supplies, purchasing 100 beast cages to store within his storage ring, allowing him to capture more first-tier magical beasts for later selection. Additionally, he procured some water, food, and a tent for outdoor use. Wang Hai, accompanied by Chun Biao and his small follower, began to traverse the periphery of the Tiandang mountain range. Along their journey, they encountered rabbits that could spew ice, spiders the size of calves, and ants no larger than mice. Throughout the expedition, Chun Biao felt an unsettling sense regarding his young master's peculiar conduct. Although he claimed to be seeking lower-tier magical beasts, he exhibited no interest in those ranked above level 1. Any magical creature of level 2 or higher that approached them was swiftly dispatched without a second thought, while the weakest of level 1 beasts sparked his enthusiasm. One evening, while camping in the wilderness, the notoriously picky young master surprisingly began to munch on the very rations he usually scorned, appearing to find them quite palatable. Typically, he demanded at least 5 layers of silk bedding to feel comfortable, yet now he found solace on merely a moisture-proof mat. Perhaps the hardships he had endured this time had fostered genuine growth. Indeed, there might be unexpected benefits to his amnesia. After 3 days in the Tiandang mountain range, Wang Hai had captured around 50 to 60 level 1 magical beasts, none of which were particularly remarkable. Level 1 magical beasts were merely slightly stronger than ordinary humans, possessing some minor unique abilities. Suddenly, a cacophony reached Wang Hai's ears, buzzing, incessant, and ominous. Upon hearing this sound, Chun Biao's complexion shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is dire. It's the night blood mosquito of Tiandang Mountain." He quickly grasped Wang Hai and, seizing the collar of the small follower, hastily retreated until the noise faded away, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Thank goodness we encountered them during the day. It would have been perilous at night." Curiously, Wang Hai inquired, "Are night blood mosquitoes truly that formidable? You, a seasoned warrior, seem exceptionally cautious." Chun Biao cleared his throat and explained, "Well, although night blood mosquitoes are merely level 1 magical beasts, they typically operate in swarms. At night, they can blend seamlessly into the darkness. An ambush by a horde of them could spell doom even for a high-ranking warrior." Wang Hai pondered to himself, recognizing them as instruments of chaos and destruction, particularly when night fell. With a bright smile, he said, "Uncle Chun, it's daytime now, so it shouldn't be too hazardous. Could you assist me in capturing a couple of night blood mosquitoes? Rest assured, I wouldn't ask you to toil in vain. I'll offer you 10 gold coins for each." Chun Biao, perplexed, looked at Wang Hai and asked, "What purpose do you have for such creatures?" Wang Hai replied, I have my own clever uses for them. Will you help me, Uncle Qin? After a moment's consideration, Qin Biao concluded that capturing 2 night blood mosquitoes during the day posed little risk. He instructed, you two hide among the trees and remain still. I'll return once I've caught them. He then turned to the small follower, saying, Wang Fu, should anything happen to the young master, I trust you remember what happened to the last attendant who accompanied him. Wang Fu recalled the incident from a few days prior when the young master had sustained grave injuries and lapsed into unconsciousness. The attendant who had been with them had been summoned by the master and had since vanished, never to return. Acknowledging the unspoken truth, Wang Fu nodded vigorously, understood. I will ensure the young master's safety. Chun Biao nodded in agreement before turning away to pursue the task at hand. Wang Hai, along with Wang Fu, cautiously concealed themselves in the branches of a tree. They were but frail beings, incapable of defeating even the most ordinary first-level magical beasts, and any encounter could spell their doom. After enduring half an hour of trepidation, Chun Biao returned, each hand gripping a night blood mosquito. Wang Hai and Wang Fu descended from the tree. Observing the jet-black night blood mosquito, with its sharply pointed proboscis, Wang Hai noted its formidable appearance. It was, in fact, comparable in size to a sparrow from his previous life. He placed one of the night blood mosquitoes into a beast cage while instructing Chun Biao to hold the other still, for he knew he was incapable of subduing it. He then pricked his finger, pressing it against the creature. Wang Hai felt his vital essence swiftly flowing into the night blood mosquito, and soon dizziness overwhelmed him. Just as he felt he could no longer maintain consciousness, the mosquito vanished, and he collapsed. Chapter 6. Night blood mosquito. Time elapsed unmeasured until Wang Hai finally awoke. Feeling utterly drained and sore, his head spinning as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered, how excruciatingly unbearable. Qing Huan, hearing his complaint, joyfully exclaimed, young master, you have finally awakened. You have been in a deep slumber for 3 days and nights. The madam was worried sick upon learning you had fainted again. Thankfully, the doctor assured us that you merely suffered from excessive blood loss and are not in any peril. Wang Hai shook his head, striving to recall the events leading to his current state. He had bitten his finger, using his blood as a medium to tame the night blood mosquito, all while his vital essence ebbed away until he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a sigh, he suddenly remembered. What of the night blood mosquito? He vaguely recalled it disappearing at the last moment. Turning to Qing Huan, he inquired, did you see a mosquito the size of a small bowl accompany me when I returned? Qing Huan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No. When Guardian Chun carried you back, I hurried to seek a doctor, and during that time, I did not see the large mosquito you mentioned. Wang Hai furrowed his brow in concern. Could it be that Chun Biao did not bring my night blood mosquito back with him? Or did he slay it? He immediately began to channel the spirit blood technique, faintly sensing the presence of the night blood mosquito. It should still be alive. Following that sensation, it grew stronger until, suddenly, the night blood mosquito appeared before him. Wang Hai instinctively felt a bond with the creature, which alighted on his arm and affectionately rubbed against him. According to the principles of the spirit blood technique, a living entity could devour other energy substances to grow rapidly, with its growth in turn nourishing its flesh and spirit to expedite its own development. Devour? If the night blood mosquito belonged to the mosquito family, then its most straightforward means of consumption would surely be through bloodsucking. Wang Hai then addressed Qing Huan. Please summon 2 second-level warrior guards. Qing Huan's expression faltered as she replied, 2 second-level warriors? That may prove difficult. Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback, expressing his displeasure. I am, after all, the 3rd young master of the. I can't even command 2 secondary warriors. In a fluster, Qing Huan responded, young master, it's not like that. The minimum standard for the guards is a tertiary warrior. We do not have any secondary warriors. It dawned on Wang Hai that he was indeed too weak, and he cleared his throat, saying, then please find me a tertiary guard. Qing Huan promptly nodded. Understood, young master, I shall go at once. Before long, Qing Huan returned with a middle-aged man dressed as a guard. The guard cupped his hands in salute and inquired, what are your orders, 3rd young master? Wang Hai produced a beast cage from his spatial ring, within which resided a rabbit capable of exhaling ice. He instructed the guard, please restrain this rabbit and ensure it remains still. The guard responded with a bow, understood, young master. After turning to the beast cage, the guard opened it and reached in to grasp the rabbit. The ice it exhaled was thwarted by a layer of faint yellow gas that enveloped his hands, presumably a manifestation of fighting spirit. With a firm grip on the rabbit, he reported to Wang Hai, "Young master, I have successfully restrained the snow rabbit." Wang Hai nodded and commanded the night blood mosquito to drain the rabbit's blood. The mosquito flapped its wings and approached the snow rabbit, its sharp proboscis penetrating the rabbit's body to commence its feeding. Wang Hai began to sense the night blood mosquito growing progressively stronger. Simultaneously, a stream of energy flowed within him, gradually replenishing his lost vitality, alleviating his dizziness, and clearing his mind. Gradually, the entire snow rabbit transformed into a desiccated corpse. Yet the night blood mosquito appeared insatiable. Wang Hai then retrieved a soil rat. Although a first-tier magical beast, its defensive capabilities rivaled those of a second-tier beast. He wished to ascertain whether the night blood mosquito could breach the soil rat's defenses under its elemental protection. Wang Hai signaled the guard to restrain the soil rat as the empowered night blood mosquito flew onto it. A layer of earthy yellow gas enveloped the soil rat for protection. The mosquito's sharp feeding needle began to penetrate the rat's defenses. Although slow, it progressively pierced deeper. Eventually, the night blood mosquito managed to enter the soil rat's body and commenced draining its blood, gradually transforming the rat into a desiccated husk. The mosquito communicated to Wang Hai that it had become satiated and required time to digest the blood it had absorbed. Wang Hai nodded, contemplating the idea of recalling the night blood mosquito when it suddenly vanished. He quickly examined himself and ultimately discovered that the night blood mosquito was thriving within his altar space. Contemplating this, Wang Hai mused, could it be that the altar space also functions as a beast storage device? A wave of joy washed over him as he realized that his depleted vitality had nearly been restored through the mosquito's recent feeding. He summoned another night blood mosquito, instructed the guard to restrain it, and then bit his fingertip, pressing his blood onto the mosquito. As he began to channel the Beastmaster blood technique, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 7. The first-class warrior. The following morning, Wang Hai gradually awoke, this time devoid of any discomfort. Instead, he felt invigorated and refreshed. As he pondered the peculiar circumstances of his awakening, Qing Huan gazed at him and remarked, "Young master, you have finally regained consciousness. You must refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future. You nearly frightened me to death." Wang Hai, warmed by her concern, nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall exercise greater caution henceforth." Upon hearing this, Qing Huan smiled and said, "Now that the young master is awake, I shall fetch some water for your morning ablutions." Wang Hai smiled and nodded, "Go ahead." Qing Huan bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Once she had departed, Wang Hai summoned his two night blood mosquitoes. He noticed that they had undergone a transformation. One remained the same size, while the other had diminished from the size of a sparrow to that of a butterfly. Yet, Wang Hai sensed that the smaller mosquito was now more formidable. He directed the two night blood mosquitoes to fly about, discovering that the diminutive one exhibited remarkable speed, surpassing that of most second-tier magical beasts. Realization dawned upon him, and he mused aloud. Could it be that this night blood mosquito has advanced to become a second-tier magical beast? After commanding the mosquitoes to fly a couple more circles, he confirmed his suspicion. His night blood mosquito had indeed evolved into a second-tier magical beast. A wave of delight washed over him, and he swiftly produced two first-tier magical beasts, intending to allow the other night blood mosquito to absorb their essence and elevate its strength as well. Once again, he retrieved a snow rabbit and instructed the second-tier night blood mosquito to open the beast cage. As the rabbit attempted to flee, it was painfully evident that its speed paled in comparison to that of the second-tier night blood mosquito. With a single, forceful impact, the mosquito slammed the rabbit to the ground, eliciting a cry of distress. After a series of relentless assaults, the snow rabbit lay incapacitated, unable to move. Wang Hai then commanded the other night blood mosquito to commence its consumption of the rabbit. In no time, the rabbit was entirely devoured, prompting Wang Hai to produce another first-tier magical beast for the night blood mosquito to consume. After observing that the first-tier night blood mosquito had reached saturation, he stored it away and instructed the second-tier night blood mosquito to begin its feast. However, after draining the blood from 10 first-tier magical beasts, the second-tier mosquito showed no signs of satiation. Ultimately, Wang Hai decided to cease for the time being. It seemed that the energy contained within first-tier beasts was insufficient for the second-tier mosquito. Without substantial intake, significant progress would be unattainable. It appeared that he would need to seek out second-tier or higher magical beasts for it to absorb. Just as Wang Hai was deep in thought, Qing Huan approached, carrying the toiletries, and announced, "Young master, it is time for your washing." Wang Hai nodded and reached for a wooden cup to rinse his mouth. However, upon grasping it, he exerted a bit of force, and to his astonishment, the cup shattered instantly. Dumbfounded, Wang Hai realized that his strength had seemingly increased significantly. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the power coursing through his body, ultimately revealing a joyful smile. At long last, I, Wang Hai, have ascended to the rank of a level 1 warrior. I now possess a modicum of strength to safeguard myself in this world, no longer a mere useless wretch. Qing Huan, observing Wang Hai's foolish grin while he crushed a cup, pondered to herself, could it be that the young master, having fainted so many times recently, has turned into a simpleton? In an instant, Wang Hai's smile faded into despondency as he contemplated the arduous journey to become a level 1 warrior. He realized that the path to advancing to a level 2 warrior and beyond would demand considerable financial investment. First and foremost, he needed to earn his initial fortune as a level 1 warrior. Thus, Wang Hai turned to Qing Huan and instructed, "Take me to find mother." Qing Huan nodded in agreement and led him towards the eastern wing of the estate. Upon arrival, they inquired with the servants about the whereabouts of his mother and stepfather. Learning they were in the study, they hastened to the study, and without hesitation, Wang Hai called out, "Mother, mother, mother, I miss you." Bursting through the door, he ran to his mother and clung to her leg, weeping. Madame Wang gazed at her son with a tender expression and gently admonished, "Rise, dear Hai. You have fainted several times. You must take care of your health." Before Wang Hai could respond, Wang Kuan interjected, displeased, "I instructed you to practice martial arts. Yet you neglect your studies and have become so frail." Wang Hai retorted, "It is precisely because I devoted myself to martial training, while my nutrition fell short, that I find myself in this state." Wang Kuan, irritated, exclaimed, "You ungrateful child. You claim to train diligently while neglecting your nourishment? Who do you think you're fooling?" With a hint of disdain, Wang Hai asserted, "I have indeed trained hard, and I have now become a level 1 warrior." Wang Kuan was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. "You, a useless fool, have reached level 1? With a huff, Wang Hai gathered his energy, and upon sensing it, Wang Kuan realized the truth. Wang Hai had indeed become a level 1 warrior. Madame Wang, filled with joy, said, "At last, my dear Hai has cultivated his fighting spirit. Tell me what nutritional supplements you need, and I shall procure them for you." Wang Hai, with a gleam of happiness, replied, "Mother, you are so kind. Please give me some money, and I shall buy them myself." Without a second thought, Madame Wang responded, "Go to the treasury and take 100 gold coins for your purchases." Wang Hai, in tears, lamented, "It has been such a struggle for me to attain the rank of level 1 warrior, fainting time and again due to inadequate nutrition." Unable to withstand her son's pleas, Madame Wang finally conceded, "Very well, go to the treasury and take 200 gold coins instead." Upon hearing the sum of 200 gold coins, Wang Hai's spirits soared. He glanced at Wang Kuan, noticing that his stepfather exhibited no signs of opposition. It seemed he was not as disdainful of Wang Hai as he had previously thought. Chapter 8. The Mercenary Guild with a Cheerful Demeanor. Wang Hai hummed a merry tune as he made his way to the treasury to collect his 200 gold coins. Holding a small pouch of coins in his hand, he mused, "Ah, being a young master has its perks. The joy of living off one's parents is quite delightful." Returning to his room, he noticed that his other night blood mosquito had also evolved into a level 2 magical beast, filling him with even greater elation. Observing the 2 members of his assassination squad, he couldn't help but lament, "The numbers are still too few. I must expedite their expansion." With the newly acquired 200 gold coins in mind, he resolved to visit the Mercenary Guild to post a mission to acquire 20 night blood mosquitoes. For enhancing his strength was of paramount importance. Wang Hai promptly instructed Qing Huan to seek out 2 third-level guards and summon his attendant, as he intended to venture out. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Marquis's residence, he was greeted by Chun Biao, while his loyal aide, Wang Fu, awaited him with the carriage already prepared. Confused, Wang Hai regarded Chun Biao. Chun Biao was one of the personal guards of his adoptive father, and no one could command him except his adoptive father. Noticing Wang Hai's perplexity, Chun Biao explained, The Marquis has decreed that henceforth, my duty is to escort you during your outings. Wang Hai chuckled inwardly, thinking, it seems my adoptive father is quite considerate. He then turned to Wang Fu and announced, I am off to the Mercenary Guild to issue a quest. Wang Fu, with a sycophantic smile, replied, the Mercenary Guild is located in the northern city. Please, step into the carriage, and I shall take you there. Wang Hai nodded and climbed into the carriage alongside Chun Biao, as Wang Fu drove them onward. The Mercenary Guild was situated at the heart of the northern city, encircled by grand stone columns that formed a circular structure, imparting a sense of gravity from a distance. The guild's emblem was rectangular, adorned with a sword on the left, a dagger on the right, and at its center, a dragon's head, a tribute to the legendary first president of the Mercenary Guild, who had once hunted a dragon of unparalleled might in this realm. Observing the bustling crowd before the guild, Wang Hai noted the presence of large mercenary groups clad in matching attire, smaller factions bearing unified insignias, and various independent mercenaries forming teams for specific tasks. Wang Hai, accompanied by Chun Biao and Wang Fu, entered the guild's grand hall, a sprawling space of over 2,000 square feet, its walls plastered with an array of job postings. Among the simpler tasks was a notice stating that Lu Ergu had lost his cat and was offering 30 silver coins for its return. Another sought assistance with wild boars wreaking havoc in Zhongshanden's fields, offering a commission of 5 gold coins for their elimination. More formidable tasks included procuring the horn of a level 9 magical beast, the unicorn, with a staggering commission of 5,000,000 gold coins, and locating the space staff once wielded by the renowned spatial mage Lu Lingjia, which promised a reward of 8,000,000 gold coins. At the center of the hall lay a square array of 36 task windows, each brimming with long lines of individuals either posting or accepting tasks. Wang Hai swiftly directed Wang Fu to queue at one of the windows while he found a seat and ordered a cup of fruit wine. Taking a sip, he noted that although it was labeled as wine, it was more akin to fruit juice. He then summoned a server, handing over a gold coin, and requested, please enlighten me about the structure of the Mercenary Guild. The server, delighted to receive the coin, responded, our Mercenary Guild offers a vast array of services, extending beyond the Han Hai Empire to encompass every city of level 9 or higher across the abandoned continent. The guild primarily comprises mercenary groups and independent mercenaries. Based on the difficulty of the tasks completed, mercenaries receive not only the corresponding commissions, but also experience points. Accumulating enough experience points allows for the advancement of their mercenary rank. There are a total of 8 ranks, ascending from the lowest to the highest: level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, level 7, and level 8. Members of mercenary groups receive both individual experience points and group experience points. Once the latter reaches a certain threshold, the mercenary group can level up as well. The mercenary guilds are classified into 7 distinct ranks, ascending from the lowest to the highest. Presently, only 3 guilds have attained the highest rank, each headquartered at the heart of the continent: the 7-Colored Dragon Mercenary Guild, the Night Rose Mercenary Guild, and the Golden Behemoth Mercenary Guild. These 3 illustrious guilds boast a legacy spanning several centuries. Wang Hai felt a surge of excitement within him and, fueled by curiosity, tossed another gold coin onto the table, inquiring, what rank does the most formidable mercenary guild in the Han Hai Empire hold? The attendant eagerly picked up the gold coin and replied, currently, the Han Hai Empire is home to 5 major mercenary guilds, among which the Han Hai Mercenary Guild is ranked at level 4. It is said to have the backing of the royal family, essentially serving as the Imperial Mercenary Guild. The other 4 guilds are all ranked at level 3. Wang Hai clicked his tongue in surprise, pondering the strength of a level 3 guild and what immense power a level 4 guild must possess. Chun Biao roused Wang Hai from his contemplation, saying, young master, it's time for us to conduct our business. Wang Hai nodded and approached the counter, stating, I would like to post a task. The attendant, with an elegant smile, inquired, what type of task would you like to publish? Wang Hai responded, I wish to acquire 20 live level 1 magical beasts, the Night Blood Mosquito, offering 10 gold coins for each, totaling 200 gold coins. Chapter 9. The 5-Clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Guild. The attendant beamed and replied, very well, we will need to collect a 30% commission as a deposit, amounting to 60 gold coins in total. Wang Hai nodded, retrieving 60 gold coins from his pocket and handing them over. The attendant counted the coins and, finding everything in order, smiled at Wang Hai, saying, "Please provide me with a contact address, and we will notify you when the task is completed." Wang Hai replied, "The residence of Lord Wang Kuan in Hanhai City will suffice." The attendant recorded the details and relayed the task to the relevant parties. Then turned to Wang Hai and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to inquire about?" Wang Hai pondered for a moment before asking, "What are the requirements to register a mercenary guild?" The attendant enthusiastically responded, "Firstly, the guild must have at least one mercenary of level 4 or higher, and secondly, it must consist of a minimum of 2 mercenaries." Wang Hai furrowed his brow, realizing that his prospects seemed dim. Turning to Chun Biao, he smiled and asked, "Uncle Chun, have you ever registered a mercenary guild?" Chun Biao chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Young master, I have indeed registered a guild and occasionally take on mercenary tasks when the opportunity arises." Wang Hai thought to himself, just as I suspected, an advanced warrior, even if only occasionally undertaking tasks, must at least be level 3. He then asked, "Uncle Chun, what is your current rank as a mercenary?" Chun Biao responded, "Young master, I am currently a level 3 mercenary." Wang Hai's smile widened as he exclaimed, "Uncle Chun, let us form a mercenary guild together." Chun Biao, unable to reject Wang Hai's eager gaze, replied, "As you wish, young master." Wang Hai turned back to the attendant, joyfully declaring, "Please register me. I wish to become a mercenary." The attendant smiled and responded, "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." The salesman subsequently presented a form for Wang Hai to complete and informed him that the registration fee for mercenaries was 10 silver coins. Wang Hai, filled with joy and unconcerned about the registration fee, casually tossed a gold coin, exclaiming, "No need for change. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins." The salesman, elated, replied with gratitude and even bestowed a flirtatious glance upon Wang Hai. After swiftly filling out the form, Wang Hai handed it over, and the salesman quickly registered it before presenting him with a mercenary journal and a metal badge. The salesman elaborated, "The mercenary journal will chronicle all the tasks you undertake within the mercenary guild, while the iron badge serves as proof of your identity as a mercenary and symbolizes your rank. At the bottom of the mercenary badge is the emblem of our guild, featuring a sword, a blade, and a dragon's head, with the uppermost portion representing your rank as a mercenary." Chun Biao also produced his mercenary badge and journal. However, unlike Wang Hai, Chun Biao's badge was made of silver, with its inscriptions transformed. Chun Biao remarked, "The rank badges are iron, copper, silver, and gold, respectively, with those of higher ranks being magical artifacts." Wang Hai, intrigued, mused, "Magical artifacts above rank are given away for free. What extravagance!" Clutching Chun Biao's badge and journal alongside his own, Wang Hai excitedly urged, "Quickly assist me in registering a mercenary group." The salesman, smiling as he received the journal and documents, replied, "Certainly, please hold on. Have you decided on a name for your mercenary group?" Contemplating the matter, Wang Hai pondered what name would be fitting for his group. Unbeknownst to him, memories of the world he had traversed from surfaced. He was born in the land of Huaxia, where the most prevalent legend was that of the Huaxia divine dragon. Throughout the vast history of Huaxia, dynasties often used dragons to symbolize the emperor's grandeur, underscoring the exalted status of the Huaxia divine dragon in the hearts of its people. The Huaxia divine dragon was classified into 4-clawed and 5-clawed variants. Folklore suggested that the 4-clawed creature was a python, while the 5-clawed was a dragon. Only the 5-clawed dragon could be deemed the king among dragons in Huaxia's legends. Wang Hai then declared to the salesman, "I've made my decision. Our mercenary group shall be named the 5-clawed divine dragon mercenary group." Nodding in agreement, the salesman promptly inscribed the name and informed Wang Hai that the registration fee was 1 gold coin. Overjoyed, Wang Hai handed over a gold coin, and upon receiving it, the salesman used a magical pen to etch 7 golden characters, 5-clawed divine dragon mercenary group, on the cover of Wang Hai and Chun Biao's journals. He then returned the 2 journals and badges to Wang Hai, proclaiming, "Esteemed mercenary, I believe your 5-clawed divine dragon mercenary group will one day become renowned throughout the entire Hanhai Empire." Little did the salesman realize that the name of the 5-clawed divine dragon mercenary group would echo not only across the Hanhai Empire, but throughout the entirety of the Forsaken Continent. Wang Hai accepted the journals and badges with immense delight. Being a mercenary is a realm where every passionate man can thrive, hunting magical beasts and exploring ancient ruins, each endeavor igniting a fervor within. Wang Hai, filled with joy, casually tossed a gold coin and remarked, "This is your tip." Having said that, he turned and left with Chun Biao and Wang Fu. The salesperson felt a sense of elation, realizing that the tips received that day amounted to half a month's salary. Chapter 10. The young mercenary. Upon returning after his visit to the mercenary guild, Wang Hai's daily routine revolved around honing his martial skills. He approached Chun Biao to express his desire to learn martial arts. Initially, Chun Biao dismissed Wang Hai's request as a fleeting whim of a young master. But to everyone's astonishment, Wang Hai persevered. Chun Biao taught him a mid-level yellow-grade martial technique known as the Iron Rock Fist. In Chun Biao's expectations, if Wang Hai managed to practice it twice a day, it would be commendable. However, he was taken aback when Wang Hai practiced incessantly from dawn until breakfast, executing the technique at least 20 times daily. In the afternoons, Wang Hai's routine revolved around asking for money. "Mother, I feel like I've been twitching lately. It must be due to a lack of nutrition," he exclaimed. "Go to the accounts room and take 20 gold coins to buy some nutritional supplements," replied Lady Wang. "Mother, the weather is so cold. I'm on the verge of catching a cold," Wang Hai protested. "Go to the accounts room and take 10 gold coins to buy a new coat," she insisted. What puzzled Wang Hai the most was that his rather indulgent father did not intervene in this lavish spending, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could he be so reckless and yet receive no reprimand? After half a month, Wang Hai had accumulated a small fortune of 200 gold coins, sufficient for a common family's living expenses for a decade, highlighting the immense wealth of the nobility in this era. One day, after breakfast, adhering to his daily routine, Wang Hai was about to request more money when a house servant hurried over, saying, "Young master, a representative from the mercenary guild has come to inform you that your mercenary mission has been completed and inquired when you would be available to meet." Wang Hai pondered for a moment before responding. "Tell him that this young master will freshen up and will arrive at the mercenary guild in an hour." The servant nodded and promptly left to convey the message. Wang Hai then instructed Qing Huan to have Wang Fu prepare the carriage while he attended to his personal grooming before heading to the mercenary guild. Accompanied by Chun Biao and Wang Fu, Wang Hai arrived at the mercenary guild, where he informed the hall attendant of his purpose, to collect his mission items and settle the remaining payment. After checking, the attendant replied, "Greetings. The handover of your mission items is on the second floor. Please follow me." The attendant led Wang Hai to a room on the second floor where two ragged boys, around 12 or 13 years old, were situated, flanked by 20 cages containing dark night blood mosquitoes. Wang Hai looked at the two boys in astonishment and asked, "What level of strength do you possess?" Without hesitation, the two boys replied, "We are both level 2 warriors." Wang Hai was even more surprised. Dark night blood mosquitoes typically swarm in groups, and even if one were to stray, there would likely be a nearby cluster. Once detected, even high-level warriors could only flee, leaving no chance of survival for two novice level 2 warriors. Unable to restrain his admiration, Wang Hai exclaimed, "To think that two level 2 warriors could accomplish such a challenging task." In the eyes of the two youths, there was no joy from praise, but rather a sorrowful expression as they said, "We were 5 in total on the mission, and only we 2 have returned alive." Wang Hai, feeling a twinge of discomfort, asked, "Knowing that this task is fraught with peril, why did you choose to undertake it?" The two youths replied with deep sadness, "Because we wish to survive, to ensure that more lives endure through this winter." They recognized that the mission required the expertise of warriors of at least rank 7 to be completed safely. Yet they also believed it was a task that could potentially be accomplished by warriors of ranks 2 or 3. Wang Hai, troubled, inquired further, "You 5 are so young and have already attained the rank of 2. Survival should not be insurmountable, should it?" The boys responded, "It is not merely us. We are the orphans of war." Wang Hai, intrigued, asked, "Orphans of war?" Chun Biao explained, "Master, to the east of the Han Hai Empire lies the Hao Yu Empire. To the north is the Lan Shan Empire. To the west are the formidable 10,000 mountains, and to the south, the boundless ocean. Each year, the Han Hai Empire engages in numerous conflicts with both the Hao Yu and Lan Shan empires, resulting in a minimum of hundreds of thousands of deaths annually. In the event of a major war, the casualties can exceed 1,000,000. The loss of countless young lives leads to the disintegration of innumerable families." Wang Hai, astonished, exclaimed, "They die for their country, yet there is no compensation from the state?" Chun Biao nodded. "When ordinary soldiers perish, the state provides a mere 20 gold coins as a form of compensation. Wang Hai frowned. Such a paltry sum. I could easily acquire more than 20 gold coins in a single day from my father. For an ordinary family, 20 gold coins would suffice for only about 2 years. What becomes of widows and orphans after that? The two boys expressed their indignation. 20 gold coins as compensation. We have never even seen a single coin. Wang Hai, incredulous, said, the empire should not withhold compensation. Shun Biao clarified, the empire spends tens of millions of gold coins annually on compensation. The stipulation is that compensation is distributed through the local lords based on the area of residence of the deceased. If the deceased are from a fiefdom, the lord of that fiefdom is responsible for the distribution. If they are from a region under the empire's jurisdiction, the local city lord disperses the funds. Wang Hai frowned again. Are you suggesting that the lords and city lords embezzle these funds, and the empire turns a blind eye? The two youths replied with anger. Care? The empire belongs to the aristocracy. Who amongst us common folk cares about our rights? Chapter 11. The young mercenaries. The two young mercenaries expressed their rage. Numerous lords and city lords bribe military officials each year to ensure that soldiers from their territories are sent to battle, thus securing substantial compensation. However, the soldiers truly dispatched are not elite warriors, but rather civilians conscripted with rudimentary weapons, untrained and merely fodder on the battlefield. As the ranks of civilian soldiers dwindle, the resulting compensation floods the lords and city lords with vast riches, which they then use to recruit more soldiers, bolster their power, or construct magnificent palaces for their own comfort. The nobility grows richer, their strength intensifies, and their positions become ever more secure. Wang Hai lamented. Has the Han Hai Empire descended into such corruption? Can the populace truly be reduced to mere sources of wealth? Shen Biao sighed in response. In the Han Hai Empire, the principal positions are predominantly hereditary. With the empire's expansion, the aristocracy has burgeoned, firmly grasping all positions of power, leaving the commoners without representation. The nobility reigns, while the common folk remain marginalized. Wang Hai observed the two impassioned youths and coughed lightly, remarking, not necessarily. Individuals like myself, a scion of privilege, are indeed commoners. Shun Biao looked at Wang Hai, who referred to himself as a debauched heir, and retorted, the eldest son possesses remarkable talent and is destined to inherit the title of Marquis. The second son can secure a military position, accrue merit, and with the Marquis influence, obtaining a fief is hardly a challenge. As for the third son, you, Wang Hai, curious, interjected, what of me? Speak candidly. Shun Biao slowly elaborated, generally speaking, such debauched youths tend to have parents who donate to the empire, securing lands and becoming minor lords. Wang Hai exclaimed in astonishment, indeed. Even a waste like myself could end up as a minor lord. This empire is utterly corrupt. Noticing Wang Hai's surprise, Shun Biao assumed he was displeased and quickly added, fear not, young master, with the marquis status, the lands you receive will undoubtedly be fertile and substantial. Wang Hai shook his head, gazing quizzically at Shun Biao, and inquired, Uncle Chun, may I ask you something? What rank does a marquis hold? Shun Biao, taken aback, thought, you dare to stir trouble without even knowing the basic hierarchy of the empire? He sighed. The imperial titles are divided into 5 ranks, from lowest to highest: Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, and Duke. Wang Hai marveled inwardly, realizing that his father, though merely a marquis, wielded significant power just below a duke. He looked at the two youths. Their eyes reddened with emotion, and sighed. Would you consider joining my mercenary band? I can offer each of you 10 gold coins a month. The two young mercenaries, initially exhilarated by the prospect of 10 gold coins monthly, soon fell into contemplation. Wang Hai, noticing their hesitation, asked, do you have any concerns? They sighed. While 10 gold coins a month is enticing, joining the mercenary band would mean we could no longer care for the other children. I fear for their safety. Wang Hai inquired, how many children are there in total? After a moment of deliberation, the two replied, there are over 2,000, boys and girls alike. Wang Hai remarked, so it is just the two of you supporting over 2,000? The young mercenaries choked back emotion, explaining, previously, we were 5. But now only the 2 of us remain. Wang Hai, intrigued, pondered, in a family of 5, typically 3 gold coins are needed monthly. For 2,000, each individual would require at least 120 gold coins to survive. Can you possibly earn such a sum monthly? The 2 young mercenaries responded, not quite that much. The children can gather wild vegetables and fruits, while the women can engage in handicrafts and odd jobs. Together, The 5 of us manage to earn over 30 gold coins a month, which allows us to scrape by. Wang Hai inquired, if you are able to survive, why undertake such a perilous task? Despite the substantial earnings of the 5 of you, only 2 are needed now. What will happen next year? After a moment of hesitation, the 2 young mercenaries replied, if we refuse this mission, more children may not endure the impending harsh winter. The children require adequate clothing to keep warm. Although we may perish, new children will emerge as mercenaries next year, just as we did before, and will continue to do so in the future. Moreover, this year, the Han Hai Empire and the Hao Empire are embroiled in a great war, with the death toll of soldiers surpassing 2 million. Behind them lie millions of families shattered forever. If we strive a bit harder, perhaps we can save more lives this winter, allowing more people to survive. Wang Hai, with a hint of self-mockery, remarked, those who should protect them seek to exchange their lives for money, while those who ought to be safeguarded are willing to sacrifice their own lives to protect others. After regaining his composure, Wang Hai smiled and said, join our mercenary group. Whenever there is a mission, you will be with us, and at other times, you may care for those children. The 2 young mercenaries, filled with joy, asked, really? Chapter 12. The mercenary camp. Wang Hai nodded again, prompting the 2 youths to exclaim happily, we are willing to join the mercenary group. Are you the leader? Indeed. I am the legendary leader of the mercenaries. Wang Hai affirmed. The young mercenaries chuckled and asked, how many members does our mercenary group have now? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wang Hai replied, currently, there are 2 members, making a total of 4 with you. Noticing the flicker of disappointment in the eyes of the 2 young mercenaries, Wang Hai cleared his throat and added, however, we do have high-ranking warriors among us. Upon hearing the term high-ranking warriors, hope rekindled in their eyes. High-ranking warriors. At the very least, they are level 7 warriors. To these children, they appear invincible. The 2 young mercenaries inquired, where is the camp of our mercenary group? Wang Hai suddenly realized that there were now only 2 members, himself and Chen Biao, at the Marquis's residence. And he had not yet thought about selecting a camp. He awkwardly responded, well, I haven't found a suitable location yet. What are your names, and where do you reside? I will come to find you later. One of the young mercenaries said, I am Lu Tianling, and he is Zhang Qingyun. We currently live on Yumiao Mountain, about 10 miles outside the East City. Wang Hai nodded, then produced 140 gold coins. Addressing the clerk, I have no objections. Please assist us in processing the paperwork. The clerk accepted Wang Hai's coins and proceeded to collect Lu Tianling's and Zhang Qingyun's mercenary logs for registration. After completing the registration, he returned with 190 gold coins along with the 2 mercenary logs. The clerk informed Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun, your tasks have been successfully registered. After deducting a 5% handling fee, the total comes to 190 gold coins. Please verify. Wang Hai clicked his tongue and remarked, this mercenary guild is quite lucrative. With just a round trip, one can earn 10 gold coins, and the rewards for high-level tasks are even greater. Once the 2 youths confirmed their readiness, Wang Hai stowed away 20 night blood mosquitoes in his spatial ring and led them to register for joining the mercenary group. After Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun completed their registration, Wang Hai took them to purchase a complete set of warrior gear, from armor to weapons, each set costing 50 gold coins. In his words, my mercenary equipment must be of the finest quality. This sum is a loan to you, and your monthly salary of 10 gold coins will be deducted from your task commissions. I never engage in unprofitable ventures. Originally intending to return to the Marquis's residence, Wang Hai abruptly decided to accompany Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun to their home. They soon arrived at Yumiao Mountain, situated 10 miles east of the city. The entire mountain range exhibited karst topography, with large boulders strewn about and patches of low shrubs. The land was exceedingly barren, interspersed with makeshift thatched huts. Wang Hai gazed in astonishment at the scene and asked, do you really reside here? Lu Tianling sighed in response. In Han Hai City, all arable land, especially the flatter areas, is controlled by the nobility. Only this mountainous expanse of jagged stones, unfit for cultivation, has been left for us to find shelter. At that moment, a group of children, the eldest around 8 or 9 and the youngest merely 3 or 4, rushed over, calling out, Brother Tianling, Brother Qingyun, you're back. What about Brother Shirong, Brother Lingjia, and Brother Wenfeng? Haven't they returned? Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun looked at the children, unable to contain their sorrow, and said, they will not be coming back. The children began to weep, for every so often, someone departed from their midst forever, and perhaps one day, it would be their turn to fight for the survival of others with their own lives. Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun decided to take out 60 gold coins from the commission of this task to offer 20 coins to each of the families of the 3 lost comrades. The remaining coins would be used to purchase food and warm clothing so that these children might endure the winter. To Wang Hai's surprise, the parents of the deceased refused the offerings, insisting that only the children who survived this winter had any hope for the future. Before long, dinner time approached, and Wang Hai, moved by the unfolding scenes, was led by Lu Tianling to their humble, thatched abode. On the table lay 3 bowls of plain rice and a few stir-fried wild vegetables. Outside, clusters of children each held a bowl of rice soup, the gentle aroma of rice bringing forth smiles of contentment on their faces. In the eyes of these children, perhaps happiness was simply having a full meal each day. Lu Tianling awkwardly stated, "Given our limited circumstances, it's just a bit of wild vegetable. Please bear with it, esteemed leader." Wang Hai smiled and replied, "It is already quite commendable." Taking a seat alongside Chun Biao, Wang Hai watched as Chun Biao picked up a piece of wild vegetable and placed it in his mouth. Discovering its bitter and astringent taste, difficult to swallow, Wang Fu took a bite and was about to spit it out, but suddenly noticed his young master swallowing it down with a satisfied expression. In an instant, he too swallowed it. Observing his master's actions, he recalled how picky his young master was, eating only the tenderloin from the center of the pork, a mere 3 centimeters in length and width, requiring the chef's special preparation. Wang Fu thought it was due to the bitterness of the piece he had chosen, and picked up another, only to be met once more with the bitter taste, casting a puzzled glance at the seemingly relishing Wang Hai. Chapter 13. Lulin Manor. Wang Hai glanced at Wang Fu and casually inquired, "How long have you been at the?" Wang Fu set down his chopsticks, bowing respectfully as he replied, "I have served at the for nearly 20 years. Wang Hai picked up a wild vegetable and asked while eating, "Are you aware if the Marquis has any land or estates outside the city?" Wang Fu cautiously responded, "I know a part of it." Wang Hai, smiling, asked, "What do you know?" Wang Fu said carefully, "I know there are 13 estates outside the city, with over 6,000 acres of fertile land." Wang Hai picked up another wild vegetable and further questioned, "Where is the largest estate, and how much land does the Marquis possess around it?" Wang Fu, maintaining his respectful demeanor, replied, "The largest is Lulin Manor, located 23 miles north of the city, encompassing 100 acres, with over 700 acres of fertile land surrounding it." Wang Hai finished his meal completely, even licking his lips with a look of lingering satisfaction, then addressed Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun, saying, "Come along with me." Without hesitation, they replied, "We will follow your orders, Commander." Turning to Wang Fu, Wang Hai commanded, "Lead me to Lulin Manor." Wang Fu, puzzled, asked, "Is there something you need to do at the estate, young master?" Wang Hai, displeased, retorted, "Are you the master or am I? Should I report my actions to you?" Wang Fu immediately knelt and apologized, "Young master, I am in the wrong. I should not have spoken out of turn." Wang Hai then softened his expression and said, "Lead the way." Upon arriving at Lulin Manor, Wang Hai observed that the entire estate was constructed from massive stones, resembling a small castle. He instructed Wang Fu to notify the people to open the gates. Shortly thereafter, the gates swung open, revealing a rather unattractive smile on the face of an elderly gentleman in his 50s. The old man greeted, "I have met the 3rd young master. I am Sun Weifeng, the steward of Lulin Manor." Wang Hai nodded in acknowledgement, then dismounted and said, "Inform everyone at the manor to gather in the courtyard." Sun Weifeng responded with a smile, "Certainly. I will summon everyone right away." Wang Hai nodded, saying, "You may go. Just have someone guide me to the courtyard." Sun Weifeng instructed an attendant to lead Wang Hai and Chun Biao to the garden, while he himself proceeded to gather everyone. In a short while, 31 individuals had assembled in the courtyard, comprising 20 servants and 10 maids. Wang Hai couldn't help but click his tongue, exclaiming, "What extravagance! There are so many people at the estate, and it is scarcely occupied throughout the year. There are still 12 more. As Wang Hai marveled at the scene, Sun Weifeng approached, bowing respectfully, and stated, "Master, everyone is gathered here. What are your orders?" The young master coughed and declared, "From now on, the Willow Grove Manor shall serve as the headquarters for my 5-clawed dragon mercenary corps. You are presented with 2 choices. Either remain and follow me, or return to the Duke's residence, where I will arrange new positions for you." Sun Weifeng, taken aback, inquired, "Is the Duke aware of this matter?" Wang Hai, visibly displeased, replied, I shall explain everything to my father. Sun Weifeng smirked inwardly, thinking, as expected, this prodigal is likely in debt and seeks to claim the manor as collateral. He asserted, Third young master, without the Duke's command, it would be difficult for us to comply with your request for the manor. Wang Hai shook his head, saying, Master's son, you misunderstand. I do not seek merely the manor. Curiously, Sun Weifeng asked, then what does the third young master desire? Wang Hai smiled and responded, I desire not only the manor but also the surrounding 700 acres of fertile land. Sun Weifeng's expression darkened. Third young master, are you aware of what you are saying? Do you realize the value of this? It exceeds 100,000 gold coins. Wang Hai nodded, grinning, I am aware. And so what? Sun Weifeng's face turned a deep shade of purple. Third young master, I will not hand it over to you. Wang Hai, still smiling, said no matter. Chen Biao, throw them all out. As Chen Biao prepared to act, Sun Weifeng interjected, Chen Biao, do you not fear the Duke's wrath for such actions? Chen Biao shrugged. The Duke has instructed me to follow the third young master, thus I must heed his orders. Will you leave on your own, or shall I expel you? Sun Weifeng thought to himself, aware that with Chen Biao's status as a level 7 warrior, he and his companions would stand no chance against him. Gritting his teeth, he replied, we shall leave. I will report today's events to the Duke, and you can await his repercussions. With that, Sun Weifeng turned and led the household servants away. Wang Hai then turned to Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun with a smile. Please bring everyone from Yunmiao Mountain here to reside. At least they will have shelter from the elements, making this winter more bearable. The 700 acres of fertile land can sustain 4,000 to 5,000 people, which is more than sufficient for your 2,000. Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Captain. Wang Hai, observing their fervor, cautioned, you need not be so exuberant. I have conditions. Eagerly, they responded, Captain, please instruct us. Wang Hai continued, from now on, any child raised in the 5-clawed dragon mercenary corps must join our ranks. Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun fervently declared, we vow to serve the 5-clawed dragon mercenary corps unto death. Let this oath be witnessed by heaven and earth. Should we betray it, may heavenly thunder strike us, and heavenly fire consume us, our souls eternally bound. Chapter 14. Seed Capital. Wang Hai nodded. You may return now and arrange for their relocation. After bowing respectfully, Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun departed, while Wang Hai addressed Wang Fu, you stay here to assist with the move. Without waiting for a response, Wang Hai turned and left Willow Grove Manor with Chen Biao. On the way back, Wang Hai felt dejected, knowing his father would surely chastise him upon his return. Chen Biao discerned Wang Hai's thoughts and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Young master, if you fear the Lord's reproach so greatly, why proceed with this endeavor? Wang Hai sighed and responded, a gentleman must act with purpose and refrain from actions lacking merit. Even if I must endure a beating, I would gladly face it again without regret. I would act in the same manner. Chen Biao chuckled inwardly, reflecting, so much for a gentleman's principles. It seems the once dissolute third young master has undergone a complete transformation. As Wang Hai crossed the threshold, a steward greeted him, announcing, the Marquis has instructed you to seek him upon your return. He awaits you in the hall of the Eastern Wing. Wang Hai sighed, contemplating that fortune and misfortune are inextricably linked. He then addressed Chen Biao, saying, Uncle Chen, I must take my leave now. Chen Biao smiled and replied, Young master, you may depart at your leisure. With a grim expression, Wang Hai turned and followed the steward to the hall in the Eastern Wing. Upon entering, he beheld his rather indifferent father seated at the head of the table, with 5 chairs flanking either side, and behind him a grand painting depicting the rising sun. Scanning the room, Wang Hai noted the absence of his stepmother, lamenting that should his father choose to punish him, he would have no one to defend him. Observing his father leisurely sipping tea, Wang Hai knelt before him and declared, Do as you will. Regardless, I shall not return what I have claimed. Wang Kuan, unfazed, took his time to sip his tea before presenting a wooden box to Wang Hai, slowly stating, Open it and see for yourself. Wang Hai accepted the box and, upon opening it, discovered a stack of papers within. Wang Kuan fixed him with a stern gaze, asserting, These are the deeds to the estate and over 700 acres of land. They now belong to you. Wang Hai stared at Wang Kuan in bewilderment, utterly confused by this unexpected generosity without prior punishment. Noticing his son's perplexity, Wang Kuan remarked, as long as you engage in some productive endeavors. I shall continue to support you." Instantly, Wang Hai's expression brightened as he rubbed his hands together and softly said, "Father, might you consider providing me with some initial funds as well?" Wang Kuan, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Are you not satisfied yet?" Wang Hai shrugged, saying, "I have just begun. I will need money for various pursuits." Wang Kuan sighed and asked, "How much do you desire?" With a beaming smile, Wang Hai responded, "Ideally, grant me a shop in the outer city, along with a sum of several thousand gold coins." Wang Kuan, caught off guard, spat out his tea and bellowed, "Several thousand gold coins? You truly dare to ask? My territory generates merely 200,000 gold coins in tax revenue annually, combined with other business earnings. It does not exceed 300,000 gold coins, and there are so many mouths to feed. You truly have the audacity to make such a request." Wang Hai, with palms raised, retorted, "Did you not encourage me to speak freely?" Wang Kuan sighed once more, conceding, "If you desire a shop, I can offer you the floating tea house in the northern district, along with 2,000 gold coins. This is already my utmost limit." Wang Hai stood in stunned silence, contemplating. By heavens, I merely jested, yet he truly complied. A shop, an estate with 700 acres, and 2,000 gold coins. This must be worth over 100,000 gold coins, a fortune unattainable by an ordinary person in a lifetime. I have finally acquired wealth. All thanks to having such a good father. Wang Kuan disregarded the astonished Wang Hai, turning to retrieve the deed to the distant tea house from the backyard, and remarked, "Take it easy. Once you've squandered this modest fortune, do not expect to return. When you require the 2,000 gold coins, simply go to the treasury and retrieve them yourself. I will communicate this to them." Before Wang Hai could fully comprehend the situation, Wang Kuan had already departed, leaving him elated as he clutched the property deed and land title, returning to his room. Upon entering his chamber, Wang Hai summoned his 2 second-tier Dark Knight blood mosquitoes and then extracted a beast cage containing a first-tier Dark Knight blood mosquito from his spatial ring. As he released the Dark Knight blood mosquito, it attempted to attack him, only to be swiftly subdued by the 2 second-tier counterparts. Wang Hai then pricked his finger, pressing it against the Dark Knight blood mosquito while channeling the spirit blood art. He felt a substantial drain of his essence blood. After approximately 20 minutes, the flow ceased, and he sensed a faint connection with the mosquito. This time, he managed to subdue the Dark Knight blood mosquito without losing consciousness, although a lingering dizziness remained, likely due to the excessive loss of essence blood. Shaking his head, he summoned 2 first-tier magical beasts, instructing each of his second-tier Dark Knight blood mosquitoes to control one. As the first-tier Dark Knight blood mosquito began to incessantly drain the blood of the 2 first-tier beasts, Wang Hai felt waves of energy coursing through him. The weakness caused by the loss of essence blood gradually dissipated, and his pallid complexion began to recover. Once the Dark Knight blood mosquito finished its feast, not only did Wang Hai feel revitalized, but he also sensed a continuous enhancement of his strength. He then retrieved another magical beast to repeat the cycle of subjugation and consumption. Chapter 15. Establishing a factory after a night of relentless effort. Wang Hai successfully subdued all 20 Dark Knight blood mosquitoes, each now fully satiated. The mosquitoes were currently digesting the power they had absorbed within the altar space, while his own supply of first-tier magical beasts from the Tiandang Mountains had been entirely depleted. Wang Hai now possessed the peak strength of a first-tier warrior, alongside 2 second-tier Dark Knight blood mosquitoes and 20 first-tier ones. His primary task was to contemplate what kind of shop he could establish to generate wealth swiftly. This was the imperial city of the Hanhai Empire, where the wealthiest inhabitants were, of course, the nobility. The city was home to over half of the empire's aristocrats, making it a hub of immense wealth. What did the nobles prioritize? Naturally, it was prestige. Ultimately, Wang Hai resolved to open a glassware store, producing elegant glass bowls and cups, which were far more aesthetically pleasing than their earthenware and metallic counterparts. Practicality was secondary. What mattered was exclusivity. What defines the wealthy? They prefer the finest, even if it is unnecessary. As a man of science, Wang Hai found the process of glass manufacturing uncomplicated, composed of 3 materials: quartz sand, soda ash, and limestone. Limestone could be produced by mechanically crushing natural calcite, as well as limestone, chalk, and shells. Due to the smaller sedimentation volume of heavy calcium carbonate compared to that of light calcium carbonate, it is designated as heavy calcium carbonate. Soda ash was discovered in ancient times, prior to the artificial synthesis of pure soda. when certain seaweeds, after being sun-dried, yielded ashes containing alkalis that, upon extraction with hot water and subsequent filtration, produced a brown alkali solution suitable for washing. A significant amount of natural alkali is derived from minerals, primarily found in underground deposits or alkaline lakes, with the highest grades of natural alkali located in sedimentary layers and widely distributed. The earliest method for the artificial synthesis of soda ash was invented in the late 18th century by the French chemist Leblanc, who reduced Glauber's salt with limestone and coal at high temperatures, followed by carbonation, resulting in a crude product predominantly composed of sodium carbonate. This was subsequently extracted, evaporated, refined, recrystallized, and dried, yielding a heavy soda ash with a purity of approximately 97. Quartz sand is quite simple to obtain. It merely requires crushing quartzite into sand. Both quartz sand and limestone are relatively easy to procure. The simplest method involves breaking raw stones and mining materials. However, the production of soda ash is more complex. Fortunately, Glauber's salt is readily available, primarily found in coastal alkaline regions, mineral springs, salt fields, and damp caves. The raw materials are quite extensive, and with diligent searching, one can always find them. Thus, gathering the necessary materials is not a significant issue. The only challenge lies in the extraction and grinding of raw materials, which demand considerable labor, in addition to the establishment of a refining factory. The location for the factory is rather favorable. There are over 700 acres of fertile land near Lightning Manor, where a large glass manufacturing facility could easily be constructed on just 3 or 4 acres. Limestone and quartz sand, being naturally sourced materials, can simply be extracted and stored at Lightning Manor, allowing the primary focus to remain on soda ash production. Although the processes of artificial synthesis, extraction, evaporation, refinement, recrystallization, and drying are intricate, it is prudent to proceed with caution in the operations at the Ho residence. Limestone is available at Yunyao Mountain, and quartzite forms during the magmatic intrusion and evolutionary activities, where changes in temperature and pressure lead to the differentiation of hydrothermal fluids rich in silica, which intrude along the stratifications and fractures of the surrounding metamorphic rock systems, forming vein-like quartzite or bodies. Thus, one must locate a volcanic zone for extensive extraction, and the establishment of the factory requires a step-by-step approach. After much deliberation, Wang Hai decided to visit Lightning Manor to consult Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun regarding the surrounding circumstances. He promptly instructed Qing Huan to notify the necessary parties and prepare the carriage for his departure. Half an hour later, Wang Hai arrived at Lightning Manor and observed a continuous stream of people moving belongings, each face radiating a bright smile. This sight stirred a sense of accomplishment within him. Upon learning of Wang Hai's arrival, Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun rushed out from the manor, beads of sweat adorning their brows, exclaiming, "Commander, you have come." Wang Hai nodded and inquired, "Lu Tianling, Zhang Qingyun, do you know if there are any volcanic areas nearby?" After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Qingyun remarked, "Captain, approximately 130 miles to the north lies Qiyang Mountain, a site of an active volcano, teeming with numerous fire-elemental magical beasts." Wang Hai nodded and replied, "You two should head into the city to find some craftsmen. I intend to establish a glass manufacturing plant here." Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun exchanged bewildered glances, having never encountered the concept of a glass manufacturing plant before. Wang Hai, noticing their confusion, explained, "You will understand in due course. Just gather some builders, particularly masons, and a few blacksmiths." Once Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun acknowledged their understanding, they turned to leave. Wang Hai then instructed Wang Fu to fetch writing materials, as he needed to draft the design for the glass factory. Chapter 16. Second-level warrior. Upon arriving at Lightning Manor, Wang Hai began designing his glass factory in the study. The heart of the glass factory would be the glass melting furnace. In modern furnaces, electric currents generate joule heat, which, when sufficiently intense, can be used to melt glass, a method known as glass electrofusion. However, for now, he would rely on the primitive method of high-temperature combustion to construct the furnace. For the glass mold designs, Wang Hai planned to initially create a trio of items: a glass bowl, a glass cup, and a glass plate, with further developments to follow in due course. As he diligently worked on his designs, Wang Hai suddenly felt a surge of intense energy coursing through him, as if his very veins were ablaze. After enduring an hour of agonizing discomfort, The pain gradually subsided, replaced by a soothing warmth enveloping his body, filling him with a sense of newfound strength. He realized that he had successfully advanced to the rank of a second-level warrior. Wang Hai subsequently summoned 22 night blood mosquitoes from his pet space, and indeed, as he had anticipated, all of them had also ascended to become second-level magical beasts. The combat prowess of his assassination squad was beginning to take shape. He then stored the 22 night blood mosquitoes back into his altar space and returned to his drafting endeavors. After 3 hours of relentless creation, Wang Hai took a deep breath and smiled, declaring, "I have finally completed the design for my entire factory." The factory would occupy approximately 5 acres, around 300 square meters in area, with a total height of 15 meters. It would feature 3 furnaces, each with its accompanying production line occupying roughly 800 square meters. The 3 sets of furnaces collectively would cover an area of about 400 square meters, designed as a single-story space with a height of 15 meters. Additionally, there would be a large warehouse of 600 square meters and employee dormitories of 300 square meters. This 900 square meter area would consist of standard 3-meter-high ceilings, with a total of 5 floors. The plan included 5 expansive warehouses of 600 square meters each and 50 employee dormitory rooms of 30 square meters. Wang Hai gazed with satisfaction at the factory blueprints he had designed, and then stepped outside with the plans in hand. Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun arrived with the artisans they had gathered, a total of 55 craftsmen waiting in the courtyard for Wang Hai. He subsequently unveiled his design, articulating his vision and specifications to ensure the artisans comprehended his requirements. An elder craftsman then spoke up, "Young Master Wang, I have tentatively calculated that the total cost for all necessary materials amounts to approximately 1,200 gold coins. With over 50 artisans working together, we will require around 3 months to complete the overall construction." Wang Hai calculated the expenses himself, 1,200 gold coins for materials, with each artisan earning 5 gold coins monthly, totaling 275 coins for 55 artisans in a month. Over 3 months, the total wage would amount to 825 gold coins, leading to a grand total of 2,025 gold coins when combined with the material costs. Wang Hai's frugal father had contributed 2,000 coins, leaving him to cover an additional 25 coins. The thought of compromising on the construction standards displeased him. With a firm resolve, Wang Hai declared, "No problem, proceed with the requirements I just outlined." He then handed 1,200 gold coins to Wang Fu, instructing, "Wang Fu, go purchase the materials." Wang Fu accepted the coins with a smile, nodding, "Young master, leave it to me." After speaking, he accompanied the craftsmen into the city to procure the necessary raw materials for the glass factory. Wang Hai turned to Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun, stating, "I now require a batch of materials, specifically 2 types of ores and 1 kind of crystal. Please help me find some individuals for or extraction." Lu Tianling suggested, "Captain, how about I arrange for these children to extract the ores? They have been doing this since childhood, and over 30 of them, aged 12 or 13, possess the strength of first-level warriors. For them, this task would be quite simple." Zhang Qingyun nodded in agreement, adding, "Lu Tianling has a valid point. This could significantly reduce our costs." Wang Hai shook his head firmly. "No, these children are currently in their training phase. We cannot squander their time on such tasks. I intend to have Uncle Chun teach them some martial techniques so they can cultivate more rapidly." Upon hearing about the martial training, Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Many commoners possess latent talent, but lack the methods and techniques for cultivation, leading them to struggle aimlessly and remain low-level warriors throughout their lives. Wang Hai addressed Chen Biao, "Uncle Chun, what do you think? Rest assured, I will ensure your efforts are compensated." Chen Biao replied humbly, "Young master, you flatter me. I will teach them a mid-tier yellow-grade fist technique, the charging bull fist, as well as a lower-tier yellow-grade evasive technique, the sliding step." Wang Hai nodded appreciatively, "Thank you, Uncle Chun." He then turned to Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun, saying, "The 2 types of ores I need include 1 grayish-white stone previously found on the Yunmiao mountain where you reside. The other type of crystal is typically abundant in coastal alkaline regions, mineral springs, salt flats, and humid caves, exhibiting a prismatic, rectangular, or irregular block and granular form, being colorless and transparent or semi-transparent in a whitish hue, brittle and fragile, with a faint aroma and a salty taste." Chapter 17, The Fire Element. Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun nodded in agreement, assuring, Rest assured, Commander, we shall embark on the search. Wang Hai nodded thoughtfully and said, let us first extract these two types. The remainder can be found near the volcano, and we shall attend to it later. After speaking, Wang Hai handed Lu Tianling 200 gold coins, stating, keep 100 for the initial extraction expenses and allocate the other 100 to improve the children's meals. After all, if they are to train, their nutrition must be adequate. He instructed, gather all the children and have Uncle Chen teach them. I will arrange for Uncle Chen to visit every 3 to 4 days for their instruction. Lu Tianling accepted the coins with excitement, replying, thank you, Commander. I assure you, the children of the Five-Clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps will remain forever loyal to you. Wang Hai nodded, signaling Lu Tianling to depart, and Lu Tianling bowed before leaving to assemble the children for their training. Wang Hai felt a headache coming on. Having spent 1,400 gold coins out of the 2,000, he realized that funds were required for extraction, factory construction, and various other expenses. It was overwhelming. After contemplating for a while, he decided to retire for the night, instructing Chun Biao to teach martial skills and ensuring that Chun Biao rested well for their expedition to Qiang Mountain the following day. The next morning, as Wang Hai opened his door after just waking, he found Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun waiting outside. Lu Tianling inquired, Commander, when shall we set out today? Wang Hai yawned and replied, I will freshen up and then we shall depart. Please inform Uncle Chen to wait for me at the main entrance. Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun nodded and departed as Wang Hai hurriedly groomed himself before setting off with Chun Biao, Lu Tianling, and Zhang Qingyun. Qiang Mountain stretched for dozens of kilometers, with molten lava coursing through the heart of the range. The intense geothermal heat had given rise to countless fire-type magical beasts, making it a favored training ground for fire mages. Along the journey, Wang Hai and Chun Biao hunted numerous fire-type magical beasts, capturing around 40 to 50 second-tier ones, intending to enhance the strength of his night blood mosquitoes upon returning. Wang Hai, drenched in sweat from the oppressive heat, couldn't help but grumble, this is unbearable, it's sweltering. I feel like I'm going to perish. Just as Wang Hai continued his complaints, a small fireball zoomed towards them. Chun Biao promptly warned, Master, watch out for the fireball. Wang Hai turned to see it and swiftly dodged, only to be met with another fireball. He evaded again and noticed a small flame, about the size of a bowl, generating more fireballs to attack him. Chun Biao, utilizing a swift movement, reached the small flame, aiming to disperse it with a punch. Wang Hai quickly called out, Uncle Chun, do not kill it, leave it alive for me. Upon hearing this, Chun Biao altered his attack from a fist to an open palm, golden energy enveloping his hand as he captured the little flame, completely encasing it in a cocoon of golden aura. Chun Biao approached Wang Hai, presenting the struggling little flame, which appeared to possess life of its own. Chun Biao discerned Wang Hai's confusion and subsequently remarked, this is a fire elemental, akin to a second-tier magical beast. Yet it does not belong to the category of magical beasts. Curiously, Wang Hai inquired, what do you mean by akin to a second-tier magical beast but not belonging to the category of magical beasts? Chun Biao patiently elucidated. The fire elemental is a form of quasi-life entity formed by the abundant aggregation of fire energy. It possesses offensive intent and a sense of self-preservation. Yet it lacks true life and a magical beast core. Although the fireball attack of the fire elemental is not significantly stronger than that of many first-tier magical beasts, it is the embodiment of fire energy, inherently attuned to fire power. It absorbs the fire components dispersed in the air with remarkable speed, allowing it to sustain fireball attacks for extended periods. Thus it is comparable to a second-tier magical beast. Wang Hai clicked his tongue, pondering, the darling of fire. If I could tame a multitude of fire elementals, it would be akin to having a legion of mana-replenishing sorcerers at my disposal. I could unleash a barrage of fireballs relentlessly. Who would dare defy me? I shall bombard them into submission, achieving the legendary state of infinite firepower. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, and he resolved to attempt taming it. Biting his finger, he gestured for Chun Biao to withdraw the protective aura. Wang Hai felt the intense heat radiating from the fire elemental. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his hand into the fire elemental, initiating the spirit manipulation blood technique. He felt his vital essence surge towards the fire elemental, and a sense of joy welled within him. Perhaps taming the fire elemental was indeed within reach. The high temperature emitted by the fire elemental incessantly scorched Wang Hai's hand, causing him to experience unbearable pain that contorted his facial expression. Had he not advanced to the rank of a second-tier warrior, his hand would likely have been charred beyond recognition by now. Observing Wang Hai's agony, Chen Biao urged, "Young master, perhaps you should cease." He suggested encasing the fire elemental once more with protective energy. Wang Hai quickly replied, "Do not stop. I can endure." Witnessing Wang Hai's pained visage, Chen Biao realized that his young master had irrevocably matured, no longer resembling the frivolous scion of the past. Chapter 18. Quartz. After approximately 20 minutes of enduring the searing heat, Wang Hai gradually sensed a tenuous connection forming with the fire elemental, and the agonizing, scorching sensation began to wane. A refreshing coolness washed over him, enhancing his tolerance to the surrounding heat significantly. The cool energy coursed through his body, rapidly healing his charred left hand, which soon began to scab over. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Hai commenced the refinement of the cool energy within him. It took him about half an hour to completely absorb it. Upon opening his eyes and inspecting his left hand, he noticed that the scabs had begun to flake away. His hand was nearly restored, though the memory of the prior pain still caused involuntary twitches on his face. Wang Hai then summoned the fire elemental. Recognizing that it could not absorb animal blood, he contemplated and retrieved a second-tier magical beast core, offering it to the fire elemental and gesturing for it to consume. The fire element moved to Wang Hai's side, enveloping all the crystal cores in an instant. After approximately half an hour, the fire element regurgitated the remaining cores. Upon careful inspection, Wang Hai discovered that only the fire-type cores were missing, indicating that the fire element could solely consume fire-type cores. It seemed that 2 secondary magical beast cores were sufficient for it to reach saturation. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hai instructed Chen Biao, Lu Tianling, and Zhang Qingyun to remain vigilant for the fire element, declaring, "Notify me immediately upon discovery. I require a live fire element. Additionally, capture more secondary fire-type magical beasts." With the addition of the night blood mosquito, his resources were increasingly strained. In simpler terms, he was still quite impoverished. Chen Biao, Lu Tianling, and Zhang Qingyun promptly nodded in agreement, affirming, "We shall heed your command, young master." Wang Hai then nodded, and, accompanied by Chen Biao and Lu Tianling, set off in search of quartz while also endeavoring to capture fire elements and secondary magical beasts. Near the corner of Qiyang Mountain, Wang Hai located a quartz vein, but nearby lay a large cave. During his journey, Wang Hai managed to find 3 fire elements, but at the cave entrance, he encountered 2 more. Contemplating the cave, he resolved that he needed to conduct large-scale quartz extraction here, yet the cave's conditions remained unexplored, posing an ongoing risk. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us investigate the situation within the cave." Wang Hai, along with Chen Biao, Lu Tianling, and Zhang Qingyun, ventured inside. However, as they delved deeper, the air grew increasingly hot, and the presence of fire elements intensified. Wang Hai, Lu Tianling, and Zhang Qingyun, all secondary warriors, were drenched in sweat, while only Chen Biao, a senior warrior, could shield himself with his fighting energy. Warriors are classified into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are considered low-level warriors, primarily defined by physical strength. Levels 4 to 6 are intermediate warriors, who begin to awaken their unique fighting energy. Levels 7 to 9 are senior warriors, able to wield their fighting energy with ease. And level 10 denotes a star warrior, a figure of immense power. Within the vast Han Hai Empire, there are 6 star warriors. For lead the 4 legions guarding the borders against external threats, while the other 2 protect the imperial capital, embodying its guardians. Throughout his journey, Wang Hai captured a total of 55 fire elements, yet the heat became unbearable. Chen Biao then remarked, "Young master, it is either due to proximity to a volcanic interior, which generates extreme temperatures, or the presence of high concentrations of fire elements. Given your current strength, it is unwise to proceed further." Wang Hai sighed, acknowledging his own weakness. He needed to strive to enhance his abilities swiftly. He turned to Chen Biao and said, "Very well, Uncle Chen, let us exit." After speaking, he led Chen Biao, Lu Tianling, and Zhang Qingyun out, stating, "This is a yellow quartz vein. You shall come here to mine these yellow stones in the future, but please exercise caution. This area in the Qiyang Mountains is teeming with magical beasts." Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun remarked, "We, along with over 30 children of first-tier warriors, have come to this place to guard. This allows us to confront the magical beasts while simultaneously honing our martial skills and experiencing rapid growth. Wang Hai replied, "Your current levels are still too low. Encountering high-ranking magical beasts poses a significant danger. In the future, when you go mining, I will ensure that Uncle Chen accompanies you. As long as you do not encounter lethal magical beasts, Uncle Chen will not intervene." Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun were deeply touched, recognizing that noble figures typically disregard the lives of commoners. Their commander not only imparted martial skills, but also expressed concern for their safety by dispatching skilled warriors to protect them along the way. Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun eagerly assured, "Rest assured, young master, we shall strive diligently and not disappoint you." Wang Hai nodded, saying, "Then let your actions serve as proof of your words." After saying this, Wang Hai turned and left the Qiang mountain range with Chun Biao, Lu Tianling, and Zhang Qingyun. Chapter 19. Tier 3 Magical Beasts. The construction of the glass factory proceeded in an orderly fashion. Wang Hai instructed Chun Biao to remain at Yanglu Manor, trailing Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun during their mining expeditions in Qiang Mountain. Meanwhile, he secluded himself within the Ho residence to produce soda in large quantities. The entire endeavor continued to progress, encompassing the construction of the glass factory, the extraction of ores, and the expenses related to improving the children's meals, resulting in a deficit of nearly 800 gold coins. When he sought assistance from his frugal father, he received a curt response: "I have given you what I owe. The rest is up to you." In desperation, Wang Hai approached his equally frugal mother, lamenting and pleading, yet only managing to extract a meager 20 gold coins. His father, aware of his attempts to deceive his mother for money, subsequently instructed the treasury, "No one is to allow the third young master to withdraw funds without my permission, not even at the behest of the lady." Wang Hai, disheartened, returned home, struggling to find a means to gather the required funds. In a fit of frustration, he decided to sell all his possessions. The most valuable among them was the giant cricket he had raised, which fetched 200 gold coins. Rumors circulated outside the Ho residence that Wang Kuan and Wang Hai had severed their father-son relationship, and even the beloved red-headed general, whom Wang Hai cherished dearly, was sold. Speculation arose that Wang Hai had been starving for quite some time, leading him to resort to such measures. Some claimed he had been expelled from the Ho residence, and, left with no options, had sold off his entire fortune. Upon hearing these rumors, Wang Kuan was taken aback. Previously, Wang Hai had gone so far as to steal his jade pendant to purchase the red-headed general, for which he had severely punished him. He had contemplated destroying the cricket, but Wang Hai had clung to it desperately, enduring a beating without relinquishing it. Now, to raise funds, he had sold it, indicating a genuine transformation in his character. 3 months later, the glass manufacturing plant was completed as scheduled. Zhang Qingyun and Lu Tianling successfully advanced to Tier 3 warriors, and 15 young first-tier warriors achieved promotion to Tier 2 warriors. The youth, having trained diligently despite lacking inherent talent, has surprisingly ascended to the rank of a level 2 warrior. During the past 3 months, aside from concocting soda ash, Wang Hai has successfully tamed all 55 fire elementals, elevating each to the level of a Tier 3 magical beast. This achievement is largely attributable to Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun, who, during their expedition to Qiang Mountain, captured a considerable number of Tier 2 magical beasts, including 22 night blood mosquitoes, all of which have now attained Tier 3 status. Upon their transformation, the night blood mosquitoes, while retaining their diminutive size akin to that of a hummingbird, have taken on a more profound darkness, emanating an aura of metallic coldness. Wang Hai then summoned a Tier 2 Ironbrow Red Pig from its beast cage, notably adept in defense among Tier 2 magical beasts. The Ironbrow Red Pig possesses a body as formidable as steel. Wang Hai commanded the Tier 3 Night Blood Mosquito to assail the Ironbrow Red Pig. In a swift motion, the mosquito darted forward, and sensing impending danger, the Ironbrow Red Pig attempted to retaliate, only to have the mosquito effortlessly evade its attack. The Night Blood Mosquito maneuvered to the side of the Ironbrow Red Pig, executed an accelerated strike, and pierced through its body from the left, emerging unscathed on the right. The mosquito left a gaping hole in the Ironbrow Red Pig, prompting Wang Hai to exclaim in admiration. The Night Blood Mosquito's body is indeed formidable and razor-sharp. A creature renowned for its defensive capabilities was so effortlessly penetrated. Such an assassination squad could inflict significant losses on even seasoned warriors caught unawares. After retrieving the Night Blood Mosquito, Wang Hai summoned a Tier 3 fire elemental, which was substantially larger than its Tier 2 counterpart, evolving from the size of a small bowl to that of a soup bowl, directing the Tier 3 fire elemental in an attack. Wang Hai noted that the fireballs produced were approximately 3 times larger, causing damage fourfold greater than that of the Tier 2 fire elemental. Wang Hai mused that Tier 3 magical beasts are considered a foundational combat force in this realm, and the numerous Tier 2 beasts he has upgraded to Tier 3 have provided him with ample energy to elevate his own prowess to that of a Tier 3 warrior. His strength now rivals that of his elder brother, and with an array of magical beasts at his command, he feels unthreatened by intermediate warriors. After organizing his thoughts, Wang Hai instructed Qing Huan to prepare the carriage, as he intended to visit the Lulin Manor, taking along all the soda ash he had produced and stored in the warehouse. Today marks the official completion of the glass manufacturing plant, and he is poised to reap his first fortune in this otherworldly domain. Filled with anticipation, Wang Hai arrived at the glass manufacturing facility, where he was greeted by the sight of his expansive factory. His heart swelled with excitement as Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun awaited him there. Upon noticing Wang Hai's arrival, they hurried to greet him. Lu Tianling spoke promptly. "Captain, I have assembled all the employees." Pointing to the gathered workers, Lu Tianling continued, "These are the individuals, all awaiting your directives. We have recruited a total of 100 employees and arranged accommodations, with 2 individuals per room." Chapter 20, Glassware. Wang Hai nodded, leading the group to a piece of equipment within the workshop. He announced, "We are prepared to ignite the furnace." Following his command, 5 employees began to gather a substantial amount of firewood to feed into the furnace. Wang Hai summoned his fire element with a flick of his wrist, and a fireball soared forth, igniting the firewood, which quickly began to blaze. As the flames roared, the temperature within the furnace escalated. Simultaneously, Wang Hai instructed everyone to measure out the quartz, limestone, and soda ash, and then to blend them in precise proportions. As the furnace reached its searing heat, Wang Hai directed the team to pour the prepared materials into the furnace, continuously adding more firewood. Under the intense heat, the various materials gradually began to deform, and as time passed, they eventually melted into a viscous mass reminiscent of magma. Wang Hai then ordered his workers to don thick gloves and, using a large iron ladle, extract the molten liquid from the furnace, carefully pouring it into molds. As the liquid within the molds cooled and solidified, he cautioned them to gently open the molds, as glass is prone to shattering. One by one, exquisite transparent glass cups, bowls, and plates were meticulously produced, and the workers gingerly lifted the glassware. All of them utterly astonished. They exclaimed, "Goodness, this is remarkable. Is this crafted from crystal? It's so beautiful, absolutely stunning." Hearing their praises, Wang Hai felt a surge of satisfaction. This furnace operation had the potential to yield 20 sets of glassware, with each set comprising a cup, a bowl, and a plate. He then instructed his team to package the items in the elegant boxes he had prepared in advance. Since he aimed for a high-end market, exquisite packaging was essential, as it would enhance the perceived value of the products and justify higher prices. Once everything was neatly packaged, he directed the team to transport it all onto the cart. Turning to Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun, he inquired, "Have you both mastered the production methods? From now on, you will instruct the remaining staff to operate according to this model. Should any issues arise, come to the Marquis's residence to find me." Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun promptly nodded, assuring him, "Rest easy, Captain. We have memorized all the operational steps. If any problems occur, we will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Wang Hai nodded in agreement. "Very well, then. I shall take my leave." After speaking, he turned and departed with Chen Biao. On the way back, Wang Hai pondered how to effectively boost the sales of these glassware items. Undoubtedly, some form of promotion was essential, but he contemplated how to execute it most effectively. Reflecting on the advertising strategies from his previous life, he recognized that the most traditional and effective method was to place advertisements. However, given that the initial target market for the glassware was the nobility, it would be impractical to advertise broadly among the common populace due to their limited purchasing power. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to promote the glassware specifically among the aristocracy. After much contemplation, Wang Hai was suddenly struck by inspiration and decided to begin with the wealthy young aristocrats. For these spendthrifts were not only willing to part with their riches, but also prone to extravagance, refusing to allow themselves to be overshadowed by anyone. Another target group would be the noble ladies and young misses, as their competitive nature could be quite formidable, particularly when these aristocratic young ladies gathered. Their penchant for comparison would lead them to lavish their affections on whatever caught their fancy. Wang Hai resolved to host several banquets, inviting a multitude of noble men and women to partake, as it was customary for officials like him to frequently organize gatherings to foster camaraderie. This was the essence of the aristocratic circle. Upon returning, he summoned Wang Fu to his side. Before long, Wang Fu hurried over, a broad smile adorning his face. "Young master, what can I do for you?" he inquired eagerly. Wang Hai shot him a sidelong glance, then cleared his throat and stated, "Wang Fu, please inform all my close companions to gather. I wish to treat them to a sumptuous meal at the Four Seasons restaurant." Wang Fu was momentarily taken aback. "What? Close companions? What does that even mean?" Wang Hai promptly replied, "Do you not understand? Close companions are those who regularly indulge in revelry with me." Wang Fu quickly recalled that these were the same individuals who frequently accompanied the young master in his escapades of feasting and carousing. Deep down, he thought, "Goodness, I thought the third young master had completely transformed. Yet, it seems his true nature, long concealed, has resurfaced, perhaps even more fervently than before." Wang Fu's expression morphed, becoming somewhat lewd, and he chuckled, "Rest assured, young master, I will handle the arrangements to your satisfaction." With a knowing smile, he left, while Wang Hai, noticing Wang Fu's mischievous demeanor, felt a tinge of embarrassment, quickly adding, "It's merely a meal. Do not think otherwise." Chapter 21. The banquet. Wang Fu indicated his understanding and promptly departed to organize the evening's festivities. That night, Wang Hai arrived early at the Four Seasons restaurant, eager to set his plans in motion. To his surprise, the first to arrive was Lin Jiwei, the second son of the Earl's household, who had once shared a close bond with Wang Hai, spending most of his days in brothels. This fellow, perpetually intoxicated and entranced by indulgence, had led Wang Hai to believe he would still be languishing in bed. To his astonishment, Lin Jiwei appeared remarkably early. Upon entering, he spotted Wang Hai and exclaimed, "Brother Hai, at last. I've missed you terribly. I heard you were bedridden after being beaten by Li Wan, and I feared the worst." Wang Hai scoffed, "You worried about me? You'd be delighted if I were dead, as that would mean fewer rivals for the ladies." Lin Jiwei chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Hai, how could you say that? Without you around, I felt as though my very vitality was waning." Wang Hai smirked. "Speak the truth. Are you truly still capable?" Lin Jiwei was about to retort when a voice interjected, "It's a miracle he didn't perish with a woman. Isn't that rather commonplace?" Lin Jiwei cast a glance at the newcomer and then rebuked, "Li Ziwei, I have heard that during your last gambling escapade, you lost your fiancée. They say that when Miss Zheng from the Earl's family learned of it, she wept inconsolably, and the Earl himself came knocking at your door. You nearly faced your father's wrath, and you're already up and about?" Li Ziwei shot back angrily, "Do not speak such nonsense. When did I ever lose my fiancée? Produce your evidence. Keep slandering me, and I shall refine this entire oil and light a sky lantern." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiwei burst into laughter. "Evidence? Do we still need evidence? The entire city knows you lost your fiancée. You dare ask for proof? I heard your father had to sell a considerable portion of your family's land just to settle your gambling debts and redeem your fiancée." Wang Hai, noticing the escalating tension between the two, stepped in as a peacemaker, saying, Ziwei, I went through great lengths to arrange this gathering and treat you both to a meal. Is this how you repay my efforts?" Lin Jiwei and Li Ziwei exchanged glances, snorted in unison, and turned away to take their seats. Lin Jiwei then chuckled, "Brother Hai, you have become quite the celebrity." Wang Hai, looking bewildered, replied, "Me? A celebrity? What on earth are you talking about? I haven't done anything noteworthy." Lin Jiwei smirked. "You blocked the princess's carriage in the street to confess your love to the illustrious Princess Xiling, one of the three most beautiful women of the empire. Truly, that was remarkable." Wang Hai recalled his own outrageous antics and sheepishly responded, "I did it for love," without hesitation. Li Ziwei chimed in, "And being beaten by Li Wan was also without hesitation." Wang Hai quickly clarified, "Li Wan was merely envious of my courage to confess to Princess Xiling in public. That coward wouldn't dare." Li Ziwei remarked, "You certainly are impressive. It's a miracle you weren't beaten to death." Wang Hai sighed, "Life is precious, but love is even more valuable." Lin Jiwei laughed heartily and added, "The third young master of the Marquis's residence has also come to understand love. Has the little white dragon of the waves been overturned?" Wang Hai raised an eyebrow with a contemptuous smile. You mundane folk. How could you possibly comprehend the sanctity of love? Lin Jiwei and Li Ziwei erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Are you trying to make us die laughing? That would be a hefty price." During this jovial exchange among Wang Hai, Lin Jiwei, and Li Ziwei, more guests gradually arrived, totaling 10 individuals. Wang Hai addressed them, "Everyone, it has been quite a while since we last gathered. Today, let us drink to our reunion. Bring forth the wine." As soon as Wang Hai finished speaking, a group of maids emerged, retrieving exquisite transparent glasses from a finely crafted box, pouring wine into each, allowing the liquid to cascade and swirl beautifully within the crystal vessels. Each glass filled to the brim was placed on the table, leaving everyone astonished. Lin Jiwei remarked, "Brother Hai, what are these? They are so stunning. This clarity and brilliance surpass even the clearest crystal I have ever seen." Wang Hai proudly declared, "Of course, this is crafted from an exceptionally large crystal mine, resulting in the heart of crystal. Moreover, any slight misstep during the production process can leave marks, compromising its smoothness." Lin Jiwei clicked his tongue and remarked, "This must cost quite a fortune for a set." Wang Hai responded with a sense of pride, "These crystal utensils will be sold at the Fragrant Tea House in 7 days, each set priced at 100 gold coins. Only 60 sets are available each day. Thanks to my connections, I managed to secure 20 sets in advance, each costing only 50 gold coins, half the price. Additionally, each set includes a crystal bowl and a crystal dish." After Wang Hai finished speaking, he gestured for the maid to present the crystal bowl and dish before everyone. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the exquisite glassware, exclaiming, "It is truly breathtaking. The craftsmanship is remarkable, polished to perfection and clarity." Chapter 22. The Flawless Pavilion. Lin Jiwei chuckled and said, "Brother Hai, why not sell me a set for 50 gold coins?" Wang Hai shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "That simply won't do. The market price is 100 gold coins per set. I only acquired them for 50 gold coins through connections." Lin Jiwei beamed, "Come on, Brother Hai, we have our own connections. They say the 3 strongest ties in the realm are those who have drifted together through adversity. We've been through so much together." Just as Wang Hai took a sip of his drink, he spat it out and exclaimed, All right. If you insist, you can take this set home after your meal. Just hand over the money." Lin Jiwei promptly tossed 50 gold coins to Wang Hai, saying, "I knew it. Our bond is strong." Seeing that Lin Jiwei was able to purchase at half price, the others chimed in, "Brother Hai, look at us. We are all good brothers. You cannot favor one over the others." Wang Hai, with a helpless expression, thought to himself, "It took considerable effort to acquire these at a low price. And now I'm letting you all benefit. Very well, I'll sell them at the original price since we are brothers." The others hurriedly produced 50 gold coins. Eager to secure their purchase before Wang Hai changed his mind, Wang Hai feigned a look of resignation, while internally rejoicing at the prospect of acquiring 500 gold coins, which would alleviate his financial woes. After the feast, the group instructed the maids to clean the glassware and pack it for transport. At that moment, Li Ziwei hesitantly spoke up, "Brother Hai, do you have an extra set for me?" Wang Hai looked at Li Ziwei in confusion, asking, "Why do you want to buy another set?" Li Ziwei awkwardly explained, "I had a bit of a falling out with my fiancée Yi from the Earl Zhang's household recently. I thought a set would help smooth things over." Wang Hai instantly laughed. "Ah, so you wish to appease your beloved? Very well, I shall get you another set." Li Ziwei quickly handed Wang Hai 50 gold coins, and Wang Hai retrieved another set of glassware from his spatial ring to give to him. Inspired by Li Ziwei, the others realized they too could purchase sets to impress their romantic interests, clamoring, "Brother Hai, I want a set too. Don't forget me." Wang Hai secretly rejoiced, contemplating how to promote among the noble maidens. A brilliant idea had just presented itself. On the shores, Wang Hai exchanged money while handing over goods. Within the rings, there were only 9 sets, and the one he had used himself was certainly not for sale. He then reassured Zhang Rubing, who had failed to purchase, saying, "No worries. You can buy them at the Fragrant Tea House in 7 days." Zhang Rubing sighed in response, "But the price will be double. A full 100 gold coins for each set." Wang Hai replied, "There is nothing I can do. I have no stock left." During this time, under the ostentation of Lin Jiwei and Li Ziwei, more and more people learned that the Fragrant Tea House would be selling items crafted from crystal hearts. The quality of the crystal was so exquisite that it appeared transparent, smooth, and delicate, truly a masterpiece. Moreover, priced at merely 100 gold coins. It was a luxury for most nobles, who would not bat an eye at spending thousands or even tens of thousands. Thus, the 100 gold coins seemed trivial. Wang Hai had instructed Wang Fu to replace the signboard, and henceforth, the fragrant tea house was renamed the Immaculate Pavilion, evoking the idea of flawless white jade. Simultaneously, he replaced the staff with 3 female attendants, each meticulously chosen for their beauty and eloquence, offering salaries exceeding 3 times the industry standard, with a monthly remuneration of 10 gold coins. With 3 glass manufacturing furnaces, each capable of producing twice daily, generating 20 sets of glassware each time. The trio could manufacture a total of 120 sets per day. Over 1 week, Wang Hai's inventory amassed 840 sets of glassware. Yet he only intended to sell 60 sets daily, reserving the remaining 60 in storage. This strategy exemplified hunger marketing. He aimed to create a perception of scarcity, ensuring the market felt that the products were limited and could soon be sold out. On the morning of the Immaculate Pavilion's grand opening, numerous nobles dispatched their servants to queue early in anticipation. Wang Hai mused, "The greatest talent of the young elite is their love for flaunting their possessions. I must admit, this tactic yields remarkable results." With a creaking sound, the doors of the Immaculate Pavilion swung open, and throngs rushed in to make their selections. Within an hour, all 60 sets of glassware were sold out. The old shopkeeper emerged, calling out loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's 60 sets of crystal items are completely sold out. Those interested may arrive early tomorrow." Some grumbled, "Boss, we queued up so early. Why not restock a few more?" Others echoed their sentiments, prompting the old shopkeeper to sigh, "I wish I could. Who would leave business unattended?" The extraction and polishing of crystal items are inherently challenging, and supplying 60 sets daily is already the limit. I hope for your understanding. Everyone recognized that the polishing process required extensive time, not to mention the extraction itself, and thus they could only leave in disappointment. Chapter 23. The 10,000 Alliance Chamber. Wang Hai, however, was elated. The 60 sets of glassware had sold out, netting him a profit of 6,000 gold coins. It was the first time he had acquired such a substantial sum. Reflecting on the current state of his mercenary group, Wang Hai noted that they now had 2 third-tier warriors, and within the past week, 2 first-tier warriors had ascended to second tier, bringing their total to 17 second-tier warriors and 56 first-tier warriors. Gritting his teeth, he summoned Lu Tianling and resumed his task of producing soda ash in his room. Time slipped away unnoticed, and while Wang Hai was engrossed in his work, Qinghuan called from outside, "Young master, Lu Tianling has arrived." Wang Hai tidied up his workspace and said, "Let him in." Upon entering, Lu Tianling immediately inquired, "Is there something you need from us, Commander?" Wang Hai nodded and replied, "Here are 5,500 gold coins. Use 5,000 to purchase 100 sets of superior warrior gear for the fighters, and the remaining 500 will serve as the mercenary group's funds." Lu Tianling, taken aback, responded, "But we only have a little over 70 first-tier warriors." Wang Hai shot him a stern glance and continued, "More warriors will be advancing in due course. Store the gear in the warehouse for those who level up later. It's better to be prepared." Lu Tianling awkwardly chuckled and nodded, realizing that his long-standing poverty had shaped a mindset focused solely on immediate survival, a habit he needed to amend. Suddenly, Lu Tianling recalled something and hesitated before saying, "With winter approaching, we discovered over 200 people at our previous residence while mining limestone at Yumiao Mountain. They just arrived and have no winter supplies. The chances of survival this winter are slim. Perhaps we could lower our wages a bit and bring them over, ensuring they can survive the winter without significantly increasing the mercenary group's costs." Wang Hai sighed and said, "Go ahead and bring them here. In situations like this, you can make the decisions without needing my approval." Lu Tianling beamed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Commander. You are truly wonderful." Wang Hai waved his hand, signaling Lu Tianling to leave. After a respectful bow, Lu Tianling departed, leaving Wang Hai to gaze out the window, pondering. This year, the Han Hai Empire and the Haoyue Empire engaged in a fierce war, resulting in over 2 million deaths and millions of shattered families. How much can I truly help? What about next year? The year after? In this era where civilian lives are treated as mere fodder, who truly cares for their plight? A month swiftly passed, with snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky and light flurries becoming frequent. Throughout this month, the Xuanguang Pavilion sold out its daily stock of 60 sets of glass tableware, subtly establishing glassware as a symbol of nobility. To dine without glassware was to be considered lacking in status, prompting even those without noble lineage to rush to purchase. Concurrently, this brought Wang Hai an income of 180,000 gold coins. During this period, he allocated 10,000 gold coins for Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun to procure ample winter supplies, hoping to assist more people during the cold months ahead. Wang Hai, accompanied by Chun Biao, visited the Wanming Chamber of Commerce, both donning masks. Upon entering, a service attendant warmly greeted them. "Are you here to purchase goods, sell supplies, or participate in an auction?" Wang Hai promptly remarked, "We are here to sell some items." The attendant smiled and replied, "Hello, please let me assist you." The attendant led Wang Hai and Chun Biao into a room where an elderly gentleman sat leisurely in a rocking chair. The attendant approached him and said, "Masterly, these gentlemen have come to sell goods." Masterly responded with a slight nod before slowly rising to take a seat at the table, inquiring, "What do you wish to sell, my young friends?" Wang Hai also settled into his chair and said, "Masterly, have you heard about the crystal wares from the Wuxia Pavilion recently?" Masterly replied, "Indeed, the capital is in a frenzy over them. Unfortunately, the Wuxia Pavilion only supplies 60 sets a day, and they are being traded on the black market for as much as 300 gold coins per set." Wang Hai nodded thoughtfully and stated, "What I intend to sell is precisely the crystal utensils." Masterly squinted and asked, "How many sets do you plan to sell, young friends?" After sipping his tea, Wang Hai replied, "I plan to sell 2,500 sets." Masterly was taken aback. 2,500 sets? Wuxia Pavilion hasn't sold that many. He then nodded and said, "Our Wanming Chamber of Commerce can purchase them at the Wuxia Pavilion's price of 100 gold coins per set." Wang Hai took another sip of tea and said, "I can sell them to you at 80% of that price, but I have a condition." Masterly inquired, "What is your condition? Please, speak freely." Wang Hai continued, "The crystal utensils I sell to the Wanming Chamber of Commerce cannot be sold within the Han Hai Empire." Masterly pondered this for a moment, realizing that if they were shipped to other empires, they could easily fetch 500 gold coins per set, yielding substantial profits. He responded, "I can agree to that condition." Wang Hai nodded and retrieved 2,500 sets of glass utensils from his spatial ring, stating, "Please count them." Masterly. Chapter 24, The Auction. Masterly inspected the items and confirmed there were no issues. He then produced 2 gold coin cards, issued by the Datong Bank, each with a face value of 100,000. "Please take a look," he said. Due to the substantial amount of gold, it was impractical to carry it all, so they were stored in the bank. The Wantong Bank has branches in every city on the abandoned continent and is recognized by various nations. Wang Hai accepted the cards and placed them into his spatial ring. Just as he was about to leave, Masterly called out, "Young friend, please wait." He then handed Wang Hai a card, saying, "This is a bronze membership card for the Wanming Chamber of Commerce, which you will receive after selling goods worth 100,000. It grants you a 10% discount on purchases at our establishment." Wang Hai accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Masterly." Masterly waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You are too kind. In half an hour, our auction at the Wanming Chamber of Commerce will commence. If you are interested, you are welcome to stay and participate." Upon hearing about the auction, Wang Hai became intrigued and replied, "All right, I have nothing pressing at the moment, so I shall see if I can find something I need." Masterly then instructed the attendant to escort Wang Hai to the auction. The auction hall was circular, with a podium at its center surrounded by a ring of seating for clients. The seating area was divided into 2 levels, the first being the general seating area, while the second floor featured private boxes, presumably reserved for royalty and esteemed nobles. After the waiter assisted Wang Hai in obtaining a registration number, he gestured for Wang Hai to find a seat. Acknowledging the cue, Wang Hai turned and casually selected an empty spot to sit alongside Chun Biao, awaiting the commencement of the auction. As a young lady clad in a resplendent red dress made her entrance, the auction began. The enchanting host, Wan, greeted the esteemed guests, stating, "Welcome everyone. I am your host for this auction. Allow me to present our first item for bid, the yellow grade superior martial technique, the 13 swords of floating clouds." Wang Hai smacked his lips. The first item was indeed a yellow grade superior martial technique, the pinnacle of Chun Biao's abilities. Chun Biao's expertise lay in a set of boxing techniques, and it was inconceivable for him to impart his ultimate skills to the mercenary group. Chun Biao had already graciously shared a set of yellow grade intermediate boxing techniques and yellow grade lower level footwork. Thus, The swift enhancement of the mercenary group's strength would rely on medicinal pills and martial techniques. With Wan's declaration, the starting bid is 10,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 1,000 gold coins. Let the auction begin. Bids quickly surfaced: 11,000 gold coins, 12,000 gold coins, 15,000 gold coins, 28,000 gold coins. At this juncture, no one responded, prompting Wan to call out, 28,000 gold coins going once. Is there anyone? 28,000 gold coins going twice. Suddenly, Wang Hai raised his paddle and declared, 30,000 gold coins. Wan responded, we have a bid of 30,000 gold coins. With no higher offers yet, an opposing voice chimed in, 31,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, Wang Hai raised his paddle again, stating, 32,000 gold coins. Wan immediately exclaimed, 32,000. Still no higher bids. Observing the silence, she continued, 32,000 gold coins going once. 32,000 gold coins going twice. 32,000 gold coins going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the first auction item, the Yellow Grade Superior Martial Technique. Next came the second item, the Yellow Grade Superior Weapon, the Azure Blue Greatsword, with a starting bid of 15,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the guest who won this item for 42,000 gold coins. The third item was the Level 3 Medicinal Pill, the Concentration Pill, with a starting bid of 25,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the guest who secured this item for 61,000 gold coins. The preceding items had been contested by lower-tier participants, while none from the private rooms on the second floor made a move, seemingly biding their time for a significant opportunity. In the interim, Wang Hai expended 88,000 gold coins to acquire a Falling Fire Guardian amulet, capable of withstanding 3 lethal strikes from high-ranking warriors. His own life was the most valuable asset. With his modest establishment earning only 180,000 gold coins in a month, he had thought that was ample. Yet, just 2 items had cost him 120,000 gold coins, leaving him unable to afford any further acquisitions. He was still too impoverished. With a smile, Wan announced, now we come to the piece de resistance of this auction, which I believe many of you have been eagerly anticipating. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. As the red cloth was unveiled, it revealed a massive egg, a meter tall, adorned in yellow and white. Wan beamed. This is the egg of the level 9 magical beast, the iron-armored Earth Dragon. The first creature that a young beast sees upon opening its eyes is often perceived as its mother, fostering a steadfast loyalty. It can be said that nurturing this bond results in the emergence of a devoted 9th-tier magical beast. The most formidable entities within the Empire of Wang Hai are the 6 stellar warriors, accompanied by dragon-embellished magical beasts, which represent the pinnacle of their kind. Once properly cultivated, these beings can be regarded as second only to the 6 stellar warriors within the Empire. With a smile, Chen announced, the starting bid for this auction item is 5 million gold coins, with each subsequent increase not to be less than 300,000 gold coins. The second-floor private boxes finally began to stir with activity. I bid 5,500,000 gold coins. I bid 6 million gold coins. I bid 8 million gold coins. I bid 10 million gold coins. I bid 23,500,000 gold coins. Wang Hai could only click his tongue in disbelief. His entire fortune could barely cover a single increment, rendering him akin to a refugee in comparison to these bidders. Chapter 25. Purchasing magical beasts. As the bidding escalated into heated discord, a female voice emerged, declaring, the royal family of the Empire of Wang Hai bids 50 million gold coins for this iron-armored Earth Dragon egg. Upon hearing that it was the royal family, some individuals chose to withdraw from the bidding, recognizing the need to maintain decorum in the presence of such authority. At that moment, a male voice interjected, Princess Ling Miao. I apologize, but the Bloodslaughter King has instructed me to secure this dragon egg at all costs. I bid 55 million gold coins. The Bloodslaughter King, one of the 6 stellar warriors, has long commanded the Bloodslaughter Legion, a force of millions, in battles against the Haiyue Empire, which includes an elite troop of 500,000 warriors, all proficient in battle aura. These are the Armée de la Armée, having assumed a lordly status through their prolonged command. Princess Ling Miao replied, while the Bloodslaughter King leads a legion of millions. My royal family governs the entirety of the Empire of Wang Hai. I bid 60 million gold coins. The man countered, Our Bloodslaughter Legion faces countless casualties each year in our battles against the Haiyue Empire. This sum represents the contributions of all the soldiers. I hope Princess Ling Miao can understand the plight of the Bloodslaughter Legion and show mercy. I bid 65 million gold coins. With a smile, Princess Ling Miao retorted. The Bloodslaughter King contends solely with the Haiyue Empire, while my empire of Han Hai also faces the Blue Mountain Empire, the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the Boundless Seas. The Bloodslaughter Legion brings glory to our nation, and when the Bloodslaughter requires aid, my royal family will undoubtedly dispatch troops to support. I bid 75 million gold coins. The man appeared troubled. He had only brought 70 million gold coins, and the current bid had exceeded his means, compelling him to concede. He remarked, I hope the royal family will fulfill your word. Princess Ling Miao smiled, of course. Qian announced, 75 million gold coins for the first time. 75 million gold coins for the second time. 75 million gold coins for the third time. Congratulations to Princess Ling Miao for acquiring the 9th-tier magical beast, the iron-armored Earth Dragon Egg. As the auction concluded, Wang Hai came to the realization of his insignificance. He understood that he had much to strive for, lest he be ultimately cast aside by this world. At this moment, a smiling waitress approached and said, Greetings, esteemed guest. I shall escort you to complete your payment and collect your auction items. Wang Hai nodded and turned, following the waitress along with Chun Biao into a room flanked by rows of guards, ensuring the security of the auctioned goods. As Chun Biao approached the counter, the elderly attendant greeted him, Welcome, honored guest. You have purchased 2 items, the 13 Swords of Floating Clouds for 32,000 gold coins, and the Meteorite Guardian Amulet for 88,000 gold coins, totaling exactly 120,000 gold coins. Wang Hai retrieved a 100,000 gold coin card and a pouch containing 20,000 gold coins from his spatial ring. The elderly attendant glanced at the payment and, satisfied, gestured for the guards to hand over the items to Wang Hai. After confirming their integrity, Wang Hai passed the 13 Swords of Floating Clouds to Chun Biao, saying, This is a high-grade yellow-level sword technique, Uncle Chun. You may wish to learn it before passing it on to the mercenary group. Chun Biao, puzzled, inquired, Young master, this is indeed a high-grade yellow-level technique. Are you certain about teaching it to them all? Wang Hai nodded, affirming, Only by rapidly elevating their strength can our resources flourish. Chun Biao acquiesced, stating, I will first impart my own high-grade yellow-level combat technique, the Furious Battle Fist, to them, and then I shall comprehend the 13 Swords of Floating Clouds to teach them the swordsmanship. Wang Hai expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Uncle Chun. I shall not forget your kindness. Chun Biao replied, Young master, you flatter me. You have provided me with a high-grade yellow-level technique. Mine is also of the same caliber. It is merely a fair exchange. Wang Hai refrained from contesting this, understanding that exchanging knowledge differs from teaching. Each warrior's training experience is invaluable. He and Chun Biao exited the Wanming Chamber of Commerce and strolled through the nearby monster trading market, where they found a relatively large beast shop. Wang Hai inquired, Owner, I wish to purchase some 3rd-level magical beasts and a batch of 3rd-level fire-type beast cores. The proprietor, beaming, approached and asked, How many would you like, young master? After a moment's consideration, Wang Hai replied, 50 3rd-level magical beasts and 110 3rd-level fire-type beast cores. The owner calculated, stating, For 50 3rd-level magical beasts at 80 gold coins each, that totals 4,000 gold coins. The 110 3rd-level fire-type beast cores at 50 gold coins each amount to 5,500 gold coins, bringing the grand total to 9,500 gold coins. Wang Hai nodded, confirming, that price is acceptable. The proprietor smiled and said, Please wait a moment, young master. Due to the quantity you require, I must retrieve the items from the warehouse. Wang Hai nodded, responding, Go ahead, I shall browse in the meantime. The merchant nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Wang Hai surveyed the familiar surroundings, recalling how he had once been utterly defenseless against the 5th-level magical beasts here. Now, with his assassination squad of 22 3rd-level shadow blood mosquitoes, he felt confident in his ability to handle them. After roughly an hour, the shopkeeper returned, sweating profusely yet smiling. Young master, your requested items are ready. Wang Hai checked his spatial ring to ensure everything was in order, then produced the 9,500 gold coins to pay the merchant before turning to leave with Chun Biao. As time inexorably progresses, the onset of winter brings increasingly heavier snowfall. This winter, Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun have continued to take in war orphans, accumulating nearly 4,000 souls, including those from previous years. However, in comparison to the millions, even tens of millions, of war orphans born each year, this number seems but a drop in the ocean. Through their cultivation of superior yellow-grade martial techniques during this winter, both Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun have successfully advanced to become 4th-level warriors, mastering their respective fighting energies. Lu Tianling has harnessed the power of gold-type energy, while Zhang Qingyun commands fire-type energy. The mercenary group has seen its ranks swell to 22 3rd-level warriors, 78 2nd-level warriors, and 215 1st-level warriors. The Nightblood Mosquito has successfully ascended to a 4th-level magical beast, its size remaining largely unchanged, though its hue has deepened significantly. It has also acquired the skill of teleportation, with a maximum range of 5 meters, sufficiently lethal for an assassin. The Fire Elemental has also evolved into a 4th-level magical beast, transforming from a mere flame into a child engulfed in fire, with its destructive power amplified tenfold. This Fire Elemental has mastered a skill called Meteor Fire Ring, capable of launching a group attack, albeit with reduced potency. Its damage is comparable to that of a 2nd-level magical beast, covering a radius of 100 meters around the point of impact. However, the simultaneous strike from 55 fire elementals promises considerable devastation. Wang Hai, benefiting from the power bestowed by the 4th-level magical beasts, has himself ascended to the rank of 4th-level warrior. Notably, his fighting energy is a striking crimson, a hue previously unseen by Qin Biao. After some contemplation, Wang Hai resolved to set aside his concerns. Over the past 2 months, his glass product sales have yielded a staggering wealth of 360,000 gold coins. Additionally, he profited 290,000 gold coins from a batch of glass goods sold through the Wanming Chamber of Commerce. Combined with the 250,000 gold coins he had previously amassed, Wang Hai now possesses a total of 900,000 gold coins, marking him as a minor affluent individual. As winter wanes and the sun of spring begins to grace the earth, the melting snow and the resurgence of life breathe vitality back into the world. Wang Hai's primary task revolves around the production of soda ash. Overwhelmed by the factory's demands, he enlisted 6 young boys from the youth mercenary group, teaching them the art of soda ash production while ensuring they signed a blood contract. Should they utter any related information, their bodies would explode. Yet, with this peril comes great reward. Wang Hai provides these 6 boys with medicinal pills to aid their cultivation, enabling them all to attain the status of 3rd-level warriors. While Wang Hai busily counts his wealth to the point of cramping his hands, and sleeps soundly until he awakens naturally, Qing Huan gently knocks on the door, calling out, "Young master, it is time to rise. The master wishes to see you." Awakened by her voice, Wang Hai mumbles in response, pondering why his father, who seldom seeks his company, would suddenly wish to summon him. Rising and freshening up, he heads to find Wang Kuan, and upon entering, he immediately inquires, "Father, why have you called me so early in the morning?" Wang Kuan, frowning, replies, "Is it not almost breakfast time?" "Early indeed," he casually remarked once more. "Today, I primarily wish to discuss matters with you. This year marks your 16th birthday, a significant milestone of your coming of age. I had initially intended to find a suitable domain for you to govern as a minor lord, ensuring your comfort and sustenance. However, your recent behavior has shifted my perspective considerably. Thus, I would like to inquire about your aspirations. Do you desire to serve in the court or ride into battle, achieving merit and titles?" Wang Hai pondered. "Working for others is utterly out of the question for me." Wang Kuan then replied, "My son, I still prefer you to embrace the life of a free-spirited minor lord." With a sigh, Wang Kuan continued, "Very well, each person has their own ambitions. I shall respect your choice. Here is a list of territories that the Empire has designated today. The areas I have circled are rich in mineral resources or possess fertile land. Take a look and let me know which ones you prefer, and I will assist you in acquiring them." Wang Hai examined the options and found them appealing. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a location, Star Sea City. Situated in the southwestern region of the Hanhai Empire, at the confluence of the endless ocean to the south and the majestic 10,000 mountains to the west, sprawling over a vast expanse, he promptly declared, "Father, I have made my decision. I want Star Sea City." Wang Kuan, caught off guard, sputtered out the tea he had just sipped and exclaimed, "You have set your sights on Star Sea City? What draws you to it?" Wang Hai smiled and replied, "Its vast area captivates me. Wang Kuan explained. Its size is attributed to its proximity to the 10,000 mountains and the endless ocean on the other side. The sparse population contributes to its expansive territory. Wang Hai shrugged. No matter, its size is all that matters to me. The rest is insignificant. Wang Kuan sighed. Are you absolutely certain about this choice? Wang Hai nodded once more, prompting Wang Kuan to slowly say, this is your selection. Do not lament your decision in the future. Wang Hai chuckled. Very well. Chapter 27. Deployment. Wang Kuan waved his hand, signaling Wang Hai to depart. With a cheerful demeanor, Wang Hai turned and left. Observing his son's elation, Wang Kuan couldn't help but sigh, thinking, let it be. Every generation has its own fortune. Wang Hai felt elated, knowing he was on the brink of becoming a lord, achieving a stature that others toil a lifetime to attain, all thanks to the advantage of having a good father. His father's efficiency was commendable. Within a few days, an official document from the government arrived. Marquis Wang Kuan, mindful of the nation's safety, repels the Haoyue Empire to the east and resists the Lanshan Empire to the north, generously donates 1 million gold coins to the Han Hai Empire. The mining rights to the iron blood mines in the territory of Tiexia Mountain shall belong to the empire, and the emperor, moved by his intentions, bestows upon his son Wang Hai the title of Lord of Star Sea City. Wang Hai glanced at the document and smirked, noting, when I requested funds, they could only spare 2,000 gold coins, claiming poverty, yet now, they present 1 million gold coins. Truly, a man's words can be deceiving. Suddenly, Qing Huan knocked at the door and said, Third young master, the master is looking for you. Wang Hai responded, understood. He followed Qing Huan to the study in the eastern wing, where he found his father diligently writing, remaining silent. Wang Hai casually took a seat, leaning back. Upon finishing, Wang Kuan glanced at Wang Hai and asked, have you seen the official document issued by the empire? Wang Hai nodded. I have seen it. Wang Kuan remarked. The city of Star Sea is in proximity to the 10,000 great mountains, where the presence of monstrous beasts is considerable. I shall dispatch 100 elite cavalrymen from my territory to assist you. This cavalry consists of intermediate warriors proficient in combat energy, and with the addition of Chen Biao, a high-ranking warrior, your safety is assured. Wang Hai blinked in astonishment, internally exclaiming, goodness, having a marquis as a father is truly formidable. A whole squad of intermediate warriors, complemented by a high-ranking warrior, is a delight befitting the offspring of officials. Wang Kuan sighed as he observed Wang Hai. The land of Star Sea is barren, yielding poor harvests, and one must remain vigilant against the beasts of the 10,000 great mountains. I do not expect you to achieve great success. I merely hope you can sustain yourself. I cannot look after you forever. Wang Hai nodded in agreement, assuring, do not worry, I am no longer a child. Wang Kuan nodded in return, expressing a hope for the best. Seeing that Wang Kuan had ceased speaking, Wang Hai turned to depart, for he was about to assume his duties in the city of Star Sea and needed to make arrangements for the upcoming matters. Wang Hai promptly instructed Qing Huan to have Wang Fu prepare a carriage, as he intended to head to Lulin Manor. Upon arriving at Lulin Manor, he found Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun awaiting him at the entrance. The manor, now home to over 4,000 people, had become quite crowded, with many small tents erected around its periphery. Wang Hai entered the room reserved for Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun, announcing, the Empire has issued a formal decree. I am to proceed to the city of Star Sea as its lord. Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun beamed with joy, proclaiming, congratulations, esteemed leader. Wang Hai nodded slowly, continuing, I plan to keep the headquarters of the 5-clawed dragon mercenary corps in Han Hai City, as it is the imperial capital and the most prosperous area. I will take a portion of our people to establish a branch of the 5-clawed dragon mercenary corps in the city of Star Sea. Which of you would like to accompany me? Both Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun were eager to join Wang Hai, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to demonstrate their capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hai decided, Lu Tianling, your resourcefulness makes you suitable to manage all affairs at the mercenary headquarters. Zhang Qingyun, you shall accompany me to the city of Star Sea. Lu Tianling sighed in resignation, saying, I shall heed your command, esteemed leader. Wang Hai, sensing Lu Tianling's feelings, reassured. Rest assured, perform your duties well, and your contributions will not go unrecognized. The city of Star Sea is vast, yet its total population is merely around 1 million. I intend to bring 3,000 people from here to establish themselves there. Lu Tianling and Zhang Qingyun displayed expressions of delight. For no one wished to wander aimlessly throughout their lives. They longed for a place to settle and call home. Thank you, esteemed leader, they expressed in unison. Wang Hai waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is merely a mutual benefit. There is no need for thanks. The development of the territory requires a substantial population." He then produced 100,000 gold coins, adding, "Of this amount, 20,000 gold coins should suffice for you to construct an estate covering 100 acres, while the remaining 80,000 can serve as funds for the mercenary corps." Lu Tianling promptly remarked, "Esteemed leader, after you take 3,000 people with you, only about 1,000 will remain at the manor, leading to a rather spacious living situation." Wang Hai smiled and said, "Am I not familiar with you all? In the future, whenever we encounter war orphans, bring them here. I believe it won't be long before we can no longer accommodate everyone. This is what we call being prepared." Lu Tianling nodded and replied, "Thank you, Commander. I have an idea." Wang Hai nodded, encouraging him to speak. Lu Tianling slowly articulated, "The warriors of our mercenary group are becoming increasingly powerful, and safeguarding the glass manufacturing plant is already well within our capabilities. I propose to divide the mercenary group into two. One part will continue to protect the glass factory, while the other will venture out to undertake mercenary tasks. This will not only train them, but also increase the group's revenue." Chapter 28, City of Stars. Wang Hai agreed with Lu Tianling's reasoning. The mercenary group could not rely solely on his sponsorship forever. They needed to be self-reliant and resilient. Wang Hai then said, "You can arrange the subsequent matters." Lu Tianling joyfully responded, "Rest assured, Commander, I will not disappoint you." Wang Hai nodded, adding, "From now on, continue to deliver 60 sets of glass products to Wuxia Pavilion every day. The income should be kept with you, and you can send it to me periodically." Lu Tianling promptly asked, "Shall I deliver it to the commander once a month?" Wang Hai thought for a moment and nodded, "That works." After a discussion among Wang Hai, Lu Tianling, and Zhang Qingyun, it was ultimately decided that Wang Hai would take 3,000 people, including 10 level 3 warriors, 30 level 2 warriors, 100 level 1 warriors, and Zhang Qingyun. The remaining members would stay and follow Lu Tianling's commands. Subsequently, Wang Hai entrusted Zhang Qingyun with 20,000 gold coins, with 10,000 allocated for purchasing sufficient food for 5,000 people for a year. Considering they were heading to the City of Stars without knowledge of the situation, it was better to be prepared. The other 10,000 gold coins were for acquiring some horse-drawn carriages. As the journey to the City of Stars was long and would take half a month, it was impractical for everyone to walk. Once everything was arranged, Wang Hai returned to the Marquis's residence with Chun Biao to pack his belongings in preparation for his new role in the City of Stars. Excitement filled Wang Hai, as he was about to become a lord, and he found himself restless throughout the night. The next day, as dawn broke, Wang Hai rose early to wash up and instructed Qinghuan to ask Wang Fu to prepare the carriages for their journey to the City of Stars. At the entrance of the Marquis's residence, he observed numerous trunks being loaded onto the carriages. At that moment, Madame Wang stepped out and, with concern in her eyes, said to Wang Hai, "Be careful out there. It's not the same as in the capital. The outside world can be quite chaotic. If you encounter any difficulties, let your mother know. I will find a way to assist you." Wang Hai nodded warmly and replied, "Mother, you need not worry. I am no longer a child. I can take care of myself." Madame Wang gently patted his head, choosing not to say more, hoping for the best. She watched as Wang Hai boarded the carriage and disappeared from view before returning to the residence. Upon arriving outside the city, Wang Hai discovered a contingent of 100 black-armored cavalry waiting for him. He realized that his father had already dispatched the cavalry to the vicinity of the capital in anticipation of his appointment. The black-armored cavalry consisted of a total of 101 members, led by the level 6 warrior Xing Jiaming, with the 10 squad leaders all being level 5 warriors, while the remaining 90 were level 4 warriors. Wang Hai observed the cavalry unit, each member exuding an intense gaze, evidently forged through trials of blood and fire. Nodding in acknowledgement of the formidable squad, he watched as Xing Jiaming signaled, prompting the well-drilled cavalry to part and encircle Wang Hai's team. Continuing his journey, it was not long before he encountered Zhang Qingyun and his entourage, who awaited his arrival. Exiting the tent, Wang Hai beheld the impressive assembly of 300 wagons, each laden with 10 individuals, creating a rather cramped spectacle with their accompanying goods. Upon noticing Wang Hai's emergence, Zhang Qingyun hastily approached, stating, Captain, all individuals destined for Xinghai City have gathered here. Wang Hai nodded and instructed Zheng Jianming, allow them to merge into our ranks. Zheng Jianming complied, waving his hand, and the cavalry opened a passage, enabling Zhang Qingyun's contingent to gradually integrate into Wang Hai's formation. As the groups amalgamated, the entire assembly grew increasingly formidable, setting forth in grand procession towards Xinghai City. After approximately half a month, Wang Hai finally arrived at Xinghai City, only to be met with disappointment. The city walls were riddled with damage, uneven in height, a clear indication of neglect over many years. At this juncture, an elderly man accompanied by 5 guards approached the entrance, eyeing the sizable procession with urgency. He queried, "Are you the newly appointed lord, the third son of Lord Wang Kun?" Wang Hai stepped forward, affirming, "Indeed, that is I. And who might you be?" The elder bowed respectfully, stating, "My lord, I am Huang Qinmin, the former steward of the city lord's residence. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Wang Hai nodded. "Please escort me to the city lord's residence." Without delay, Huang Qinmin guided Wang Hai to the city lord's abode, a grand castle consisting of 5 levels. Constructed from massive stones, the castle, along with the training grounds, spanned over 600 acres, capable of accommodating thousands. Wang Hai inquired of Huang Qinmin, "How many individuals currently reside within the city lord's estate?" Huang Qinmin replied, "Including myself, there are a total of 23. Perplexed, Wang Hai questioned, "Surely you cannot mean to tell me that such a vast castle houses merely 23 souls?" Huang Qinmin explained, "There exists a guard contingent of 20, 2 kitchen staff, and I, the steward." Wang Hai remarked, "With so few, you barely have enough to guard the city gates. What has become of the previous city lord?" Huang Qinmin sighed, "It has been a long time since a city lord has graced Xinghai City. Although it was stated that a lord would come, none have chosen to claim Xinghai City after several attempts. Currently, the 4 city gates are maintained by the 4 prominent families, who oversee the security and collect all taxes from traveling merchants." Chapter 29. The Feast at Hongmen. Wang Hai furrowed his brow. The 4 prominent families? So, all tax revenues are in their hands. Huang Qinmin reluctantly nodded. Indeed, these 20-plus individuals are barely sustained by the sporadic gold coins sent by the 4 families. Wang Hai, filled with indignation, inquired, "What is the strength of the 4 families?" Huang Qinmin cautiously replied, "Each of the 4 families possesses over 5,000 private guards, the strongest among them being mere 5th-tier warriors." Wang Hai found himself in a predicament. The individuals he brought along possessed formidable abilities, yet their numbers were woefully insufficient, totaling barely over 200 warriors. The challenge of facing 20,000 with such a meager force, even under the constraints of level suppression, rendered victory a daunting prospect. However, he could not allow the 4 prominent families to gain undue advantage. Thus, he decided to let them recoup a fraction of their losses. Wang Hai subsequently addressed Zheng Jianming, instructing him to notify the 4 families, informing them of a banquet he would host the following day, accompanied by a military demonstration, and seeking their suggestions. Huang Qinyan nodded, saying he would proceed to inform the 4 families. After Huang Qinyan finished speaking, he guided Wang Hai and his entourage into the city to arrange their accommodations. They settled into a castle capable of housing over 10,000 people, comfortably allocating space for 3,000. That night, in the grand hall of the Li family, the 4 noble families convened. The head of the Li family, Li Hongtao, donned a blue robe, his fair and delicate skin exuding an air of elegance. And he was the first to speak. "Esteemed guests, our sole purpose tonight is to deliberate on how to address the newly appointed lord." With a face marked by excess, Sun Tianqua, the head of the Sun family, dismissed the concern nonchalantly, stating, "What fear is there from a new lord? If he disobeys, we shall send him to his demise." Li Hongtao replied, "Were he an ordinary lord, we would indeed harbor no fear. However, his father is Lord Wang Kun, whose might surpasses our own capabilities." Zhang Luan, the head of the Zhang family, cast a sidelong glance at Sun Tianqua and quipped, "You foolish glutton. I dare you to try it. Should you slay Wang Hai, Lord Wang will summon the imperial army to annihilate your entire family." Fuming, Sun Tianqua retorted, "You think I wouldn't? I could easily shatter your family into pieces. If he were favored, he would not have been assigned to this place as lord." Zhou Qingniao, head of the Zhou family, interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Regardless of his favor, he is still the son of a marquis. We cannot afford to threaten this new lord overtly, considering his formidable background. I have heard he is merely a debauched youth. Our 4 families harvest nearly 100,000 from the vicinity of Star Sea City annually to hunt magical beasts. The taxes accrued from purchasing beast cores exceed 100,000 for each family, which we could readily allocate for the Lord's indulgence. The assembly agreed upon this strategy, with even son Tianque refraining from further dissent. He was all talk. The notion of actually eliminating Wang Hai filled him with trepidation. Zhang Luan then inquired, "How much gold do we believe is appropriate to offer?" Zhou Qingyao suggested, "What if each family contributes 10%? That would amount to 10,000 gold coins for the new lord." The heads of the families concurred that 10,000 gold coins annually was an acceptable sum. Li Hongtao noted, "Yet, we cannot ascertain whether the new lord will acquiesce." Zhou Qingyao smiled and remarked, "Tomorrow's military demonstration will reveal the new lord's capabilities. Should he prove strong, we may consider increasing our offer. If he is weak, we shall compel him to accept our terms." Seeing no objections among the others, Li Hongtao concluded, "Let us proceed according to the proposal of the Zhou family head. We shall adjourn for the day, and I have arranged a banquet for all to partake in a few drinks." The following morning, the once desolate training grounds of the Lord's Manor were meticulously cleaned. 100-strong cavalry unit clad in black armor stood resolutely at the center of the arena. The members of the 4 noble families, observing the well-drilled cavalry, recognized the presence of a troop that had undergone extensive training. As the 4 prominent families engaged in animated discussions, Wang Hai, accompanied by Qin Biao, ascended to the main viewing area of the training grounds. He surveyed the assembly of the 4 families seated on either side and proclaimed, "The martial demonstration officially commences." In response, Zhang Jiaming bellowed, "All cavalry, prepare to charge." 100 cavalrymen united in a thunderous cry, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Instantly, they unleashed their fighting spirit, each knight enveloped in a dazzling array of energy. The heads of the 4 families exchanged astonished glances. Among them were 1 6th-level warrior, 10 5th-level warriors, and 90 4th-level warriors, a formidable assembly surpassing the combined strength of the 4 families. The heads realized that none of their families could withstand the might of the new lord, underscoring the significance of having a powerful lineage. As the cavalry charged, concluding the martial display, Wang Hai led the assembly to the banquet hall. Seated at the head of the table, he regarded the scheming members of the 4 families and stated bluntly, "I have been informed by my steward that the tax revenues of Shanghai City have been appropriated by your families. How am I to sustain these troops? I kindly request your suggestions." Li Hongtao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "My lord, we acted thus due to the absence of a lord in the past. Henceforth, we shall remit 30,000 gold coins annually from each family to you." Originally, Li Hongtao intended to propose only 10,000, but upon witnessing Wang Hai's prowess, he adjusted his offer to 30,000. The other family heads, recognizing Wang Hai's strength, refrained from contesting Li Hongtao's declaration and acquiesced. Chapter 30. The Thunder Leopard. Wang Hai then lifted his glass, taking a sip before stating, "However, the individuals I intend to support extend beyond just these." No sooner had he spoken than Qin Biao erupted with his full fighting spirit, a thick golden aura coalescing around him like a protective shield. The 4 families gasped in astonishment. A high-level warrior, Li Hongtao, unable to contain his disbelief, retorted, "Who said the new lord is not favored? A high-level warrior has been dispatched for personal protection. What more could signify favor?" With a sigh, Li Hongtao continued, "Since my lord is insistent, we 4 families are willing to contribute an additional 20,000 gold coins, making it 50,000 from each family annually." Wang Hai calculated briefly, recognizing this as a reasonable compromise, and responded, "Headley, your understanding of the matter is commendable. We shall proceed as you suggested. Now, let us enjoy the meal." The family heads, feigning smiles, began to partake in the feast, their outward expressions contrasting with the turmoil within. After a sumptuous banquet, as the assembly dispersed, Wang Hai approached Zhang Jiaming and said, "Uncle Zhang, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Zhang Jiaming nodded. "Young master, please feel free to command." Wang Hai sighed and continued, "Uncle Zhang, I would like you to select 1,000 children for training. I aim to establish a cavalry regiment of 1,000. Zhang Jiaming gasped in surprise. "Young master, maintaining a cavalry is exceedingly costly. Equipping a single 1,000-member cavalry regiment requires 100 gold coins, totaling no less than 100,000 gold coins for the entire unit." Wang Hai nodded. and then retrieved a card containing 200,000 gold coins from his spatial ring, handing it to Zeng Jiaming. Uncle Zeng, rest assured, money is not an issue. Here are 200,000 gold coins, sufficient for the daily expenses of training the cavalry. Zeng Jiaming stared in astonishment at the card Wang Hai presented, contemplating how much gold did the Marquis bestow upon the third young master. To casually offer 200,000 gold coins is truly an indication of great wealth. Accepting the card, Zeng Jiaming replied, "Young master, you can trust me. I will not let you down." Once Zeng Jiaming departed, Wang Hai instructed Huang Qinmin to procure a topographical map of the territory, intending to establish a branch of the five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps. It was unreasonable to confine the mercenary group solely to the Lord's mansion. Observing the map, Wang Hai noted a plain near the 10,000 great mountains to the west of Shanghai City, which appeared to be unused. Curiously, he inquired of Huang Qinmin, "Chief Huang, why has such a fine plain not been utilized?" Huang Qinmin sighed, explaining, "This area is inhabited by a group of level 4 magical beasts, the Lightning Thunder Leopards, among which the Lightning Thunder Leopard King has evolved into a level 5 beast. Its speed, coupled with its lightning attributes, makes it formidable even against level 6 beasts." Wang Hai then realized the situation, sighing, "No wonder, the 4 great families can hardly muster level 5 warriors. Faced with the speed of a level 6 warrior like the Lightning Thunder Leopard King, they indeed stand no chance." Contemplating further, he thought, such strong assault capabilities, paired with powerful offensive strength, create a veritable strike force. Together with my assassination squad and magical artillery unit, the range of my forces is becoming increasingly comprehensive. Wang Hai promptly asked Huang Qinmin, "Approximately how many Lightning Thunder Leopards are there?" Huang Qinmin replied, "According to the survivors, there are about 100. Furrowing his brow, Wang Hai mused, 100 Lightning Thunder Leopards. Even if I and the entire cavalry were to triumph, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This is not the outcome I desire." Ultimately, he resolved to implement a different strategy. If brute force would not suffice, he would employ cunning. Wang Hai took Chen Biao to the plain, carefully concealing themselves, and tethered a level 2 magical beast, the wind antelope, nearby. The wind antelope emitted its bleating cries, unaware of the impending danger. In the span of a tea's brewing time, a Lightning Thunder Leopard stealthily approached the wind antelope. Before the latter could react, the leopard unleashed its astonishing speed and swiftly claimed its prey. As Wang Hai and Chen Biao observed the leopard feasting, Chen Biao, leveraging his advantage as a level 7 elite warrior, swiftly dispatched the level 4 Lightning Thunder Leopard and quickly led Wang Hai away from the plain. This tactic, familiar to many as the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, proved effective. Over the course of 2 months, Wang Hai adeptly employed this method, capturing over 70 Lightning Thunder Leopards. The Lightning Thunder Leopard King had begun to sense the threat as the population dwindled. Hunting parties reduced to 2 or 3 and eventually to 4 or 5, yet to no avail. The Leopard King roared, summoning its kin, and upon hearing this, Chen Biao's expression darkened as he warned, "Young master, trouble is brewing. The Lightning Thunder Leopards are preparing to flee." Within Wang Hai's heart, a torrent of frustration surged forth as he thought it impossible to allow his adversary to escape. Summoning forth his 75 lightning leopards, 22 night blood mosquitoes, and 55 fire elementals, he advanced towards the Lightning Leopard King. The king, witnessing the return of the previously vanished lightning leopards, roared at them in fury. Yet the reappeared leopards disregarded his wrath entirely. Chapter 31. The new mercenary base with an enraged roar. The Lightning Leopard King commanded his entire pride to launch an assault against Wang Hai. In response, Wang Hai ordered all fire elementals to unleash a barrage of overwhelming strikes, resulting in a relentless volley of 55 colossal fireballs. The remaining 30-odd lightning leopards sustained varying degrees of damage from the flames, causing their power and agility to diminish significantly. Seizing the opportune moment, Wang Hai commanded the remaining 75 lightning leopards to charge forth, while Chen Biao engaged the 5th-level magical beast, the Lightning Leopard King. The battlefield exhibited a 3-to-1 ratio, with an average of 2 intact lightning leopards confronting a single, fire-scorched opponent, supplemented by a night blood mosquito poised to siphon away a vital drop of blood at any lapse in vigilance. Before long, all 35 lightning leopards had succumbed to incapacitation, prompting Wang Hai to begin the process of subjugating them. Observing the defeat of his comrades, the Lightning Leopard King emitted a roar of defiance, summoning bolts of lightning in a desperate attempt to strike at Chen Biao. The disparity between the 5th and 7th levels was not merely a matter of 2 tiers, but rather a distinction between intermediate and advanced prowess. The Lightning Leopards were unable to breach Chen Biao's battle aura shield. Drawing his great sword, Chen Biao unleashed the floating cloud 13 blades, a technique bestowed upon him by Wang Hai. The Lightning Leopard King, now marred by numerous wounds, began to slow down, ultimately succumbing to the weight of his level disadvantage as Chen Biao delivered a decisive punch that sent him crashing to the ground. The Lightning Leopard struggled to rise repeatedly, but each attempt ended in failure. Wang Hai proceeded to subjugate the remaining 35 4th-level Lightning Leopards, dispatching them to the altar space for recuperation. He then gathered his strength and approached the Lightning Leopard King. After biting his finger and invoking the Spirit Blood technique, a substantial amount of his essence flowed away. After a brief tea ceremony, Wang Hai successfully subdued the 5th-level magical beast, the Lightning Leopard King. Feeling a wave of dizziness, he attempted to stand, only to discover that his legs were beyond his control. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling his energy to restore his body. After 2 hours of diligent cultivation, Wang Hai began to feel revitalized. Initially believing that the restorative energy from over 100 4th-level magical beasts would suffice to subdue a 5th-level counterpart, he realized it was a daunting task. Observing that dusk was fast approaching, he turned to Chen Biao, who remained vigilantly by his side, and said, "Uncle Chen, I have completed my training. Let us depart swiftly." Upon returning to the castle, the hour had grown late. Zhang Qingyun, Zheng Jiaming, and Huang Qimin had been anxiously awaiting their return in the castle hall. Wang Hai, noting the gathered individuals, addressed Zhang Qingyun first. "Zhang Qingyun, I intend to select 500 acres in the plains west of Star Sea City to establish a mercenary base capable of accommodating thousands." Huang Qimin, upon hearing the establishment of such a grand mercenary base in the western plains of Shanghai City, hastily remarked, "My lord, have you forgotten? There are over 100 level 4 Lightning Leopards residing there." Wang Hai nodded and replied, "This leads me to my second point. You shall issue a notice tomorrow that the level 4 Lightning Leopards in the western plains of Shanghai City have been dealt with. From this day forth, the plains shall be named Shanghai Plains, and the entirety of its over 100,000 acres shall be under your lordship's jurisdiction. Anyone who dares to use or exploit the land unlawfully shall be deemed a challenge to the Lord's authority and shall face the full wrath of the Lord's mansion." Huang Qimin, still bewildered, was taken aback by the swift resolution of the Lightning Leopards in Shanghai Plains. Wang Hai, not allowing him time to react, continued, "All war orphans who have lost their primary breadwinners due to the conflict may go to the Lord's mansion, where basic living provisions will be provided." Huang Qimin quickly interjected, "My lord, even after just 3 months past winter, many have perished. However, the total number of war orphans across the various villages outside Shanghai City could amount to 30 to 40,000 people. The Lord's mansion cannot accommodate such a multitude." Wang Hai was equally astonished. The number of war orphans in Shanghai City was indeed staggering. He then stated, "Very well, I shall amend the recently issued decree." Just as Huang Qimin sighed in relief, Wang Hai promptly added, "Zhang Qingyun, I want a mercenary base established on the Shanghai Plains, covering more than 2,000 acres and capable of housing over 50,000 mercenaries." Huang Qimin was momentarily speechless, realizing this was the amendment he had anticipated, and replied, "My lord, this will require at least 300,000 gold coins." Wang Hai nodded, retrieving a card containing 400,000 gold coins from his spatial ring and handing it to Zhang Qingyun, saying, "Here is the card for 400,000 gold coins. The remainder will cover the expenses for these individuals' meals during this period." Both Zheng Jiaming and Huang Qimin pondered the substantial sum the Lord was allocating. Previously, the cavalry unit had cost 200,000 gold coins, and now, the mercenary unit demanded an expenditure of 400,000 gold coins. Wang Hai inquired, "How many warriors does the mercenary group currently possess?" Zhang Qingyun replied, 15 level 3 warriors, 55 level 2 warriors, and 150 level 1 warriors. Wang Hai then instructed, "The 170 warriors shall take turns teaching these war orphans martial skills. Additionally, divide the orphans into several groups. While one group trains, the others shall cultivate crops. There are over 100,000 acres of farmland nearby, and if the yield is good, it could sustain nearly 1 million people." Chapter 32. The decree Zhang Qingyun solemnly nodded. Managing over 40,000 individuals across more than 100,000 acres of land would indeed be a significant challenge for him. The following day, the notice boards at the 4 city gates were surrounded by crowds, announcing 2 major events: the naming of the Western Plains as Qinghai Plains, where the previously resident 100 lightning leopards had been resolved, and the declaration that all war orphans could seek refuge at the Lord's mansion, which would provide food and shelter. Within the Li family hall, the only sound that could be heard was an irate voice exclaiming, "Over 100,000 acres of fertile land. And this fellow is not afraid of overindulging." The voice unmistakably belonged to the head of the Sun family. Li Hongtao, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "He overindulged. What can you do about it? With over 100 level 4 Lightning Thunder Leopards, not to mention a level 5 Lightning Thunder Leopard King. The cavalry of the city lord's manor was not even mobilized, and yet they were swiftly dealt with. This indicates that at least 10 high-ranking warriors were dispatched to demonstrate such might. Why don't you challenge that?" Sun Tianqua then interjected. "Is it merely because he has a marquis for a father? Otherwise, he is nothing of consequence." Zhou Qingmiao countered. "But he indeed has a marquis for a father. You do not." As Sun Tianqua prepared to retort angrily at Zhou Qingmiao, Li Hongtao interjected. All right, we cannot fight him, so let us acquiesce to his wishes. With over 100,000 acres of land, he surely cannot utilize it all with just as few people. We can offer him some money to purchase a portion." The other family heads could only concur, for who could oppose someone with such a powerful father? They were unable to provoke him, nor could they contend with him. The following morning, the 4 prominent families arrived at the city lord's manor, where they found a contingent of soldiers guarding the entrance. They sent someone forward to announce, "The Sun, Zhou, Li, and Zhang families seek an audience with the Lord." The soldier promptly responded, "Please wait outside. I will notify the Lord." After relaying this, the soldier turned and left. Shortly thereafter, the steward, Huang Qinmin, emerged with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "What brings all 4 family heads to our humble abode today?" Li Hongtao replied with a smile, "We have come specifically to pay our respects to the Lord." Huang Qinmin, still smiling, said, "Please, esteemed heads of the 4 families, come inside. Someone, escort them to the hall. I shall fetch the city lord." 2 soldiers led them to the hall, while Huang Qinmin turned away, pondering whether to acquire a few maidservants, as the vast city lord's manor currently had but one maid, Qinghuan, who was the personal attendant of the lord himself, and whom he dared not command. Upon reaching the door to Wang Hai's chamber, Huang Qinmin found Qinghuan already waiting outside. He addressed her, "Miss Qinghuan, the heads of the 4 families have come to seek an audience with the lord. Could you please notify him?" Qinghuan nodded and approached Wang Hai's door, gently knocking and announcing, "Young master, the heads of the 4 families await you in the hall." Wang Hai, awakened from slumber, expressed his displeasure, saying, "Understood, let them wait for a moment. Fetch me some water, I need to freshen up." After completing his morning routine, appearing somewhat drowsy, Wang Hai joined Huang Qinmin in the hall, took his seat at the head of the table, yawned, and inquired, "What brings the heads of the 4 families here today?" Li Hongtao was the first to speak. "We have heard, my lord, of your remarkable prowess in vanquishing the Lightning Thunder Leopards that have long plagued Starsea City. And in doing so, you have acquired over 100,000 acres of fertile land. Truly, congratulations are in order." Wang Hai, with a beaming smile, replied, "Your words are too kind, Li family head. Alleviating the burdens of the citizens within my domain is indeed my duty as the lord." Li Hongtao, equally cheerful, responded, "The spirit of the Lord is commendable, especially with the sudden acquisition of such vast tracts of land. I believe the Lord may find it overwhelming to manage alone. Thus, we, the 4 families, wish to purchase a portion of this land to cultivate more crops for the benefit of Starsea City." Wang Hai displayed a look of surprise and said, "The 4 families harbor such intentions. As the Lord, I should be inclined to agree, however." Li Hongtao said with a beaming smile, "What troubles you, my lord? Please do not hesitate to share, for we, the 4 great families, are duty-bound to resolve any matters within our capability." The other 3 family heads nodded in agreement, urging, "If there is anything troubling you, do let us know." Wang Hai sighed and replied, "In truth, the issue of the Lightning Thunder Leopard swarm is not one I can address alone." The heads of the 4 great families furrowed their brows, pondering why other formidable forces, aside from the Lord's father, would possess the power to tackle the Lightning Thunder Leopards. What could their intentions be? Observing their troubled expressions, Wang Hai smiled and reassured, "Gentlemen, there is no need for concern. I know who is responsible." Li Hongtao inquired, "Oh, since you are aware, might you enlighten us?" Wang Hai, still smiling, responded, "Oh, dear Headley, you underestimate the situation. This matter is being handled by the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps." The four family heads exclaimed in surprise, "The five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps? We have never heard of them." Wang Hai continued with a grin. "They have recently arrived from another empire to our Han Hai Empire and have negotiated with me to purchase over 100,000 acres of land on the Star Sea Plain for 600,000 gold coins. They will resolve the Lightning Thunder Leopard issue themselves and plan to invest 400,000 gold coins in constructing a mercenary division spanning over 2,000 acres, capable of accommodating more than 50,000 members." Chapter 33. The bidding. The heads of the four great families were astounded. To possess such a significant sum of idle gold coins was remarkable, especially considering that they could not collectively muster such cash reserves. To instill confidence in them, Wang Hai presented his entire fortune, 600,000 gold coins on a card, saying, "This is the payment from the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps for the land." The four families gazed at the 600,000 gold coins, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. They were now utterly convinced. As each family could muster only about 200,000 gold coins at most, making such a sum quite extraordinary, Li Hongtao asked, "Might you tell us where the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps is currently staying?" Wang Hai replied cheerfully, "That is a simple matter. I have arranged for them to stay at the Yulai Inn." The four family heads quickly responded, "Since the land has been purchased by the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps, we must let this matter rest." Wang Hai, still smiling, said, "I apologize for the inconvenience, but I would like to invite the four heads to stay for a meal." The four family heads hastily declined. "No need. We have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave." The four great families dominated much of the industry in Star Sea City, and the prospect of securing a project worth 400,000 gold coins was enticing. If they could leverage this opportunity, they would not need to fear the Lord's Manor in the future. Wang Hai perceived their ulterior motives and remarked, "In that case, I shall not hinder your endeavors. You may all be on your way." After bowing respectfully, the four heads hurriedly departed from the Lord's Manor. Wang Hai calmly sipped his tea, a smile continually gracing his lips. At the Yulai Inn, Zhang Qingyun found a prime position, instructing the waiter to bring out a sumptuous meal, eating leisurely, embodying the words of the esteemed captain, waiting patiently for the fish to bite. As the heads of the four prominent families arrived at the Yulai Inn, they rushed inside with great urgency. Li Hongtao was the first to enter, calling out loudly, "May I inquire who among you is from the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps?" "I am Li Hongtao, the head of the Li family, and I have pressing matters to discuss." Shortly thereafter, the plump Sun Tianqua, head of the Sun family, burst in, exclaiming, "I, Sun Tianqua, head of the Sun family, request an audience with the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps." Following him were the heads of the Zhou and Zhang families, both shouting, "I am Zhou Qingyao, head of the Zhou family, and I, Zhang Luan, the head of the Zhang family, seek an audience with all esteemed members of the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps." Zhang Qingyun, a young boy of merely 12 or 13 years, displayed evident displeasure as he responded, "What business do you have with us, the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps?" The four family heads gazed at the youth, and one of them inquired, "Are you indeed part of the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps?" Zhang Qingyun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am." With a smile, the heads of the four families asked, "Might we know where the others are? I have urgent matters to discuss." Zhang Qingyun nonchalantly replied, "They are occupied with other tasks. I remain here to oversee the inn." The family heads expressed their disappointment. "Very well, we shall take our leave and visit another day." With an air of arrogance, Zhang Qingyun declared, "If you have matters to discuss, address them to me, for I possess the authority." The four family heads looked at the youth with skepticism. "You hold authority over the affairs of the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps?" In an instant, Zhang Qingyun unleashed his fiery aura, leaving everyone astonished. This child, at such a tender age, is already a mid-level warrior. What extraordinary talent! With pride, Zhang Qingyun asserted, "I am the deputy leader of the five-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps. There is nothing beyond my purview." The heads of the four families breathed a sigh of relief. It was no wonder his talent was so formidable. Becoming a high-level warrior at this age seemed inevitable. They then spoke with newfound respect. "Ah, So you are the deputy leader. My apologies for the oversight. Please forgive us. Zhang Qingyun, with a disdainful expression, interjected, what is it that you seek from the five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps? Li Hongtao, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, we have heard that the five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps intends to establish a branch spanning over 2,000 acres in the Starsea Plain. Is that correct? Zhang Qingyun nodded. Indeed, that is the case. Li Hongtao continued with a smile. Such a grand project can only be undertaken by my Li family. Sun Tianque retorted angrily, and my Sun family as well. And mine, the Zhou family. And mine, the Zhang family. Zhang Qingyun glanced at the heads of the four families and remarked, you are indeed the prominent families of this city, are you not? They all affirmed, correct. With an air of superiority, Zhang Qingyun responded, since you all claim to possess the capability, write down your bids on paper. I shall choose the one with the lowest price. After making this proclamation, he presented the design blueprints for the mercenary corps branch to the four family heads for their estimation. Zhang Qingyun then resumed his meal. After half an hour, the heads of the four families had completed their estimates. Zhang Qingyun opened the bids one by one, each amounting to 300,000 gold coins, leaving him astounded. The figures matched precisely with what the leader had anticipated. The heads of the four families shared his astonishment, for their bids were identical. Zhang Qingyun, donning a conflicted expression, sighed and said, in that case I have divided the project into 4 parts. The one that completes the task the fastest and with the highest quality will become the most reliable partner for my five-claw dragon mercenary corps. Chapter 34. The Cavalry Corps. Upon hearing this proclamation, the four heads of families were elated at the prospect of securing such a formidable ally. Li Hongtao promptly assured, rest assured, young leader, we will guarantee completion within 3 months with utmost quality. Sun Tianque interjected, the Sun family will surely finish in less than 3 months. The other 2 families mirrored their eagerness, unwilling to be outdone. Zhang Qingyun, exhibiting impatience, remarked, let the final results speak for themselves. Cease this bickering. It is quite vexing. Here are 200,000 gold coins. Each of you shall receive 50,000. The remaining balance will be paid upon successful completion of the project. The 4 heads of families beamed as they accepted the gold coins, exclaiming, no problem. You can count on us, young leader. Zhang Qingyun felt a growing admiration for Wang Hai, who had accurately predicted this outcome. The previous night, Wang Hai had approached Zhang Qingyun, expressing concern that the number of war orphans was nearing the capacity of the Lord's mansion. They could not allow them to remain outside in tents indefinitely. A swift establishment of a mercenary division was essential, and the most expedient method was for the 4 families to collaborate. However, should they discover that it was the Lord's mansion initiating this construction, the costs would skyrocket, and the quality of the work would likely suffer. Zhang Qingyun nodded in agreement, stating, if there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to ask. It is my duty for the sake of these war orphans. Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction, instructing, proceed as I have suggested. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, Zhang Qingyun found Wang Hai seated at the head of the main hall, sipping tea. He approached Wang Hai respectfully, saying, my lord, everything has transpired as you anticipated. However, I have a question. Wang Hai replied, are you wondering how I deduced their identical bids? Zhang Qingyun nodded, confirming, indeed. Wang Hai took a sip of tea and calmly explained, it is human nature. People are inherently greedy, desiring both benefits and profits. Zhang Qingyun remained somewhat perplexed, prompting Wang Hai to add, you will understand as you mature. Zhang Qingyun muttered softly, you are only 3 or 4 years my senior. Wang Hai chuckled awkwardly and continued, from here on, focus on training. I hope for a pleasant surprise in the future. Zhang Qingyun then interjected, my lord, we are lacking weapons. We previously procured 100 sets of warrior gear, but with over 200 soldiers, we can hardly rotate them. However, we only brought 50 sets with us, and now we do not have enough weapons for training. Wang Hai pondered this predicament, realizing he had indeed overlooked the issue of weaponry, but acquiring tens of thousands of sets was unfeasible. Selling all his possessions would not suffice. He said, let us purchase only large swords, excluding armor and helmets. How much does a large sword cost? Zhang Qingyun considered and replied, approximately 10 gold coins. Wang Hai nodded, instructing, send a message to Lu Tianling to use next month's income from Wuxia Pavilion to purchase 18,000 large swords. He should keep 3,000 for himself, as he will likely encounter similar challenges, while the remaining 15,000 should be delivered to Shanghai City. Zhang Qingyun nodded in understanding, affirming, understood. Wang Hai added, during this month, you shall teach them the yellow-level intermediate fist techniques and yellow-level lower-tier agility techniques that you initially learned. Zhang Qingyun nodded once more and said, rest assured. Commander, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Wang Hai waved his hand, signaling Zhang Qingyun to take his leave. After bowing, Zhang Qingyun turned and departed. Wang Hai proceeded to the training grounds of the Lord's Manor, observing Zhang Jiaming supervising the cavalry's drills. Approaching him, he inquired, Uncle Zhang, how is their training progressing? Seeing Wang Hai, Zhang Jiaming replied respectfully, My lord, I have divided these 1,000 individuals into 10 squads from the previous cavalry unit. Currently, each squad consists of 1 5th-level warrior and 9 4th-level warriors. Essentially, it is one instructor training 10 recruits, and the progress has been quite commendable. They have all learned to ride. Mastering horsemanship requires prolonged interaction with horses, and it demands considerable time. These 1,000 youths are diligent in their studies. Over the past 2 months, they have all advanced to first-level warriors, with more than 10 particularly gifted individuals achieving second-level status. Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction. These were the very assets that would help him survive in the Forsaken Continent, and he hoped for their swift growth. He contemplated his current situation. The cavalry was in training, the mercenary camp was under tense construction, and Zhang Qingyun was occupied training the war orphans. He could not afford to fall behind. Wang Hai then turned to Chen Biao and said, Uncle Chen, I wish to venture to the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains for some practical experience. Chen Biao nodded, saying, Young master, your rapid growth necessitates encounters with magical beasts to hone your martial skills. The outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains generally do not harbor high-level magical beasts. Occasionally, there may be 1 or 2 7th or 8th level creatures, but escaping them should not pose a significant challenge. Safety should not be a major concern. Wang Hai replied, Uncle Chen, please prepare for our departure to the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains tomorrow. I will rely on you during this journey. Chen Biao acknowledged. You flatter me, young master. It is my duty to assist you. He then took his leave to begin preparations for their expedition. Wang Hai subsequently sought out Huang Qinmin, instructing him to manage all matters at the Lord's Manor during his absence. Should anyone inquire about his whereabouts, they were to be informed that he had returned to the Duke's residence in the imperial capital and that they should leave letters for him. He would respond upon his return. Chapter 35. Training on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. 5 thunderbolt leopards swiftly pursued a 5th-level magical beast, the triangular fire boar. 3 of the leopards, capitalizing on their speed, positioned themselves ahead of the boar. The trio turned to block its path, while 2 leopards obstructed its retreat as it attempted to turn back. All 5 thunderbolt leopards emanated a presence that matched the 5th-level prowess of their target. The triangular fire boar let out a defiant roar, at which point a youthful voice called out, Triangular fire boar, let us engage in a duel. Should you defeat me, I shall allow your escape. The boar glared at the human with utter disdain, instantly igniting its fury as it charged towards the boy. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, the youth executed a swift sidestep, evading the boar's assault and seizing his greatsword in readiness. The greatsword was abruptly enveloped in a blood-red aura as the youth struck the triangular fire boar, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. The creature, in agony, emitted a mournful roar, blood gushing from its injury. Fearful, the triangular fire boar dared not approach the youth again and hastily unleashed fireballs. The youth deftly evaded the fiery projectiles, and the boar, unwilling to concede, continued to spit fireballs in a relentless assault. As the youth skillfully dodged, he drew ever closer to the triangular fire boar, which, in a state of urgency, accelerated its fireball conjuring. The youth managed to close the distance to within 3 zhang, then executed a swift movement to the rear of the boar, leaping high into the air. With a powerful strike, he brought the triangular fire boar crashing down to the ground. The creature attempted to rise, but ultimately failed. With a mere gesture, the youth summoned a swarm of night blood mosquitoes to drain the boar's blood, while 5 lightning thunder leopards began to feast upon its flesh. In a short while, the triangular fire boar was reduced to nothing but a fire-type crystal core. One of the lightning thunder leopards picked up the core and approached the youth, who extended his hand to receive it. The leopard gingerly placed the fire crystal core into the youth's palm. The youth summoned a fire elemental and tossed the 5th-level fire crystal core to it, instructing it to consume and absorb the essence. This youth was Wang Hai. who had spent nearly 3 months on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where the magical beasts had also hunted for the same duration. The 22 night blood mosquitoes had successfully advanced to 5th level magical beasts, while 111 lightning thunder leopards had achieved the same rank. However, fire crystal cores were scarce. Among the 55 fire elementals, only 20 had advanced to 5th level magical beasts. The 5th level night blood mosquitoes were as dark and profound as the night itself. Though their size was akin to that of butterflies, their bodies were remarkably resilient, withstanding even the full force of Wang Hai's great sword without leaving a mark. Simultaneously, the teleportation skill of the 5th level night blood mosquitoes had increased from 5 meters to 10, along with a significant enhancement in their flight speed. The 5th level lightning thunder leopards had mastered a skill known as thunderstorm, capable of summoning a lightning strike, making them formidable opponents. As lightning was inherently one of the most potent forms of attack, a 5th level thunderstorm strike would likely overwhelm many 6th level magical beasts. The 5th level fire elemental's meteor fire rain had also expanded its coverage from a diameter of 100 meters to 200 meters, resulting in a substantial increase in its destructive power. At that moment, Chun Biao suddenly remarked, "Young master, I sense that there are individuals approaching, numbering around 50, all possessing the strength of intermediate warriors." Wang Hai was taken aback. Such a concentration of intermediate warriors was beyond what the 4 great families could muster. It appeared that these individuals did not hail from Starsea City. Wang Hai promptly instructed, "Let us conceal ourselves and observe the situation." Chun Biao nodded in understanding, "Understood, young master." He then led Wang Hai to hide atop the treetops 100 meters away, while Wang Hai commanded a night blood mosquito to remain nearby, facilitating his surveillance of the unfolding circumstances. In a brief moment, over 50 individuals arrived at the location where Qian Hao had recently slain a triangular fireboar. One person crouched down to examine the remains and remarked, "These are the bones of a 5th level magical beast, the triangular fireboar. Judging by the marks on them, they have been thoroughly gnawed upon by wild beasts." Among the 50 or so people, nearly 10 wielded staffs and donned various magical robes. Wang Hai, feeling a surge of trepidation, noted, "To think there are nearly 10 intermediate magicians among them. This group is certainly not ordinary." It is worth mentioning that Wang Hai did not possess even a single junior magician at this point, let alone an intermediate one. One of the magicians inquired, "Zhang Lei, have you arrived? Is there truly a burial site for the Star Warriors here?" A warrior responded, "We are almost there. We should be in the vicinity. During my previous ventures here, I encountered numerous magical beasts guarding it. However, the inscription indicates that this is in the language of the Black Gold Empire, and the tomb's occupant was a Star Warrior." A fellow warrior expressed confusion. "The Black Gold Empire? Aren't we in the Han Hai Empire?" Another magician scoffed, "If only you had studied instead of herding sheep." The Black Gold Empire was a nation from millennia ago, its territory vast beyond measure. At its peak, it was said that there were over 1 million Star Warriors, and those above the stars numbered no less than 10,000. Its downfall led to the emergence of our Han Hai Empire and countless other nations. Chapter 36. The Tomb. The warrior's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Over 1 million Star Warriors? It's no surprise that a tomb of a Star Warrior has appeared here. If we manage to procure some valuable items, we must show those fellows at the Royal Academy of the capital what we're made of. Wang Hai smacked his lips. So it belongs to the Royal Academy of the capital. No wonder they are so formidable. The Academy is the strongest institution forged by the entire empire, dedicated to supplying a plethora of talent for the Han Hai Empire. It is said that the instructors are all at least advanced warriors or high-level magicians. Zhang Lei interjected, "Let us not bicker. We should proceed swiftly and with caution." The group nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Lei further ahead. Wang Hai urged the night blood mosquito to cautiously keep up. Once they had moved a considerable distance, he turned to Chun Biao and said, "Uncle Chun, let us tread carefully and follow them slowly." Wang Hai and Chun Biao discreetly trailed the group for about an hour when Wang Hai heard the sounds of a fierce battle erupting ahead. He quickly led Chun Biao to investigate. Upon reaching the vicinity of the battlefield, Wang Hai hid cautiously to observe the situation. He saw the individuals from the Royal Academy of the capital engaged in combat with a horde of 5th-level magical beasts, the Diamond Apes, numbering around 70. Yet, despite their numbers, they were at a disadvantage against the 50 or so individuals whose strength was quite comparable. The members of the Royal Academy formed 9 battle formations. each consisting of 5 warriors arranged in a protective circle, with a magician positioned in the center to provide magical support at any moment. Wang Hai watched enviously. The battle formations were truly remarkable, and he resolved to acquire one for himself, ideally with a multitude of magicians to complement it. Wang Hai understood that upon his promotion, his mental prowess would also enhance. However, his fighting spirit had already manifested as a blood-red hue, clearly indicating that there was no blood-based magic within the magical elements. This left him pondering how he might learn the art of magic. After 2 hours of fierce combat, over 70 mighty guerrillas lay vanquished, their fighting spirit extinguished. The Imperial Royal Academy faced the breach of 2 battle formations, resulting in the demise of 10 warriors and 2 mages. A glance was cast at their fallen comrades before Zhang Lei declared, "Let us depart." The group then turned to continue their journey. Wang Hai, observing the formidable guerrillas before him, 5th-tier magical beasts known for their immense strength and powerful attacks, reflected that had it not been for their sluggish speed, they might not have been so easily subdued. Watching the departing companions, Wang Hai instructed the night blood mosquito to follow closely, sending them ahead to scout the path. Should they encounter difficulties, he would seal the cave entrance. They would eventually emerge, and he intended to subjugate all the guerrillas first. After 4 hours of relentless efforts, Wang Hai successfully tamed 55 of the surviving guerrillas, placing them in the altar space to recuperate. As dawn approached, he noted that his companions had not yet returned, suggesting they may have encountered unforeseen challenges. After much deliberation, he resolved to investigate personally, navigating cautiously through the tomb's passageways. Wang Hai noted the 8 members of the Imperial Royal Academy who had met their demise due to various traps. Soon, he arrived at a grand hall, where the sounds of battle echoed, indicating he was drawing near to his companions. He and Chun Biao rushed into the hall. Aghast at the scene before them, his comrades were embroiled in a fierce dispute over the spoils. Upon their entrance, the gathered warriors regarded Chun Biao and Wang Hai with bewilderment. One voice called out, "Let us pause. We will deal with these outsiders before continuing our quarrel for the treasures." The others nodded in agreement. Wang Hai pondered aloud. "You initially numbered 54, with 12 fallen in battle against the guerrillas, 8 lost to traps, and 7 in your recent infighting. You now stand but half your original strength, and all are wounded. What will you fight me with?" Their expressions darkened at his words. Zhang Lei retorted, "You insolent brat. Even with our injuries, 27 of us can easily handle you too." Wang Hai chuckled, "Who claims you have 27? No sooner had he spoken than a night blood mosquito swiftly pierced a mage's chest, causing the onlookers to turn in horror at the sight of the bloodied wound. The mage's heart punctured and lifeless. Wang Hai observed their growing pallor and remarked, "Now you are down to 26. Zhang Lei shouted, "You wretched child. I will slay you." Wang Hai, with a derisive smile, summoned 25th-tier fire elements. As they manifested in the hall, the temperature soared. With a mere gesture, Wang Hai unleashed a barrage of fireballs, targeting the group. Amidst the fiery onslaught, 7 were reduced to ashes, while the remaining 17 suffered burns, their combat effectiveness waning further. Ceasing the fireball assault, Wang Hai summoned 55th-tier lightning leopards, surveying the despairing crowd. With an air of arrogance, he taunted, "Care for another round?" A young warrior, his body scorched yet filled with rage, retorted, "I will kill you." The young hero, wielding a great sword, was swiftly struck down by a lightning leopard in a single, lethal blow. Chapter 37. Subjugation. As the crowd beheld the astonishing speed of the lightning leopard, despair engulfed them. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth and declared, "We hail from the Imperial Capital Royal Academy. Allow us to depart from this place, and we shall forsake all treasures here." Wang Hai chuckled derisively. "Do you truly believe that knowing you are students of the Imperial Capital Royal Academy would compel me to release you? Shall I await your teachers to seek vengeance on my behalf? Are you foolish or am I?" Zhang Lei's countenance darkened as he retorted, "What do you desire?" Wang Hai replied with a smile, "My demands are quite simple. Submit to me in word or face death." Without hesitation, Zhang Lei responded, "Very well. I shall submit to you." Wang Hai then countered, "No, that alone is insufficient. I require a blood pact. From this moment forth, any thought of betrayal will result in your immediate demise." A young man rose defiantly. "A blood pact? You must be dreaming. Do you know who I am? My father is a marquis. Should you kill me, I will not let you go unpunished." No sooner had he spoken than his body was cleaved in two by the lightning leopard. Wang Hai chuckled. Having a marquis for a father does not bestow invincibility upon you. Have you made your choice? Life or death? Zhang Lei wrestled internally, feeling that being controlled was worse than death, yet the finality of death meant losing everything. At merely 21, he was a 6th-level warrior. Just a step away from becoming a high-ranking warrior. The future held promise, and he could not resign himself to such an end. After much hesitation, he sighed. I am willing to sign the blood pact and serve you faithfully. The others gazed at Zhang Lei in astonishment before gradually expressing their own willingness. I too wish to sign the blood pact. I as well. I too. Soon. All 15 individuals had entered into a blood pact with Wang Hai, including a 6th-level warrior, a 6th-level mage, and a 5th-level mage, while the remaining 12 were all 5th-level warriors. Wang Hai noted the dwindling number of surviving mages. Only 2 remained, and felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he quickly reassured himself. The strength of mages lies in their mental prowess, not physical might. Wang Hai then inquired, what have you all discovered here? Bound by the blood pact, the group hesitated to withhold any secrets and promptly presented all their findings. Zhang Lei elaborated. This is the burial site of a star warrior, who, in life, battled a star mage and ultimately succeeded in slaying him, though he perished here as well. The 6th-level mage, Xie Changqing, added, this site contains not only the possessions of the star warrior, but also those of the star mage. Wang Hai clicked his tongue. What treasures are present? Zhang Lei meticulously detailed. These are techniques, a high-grade martial art, the explosive flame fury slash, a mid-grade movement technique, the shadow stepping, a low-grade fist technique, the mighty diamond fist, a low-grade martial art, the moon cleaving slash, and 13 other high-grade martial arts. Wang Hai was taken aback. The most formidable martial skill of the royal legend was merely of the Xian grade upper tier. This information must remain concealed. He then addressed Chen Biao, saying, send all 13 of these upper-tier, yellow-grade martial skills to the mercenary and cavalry corps for their training. As for the other Xian-grade martial skills, you will practice them alongside them in Zhang Qingyun. The Xian-grade lower-tier skill, Moon Cleave, and these 13 upper-tier yellow-grade skills should be dispatched to the imperial capital for Lu Tianling. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Hai continued, inform him that the Xian-grade martial skills may only be imparted to those who have proven their loyalty to the mercenary corps. Xie Changqing then added, here is a volume of upper-tier fire magic, Starlit Inferno. There are also middle-tier magic books, Wooden Prison of the Wood Element, Fiery Explosion of the Fire Element, and Golden Blade of the Metal Element. Additionally, there are 13 lower-tier magic books from various elements, 48 upper-tier, yellow-grade magic books, 160 middle-tier, yellow-grade magic books, and 385 lower-tier, yellow-grade magic books, predominantly focused on fire magic. This indicates that we have a renowned fire magician. Wang Hai gazed at the spatial ring handed to him by Xie Changqing, marveling at the fact that a star magician was akin to a mobile library. He inquired, what element do you 2 magicians belong to? With a smile, Xie Changqing replied, I am a fire magician. The other magician, Su Xiaowei, sighed and said, I am a wood magician. Wang Hai nodded and declared, I will establish a magical library where these tomes will be stored. You may consult the library for any magic book you require. Xie Changqing and Su Xiaowei quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Master. Xie Changqing then continued, Master, there are also some weapons, gold coins, magical beast cores, and construction plans for the magic tower, along with over a dozen types of magic arrays. Upon hearing about the magic tower construction plans, Wang Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a splendid opportunity to ascertain one's magical aptitude and attributes. With stars in his eyes, Wang Hai asked, Xie Changqing, can you construct the magic tower? Xie Changqing replied, the construction itself is not overly difficult, but it requires a substantial quantity of magical crystals. Wang Hai nodded. Approximately how many gold coins would that entail? After some calculations, Xie Changqing responded, the entire Han Hai Empire possesses only one magic crystal mine still under royal control. Most of the demand is met through purchases from merchants, and the prices in Han Hai Empire are quite high. It is estimated that the construction will require at least 100 million gold coins. Chapter 38. The Guardian Core of Star Sea City. Wang Hai was momentarily speechless. 100 million gold coins. His total assets amounted to merely 600,000 gold coins. Even with the additional 15,000 swords and 360,000 gold coins sent by Lu Tianling recently, he had barely reached 1 million gold coins. 100 million gold coins would require an insurmountable effort to acquire. Wang Hai sighed. It seems we shall postpone this matter for now. Let us return. Thus, Wang Hai led Chen Biao, Zhang Lei, and the others back to the Lord's mansion, arriving just in time for lunch. A night without sleep posed little issue for them. After ensuring everyone had a meal, Wang Hai advised them to rest and planned to arrange their tasks that evening. He also sent word for Zhang Qingyun to visit later that night. After dinner, Wang Hai turned to Huang Qinmin and said, "Housekeeper Huang, please make arrangements to find a location near the center of the city lord's mansion to reconstruct 2 buildings. I wish to establish a magical library and a martial arts hall. Although the collection of martial arts is modest, its quality is exceptional, and I will gradually supplement its quantity in due course." Huang Qinmin nodded in response, assuring, "My lord, rest assured, I shall make the necessary arrangements by tomorrow." Wang Hai then addressed Zhang Qingyun. "How has the construction of the mercenary group's base and the overall progress of its strength been during this time?" Zhang Qingyun replied, "In this period, 2 third-level warriors have successfully advanced to 4th level. We currently have 55 third-level warriors, 220 second-level warriors, and 1,280 first-level warriors. The mercenary base has been fully constructed, accommodating over 48,000 war orphans. The Li family was the first to complete their construction, as we promised them partnership." Wang Hai smiled and remarked, "Next, I indeed have a task for them. Qingyun, with 2 individuals catching up to you, if you are surpassed in learning the profound martial arts by other members, it would be quite embarrassing." Zhang Qingyun nodded affirmatively. "I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and not disappoint the expectations of the leader." Wang Hai then turned to Zhang Lei, instructing, "You and your companions shall select 5,000 war orphans who have not yet become warriors to form the Star Sea City Guard. You will be responsible for their training henceforth." Zhang Lei and the others nodded, responding, "My lord, you need not worry." Wang Hai added, "From now on, do not refer to me as my lord. Address me as lord like the others." He then handed Huang Qinmin 500,000 gold coins, stating, "Procure 10,000 sets of warrior gear. 5,000 sets will go to the Star Sea City Guard, and the remaining 5,000 to the 5-Claw Divine Dragon Mercenary Group." Huang Qinmin accepted the coins, affirming, "My lord, you can be assured that I will handle this appropriately." After a satisfying meal, Wang Hai retreated to his study to commence his designs. He intended to establish a distillery, as the alcohol in the Forsaken Continent was merely fruit wine, laden with impurities and lacking in purity of flavor. Wang Hai envisioned a distillery standing 9 meters tall, occupying 50 acres, with 10 acres designated for the production of brewing mash, 20 acres for the cooking area, and another 20 acres for fermentation. Additionally, he planned a 5-story storage facility extending over 50 acres, capable of housing 150,000 barrels of wine. Wang Hai resolved to have only the Li family construct the factory and the large wine barrels, while he would personally oversee the establishment of the remaining equipment. Simultaneously, he aimed to build a glass manufacturing plant covering 20 acres, which would house 10 sets of production equipment and an accompanying 15-acre manufacturing space, along with a 5-story warehouse spanning 10 acres primarily for producing glass bottles to contain the wine. Quality products undoubtedly require exquisite packaging to fetch handsome prices. The following day, Wang Hai dispatched someone to deliver the blueprints to Zhang Qingyun, instructing him to consult with Li Hongtao regarding the construction, with the location to be chosen near the mercenary group's base at his discretion. Zhang Qingyun arrogantly arrived at the Li residence, only to be halted by the guards, who demanded, "Halt! What is your business?" Zhang Qingyun retorted angrily, "You insolent lackey, how dare you obstruct my path?" As he spoke, he used his aura to send 2 guards flying, instructing them to inform Li Hongtao that he, a member of the 5-Clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps, had business with him. Upon hearing the name of the 5-Clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps, a significant client of the Li family, the guards could do nothing but scurry off to notify the family head in dismay. From a distance, Li Hongtao spotted Zhang Qingyun and greeted him with a beaming smile, saying, "What brings the young commander here? If you have matters to discuss, there is no need to trouble yourself with a personal visit." Ignoring Li Hongtao, Zhang Qingyun continued, "Here are the design plans for the factory I intend to build. Could you tell me the estimated cost and time required for completion?" Li Hongtao examined the blueprints and remarked, "This factory is quite grand in scale. What exactly does the young commander intend to do?" Zhang Qingyun shot him an irritated glare and retorted, "What does it matter to you what I plan? Must I report every detail to you? The head of the Li family? Li Hongtao quickly apologized. I beg your pardon, young commander. My words were thoughtless. Please forgive my indiscretion. Zhang Qingyan huffed. Do not waste my time. I have plans to visit the fragrant pavilion. Li Hongtao nodded earnestly. Of course. I estimate that the 2 factories and the 15 large vats will require a total of 50,000 gold coins. Zhang Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Send someone tomorrow. Once I select the location, I will deliver the gold coins to you. Having said this, he disregarded Li Hongtao's expression and departed. Chapter 39. The Brewery during the past month. Wang Hai had been immersed in studying the profound-level martial techniques acquired from the 10,000 great mountains at the City Lord's mansion. He could not help but marvel at the power of these techniques. The Shadow Step, a mid-tier profound-level technique, enhanced his speed to several times that of the previous mid-tier yellow-level techniques. In battles between experts, victory can hinge on a mere thought, let alone a disparity of several times. Wang Hai was diligently training the high-tier profound-level technique, Explosive Flame Slash, along with the mid-tier technique, Shadow Step. He now felt confident in facing his past self from a month ago, capable of easily defeating 3 opponents, a testament to the formidable nature of profound-level martial techniques. During this month, Zhang Lei had successfully advanced to a high-tier warrior through his training in profound-level techniques, becoming Wang Hai's 2nd high-tier warrior. Wang Hai could not help but exclaim, those chosen for the Imperial Capital Royal Academy truly possess exceptional talent. They merely lack the martial skills and time to hone them. Today marked the completion of the brewery, and Wang Hai had arrived early with Qin Biao. Zhang Qingyun had already gathered the necessary personnel and was waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing Wang Hai, Zhang Qingyun announced, Commander, the team is ready. Wang Hai replied, First, lead me to the individuals you selected. I will instruct you on how to make the brewing starter. The others can wait here. Zhang Qingyun promptly followed Wang Hai, having chosen some loyal and reliable individuals as per Wang Hai's earlier instructions. Wang Hai then patiently explained the method of making the brewing starter. 1. Ingredient crushing. Combine and crush 60 parts barley with 40 parts peas, ensuring that 20 to 30 of the resulting powder passes through a 20-mesh sieve. 2. Starter preparation. Mix the powdered ingredients with water, forming a starter cake in the mold, ensuring the cake has a moisture content of 36 to 38 and is compact and even. 3. Arrangement in the fermentation chamber. The temperature of the fermentation chamber is pre-adjusted to 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. The floor is covered with rice husks, and the fermented dough is carefully arranged in rows with a spacing of 23 centimeters. A layer of reeds is placed on top of each layer of dough, followed by another layer of fermented blocks, creating a total of 3 layers. 4. Molding. The chamber is sealed, allowing the temperature to gradually rise. After 1 day, mold spots begin to appear on the surface of the dough. Within 36 to 37 hours, the temperature reaches 38 to 39 degrees Celsius. It is essential to control the temperature increase slowly to ensure proper mold growth. 5. Drying the mold. When the temperature of the dough reaches 38 to 39 degrees Celsius, the doors and windows are opened. The insulation is removed to release moisture and reduce temperature. The dough is turned over, increasing spacing to control microbial growth, ensuring the surface dries and maintains its shape, a process known as drying the mold. During this phase, it is crucial to avoid creating drafts inside the chamber to prevent cracking of the dough surface. The drying lasts for 23 days, with daily turning of the dough, increasing the layers from 3 to 4 and 5. 6. Moisture activation. After drying, the chamber is sealed again as it enters the moisture activation phase. The temperature rises to 36 to 38 degrees Celsius, and the dough is flipped, increasing the layers from 5 to 6, arranged in a zigzag pattern. The dough is turned every 12 days, with doors and windows opening and closing alternately, allowing the temperature to fluctuate. Over 45 days, the dough gradually rises from 38 to 45 to 46 degrees Celsius, entering the high-temperature phase, with layers increasing to 7. 7. High-temperature phase. During this period, microbial mycelium grows inward, while moisture and heat dissipate outward. Doors and windows may be opened to adjust the temperature, maintaining a high temperature of 44 to 46 degrees Celsius for 78 days, with daily turning of the dough. At the end of this phase, 50 to 70 of the dough reaches maturity. 8. Post-fire phase. The dough gradually dries, with the temperature decreasing from 44 to 46 degrees Celsius to 32 to 33 degrees Celsius or lower, lasting for 35 days. 9. Cultivation of the dough, following the post-fire phase. To facilitate continued moisture evaporation, the temperature is maintained at 28 to 30 degrees Celsius during the cultivation of the dough. 10. Removal from the chamber. The fermented blocks are removed and stacked with a spacing of 10 centimeters. Subsequently, Wang Hai goes out to explain the steaming process and the essential considerations during winemaking, noting that both the mature and raw material processes require time. The mature process typically takes 10 to 12 days, while the raw process requires 15 to 20 days before distillation can commence, including the production of the yeast and the subsequent fermentation and distillation. At least 1 month is necessary. Wang Hai approaches Zhang Qingyun and remarks, "This month, I presume your mercenary group has seen a notable increase in numbers." Zhang Qingyun nods and responds, "I have advanced to a level 5 warrior. Currently, we have 3 level 4 warriors, 67 level 3 warriors, 310 level 2 warriors, and 2,230 level 1 warriors." Wang Hai smiles and replies, "Impressive. When did you achieve this breakthrough?" "I had no idea." Zhang Qingyun chuckles, "I just broke through a few days ago and hadn't had the chance to inform the commander. I must also thank the commander for providing the advanced martial skills that enabled my swift advancement." Wang Hai nods in agreement, stating, "Qingyun, with more and more warriors, we are more than capable of protecting the winery and glass factory. I plan to implement what Lu Tianling suggested initially. Part of the group will undertake mercenary tasks, while the rest will remain at the mercenary base. This way, only those forged in the crucible of blood and fire can be considered true mercenaries. And we can also increase everyone's income through these mercenary assignments." Zhang Qingyun nodded and remarked, "Indeed, Commander, your words resonate deeply. Without the tempering of blood and fire, one will inevitably suffer greatly in encounters with foes, lacking the experience in combat. I fully support your arrangements." Wang Hai also nodded, saying, "Let the lower-ranked soldiers undertake simpler tasks for their training. The more challenging missions can be assigned to 3 intermediate warriors. We must arrange this judiciously to minimize casualties." Zhang Qingyun responded, "Rest assured, Commander, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Chapter 40. The sale of wine on a day 2 months later. Wuxia Pavilion displayed a sign that read, "In appreciation of our esteemed new and returning customers, we are pleased to announce that from this day forth, any customer purchasing crystal utensils will receive a complimentary bottle of exquisite crystal wine, valid for 1 month." Following this, the old proprietor summoned an attendant to bring forth a finely crafted box. He carefully opened the wooden case and retrieved a glass wine bottle from within. As the onlookers gazed at the liquid within the glass bottle, resembling water, they exclaimed, "Surely, the crystal bottle contains water. How could wine possibly be so clear?" They all echoed in agreement, "Indeed, how could wine be akin to water?" The old proprietor, smiling, invited everyone to sample this fine wine. Upon finishing his words, he gently twisted open the glass bottle's cap and instructed the servers to bring forth small glasses, filling them one by one before sending them out to the crowd. As they drank, a wave of warmth surged from their stomachs. The wine was rich and robust, a stark contrast to the juices they had previously consumed. Someone inquired, "Old proprietor, is this wine available for sale?" The old man nodded, saying, "Naturally, we sell it as part of our business, with a daily limit of 200 bottles, each priced at 50 gold coins." The crowd eagerly responded, "I'll take 2 bottles. I want 5 bottles. I desire 10 bottles." The old proprietor clicked his tongue, reflecting, "Indeed, as the Lord has said, those willing to spend 100 gold coins on glassware will certainly not hesitate to purchase crystal wine for 50 gold coins." Within a few days, the name of the crystal wine spread through the noble circles. Its rich flavor and intoxicating aroma warmed the heart with every sip. Each day, a steady stream of patrons queued to purchase this delightful beverage, as wine is a consumable good that sees continual demand. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Hai had been in this world for a year, with winter's heavy snow approaching in 2 months. Starsea City had embarked on a path of sustained development. Over the past 6 months, the cavalry regiment had seen Qian Jiaming rise to become a senior warrior through the mastery of advanced martial techniques. 10 squad leaders had gradually ascended to level 6 warriors, while 78 of the other 90 warriors had successfully advanced to level 5. Remarkably, 2 individuals had broken through 2 levels to become level 6 warriors directly. Most of the remaining 1,000 young cavalry soldiers had reached level 3, with 115 still at level 2. Additionally, 36 exceptional warriors had broken through to level 4, mastering combat aura. The Star Sea City Guard, established 4 months prior, saw Zhang Lei achieve the rank of level 7 senior warrior, while Xie Changqing had also attained the status of level 7 senior mage. Another mage, Su Xiaowei, had reached level 6, and the remaining 12 level 5 warriors had further progressed to level 6. Wang Hai contemplated whether he should return to the imperial capital Royal Academy for another opportunity, as his innate talent was indeed remarkable. Among the 5,000 young mercenaries of the Star Sea City Guard Corps, most had reached the second-tier warrior level after merely 4 months of training. Over 200 still remained at the first tier, while 123 had ascended to the third tier. Remarkably, 3 prodigies had even attained the 4th-tier warrior status. The presence of 3 high-level protectors in the entire Star Sea City was sufficient. It was time for him to escort Chun Biao back to the imperial capital, as he had been away from Star Sea City for 8 months. He felt it was necessary to visit his adoptive parents and procure a substantial amount of supplies for the upcoming winter. Additionally, he intended to engage in business discussions with the Wanming Chamber of Commerce. After arranging relevant matters with Huang Qimin, Wang Hai set off for the imperial capital with Chun Biao. His first stop was the base of the 5-clawed dragon mercenary corps outside the city, which had expanded from 100 acres to 200. Although the estate was still dotted with numerous tents of varying sizes, the faces of the young mercenaries were alight with joy. Some practiced martial skills, others discussed undertaking mercenary missions together, while a few recounted their experiences from their latest assignments. Wang Hai smiled at the scene and proceeded to enter the base. At that moment, someone recognized him and exclaimed, "The captain has returned." Many new members, who had never seen the captain before, rushed over to glimpse the legendary leader of the mercenary corps, quickly encircling him. Just then, Lu Tianling's voice rang out. "Aren't you all supposed to be training? No slacking off. Get to it." The crowd gradually dispersed, and Lu Tianling approached Wang Hai respectfully, saying, "Captain, you have returned." Wang Hai nodded, and Lu Tianling led him to the study. Wang Hai remarked with a smile, "When I suggested expanding, I knew you would accommodate many, but I did not anticipate this many." Lu Tianling chuckled awkwardly. "I originally planned to recruit around 5,000. But as we encountered more during mercenary missions, I brought them all back. Now we have over 9,000. Wang Hai replied with a grin, "No worries. In 2 months, winter will arrive again. Every additional person saved is a blessing." He then handed over 200,000 gold coins, saying, "Use 100,000 to convert the remaining 500 acres of land for accommodation. It should suffice for around 15,000 people. With the remaining 100,000, procure 2,000 sets of warrior gear, as I see some still lack weapons." Lu Tianling responded, "Over the past 8 months, the mercenary corps has generated a profit of 20,000 gold coins, all of which has been used to purchase weapons. With the addition of these 2,000 warrior sets, nearly everyone will possess a weapon." Chapter 41. Return to the Wanming Chamber of Commerce. Wang Hai was quite satisfied. He had initially thought that Lu Tianling managing to be self-sufficient would be commendable, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the profit. He then inquired, "What is the overall strength of the mercenary corps now?" Lu Tianling promptly replied, "I am currently a 5th-tier warrior. There are 11 4th-tier warriors, 422 3rd-tier warriors, 2,414 2nd-tier warriors, and 4,321 1st-tier warriors." Wang Hai nodded, contemplating that it seemed the most expedient method for rapid advancement lay in the crucible of blood and fire. The number of 4th-level warriors and 3rd-level warriors surpassed that of the branch in Star Sea City. It is worth noting that Star Sea City boasts over 40,000 inhabitants, while Lu Tianling commands merely 9,000. Thus, dispatching the Star Sea City branch to undertake missions for training appears to be the correct course of action. Wang Hai then instructed Lu Tianling to increase the extraction of quartz, as there were no volcanoes surrounding Star Sea City. The perilous expanse of the 10,000 mountains teemed with magical beasts, rendering it too hazardous. For the time being, they could only rely on the mining operations here to transport resources back to Star Sea City. He subsequently decided to remain here and rest, planning to return to the Marquis's residence the following day. On the morrow, at the break of dawn, Wang Hai arrived in the imperial capital. Gazing upon the splendor before him, he was filled with myriad emotions. Having just arrived at the Forsaken Continent, he found himself in a perilous imperial capital, devoid of any means of self-defense. Yet, at last, he possessed a modicum of leverage for survival in this world. Upon reaching the Marquis's residence, the guards promptly greeted him, exclaiming, "We welcome the third young master back to the estate." Wang Hai nodded and instructed, "Have my room tidied. I shall take a brief stroll before returning." The guards promptly acquiesced, and Wang Hai, accompanied by Chun Biao, proceeded to the Wanming Chamber of Commerce. Upon their arrival, the doorman approached them, inquiring, "Greetings. Are you here to purchase or to sell items?" Wang Hai produced his bronze membership card, stating, "I am here to sell some items." The doorman smiled and replied, "Very well, please follow me." The doorman led them to a room and knocked on the door, announcing, "Master Li, there is someone here to sell goods." Master Li, upon noticing Wang Hai from his rocking chair, rose with a beaming smile, saying, "Why, it is young Master Wang. Have you come to sell crystal items this time?" Wang Hai nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Master Li, your insight is remarkable. You discern my purpose at once." Master Li chuckled. "After all, this is not our first transaction, so I have a sense of the matter. How many items does young Master Wang intend to sell this time?" Wang Hai replied with a smile, "I plan to sell 14,400 units. I wonder if Master Li can accommodate that?" Master Li responded, "That is certainly no issue. Even 100 times more would pose no problem. Based on our previous agreement, the price is 80 gold coins per set, totaling 115,200 gold coins. What do you think, young Master Wang?" Wang Hai nodded, confirming, "That is entirely agreeable." He then retrieved all the glass products from his spatial ring and handed them to Master Li. After confirming the items were in order, Master Li produced 115,200 gold coins from his own spatial ring and presented them to Wang Hai, adding, "Young Master Wang, if you can procure the flawless crystal wares from Wuxia Pavilion, might you also acquire another item, crystal wine?" Wang Hai had indeed intended to sell wine during this visit and replied, "That is certainly feasible. However, what price does the Wanming Chamber of Commerce propose?" Master Li, well aware of the high demand for such consumables, stated, "The Wanming Chamber of Commerce is willing to purchase at the market price of 50 gold coins per bottle, and it will not be sold within the Han Hai Empire." Wang Hai nodded, inquiring, "How many bottles does Master Li desire?" Master Li, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "That naturally depends on how many young Master Wang has." Wang Hai smiled, declaring, "I possess 20,000 bottles." Master Li was taken aback. Even the entire No Leisure Pavilion could not boast such a quantity, yet Wang Hai possessed an astonishing amount. Subsequently, Master Wang chuckled and declared, "Very well. I will take them all." Wang Hai promptly retrieved 20,000 boxes of exquisitely packaged crystal liquor from his spatial ring, stating, "Here are 20,000 portions of crystal wine. Please count them." After Master Li confirmed the count was accurate, he produced 1,000,000 gold coins and handed them over, saying, "Young Master Wang, may I have your bronze membership card? Any transactions exceeding 1,000,000 gold coins at our Wanming Chamber of Commerce qualify for an upgrade to a silver membership." Wang Hai nodded and presented his bronze membership card from his spatial ring. Upon receiving it, Master Li exchanged it for a silver membership card, saying, "Here is your silver membership card. Shopping at Wanming Chamber grants you an 85 discount. In the future, you may sell crystal liquor and glassware here." Wang Hai nodded again and remarked, "I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Master Li smiled and replied, "Young Master Wang, do not let me detain you." Wang Hai cupped his hands in salute and, accompanied by Chun Biao, turned to depart. Wang Hai felt a surge of joy, having gained over 2,000,000 gold coins this time, which, when combined with his previous holdings, amounted to over 3,000,000 gold coins. Gazing at the vast fortune, he couldn't help but reflect, the feeling of wealth is truly delightful. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, he was greeted by a guard who promptly said, "Young Master, the Marquis instructed that you find him in his study upon your return." Wang Hai nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Understood, I shall go to him at once." He then turned to Chun Biao, saying, "Uncle Chun, please take some rest. I will inquire what my father needs." Chun Biao nodded, "I shall take my leave then." After signaling Chun Biao to depart, Wang Hai proceeded to find Wang Kuan. Chapter 42. The City of Green Crystals. Upon entering, Wang Hai saw Wang Kuan seated in the main chair, awaiting his arrival. He inquired, "Father, what do you need me for?" Wang Kuan, appearing displeased, responded, "You've barely been away for a few months, and you couldn't resist returning." Wang Hai quickly clarified, "Father, you misunderstand. With winter upon us, I came to the capital to procure some supplies and thought to pay you a visit. I shall return in a few days." Only then did Wang Kuen's expression soften slightly. Indeed, it is commendable that you have this intention. Wang Hai grinned widely, of course. My cultivation has significantly advanced. I am now an intermediate warrior. As he spoke, he showcased his fighting spirit, prompting a pleased smile from Wang Kuen, who remarked, not bad. At such a young age, you are already a level 5 warrior. Quite the genius. Wang Hai beamed naturally. By the way, father, next to Star Sea City, on the side of the 10,000 Great Mountains, there lies Black Mountain City, which I hear has been without a lord for quite some time. Could you acquire it for me? Wang Kuen shot him a stern look. You have only just acquired Star Sea City a few months ago, and you are already dissatisfied. Wang Hai chuckled. Isn't it wise to accumulate more resources? Wang Kuen laughed. You are still as money-minded as ever. I have heard that Black Mountain City is set to be ceded to a commoner named Lu Shengxian. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. It is no small feat for a commoner to become a lord. Wang Kuen remarked. Indeed, it is rare. He enlisted at the tender age of 14 and has spent over 30 years battling against the Blue Mountain Empire, earning remarkable military accolades. The Empire has finally decided to reward him with the title of Lord. Wang Hai nodded and replied, after more than 30 years of warfare. He has only just become a lord, while I, at 16 and without any notable achievements, have already attained that title. This truly highlights the disparity. Wang Kuen then added. However, with the Lord of Green Crystal City, Chao Qinghua, recalled to serve in the court, the position of a new lord remains unfilled, which presents an opportunity. Wang Hai smiled brightly, exclaiming, is it possible to maneuver in such a way? Wang Kuen sighed as he glanced at Wang Hai, saying, Green Crystal City is not surrounded by the vast mountains and endless seas like Star Sea City. Its location is more advantageous and the terrain relatively flat. It would likely require no less than 2 million gold coins to secure it. With a cheerful demeanor, Wang Hai produced 2 million gold coins from his spatial ring and said, Father, here are 2 million gold coins for you. Wang Kuen was astonished. He was aware that the tea house he had transformed into the Immaculate Pavilion was thriving, generating over 200,000 in sales. A profit of over 100,000 was commendable, and with a bit more investment, securing Green Crystal City seemed nearly assured. He never anticipated Wang Hai would possess such a fortune, nor that the profits could be so substantial. Wang Kuen calmly accepted the coins from Wang Hai and said, Excellent. In such a short time, you have managed to amass 2 million gold coins. You need not worry about your livelihood any longer. Your mother has been longing to see you in the garden. Go and pay her a visit. All right, Wang Hai replied with a grin, and he departed with a jovial demeanor. Observing his son's retreating figure, Wang Kuen felt a profound sense of emotion. The once reckless youth had finally matured, bringing him immense satisfaction. Wang Hai went to the garden to see his stepmother, who always treated him with boundless affection, inquiring after his well-being and even providing him with pocket money, urging him to save. Wang Hai was genuinely touched by her kindness. Initially, he had planned to indulge in lavish spending in the imperial city, as he still had over 160,000 gold coins. However, with the impending expenses associated with acquiring Green Crystal City, he decided to exercise restraint. His sales of wine and glassware were bringing in a staggering 48,000 gold coins monthly. He resolved to save more for his next visit. After resting in the Marquis's residence for a week, Wang Hai enjoyed a life of leisure, free from worries. Each day, he awoke at his leisure, counting money until his hands ached, while his mother prepared a plethora of delicious meals for him. This, indeed, was the essence of life. Yet, such tranquil days are often fleeting. A notice of appointment from the Empire soon reached Wang Hai, which stated, in consideration of the nation's safety, Marquis Wang Kuen has repelled the Haiyue Empire to the east and defended against the Blue Mountain Empire to the north, generously donating 150,000 gold coins to the Han Hai Empire. His son, having defended Star Sea City and successfully repelled the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, has moved His Majesty's heart, who has thus designated Green Crystal City as the territory of his son, Wang Hai. As a commendation, Wang Hai was momentarily speechless. His thrifty father was engaging in the art of middleman profit, netting a swift 50,000 gold coins in the process. Such easy wealth was astonishing. Furious, Wang Hai confronted Wang Kuen, exclaiming, Father, this is utterly outrageous. You made a profit of 500,000 gold coins in a mere moment. And I am your own son. How can you exploit my hard-earned money like this? Wang Kuen glanced at the irate Wang Hai and replied, It is indeed 2 million. but I skillfully negotiated it down to 150,000 gold coins through my own efforts. The money I earned through my capabilities has nothing to do with you. Wang Hai retorted, it certainly has everything to do with me. This is money I saved coin by coin. Wang Kuan calmly sipped his tea and said, are you not aware of the substantial profits from your flawless pavilion? Consider it a gesture of filial piety. Had I not been your father, you wouldn't have secured Green Crystal City for 5 million. Chapter 43. New appointments. Wang Hai begrudgingly acknowledged the wisdom in his father's words. Indeed, without his accommodating father, achieving such a feat would not have been so effortless. He sighed and remarked, be frugal with that 500,000 gold coins. Saving this amount has not been an easy task for me. Wang Kuan smiled. Now that's the good son I know. Rest assured, I will spend it wisely. All on Steelblade. Wang Hai chose to ignore Wang Kuan's banter and stormed off, while Wang Kuan reveled in the satisfaction of seeing his son flustered. The following day, after breakfast, Wang Hai, accompanied by Chen Biao, returned to Star Sea City to arrange for the numerous matters related to the takeover of Green Crystal City. Although Green Crystal City covered only half the area of Star Sea City, its flat terrain made it highly cultivable, boasting a population exceeding 2 million, double that of Star Sea City. After a journey of a little over half a month, Wang Hai and Chen Biao hastened back to Star Sea City, their pace relentless, leaving Wang Hai utterly exhausted. Once they arrived, Wang Hai instructed Huang Qinmin to notify all members of the Five-Clawed Dragon Mercenary Corps, the Cavalry Corps, and the Star Sea City Guard to convene that evening. While he returned to rest, that evening, Wang Hai addressed the assembled crowd. This is the latest decree from the Empire. From this moment forth, Green Crystal City shall also be my domain. Upon sharing the decree, joy illuminated the faces of those present. The stronger their lord, the greater their opportunities for advancement. Wang Hai continued, the mayor of Star Sea City will be the senior mage, Xie Changqing, while Su Honghai will select 5,000 individuals to form the new Star Sea City Guard, excluding Zhang Lei and Su Xiaowei. I ask you to choose 6 out of the remaining 11 to form the management team of the new Star Sea City Guard. There are 250,000 gold coins allocated for purchasing new weapons and equipment. After handing the gold coins to Xie Changqing, he eagerly assured, rest assured, my lord. I will not disappoint you. Wang Hai nodded and then announced, the mayor of Green Crystal City will be the senior warrior, Zhang Lei. The Star Sea City Guard will be renamed the Green Crystal City Guard, with Su Xiaowei as the commander and the remaining 5 forming the management team. You will then accompany me to Green Crystal City. Zhang Lei and Su Xiaowei promptly expressed their delight, declaring, we will certainly not let our lord down. Wang Hai subsequently addressed Zhang Qingyun, stating, you shall oversee the establishment of the Dragon Mercenary Corps branch in Green Crystal City. In 2 months, winter will arrive. And with the increased population in Green Crystal City, I hope we can assist more war orphans before the season's onset. Zhang Qingyun nodded solemnly and replied, rest assured, Commander, I will ensure they survive this winter. Wang Hai then nodded and turned to Zheng Jianming, instructing, Uncle Zheng, please select another 4,000 men. I intend to expand the cavalry regiment to 5,000. The cavalry does not fall under the jurisdiction of any city and will report directly to me as a mobile force. Here is 400,000 gold coins for the purchase of cavalry equipment. Wang Hai cast a glance at Huang Qinmin, saying, you are appointed as the administrative officer, responsible for all administrative arrangements between the 2 cities. Huang Qinmin nodded excitedly, exclaiming, I shall faithfully execute your commands, my lord. Initially, he had thought he was merely filling a role, but he never anticipated such a grand opportunity awaiting him. Having managed only 20 individuals before, he had endured a meager existence, and now, just a few days later, everything had transformed dramatically. The following day, the announcement was disseminated, and the citizens of Star Sea City buzzed with conversation upon reading it. Some remarked, our lord is truly remarkable. Within less than a year of assuming leadership over Star Sea City, he had incorporated Green Crystal City into his domain, boasting numerous high-ranking warriors and mages. Others cynically retorted, isn't it just because he donated 3,500,000 gold coins to the Empire and acquired mining rights? A rebuttal soon followed. Had it not been for his advantageous birth, even such a hefty price might not have sufficed. After all, he has a marquis for a father, a natural noble. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging, having a marquis for a father is indeed advantageous. While all roads lead to Rome, some are born within its walls. The 4 prominent families were equally astonished by the new announcement, relieved that they did not confront the newly appointed lord. With such a plethora of high-level fighters and substantial military power, even their combined forces would be no match for him. Subsequently, the heads of the four families convened, agreeing that all future gate taxes and revenues would revert to the lord's estate, and each would present 50,000 gold coins to the lord as a congratulatory gift for the expansion of Green Crystal City. The heads of the four families approached Wang Hai at the lord's estate, lamenting about returning the gate taxes and revenues. Observing their attitude, Wang Hai decided against holding grudges, allowing Xie Changqing to handle the subsequent acceptance matters. After escorting the heads of the four families from the lord's estate, they insisted on gifting him 50,000 gold coins each as a congratulatory gesture, leaving Wang Hai utterly bewildered. The notion of receiving gifts was indeed a surprising turn of events. It was evident that strength truly dictated the rules of engagement. Once the heads of the four families departed, Wang Hai instructed Zhang Lei and others to prepare for the journey, as they would set off to Green Crystal City in 3 days. Chapter 44. Acceptance. Green Crystal City, characterized by its flat terrain, stands as one of the Empire's primary grain-producing cities in the southwest, surrounded by over 5 million acres of fertile land. However, various nobles occupy 3.5 million acres, while the lord's estate holds 1 million acres, leaving the remaining 2 million acres owned by the common folk, who possess a mere 500,000 acres in total, averaging just over 1 acre per person. Wang Hai, accompanied by his entourage, arrived at the city of Green Crystal and presented his official appointment document. Shortly thereafter, a level 4 warrior appeared. Upon seeing Wang Hai, he respectfully addressed him, "My lord. I am Zhang Zongbin, the captain of the city's guard. I shall henceforth follow your commands." Wang Hai then inquired about the strength of the guard. Zhang Zongbin replied, "The vice-captain and I are level 4 warriors, while out of the 2,000 members, 1,300 are level 3 warriors, and over 700 are level 2 warriors." Wang Hai nodded and stated, "The guard will be integrated into the city's defense team, and Su Xiaowei will oversee the operations henceforth." Su Xiaowei promptly responded, "I shall not betray your trust, my lord." Wang Hai then instructed Zhang Zongbin to accompany Su Xiaowei to manage the city's defense affairs. Following this, Wang Hai, along with Chun Biao and others, proceeded to the lord's manor. After listening to the report from the manor, Wang Hai could not help but exclaim, "So that is why Green Crystal City was acquired for 150,000 gold coins. Most of the land had already been sold off." With a sigh, he reflected on the impending winter in 2 months and the urgent need to arrange for the construction of the mercenary division and the settlement of numerous war orphans. Ultimately, Wang Hai chose 5,000 acres of land to the west of the city and said to Zhang Qingyun, "I plan to build a mercenary division capable of housing 100,000 people here, and I aim to complete it within 2 months." Zhang Qingyun frowned as he examined the map and remarked, "Such a vast project cannot be completed in less than half a year." Wang Hai nodded in agreement, stating, "Thus, we must subcontract in phases and undertake multiple constructions simultaneously. I will increase the budget to 800,000 gold coins." He intended to involve all the families with construction teams in Green Crystal City, as well as the 4 prominent families from Star Sea City. The journey from here to Star Sea City is merely 3 days on foot or half a day on horseback. If we fail to complete this task, the war orphans will endure a harsh winter. Zhang Qingyun, taking his words to heart, assured him, "Rest assured, Captain, I will fulfill this task." Wang Hai then turned to Huang Qinmin and instructed, "Please issue a notice, similar to the one in Star Sea City, stating that all war orphans may come to the Lord's Manor, where provisions for food and shelter will be provided." Huang Qinmin nodded and replied, "My lord, I will arrange this immediately." Finally, Wang Hai addressed Zhang Lei, "You are now the Lord of Green Crystal City. Handle all relevant matters as you see fit." Zhang Lei nodded, assuring, "Do not worry. I will not disappoint you." Wang Hai waved his hand, signaling their departure, and Zhang Lei and Huang Qinmin bowed before turning to leave. Wang Hai then advised Chun Biao to rest well, as they would return to Star Sea City the following day and then venture into the 10,000 Mountains for training. His trip to the 10,000 Mountains had 2 primary objectives: to hone his martial skills and elevate his monster rank, and to seek quartz or deposits. The quartz was transported from the imperial capital, taking half a month, incurring substantial shipping costs. The 10,000 Mountains, located near the periphery of Star Sea City, contained 3 volcanic areas worth exploring for quartz: the Flame Mountain Range, the largest volcanic belt surrounding the 10,000 mountains. Stretches over 100 miles and consists of numerous volcanoes, serving as a gathering place for fire element monsters. At the periphery of the fiery mountain range, Wang Hai furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the vast volcanic landscape. Beneath this colossal cluster of volcanoes lay significant quartzite veins, and during his week-long stay, he had discovered no fewer than 5 quartz deposits. However, the region was rife with fire-type magical beasts. Those below the 3rd level were ubiquitous, while 4th and 5th level creatures were also frequently encountered. Occasionally, 6th level and even higher-grade magical beasts could be met. Throughout this week, Wang Hai hunted numerous fire-type magical beasts, successfully advancing all elemental beings to 5th level status. The Dark Knight Blood Mosquito, Lightning Thunder Leopard, and Diamond Ape had also ascended to the 6th level, forming an army of over 200 5th and 6th level magical beasts that relentlessly hunted at the outskirts of the fiery mountain range. The Lightning Thunder Leopard ensnared enemies with its astonishing speed, while the Diamond Ape engaged in close combat. The elemental beings provided ranged fire support, and the Dark Knight Blood Mosquito executed stealthy ambushes. Their synergy was impeccable. High-level magical beasts faced such coordinated assaults, unless they were speed-oriented, were destined for demise. Every moment witnessed the slaughter of magical beasts by Wang Hai's formidable army. However, in comparison to the sprawling expanse of the fiery mountain range, Wang Hai decided it prudent to establish a base near one of the mineral veins, a manor spanning 200 acres capable of accommodating around 5,000 people. The cavalry corps was tasked with shuttling personnel and ores between Star Sea City and the site at the fiery mountain range. Wang Hai and Chun Biao led the Magical Beast Legion to ensure the safety of their stronghold. Concurrently, Wang Hai contacted Zhang Qingyan to select 2,000 reliable youths from Star Sea City and Green Crystal City. These individuals would be escorted to the fiery mountain range by the cavalry corps to form a garrison, where Wang Hai and Chun Biao would impart advanced martial skills to facilitate their rapid development, for he could not remain at the fiery mountain range indefinitely. As winter approached, snowfall intensified, blanketing Green Crystal City and Star Sea City in white, while Wang Hai felt no chill in the fiery mountain range. Each day, he and Chun Biao took turns instructing the youths, teaching them profound martial techniques and training alongside them. After their sessions, they would indulge in the warmth of a hot spring. It was undeniable that this location would have been a sanctuary of relaxation before Wang Hai's transmigration. While Wang Hai luxuriated in the soothing waters of a hot spring, Zhang Jianming entered and comfortably submerged himself. It was undeniable that being accompanied by the Lord for a soak was an experience he had grown fond of. Wang Hai, noticing Zhang Jianming's arrival, remarked, "Uncle Zhang, it's time to escort the mind ores again." Zhang Jianming nodded, acknowledging his weekly visits to the fiery mountain range to transport the ores extracted that week. He then added, "Indeed, the Lord knows how to enjoy life. Soaking in hot springs and sipping fine wines every day is quite the indulgence." Upon finishing his statement, he swam over to the wooden tray that floated in the hot spring, upon which rested a bottle of exquisite wine and several glass cups. Pouring himself a glass, he took a sip and declared, "The wine here is potent, unlike the watered-down versions in the city." Wang Hai chuckled, "All right, Uncle Zhang, no need to feign humility. I'll make sure to send you home with 2 bottles." Zhang Jianming laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. Thank you, my lord." As Wang Hai and Zhang Jianming reveled in their merriment, a young lad rushed in exclaiming, "My lord, while we were mining quartz, we unearthed new ores beneath it." Wang Hai promptly rose and said, "Uncle Zhang, please continue enjoying your drink. I shall accompany Uncle Chun to investigate this discovery." Zhang Jianming chuckled in response, "My lord, do not mind me. Attend to your affairs." Wang Hai then stood and, accompanied by Chun Biao, followed the lad to the vicinity of the mine. Upon seeing Wang Hai, the workers greeted him with respect. The young boy led them deep into the mine, stating, "My lord, ahead lies the new ore we have discovered." Wang Hai gazed ahead to observe irregular crystalline formations shimmering with hues of 9 colors. His brow furrowed in contemplation. These ores were unlike any from his past life, suggesting they were unique to this world. At that moment, Chun Biao exclaimed in astonishment, "This is magical crystal." Wang Hai was equally taken aback, uttering an exclamation of disbelief. "This is indeed a crystal mine." His breath quickened as he inquired, "Uncle Chun, can you confirm this is a crystal mine?" Chun Biao nodded affirmatively, saying, The Marquis once procured a magical crystal for the young master, which accelerated his magical training. I have seen that crystal, and this resembles it exactly. Wang Hai instructed. Uncle Chun, you must travel to Shanghai City and bring back Xie Changqing. Understanding the significance of the magical crystal, Chun Biao readily agreed. I shall depart at once. Before turning to leave, Wang Hai then addressed the young lad, declaring, the discovery of this new or must remain confidential. The workers nodded in unison, affirming, rest assured. My lord, we comprehend. As night fell, Xie Changqing hurriedly arrived. Seeing Wang Hai, he instinctively began to bow, only to be interrupted by Wang Hai, who immediately led him to the depths of the mine. After inspecting the ores, Xie Changqing remarked, my lord, this is undoubtedly a magical crystal mine. Moreover, in terms of scale, it surpasses even that of the imperial family's crystal mines. Wang Hai was filled with exhilaration upon hearing this. But Xie Changqing doused his enthusiasm with a cautionary note. If news of such a vast crystal mine were to leak, the empire would surely dispatch a formidable army. Sparing no effort to seize it, Wang Hai nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Xie Changqing's words. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasure is a crime. This mine could potentially cultivate countless magicians for the empire. After a moment of reflection, Wang Hai declared, henceforth, all miners and personnel are prohibited from leaving the Flame Mountain Range. Their wages shall be doubled, with the additional earnings sent to their families. They may correspond with their families, but all letters must undergo rigorous inspection. Additionally, we will recruit numerous craftsmen and miners in Shanghai City and Liujing City. Under the same terms as before, have Zhang Qingyun select 3,000 youths to send here, and the Flame Mountain Range Guard will be expanded to 5,000. I shall remain stationed at the Flame Mountain Range from now on, with Wang Hai's orders issued. Zhang Jiaming promptly led the cavalry away from the Flame Mountain Range to relay Wang Hai's commands, leaving the cavalrymen bewildered. Previously, departures occurred only the following day. But this evening, they were compelled to set off overnight. Observing the serious demeanor of the leader, the group dared not voice their concerns and hastily prepared for departure. Wang Hai turned to Xie Changqing and inquired, how many gold coins are required to construct a magical tower with ample magical crystals? After a moment of reflection, Xie Changqing replied, 200,000 gold coins will suffice. Wang Hai exhaled in relief, for he had precisely 200,000 gold coins remaining. And in the past 3 months, he had received an additional 1,440,000. He had been anxious that it might not be enough, and thus, he posed another question, how long will it take to complete the construction? Xie Changqing pondered before responding, if the supply of ore is consistent, 3 months should be adequate. Chapter 46. Level 6 Warrior. In the winter of the Forsaken Continent, everything was blanketed in deep snow, yet the Flame Mountains were bustling with fervent construction. Over 5,000 miners toiled within the Flame Mountains, with nearly 3,000 craftsmen joining their ranks. Adding to this, a guard contingent of 5,000 had gathered, resulting in a workforce exceeding 10,000 individuals in the region. To accommodate the influx of miners and craftsmen, Wang Hai meticulously constructed a sprawling estate of 500 acres, capable of housing over 10,000 workers. The magical tower, occupying 100 acres, was erected layer by layer on the foundation of magical crystals, with each level featuring distinct magical arrays. The tower ultimately reached 9 stories in height. This magical tower served to detect individuals with magical aptitude and to expedite the training of sorcerers. Even within the Imperial Magic Academy, only the royal elite were permitted to cultivate their skills within such a tower. The faces of the miners and craftsmen radiated joy, for their living conditions were enviable, with meals of rice and meat provided daily, and their wages were double those of other locales. Each worker could sustain their family and still have surplus. It was rumored that the Lord had also distributed new quilts to each household. Though they could not return home, there was newfound hope for their families. Within a year or two of labor, they could construct new houses and purchase land. 3 months swiftly passed, and with the arrival of spring, the ice and snow began to melt, signaling the completion of the magical tower. Next, plans were set in motion to construct a student dormitory spanning 500 acres, an educational complex covering over 2,000 acres, and a 100-acre repository for magical tomes. Concurrently, the construction of the magical array diagram obtained from the Fallen Star sorcerers commenced, featuring the Starshine Defense Array, composed of 7 smaller arrays. This extensive array would cover 10,000 acres of land, capable of withstanding attacks of stellar magnitude. With the entire construction anticipated to take 6 months, Wang Hai simultaneously assigned Zhang Qingyun to bring all war orphans to the Flame Mountains under the guise of trials, blindfolding them upon reaching the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, before transporting them to the magical tower for testing. Those identified with magical potential would remain for magical education, while those lacking such talent would be taken to designated locations for wilderness trials, with the unfortunate fate of those left behind being declared as deaths in the trials. During these 3 months, Su Xiaowei, aided by the abundant magical crystals provided by Wang Hai, achieved a breakthrough in her first month, rising to the rank of senior sorceress. The remaining 11 warriors, utilizing their mastery of profound martial skills, subsequently advanced to the status of senior warriors. Wang Hai appointed Su Xiaowei as the Vice Dean of the Magic Academy at the Flame Mountain Range, while the Green Crystal City Guard was led by the esteemed warrior Yin Chuanhe as the new commander. Xie Changqing took on the role of Dean of the Magic Academy, spending 3 months amidst an abundance of magical crystals in the Magic Tower, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to become an 8th-level mage. Notably, Chen Biao, after over a year of following Wang Hai, also managed to ascend to the rank of 8th-level warrior, a source of solace for Wang Hai. Despite Chen's average talent and advancing age, which limited his potential for further growth. Nevertheless, Chen, who had once been powerless, had steadfastly protected Wang Hai. And upon acquiring a high-grade Xian-level martial skill, Wang Hai entrusted it to Chen Biao in the hope of facilitating his advancement. With the completion of the Magical Book Collection Hall, over 600 various magical tomes from the City Lord's Mansion of Star Sea City were transferred to the hall. Additionally, arrangements were made to procure more than 1,300 magical books from various schools of magic, predominantly of lower yellow grade, with a few of medium and high yellow grade, costing over 800,000 gold coins. During the 3-month assessment period, more than 15,000 individuals were tested, yet only around 1,800 exhibited magical talent, yielding a probability ratio of 1 in 100. Xie Changqing organized the layout of the magic arrays, with all apprentices being instructed by Su Xiaowei, divided into 18 classes according to their different attributes. Each attribute was assigned 2 classes, and under the influence of the magic tower and the vast array of magical crystals, the apprentices made rapid advancements in their magical studies. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Hai spent 9 months in the Flame Mountain Range, during which all his magical beasts reached the 6th level, and 22 night blood mosquitoes evolved into advanced magical beasts. The 7th level night blood mosquitoes awakened spatial attributes, enabling brief spatial jumps, thus becoming rare spatial magical beasts. The evolution of the night blood mosquitoes astonished Wang Hai, who found it both amusing and bewildering that he had cultivated mosquitoes with spatial capabilities. Empowered by the myriad magical beasts, Wang Hai successfully became a 6th level warrior. However, he remained unable to practice magic, even though he could sense the magical energies of various schools, akin to possessing a bank card with billions, but lacking the password, deeply frustrating. The 5,000 members of the Flame Mountain Guard, after 9 months of studying Xian-level martial skills, all advanced to the rank of intermediate warriors, with some reaching the 5th level, nearly catching up to Wang Hai. Aware of the diligent efforts of these young warriors, Wang Hai appointed the strongest among them, the 5th level warrior Xian Zuezhen, as the commander, responsible for their ongoing training. Chapter 47. The Lord's Challenge. With the completion of the defensive magic array, Wang Hai began preparations to depart from the Flame Mountain Range, instructing Xie Changqing to assign tasks to the workers upon the completion of the teaching building. Xie Changqing could arrange for them to undertake additional projects, ensuring they remained on-site, while any necessary materials could be procured by Zheng Jiaming. Having organized these matters, Wang Hai promptly left the Flame Mountain Range, reflecting on the present scene still basking in the scorching summer sun, contrasting sharply with the heavy snowfall he encountered upon his initial entry into the Flame Mountain Range. Time indeed passes swiftly. Wang Hai arrived at the city of Star Sea, where the guards at the entrance were all 4th level warriors skilled in fighting energy. Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the Lord's mansion. Upon seeing him, the guards promptly saluted and said, "My lord." Wang Hai acknowledged them with a nod and entered the mansion. The guards then dispatched someone to inform Lord Chen Biao that the Lord had returned. While Wang Hai was in the study familiarizing himself with the happenings in Star Sea City during his absence, Chen Biao entered, bowing respectfully and stating, "My lord." Wang Hai nodded and smiled. Uncle Chen, you have come. Please, take a seat. As Chun Biao settled down, he remarked, My lord, your long stay at the Flame Mountains must have been arduous. Wang Hai reflected, it was a good time to escape the winter chill, no worries there. Has anyone sought me out during this period? Chun Biao nodded. The lord of Wang Hai City, Su Kanyun, has sent you a challenge letter. Wang Hai appeared bewildered. A challenge letter? What is that? Chun Biao explained. This is a regulation established by the empire to resolve disputes between lords. When two neighboring lords find themselves in irreconcilable conflict, to avoid unnecessary internal strife, one lord may issue a challenge letter for a lord's duel. There are two forms. One is a duel between the lords themselves, and the other involves their chosen champions. The victor claims the territory of the defeated. Wang Hai was taken aback, realizing the potential benefits. He then inquired, which form did Su Kanyun choose? Chun Biao responded, it is a duel between lords. He has specifically challenged you. Wang Hai asked, what is Su Kanyun's strength? Chun Biao replied, Su Kanyun is 34 years old and a 4th level warrior. His father is a count, and he spent over 2 million gold coins to acquire Wang Hai City as his domain. Wang Hai was astonished. A 4th level warrior had openly challenged him for a lord's duel, clearly intending to bestow land upon him. He asked excitedly, Uncle Chun, how do I accept the challenge? Chun Biao contemplated and said, you simply need to write a letter of acceptance and submit it along with the challenge letter to the capital. The overseer's office will then announce the duel's time and arrange for its organization. Wang Hai responded, Chun Biao, how should this acceptance letter be written? I shall compose it. Chun Biao nodded, dictating as Wang Hai transcribed. Once completed, Wang Hai instructed the Star Sea City Guard to dispatch 3 high-level warriors to deliver it to the capital overnight. Recognizing the serendipity of the situation and determined to avoid any mishaps. After organizing the details, Wang Hai inquired, what is the current strength of the Star Sea City Guard? Chun Biao replied, out of 5,000, over 1,800 have become 4th level warriors, 3,100 are 3rd level warriors, and 36 have reached 5th level. Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction, considering they had only practiced superior yellow level techniques. He then stated, those who advance to become intermediate warriors may be taught the lower-tier mysterious technique. Moonslash, the same applies to the other guards. Chun Biao nodded. I shall faithfully follow your orders, my lord. Wang Hai smiled. There is nothing pressing. I shall visit Green Crystal City. Chun Biao replied. Allow me to handle your protection, my lord. Wang Hai chuckled and said, Uncle Chun, you should rest assured and remain as the lord of Star Sea City. With my current strength, I can protect myself. Chun Biao could only nod in agreement. His own strength had become inconsequential to Wang Hai. Wang Hai had already spread his wings, ready to soar into the skies at any moment. Observing Wang Hai's retreating figure, Chun Biao reflected on his journey from a mere guard to the lord of a city, an aspiration he once deemed unattainable. Yet, upon achieving it, he felt little joy, only a subtle sense of emptiness. Wang Hai arrived at the headquarters of the 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps outside the city. Zhang Qingyun entered Wang Hai's study, respectfully greeting him, My lord. Wang Hai smiled and remarked, Qingyun, has it been 9 months since we last met? Zhang Qingyun nodded. 9 months and 8 days. Wang Hai casually inquired, what is the current strength of the mercenaries? Zhang Qingyun replied, I am now a level 6 warrior. Besides me, there are 7 other level 6 warriors, 456 level 5 warriors, over 3,000 level 4 warriors, more than 20,000 level 3 warriors, 100,000 level 2 warriors, and over 10,000 level 1 warriors. Over these 9 months, the Mercenary Corps has earned more than 200,000 gold coins from various tasks in nearby cities. I took the liberty of purchasing over 20,000 great swords. Wang Hai responded, with over 140,000 mercenaries, there must be a significant shortage of weapons. Zhang Qingyun pondered and said, currently, we have 5,000 sets of warrior gear and nearly 40,000 great swords. Wang Hai contemplated, without good weapons, sending warriors on missions is perilous. Here are 125,000 gold coins. Procure an additional 5,000 sets of warrior gear and 100,000 swords. Let us replenish the armaments first. Chapter 48. The challenge tournament. Zhang Qingyun accepted the 125,000 gold coins Wang Hai offered, solemnly assuring, rest assured, my lord. I will manage the 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps diligently. Wang Hai nodded and said, I will remain in Green Crystal City during this period. Should anything arise, you may find me there. After speaking, He turned and departed, summoning a level 6 magical beast, the Lightning Leopard, to journey to Green Crystal City. Upon arriving at the flatlands outside Green Crystal City, the fields were lush and green, resembling an endless sea. Witnessing this magnificent sight filled Wang Hai with immense tranquility. Subsequently, he reached the Lord's mansion in Green Crystal City, just as he prepared to rest after a day of travel. Zhang Lei returned upon receiving a message from his guards and respectfully greeted, "My lord." Wang Hai nodded with a smile. "Zhang Lei, you have arrived. The development of Green Crystal City is progressing well, I trust?" Zhang Lei replied, "All the prominent families have submitted. And within the 7,000-strong guard of Green Crystal City, there are 835 level 5 warriors, over 4,600 level 4 warriors, and more than 1,500 level 3 warriors." Wang Hai smiled approvingly. "That is impressive. The guard of Green Crystal City inherits the legacy of Star Sea City. You cannot fall behind." Zhang Lei replied earnestly, "My lord, please rest assured. I will give it my all." Wang Hai nodded. "I will be in Green Crystal City for a while. Feel free to approach me with any matters. That will be all for today. I need to rest." Zhang Lei bowed respectfully and then turned to leave. The lord of the city of Sukanyun wore a perplexed expression as he and a few of his boisterous friends indulged in drinks, boasting, "Wang Hai is nothing but a useless wretch. Were it not for his noble father, he wouldn't have even managed to break through as a level 1 warrior, yet he sits atop 2 cities. If he has any skill, let him accept my challenge as lord. I shall defeat him so thoroughly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, and claim both of his cities." Ignoring the admonitions of his companions, Su Kanyun stubbornly pinned a challenge to Wang Hai, convinced the latter would not decline, as he needed to assert his dominance and instill fear. Today, Su Kanyun received an official notice from the inspection office, which stated that on the 9th of next month, personnel would be dispatched to oversee the fairness of this duel. As he perused the document, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Wang Hai had indeed accepted his challenge. Was this lad not in his right mind? Was he truly willing to gift me 2 cities? The entire noble circle of the imperial capital was well aware that the third young master of the Wang family had never managed to surpass the limitations of a level 1 warrior. The more Su Kanyun pondered, the more exhilarated he became. A golden opportunity had seemingly fallen from the heavens. A level 4 warrior such as himself battling an ordinary individual. Was that not as certain as the sun rising? It was practically a gift of 2 cities. Overcome with excitement, Su Kanyun found himself unable to sleep that night. The following day, he dispatched a messenger to notify those who had shared drinks with him, for without their involvement, such a grand opportunity would have slipped through their fingers. He planned to host a grand celebratory feast at the Lord's Manor for 3 days straight. Wang Hai, upon receiving the notice from the inspection office, was equally delighted. Such an opportunity to acquire cities without effort was a rare blessing in this era, a testament to the abundance of good-hearted individuals. As swiftly as time flew, a month passed. Su Kanyun and the representatives of the inspection office arrived at the city of Green Crystal, where Wang Hai graciously arranged accommodations for them, allowing them to rest in anticipation of the duel the following day. Su Kanyun, bearing numerous gifts for Wang Hai, acknowledged the latter's generosity. As he was indeed a good man, willing to part with 2 cities, he felt compelled to bring an ample assortment of gifts, for his conscience would not allow him otherwise. Wang Hai welcomed all with open arms, reflecting on Su Kanyun's kindness. Not only was he gifting cities, but also an abundance of presents, and Wang Hai felt an obligation to grant him a swift resolution to spare him from suffering. The next day, the training grounds of the Lord's Manor in the city of Green Crystal were thronged with spectators, for this was a duel between 2 lords, a rare occurrence indeed, with stakes that could lead to life or death. Lord Li of the inspection office addressed the assembly. "I have been entrusted by the Empire and the inspection office to oversee the fairness of this combat. I encourage all present to collaborate with me in ensuring a just process." Those gathered, being nobles from both the city of Green Crystal and the city of, naturally accorded respect to the imperial envoy, responding, "Your words are too gracious, Lord Li. We serve the Empire with honor." Without further ado, Li Xiaodong declared, "Let the 2 lords enter the arena." Su Kanyun and Wang Hai approached the training grounds with eager strides. Li Xiaodong inquired, "Are both lords prepared?" To which both Su Kanyun and Wang Hai nodded affirmatively, stating, "Rest assured, Lord Li, we are ready." Li Xiaodong nodded in acknowledgement, proclaiming, "I hereby announce the challenge to commence." Su Kanyun laughed mockingly, saying, Wang Hai, kneel before me now. No sooner had the word kneel escaped his lips than Wang Hai delivered a swift strike to his abdomen. Su Kanyun suddenly doubled over in pain, collapsing onto the ground. As Wang Hai seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful elbow strike, forcefully embedding Su into the earth. Overwhelmed by this sudden and fierce assault, Su Kanyun lost consciousness. Leaving the onlookers in shock, the ambush had succeeded. Throughout the entire match, Su had not even had the chance to unleash his fighting spirit before being decisively defeated. Li Xiaodong, equally bewildered, found himself confronted with such an unprecedented occurrence, and he promptly declared, Wang Hai is the victor. In Chapter 49, City of Hope, the 6 Level 4 warrior guards of Su Kanyun erupted with fighting spirit, exclaiming, We refuse to accept this. It was a sneak attack. It doesn't count. Zhang Lei and 2 other elite guards immediately showcased their superior strength, with Zhang Lei challenging, Who dares to contest? Step forward, and we shall duel. The 6 Level 4 warriors fell silent, recognizing the futility of opposing seasoned warriors. Even a single elite could easily overpower 100 of their kind. They humbly conceded. We have no objections. Zhang Lei surveyed the crowd and asked, Is there anyone else who dares to voice dissent? With no one daring to speak further, Li Xiaodong announced, The Lord's challenge match concludes here. I shall report the results to the Empire. The crowd promptly rose to their feet, paying their respects. Subsequently, Wang Hai and Li Xiaodong departed the training grounds, followed by the nobles who gradually dispersed. Left with no choice, the 6 Level 4 warriors reluctantly lifted Su Kanyun and returned him to the City of Hope. Wang Hai returned to the Lord's Manor to issue appointment letters. Su Honghai of the Star Sea City Guard was appointed as the Lord of the City of Hope. And Sun Tianwei, an elite warrior from the Green Crystal City Guard, was designated as the captain of the City of Hope Guard. Both the Star Sea City and Green Crystal City Guards were to each assign an elite warrior to join the City of Hope Guard. Additionally, 1,000 soldiers were to be drawn from the Star Sea City Guard and 3,000 from the Green Crystal City Guard to form the City of Hope Guard, with each regiment tasked to recruit another 1,000, maintaining a total of 5,000 soldiers. Wang Hai allocated 250,000 gold coins to Zhang Lei for the procurement of warrior uniforms for the City of Hope Guard, and subsequently instructed Zhang Jianming to position the cavalry outside Green Crystal City in anticipation. Upon waking, Su Kanyun felt a profound ache throughout his body as he struggled to rise, recalling the events. What the hell? That little brat actually ambushed me. He then summoned his guards, expressing his displeasure. What transpired after I fainted? After a prolonged hesitation, a guard finally replied, My lord, you lost. Su Kanyun felt as though the last vestiges of his strength had been drained, aging visibly in that moment, and he explosively retorted, It won't be so easy for Wang Hai to take over the City of Hope. If he intends to assume control, let him say, I am still unconscious. I wish to see what he plans to do. Half a month later, the imperial documents finally reached Wang Hai in Green Crystal City. As he held the documents, joy filled his heart. The City of Hope was finally within his grasp. He then instructed Su Honghai and Sun Tianwei to prepare for their journey to the City of Hope the following morning, with the entire cavalry regiment in tow. 3 days later, Wang Hai arrived at the gates of the City of Hope, leading a grand procession of over 10,000. Observing the tightly shut gates, he smirked disdainfully. I knew Su Kanyun would not relinquish control so easily. I shall see what tricks he has up his sleeve. He then commanded his soldiers to proclaim, This is the new Lord, arriving with the Empire's decree to assume control of the City of Hope. Subsequently, the soldiers atop the city declared, Our Lord is gravely wounded and unconscious, unable to proceed with the handover. We kindly request that Lord Wang return for now. Once our Lord regains consciousness, he will dispatch someone to inform you. Wang Hai offered a faint smile, perceiving their intent to play tricks on him. He then replied, I have no time for idle chatter. Zhang Jianming, according to imperial law, what is the consequence for those who fail to comply with an official decree issued by the Empire? Zhang Jianming responded loudly, according to imperial law, those who do not comply with the imperial decree are to be treated as traitors. The soldiers on the wall were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Treason was indeed a grave offense. Wang Hai then inquired with a smile, and how should traitors be dealt with? Zhang Jianming proclaimed, by law, traitors are to have their entire clan exterminated. Their parents, siblings, and children are all to be killed. The punishment extends to 9 generations. This includes the father's brothers and sisters, their children, and grandchildren. As for the maternal line, it encompasses the mother's father, mother, and her siblings. And for the wife's family, it includes her father, mother, and all relatives, parents, siblings, and children are to be executed. The soldiers atop the wall were taken aback. With a total of 2,000 guards, the annihilation of 9 clans would leave the entire city of Wang Hai desolate. This would be a complete massacre. Wang Hai then commanded, "Prepare for battle." Zhang Jiaming shouted, "Cavalry unit, ready to charge." Su Honghai bellowed, "Guard unit, prepare to charge." In an instant, every member of the cavalry was enveloped in fighting spirit, with more than half of the guard unit similarly surrounded. The city's defenders were stunned. The 5,000-strong cavalry consisted entirely of intermediate warriors, including 17 advanced warriors. The 5,000-strong infantry also boasted over 3,000 intermediate warriors, not to mention 3 advanced warriors. With a mere 2,000 defenders, facing 10,000 was already a disadvantage. Their side had only 12 intermediate warriors, far fewer than the enemy's advanced warriors. How could they possibly contend? Just as Wang Hai raised his hand to initiate the attack, the soldiers atop the city could no longer endure and cried out in unison, "We are willing to surrender. We are willing to surrender." The captain of the guard sighed with relief, having no desire to face death, and subsequently declared, "Open the city gates." As the gates swung open, Wang Hai gestured, "All troops, enter the city." Thus, the grand procession entered Wang Hai City. Chapter 50. The mobile 1st Infantry Corps. Wang Hai instructed Su Honghai and Sun Tianwei to take charge of the city's defense while he, accompanied by Zhang Jiaming and the cavalry unit, proceeded to the Lord's mansion. Su Kanyun, upon hearing of Wang Hai's actions outside the city, gritted his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for his advantageous lineage, could he truly possess such formidable prowess? Su Kanyun promptly ordered his men to gather valuables and prepare for a hasty departure, ensuring that no useful items were left for Wang Hai. Just as Su Kanyun was about to flee the Lord's mansion, he found himself confronted by Wang Hai. Wang Hai, observing the numerous bags Su Kanyun carried, smiled and inquired, "Where might Lord Su be headed? Shall I accompany you on your journey?" Su Kanyun retorted angrily, "You despicable and shameless scoundrel! What skill is there in a sneak attack? If you dare, let us engage in a fair battle." Wang Hai chuckled. "So you desire a fair fight, do you? Uncle Zhang, confront him openly." Su Kanyun declared, "What do you want? I challenge you to a duel. What does it matter if you find a high-level warrior?" As the 6 4th-level warriors prepared to intervene, the 16 high-level warriors behind Wang Hai instantly unleashed their fighting spirit. The 6 4th-level warriors had no choice but to halt their actions. They simply could not compete. Su Kanyun, battered and bruised by Zhang Jiaming's blows, finally ceased his resistance. Although Su Kanyun was covered in injuries, Zhang Jiaming was careful not to inflict any internal damage. Just then, Su Kanyun muttered, "It's unbearable. The sea of worries is overwhelming." Wang Hai chuckled, "It seems you're still unwilling to concede. Uncle Zhang, continue the beating." Zhang Jiaming, undeterred by Su Kanyun's cries, resumed his assault for a considerable time. Eventually, Su Kanyun learned his lesson. He fell silent, glaring fiercely at Wang Hai. Wang Hai, observing Su Kanyun's defiance, remarked, "Uncle Zhang, keep going. This lad is challenging me with his gaze." Without hesitation, Zhang Jiaming delivered another round of punishment. While the other guards could hardly bear to watch the brutal spectacle, it was truly a sight to behold. After another lengthy session of blows, when Zhang Jiaming finally stopped, Su Kanyun could barely open his eyes, which were now mere slits. Satisfied, Wang Hai remarked, "Now that's more like it. Can you all please carry your lord away?" The 6 guards hastily sprang into action, promptly lifting Su Kanyun to seek medical attention. Otherwise, if anything went amiss, the Count would surely have them all dealt with harshly. Once they were out of sight, Wang Hai and Zhang Jiaming entered the Lord's mansion. Wang Hai surveyed the map before him, noting that both Wang Hai City and Xinghai City were situated by the sea. Xinghai City was also nestled between the 10,000 Great Mountains, while Green Crystal City nestled between Xinghai City and Wang Hai City, served as a protective barrier against the sea and the mountains, forming a triangular symbiosis among the three. Turning to Zhang Jiaming, Wang Hai instructed, "Uncle Zhang, here are 500,000 gold coins for you to procure cavalry equipment. Select 5,000 individuals to form a 10,000-strong cavalry regiment." Zhang Jiaming accepted the coins, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord." Wang Hai nodded and continued, Notify Zhang Qingyun to come to Wang Hai City to establish a mercenary division covering over 2,000 acres, accommodating 50,000. The surplus of war orphans can be sent to the divisions in Shanghai City and Green Crystal City. With the formation of the 4 major guard regiments, the cavalry, and the Magic Academy relocating over 30,000 people, we need to replenish our population. Additionally, find an opportunity for Zhang Qingyun to arrange for talent testing in the Flame Mountains. After bowing respectfully, Zhang Jiaming departed to send word to Zhang Qingyun and personally select personnel to expand the cavalry regiment. As the 3 cities flourished in an orderly manner, news arrived from the imperial capital that due to a shortage of wine supply, particularly after the royal family learned of it, nobles were purchasing in bulk, 30 to 40 bottles at a time, making it exceedingly difficult for others to acquire the crystal fine wine. Wang Hai clicked his tongue at the message from the imperial capital, realizing that even the royal family had taken notice. Were it not for his noble father's presence in the capital, the Wuxia Pavilion would have likely been snatched away by now. He then proclaimed, beginning early next month, the supply of crystal fine wine from Wuxia Pavilion should increase. We will sell 300 bottles daily, and the price remains unchanged. Wang Hai promptly instructed Chun Biao to double the expansion of the current distillery and glass manufacturing facility, thereby enhancing their respective production capacities. Concurrently, he mandated the construction of a highway connecting the 3 cities, entirely paved with stone and wide enough to accommodate 4 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Once completed, this road would reduce the travel time for horses between the 3 cities from half a day to merely an hour, while foot travelers would see their journey shortened from 3 days to within a single day. Huang Qimin estimated that the construction of these 3 highways would require 200,000 gold coins monthly, with a completion time of at least 1 year, totaling nearly 2,500,000 coins. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai, with over 4 million gold coins at his disposal and a monthly income exceeding 100,000 from the Wuxia Pavilion, decisively approved the road construction. Simultaneously, Wang Hai called upon 1,000 mid-level warriors from the 3 major city guard regiments, intending to form a mobile infantry corps of 10,000 soldiers, starting with these 3,000 mid-level warriors and recruiting an additional 7,000. After allocating 500,000 gold coins for warrior gear, he entrusted this formidable battalion to the command of a 6th-level warrior, Zhou Shiyun, to address any emergencies that may arise between the cities. Wang Hai, aware that both his glass production and fine wine manufacturing were subjects of envy, not to mention the concealed magical crystal veins, settled into a leisurely routine, often strolling about and occasionally visiting the Flame Mountains for a soak in the hot springs, living quite comfortably. Once the craftsmen completed the construction of the teaching building, Xie Changqing directed them to establish a hot spring estate. Wang Hai had to admit, Xie Changqing's design was exquisite, with the estate sprawling over 300 acres, adorned with flowing streams and pavilions, a sight to behold. The entire Magical Academy was designed to accommodate 10,000 students. However, there were only around 1,800 enrolled previously. Following the discovery of magical talent in over 700 individuals from Wang Hai City, the total student count barely exceeded 2,600, rendering the space rather ample. During one of Wang Hai's leisurely moments, Zhang Jiaming rushed in with urgent news, stating, "My lord, the coastal village near Wang Hai City has been attacked by pirates." Although the cavalry regiment responded immediately, 3 villages had already suffered devastation, resulting in over 1,000 casualties. Enraged, Wang Hai demanded, "Do we know the origin of these pirates?" Zhang Jiaming responded, "They hail from one of the 3 prominent families of the Ronallen Islands, located 300 nautical miles away." He elaborated, "The Ronallen archipelago consists of over 30 islands, with 5 major islands housing cities owned by the 3 families. The Li family occupies 1, while the Zheng and El families each hold 2. The attackers are from the Li family." Fuming, Wang Hai retorted, "They think of us as easy prey, do they?" Zheng uncle, I recall that the Empire has a decree stating that any who eradicate pirates claim their territories as their own, correct? Zhang Jiaming nodded in affirmation, "Indeed. The Empire enforces such a decree." Wang Hai, now furious yet sardonic, declared, "Excellent. I shall construct a grand port between Shanghai City and Wang Hai, covering 5,000 acres and capable of accommodating 100 colossal vessels." Zhang Jiaming cautioned, "My lord, such a massive fleet requires considerable time, immense funds, and high labor costs." Wang Hai immediately declared, My ambitions extend beyond merely annihilating the Li family. I seek dominion over the entire Ronalan archipelago. Upon recognizing Wang Hai's resolute determination, Zheng Jiaming refrained from further protest. Subsequently, Xie Changqing remarked, I can arrange for a small starlight magic array to be laid out on the warship. While it may not withstand the onslaught of star warriors, it will certainly repel the assaults of higher-tier warriors, thus mitigating the need for such a formidable fleet in our campaign against the Ronalan archipelago. Wang Hai nodded and inquired, how long will it take to establish a small starlight magic array? After contemplation, Xie Changqing replied, approximately 1 month's time. Following a thorough evaluation with Zheng Jiaming, it was determined that the construction of the entire dock would require 800,000 gold coins and take 6 months to complete. Each colossal warship, weighing 10,000 tons, would cost 300,000 gold coins, with an estimated 2 months needed to finish a single vessel. Wang Hai and Zheng Jiaming ultimately decided to commence partial dock construction within the month, subsequently beginning the assembly of the 10,000-ton warships. Simultaneously, they would mobilize 20,000 troops from the Five-Clawed Dragon Mercenary Corps to form a naval force, with the experienced high-tier warrior Wei Xinhao from Green Crystal City appointed as the Legion commander. Wang Hai handed Zheng Jiaming 1 million gold coins as an initial expenditure. As Zheng Jiaming was about to depart, he inquired, my lord, how shall we deal with those pirates? Wang Hai replied with fervent anger, execute them all. Leave no one alive. In the second year after Wang Hai's arrival on the abandoned continent, winter descended, its chill unable to quell the inferno of his wrath. The frigid winters of Abandoned City were in stark contrast to the bustling activity along the coastline, where craftsmen from the Star Sea, Sea Watch, and Green Crystal cities were diligently at work. While Wang Hai luxuriated in a hot spring amidst the Flame Mountains, news arrived from the capital from his father, the Marquis, regarding an arranged marriage. To Wang Hai's astonishment, the bride-to-be was none other than Li Zhengqin, one of the 3 renowned beauties of the capital. Perplexed by this unexpected turn of events, Wang Hai pondered the reasoning behind such a choice. Zheng Jiaming, with a knowing smile, remarked, it is quite inevitable that you would be selected, my lord. When Wang Hai cast a puzzled glance at him, Zheng Jiaming explained, the rationale is simple. Although Li Zhengqin is one of the capital's 3 great beauties, her father is merely a prosperous merchant. Now at the age of 16, she is of marrying age. Numerous noble families, eager to secure her, will undoubtedly resort to manipulating her family's business through coercion and temptation. The simplest solution for the Li family would be to arrange a marriage for Li Zhengqin, ensuring her status as a cherished flower is preserved. And her suitor must belong to a prominent noble family of the empire. Otherwise, other nobles will surely vie for her hand, complicating any potential union. Wang Hai, left speechless, lamented, with so many princes and sons of dukes in the capital, as well as numerous marquises, why has it come to me, a notoriously disreputable scion? Zheng Jiaming chuckled. The princes seek to marry the daughters of high-ranking officials and regional governors to solidify their power. They would never consider her as a bride. Should she enter the royal family, it would only be as a mere plaything, valued solely for her beauty. As for the duke's sons, the 8 great dukes command formidable armies, and their direct descendants are all allied through marriage with the royal family, marrying princesses and county princesses, while their daughters are wed into royalty. Thus, it is implausible for any of the duke's legitimate sons to pursue her hand. Lastly, it is the son of the Marquis, the union of the royal family and the dukes. The Marquis stands as the highest representative of the nobility, aside from royalty. The 24 marquises are interconnected through marriage, forming a tight-knit alliance. Even the eldest and second eldest sons are engaged, while those without engagements are mostly indulging in debauchery. Chapter 52. The fiancé, Wang Hai, was momentarily speechless, realizing he had no reason to remain behind. Zheng Jiaming remarked with a smile, these sons of marquises, engrossed in indulgence, merely seek to establish a small domain as petty lords, living off the fruits of others. However, my lord, you are the sole possessor of 3 cities, including the grain-producing metropolis of Green Crystal City, coincidentally aligned with the Li family, who primarily engage in the grain trade. Considering all these factors, the young master is undoubtedly the best choice and sanctuary for Li Zhengqin. She is one of the 3 great beauties of the imperial capital, albeit an ice-cold beauty. Yet, her demeanor is gentle and refined, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Such a worthy match would surely gain the Marquis's consent in an instant should she express her willingness to marry the young master. Wang Hai was left speechless once more, unaware that the revelation of this news incited the disdain of numerous noble scions in the imperial capital, with countless talented individuals shedding tears. To think such a beauty would ultimately fall into the hands of a debauched scion, truly a case of unfortunate timing. With the departure of winter and the arrival of spring, 2 colossal ships have already been launched, and 20,000 Navy personnel have begun alternating in piloting these behemoths for training. Wang Hai invested 1 million gold coins to equip all 20,000 soldiers in battle attire, fully arming them. In the coastal city of the Ronalan archipelago, where the Li family resides, the family head, Li Shizhen, is conferring with others about raiding Wang Hai City. Prior to winter, he had intended to capitalize on the impending heavy snowfall to execute a raid and ensure a prosperous winter. Unexpectedly, the 3,000 men dispatched were entirely annihilated by the forces of the insufferable lord of Wang Hai City, with all captured being put to death without mercy. Such a grievous vendetta demands retribution from the Li family. This time, Li Shizhen plans to unite with the Zheng and L families to besiege Wang Hai City, making it clear to those who provoke them the consequences of their actions. To secure the agreement of the Zheng and L families for this operation, he proposed that the Li family would only claim 20% of the spoils, while the Zheng and L families would each receive 40%. Zheng Kelong remarked, "When did your Li family become so feeble? Wang Hai City boasts merely 2,000 guards. How could over 3,000 of your men be unable to defeat them? Yet not a single one escape." Li Shizhen retorted angrily, "According to those who managed to flee, the lord of Wang Hai City has unexpectedly formed a cavalry unit, and we were caught off guard, leading to our complete annihilation." El Liang, observing the quarrel between the two, impatiently interjected, "There is no need for further argument. Given the existence of cavalry, we should deploy additional manpower as a precaution." Li Shizhen and Zheng Kelong nodded in agreement. Li Shizhen then stated, "For the sake of safety, let each family dispatch 5,000 men." El Liang and Zheng Kelong were taken aback. The Li family possesses only one city, and these 5,000 men constitute their last line of defense. Recognizing their astonishment, Li Shizhen promptly added, "This time, we shall directly assault Wang Hai City, plundering extensively and establishing our reputation in Ronalan." Zheng Kelong expressed his concerns. "What if we provoke the Empire of Han Hai and they send a massive army to besiege us?" Li Shizhen reassured him, "The Empire of Han Hai has not formed a navy in response to the Blue Mountain Empire and the Moonlight Empire. The few lords with naval forces are quite distant from us. Once we achieve success, we can enjoy a year of leisure." Upon hearing Li Shizhen's words, Zheng Kelong and El Liang felt a surge of excitement. Li Shizhen's reasoning was compelling. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Kelong resolutely declared, "Let us proceed. Fortune favors the bold." Li Shizhen smiled and replied, "Excellent. We shall prepare the logistics and mobilize the soldiers. In 7 days, we will gather our forces outside my city on the coast. I intend to show the Lord of Wang Haiqing what it means to have an army at the gates and to advance with unwavering determination." Zheng Kelong and El Liang erupted into laughter, as if Wang Haiqing was already within their grasp. Following the recent events, Wang Hai repositioned the 1st Mobile Infantry Regiment to the coastline, coordinating with a naval force of 20,000. During 6 months of training, Commander Zhou Shiyun successfully advanced to a high-level warrior. The regiment comprised 17 6th-level warriors, over 1,500 5th-level warriors, and over 3,500 4th-level warriors. There were also 4,900 junior warriors. Meanwhile, a cavalry regiment of 10,000 patrolled the coastline daily, dividing into teams of 10 to alternate shifts throughout the day. The cavalry regiment, having evolved from a 100-man team during its time in the imperial capital to its current strength of 10,000, had undergone over 2 years of development. With the enhancement of numerous profound martial skills, Zheng Jiaming successfully ascended to the rank of 8th-level warrior. The cavalry unit boasted 34 7th-level warriors, over 2,700 6th-level warriors, 5,200 5th-level warriors, and over 2,000 4th-level warriors. It could be said that the cavalry regiment was Wang Hai's most formidable force, with more than half of his high-level warriors originating from this unit. The naval force of 20,000, now including 3 newly commissioned 10,000-ton warships, was divided into 4 teams of 5,000 each. 3 teams engaged in drills aboard the colossal vessels daily, while 1 team remained at the docks, rotating tasks among the 4 teams. The entire naval force was drawn from the Wuzhua Shenlong Mercenary Corps, with Zhang Qingyun allocating over 5,000 mid-level warriors from the corps. Chapter 53. The Pirate Assault. After 6 months of training, the Navy had 3 high-level warriors, 36 6th-level warriors, over 3,500 5th-level warriors, 5,600 4th-level warriors, and over 10,000 junior warriors, nearly half of whom were mid-level warriors. A week passed swiftly, and outside the coastal city, hundreds of ships of varying sizes assembled, creating a formidable sight from afar. Li Shizhen gazed upon this spectacular scene, his heart swelling with fervor. "Let me show you the fate of those who offend me, Li Shizhen," he declared. All troops advanced towards Wang Hai. With his command, all vessels began their grand march toward Wang Hai. Meanwhile, Wei Xinhai was diligently training his troops when someone exclaimed, "Everyone, look! There are numerous dark spots on the horizon. It appears that a large fleet is approaching." Wei Xinhai promptly retrieved the telescope crafted by the Lord, fashioned from 2 specially made crystals, capable of magnifying objects several kilometers away to appear as if they were right before one's eyes. A truly remarkable device. "Quickly send a message to the Lord via the Lark," Wei Xinhai urged. "A vast armada of pirates is approaching, with hundreds of ships of all sizes and over 10,000 personnel. We must prepare the Lord for an effective response." The flag bearer began signaling with flags, instructing all members to ready themselves for battle. Every crossbow was armed, and the ships activated their defensive magical formations. Li Shizhen gazed at the 3 colossal vessels, each weighing 10,000 tons, as they initiated their magic shields. Beside him, Zhang Kelong clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Given the intensity of the magic, these must be high-level formations. We stand no chance of breaching their defenses." Li Shizhen, astonished, replied, 3 high-level defensive magic formations. The crystals required for just one would be worth at least 10 million gold coins. Are you suggesting that 3 appeared simultaneously? Zhang Kelong, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Do I appear to be jesting with you?" Recognizing the gravity in Zhang Kelong's expression, Li Shizhen understood the truth. As a level 6 magician, Zhang Kelong's sensitivity to elemental forces was unlikely to mislead him. With a sigh, Li Shizhen lamented, "Then what are we to do? Their defenses are insurmountable." Zhang Kelong furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before stating, "It is impossible that these ships belong to the Han Hai Empire, as they are currently engaged in a conflict with 2 major empires. They lack the time and resources to construct such massive vessels, and even the wealthiest lords could not afford to spend over 30 million on their creation." Li Shizhen pondered this, then exclaimed, "So you mean to say these ships are merely passing through?" Zhang Kelong nodded in agreement. "That is the only logical explanation. We can halt our ships and dispatch a small boat to convey our message. We are merely passing by and wish to avoid conflict. We are willing to offer a reward of 100,000 gold coins for their cooperation in clearing a path." Upon receiving the news from the Lark, Wang Hai burst into laughter. "Excellent. I was just contemplating how to find them, and they have come to us unbidden. Send word to Wei Xinhai to allow them all ashore. Once they arrive, they shall not depart." Wang Hai continued, "Instruct Zheng Jiaming and Zhou Shiren's cavalry and the 1st Mobile Infantry to fall back 10 miles. Additionally, notify all coastal villages to retreat. I intend for them to have no way back." Wei Xinhai, upon receiving Wang Hai's message, understood that they were to allow the pirates ashore. Yet the 2 forces were in a tense standoff. To let them pass without raising suspicion was a challenge that weighed heavily on him. Just as he was deep in thought, a soldier approached, reporting, "Captain, a small boat is approaching, flying a white flag and unarmed." Furrowing his brow, Wei Xinhai commanded, "Let them in and bring them to me." The soldier nodded and activated the magic formation to create an opening. The small boat, seeing the shimmering barrier part, quickly maneuvered through the gap and approached the colossal ships. A rope ladder was lowered, allowing the visitors to climb aboard. Once on deck, they were greeted by 4 soldiers who instructed, "Follow me. I will take you to meet our commander." The 2 individuals promptly nodded and cautiously trailed behind the soldier, who led them forward, stating, "Commander, I have brought them here." The 2 pirates immediately bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "We greet the commander." Noticing that Wei Xinhai ignored them, they ventured to inquire, "From which empire does the commander hail?" Wei Xinhai, showing signs of impatience, replied, "If you have something to say, do so quickly." Do not waste my time. The two pirates hastily responded, Commander, please do not be angered. Our leader has informed us that this matter pertains to the grievances between us and the Han Hai Empire. We hope that the commander can show mercy and allow us to leave. Our leader is willing to offer 100,000 gold coins as a token of gratitude for your kindness. Wei Xinhai, connecting the dots from the earlier remarks of the two pirates, quickly discerned that they had mistaken him for naval forces from another empire. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him. While he was contemplating how to allow their passage, they had unwittingly presented him with a reason. Very well, Wei Xinhai conceded. I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Have your leader send the gold coins to me, and I shall step aside. Chapter 54. Landing upon receiving Wei Xinhai's response, the two pirates sighed in relief and took their leave, returning to their fleet to inform their captain to prepare the gold. After hearing the news relayed by the two pirates, Li Shizhen also felt a sense of relief, resolutely thinking, once I conquer Wang Hai City, I shall recover this loss in full. Li Shizhen, along with the Zheng and Zhou families, would share the burden of the 100,000 gold coins. Yet for the three prominent families, it still felt quite burdensome. Subsequently, the pirates dispatched a small boat to deliver the 100,000 gold coins to Wei Xinhai. Upon receiving the coins, Wei Xinhai cheerfully instructed his men to clear the way for Li Shizhen and his fleet to pass. As Li Shizhen gazed upon Wang Hai City, now within reach, he noted the absence of any guards along the shore, providing an opportune moment to stealthily approach and deliver a grand surprise to the city's lord. With over 10,000 pirates landing under Li Shizhen's command, scouts reported the precise location of the landing. Wang Hai promptly ordered the cavalry and the 1st Mobile Infantry Regiment to secure the flanks, ready to cut off the retreat of the pirates should they advance further. Once the pirates landed, they divided into groups of 200, dispatching over 10 small factions to raid the surrounding villages for plunder. Every morsel was worth the effort, and the main force continued its march toward Wang Hai City. Those assigned to raid the nearby villages were in high spirits, as it was a lucrative endeavor with minimal risk. Only the less formidable remained behind, primarily the elderly, women, and children. However, as the pirates approached the various villages, they discovered the inhabitants had vanished. Despite an extensive search, no signs of life were found. Just as they were about to report back to the main force, the pirates realized they had been encircled. Their adversaries, clad in black armor and mounted on robust steeds, wielded finely crafted weapons, indicative of a well-trained force. The pirates found solace in the fact that their foes numbered only 50, and with 200 of them, the odds seemed favorable. The cavalry leader then commanded, "Prepare to charge." As all individuals were enveloped in an aura of fighting spirit, despair instantaneously overtook the pirates. Their most formidable warrior barely reached the 5th level, while only a handful of 4th-level warriors existed among them. Meanwhile, the high-level warriors led the charge, all others being mere intermediate fighters. How could they stand a chance? With a commanding shout from the leading cavalryman, the cavalry began to accelerate. The pirate leader urgently called out, "Steady, hold your ground, and prepare your defenses." As the cavalry surged forward, the frontline pirates attempted to fend off the onslaught with their weapons. However, before their blades could even strike the horses, they were sent flying by the powerful steeds. Subsequently, the cavalry's great swords descended upon the cluster of pirates. After a single thrust, half of the pirates were slain or grievously wounded, while the cavalry sustained only minor injuries, their weapons and armor being of exquisite quality. It was nearly impossible for the lower-level warriors to inflict any damage. They were as fragile as thin garments, and a single strike from an intermediate warrior was enough to render them beyond rescue, leading to a swift abandonment of hope. As the pirates beheld the ground strewn with the corpses of their comrades, one shouted, "Run!" The remaining pirates scattered in all directions, their leaders' calls falling on deaf ears, ultimately succumbing one by one to the cavalry's relentless assault. The air gradually filled with the metallic scent of blood. Li Shizhen furrowed his brow. The main force had been marching slowly for over an hour, yet no squads had rejoined them. Zheng Kelong observed and remarked, "Li, what troubles you so?" Li Shizhen replied, "Is it not peculiar that not a single squad has returned yet?" Zheng Kelong chuckled, "Ah, this matter, I wager, is due to our prolonged absence from Wang Hai City. The allure of the spoils has captivated the brothers." Li Shizhen smirked wickedly, indeed. At that moment, 2 distressed pirates rushed forward, exclaiming, "Leaders! The road ahead is blocked by a vast number of cavalry," and additionally, noticing their hesitation, Li Shizhen impatiently interjected, What is it? Speak. The pirate cautiously continued. There is also a platform constructed from the heads of our brethren taken during raids on the village. Upon hearing this, Li Shizhen's fury ignited, and he declared, How audacious! I shall see them all perish. He led the grand force to the plains, where Zhang Jianming and his cavalry awaited. A small mountain of 3,000 pirate heads stacked before them. Li Shizhen gazed at the scene before him and uttered, You seek death. With that, he unleashed his prowess as a high-level warrior, proclaiming, Let me show you the strength of a high-level warrior. Let the lesser among you charge at me. Zhang Jianming promptly commanded, Cavalry, prepare to charge. In an instant, the entire cavalry of 10,000 was enveloped in an aura of fighting spirit. Li Shizhen, witnessing this spectacle, thought, How is it possible for such a small place as Wang Hai City to possess such a formidable cavalry, with 34 high-level warriors and the rest being intermediate? The aura emanating from the leading cavalryman was evidently superior to his own, which left only one possibility. That individual was an 8th-level warrior. Li Shizhen then slowed the charge. Observing the impending confrontation between the main force and the cavalry, Zheng Kelong conjured a massive water sphere and hurled it towards the cavalry. As Zhang Jianming saw the approaching water sphere, he leapt into the air, effortlessly cleaving it in two with his sword, transforming it into a torrential downpour. Chapter 55. The demise of Zhang Jianming leading 33 elite warriors. Zhang Jianming engaged the pirate forces, and upon contact, the pirates were thrown into disarray, their ranks shattered by the formidable might of the advanced fighters. The intermediate cavalry unit soon followed suit, rapidly widening the breach. Witnessing the chaos unfold, Li Shizhen swiftly turned his horse around and retreated. As the others noticed Li Shizhen's flight, they too hastily made their way toward the ships, realizing the imminent danger and fleeing in a panic. The cavalry unit, now fragmented, pursued the fleeing foes with the intent to eliminate them. When Li Shizhen and the remaining remnants reached the shore, they found that the ships had vanished. A well-equipped force of over 10,000 awaited him, and he knew that Liang had fled with the 1,000 men guarding the vessels. Gazing at the few hundred men left behind, and with the cavalry approaching, Li Shizhen faced an overwhelming force of 20,000 fully armed elite troops, including nearly 40 advanced warriors. He pondered how these few hundred could possibly contend against such odds. His family's downfall seemed inevitable. Zheng Kelong, filled with resentment, accused Li Shizhen, stating, It is all your fault for failing to assess our strength properly. Instead of merely losing our teeth, we have shattered our very mouths. Li Shizhen, wishing to avoid further discourse, found himself uncertain of survival. Zheng Kelong, gritting his teeth, knelt and proclaimed, I am a 6th-level mage, and I can serve our lord. With that, Zheng Kelong cast his weapon to the ground, prompting others to follow suit. Kneeling in surrender, Li Shizhen, begrudgingly resolved to survive, discarded his weapon as well and knelt in submission, leaving the 1st Mobile Infantry in a state of bewilderment. They had not even officially entered the fray before it concluded. They began to gather the weapons discarded by the pirates and apprehend the surrendering captives, binding their hands. Upon witnessing the elite force of 10,000 appear on the coast, Liang realized that Li Shizhen and Zheng Kelong were doomed. He promptly ordered a retreat, turning the ships away from the shore. Internally, he reveled in the certainty of their impending demise. Once back, he planned to annex the Li family and subsequently extinguish the Zheng family, thus claiming dominion over the entirety of the Ronalin Islands. Wei Xinhai, observing the retreating pirates, commanded, Everyone, soak the arrowheads in liquid resin, and all crossbowmen, take your positions. Liang dismissed the 3 massive ships before him, understanding that one does not bite the hand that feeds. With the pirate vessels drawing near, Wei Xinhai instructed, Everyone, ready your arrows. In swift unison, thousands retrieved arrows from oil barrels. With a commanding shout, Wei Xinhai ordered, Ignite. Fire. Instantly, the ignited arrowheads rained down like a meteor shower upon the ships, resulting in a catastrophic loss of life as many were struck down by the fiery projectiles. Liang, momentarily stunned, realized that this volley had claimed over 300 casualties, leaving him with only around 700 survivors. The remaining crew rushed to the decks to extinguish the flames engulfing their vessels. Not long after the commencement of the assault, Wei Xinhai issued a command, and the subsequent wave of thousands of arrows cascaded down once more, instantly decimating a multitude of pirates who were attempting to quell the flames on deck. With the arrival of new fires, the inferno intensified. Liang observed as over 100 vessels ignited, estimating that only around 500 men remained on his ship, with nearly 100 aboard his own, leaving merely 5 or 6 men on the remaining vessels. They were utterly incapable of extinguishing the raging fire. He promptly commanded, "Charge forward at full speed." Disregarding the other ships, the pirates swiftly began to row, their speed surging dramatically as they neared the edge of the pirate fleet. Upon witnessing this, Wei Xinhou immediately ordered, "All crossbows, target the ships attempting to break free from the flotilla." 2-meter-long colossal arrows were launched from the crossbow beds, with 150 arrows piercing the wooden hulls, killing the oarsmen situated within the ship's interior. Some arrows even penetrated 2 men simultaneously. In an instant, nearly half of their ranks were lost, and their speed rapidly diminished. Liang gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling as though fate itself conspired against him. He gazed at the fleet of pirate ships behind him, which were engulfed in flames after the third wave of arrows rained down, prompting the crew to abandon ship in a desperate bid for survival. Liang's confidant urged, "My lord, we must leap overboard as well. Otherwise, we shall inevitably perish in the flames. As long as the mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Let us survive first." Gritting his teeth, Liang commanded, "Everyone, jump into the water with me." The conflagration raged for a full 2 hours before finally extinguishing, leaving the sea in disarray. Among the over 400 who had jumped ship, over 100 perished beneath the wreckage of the burning vessels. The remaining 300, adrift on the surface for 2 hours, were utterly exhausted, yet summoned the last vestiges of their strength to swim to the protective barriers of 3 massive ships, preferring captivity over drowning in the vast ocean. Wei Xinhou relayed the news to Wang Hai, awaiting his decision. Shortly thereafter, a lark returned, and a soldier hastily presented a message to Wei Xinhou. Chapter 56. The coastal city. Wei Xinhou glanced at the note and addressed the soldier. "The Lord commands. Eliminate all survivors." The signaler swiftly conveyed the order, and the soldiers immediately readied their bows and arrows to hunt down the weary pirates. Liang, witnessing the relentless slaughter of his comrades, was suddenly fueled by the strength of a seasoned warrior, attempting to shatter the protective barrier. Yet his assault merely stirred the water's surface. Unwilling to accept defeat, he launched another attack, but all he achieved was to exhaust himself further without effecting any change. As he concentrated all his energy into his hands for another strike, a 2-meter-long giant arrow pierced through his body. Liang stared at the gaping wound in his chest, filled with resentment, as a second and third arrow followed suit, ultimately causing him to sink slowly into the depths of the sea, consumed by his unwillingness to succumb. After confirming the demise of all pirates, Wei Xinhou directed the massive ship towards the coastal city, as the Lord had commanded the capture of the city. Thus, this maritime realm was left strewn with the wreckage of ships and stained with blood-red waters. The coastal city, having suffered 2 consecutive annihilations, was left with merely over 1,000 souls. In the face of a fully armed naval force of 15,000, who could effortlessly crush them, the city fell without resistance. Wang Hai promptly ordered the Navy to mobilize the 1st Mobile Infantry Regiment to garrison Binhai City, intending to use it as a launchpad for the conquest of the cities of Wanhai, Tianshao, Quanglan, and Qisha. While studying the map in his study, he contemplated the next course of action when Zheng Jianming entered and reported, "My lord, the battlefield has been cleared, and we have captured over 700 prisoners. What shall we do with them?" Without hesitation, Wang Hai responded, "Execute them all. Leave no survivors." Zheng Jianming hesitated for a moment and remarked, "Among them is a high-ranking warrior and even a level 6 mage." Wang Hai, unfazed, chuckled, "Do we truly lack high-ranking warriors? And do I lack a level 6 mage?" Zheng Jianming was aware of the discovery of magical crystals in the Flame Mountains a year ago and knew that Wang Hai had established a magical academy there to train a multitude of mages. Although the true strength of those mages was known only to Wang Hai himself. Wang Hai, not wishing to put Zheng Jianming in a difficult position, continued, "Uncle Zheng, I plan to divide the cavalry regiment into 2, each recruiting 5,000 men. We shall establish the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Regiments. You will serve as the commander of the Cavalry Corps. Just report to me the personnel for both regiments, as you are more familiar with cavalry matters." Zheng Jianming promptly replied with respect, "I shall not disappoint your trust, my lord." Wang Hai nodded, and then produced 100,000 gold coins, handing them to Zheng Jianming. "This is for the purchase of cavalry equipment. After passing the coins to Zheng Jianming and signaling for him to leave, Wang Hai instructed a soldier to summon Huang Qiming. Upon arrival, Huang Qiming respectfully addressed Wang Hai, "My lord, how may I serve you?" Wang Hai outlined 2 main points. First, the high-ranking warrior Xiongda from the Star Sea City Guard has entrusted the city of Binhai to the city lord. The high-ranking warrior Wang Meiyun from the Green Crystal City Guard will lead the Binhai City Guard, with personnel recruited locally. Second, we shall form the 2nd Mobile Infantry Regiment, led by the high-ranking warrior Zhang Xiaodian from Wanhai City, with 1,000 men contributed by each of the cities of Xinghai, Green Crystal, and Wanhai, while the remaining 7,000 shall be recruited independently. Wang Hai then allocated 750,000 gold coins to Huang Qiming for the procurement of equipment. News of Binhai City's occupation spread rapidly, instilling fear among the pirates of Wanhai, Tianxiao, Quanglan, and Qisha. With their 3 leaders missing for a week after launching an assault on Wanhai City and the fall of Binhai City, the pirate chieftains gathered to deliberate. Given that our 3 leaders have been absent for a week, they must have encountered some trouble. Now that Binhai City has fallen, how should we proceed? The second-in-command of the Liu family stated, "According to the information I have received, the enemy likely numbers over 20,000. Our 3 leaders took with them more than 10,000 men. Together, our 4 cities boast nearly 20,000 warriors. If we form an alliance and leverage the strength of our walls, the outcome is uncertain." The other pirates nodded in agreement, and the second-in-command of the Liu family declared, "Then it is settled. We shall unite to confront this crisis." Just as he finished speaking, a pirate rushed in, panicked, exclaiming, "Second-in-command, bad news. Bad news." The second-in-command of the L family remarked, "What is there to panic about? Speak quickly." The pirate slowly replied, "Second-in-command, Qisha has been captured." The L family's second-in-command exclaimed, "How could that be? It has only been a short while." The pirate, in tears, responded, "It is true. Their warships are equipped with shields, rendering our long-range attacks ineffective. Once they landed, they brought with them over 10,000 mid-level warriors, while our 5,000 are primarily low-level fighters. We were swiftly overwhelmed." Just as the L family's second-in-command was still in shock, someone rushed in, exclaiming, "Second-in-command, it's bad. 3 massive warships are approaching us, and our long-range attacks are useless against them." Chapter 57. The Ronallan Islands. Upon hearing of the incoming army, numerous pirate leaders hastily declared, "Second-in-command L, we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." Before the L family's second-in-command could respond, the pirates scattered in all directions, leaving the place deserted. With a sigh, the L family's second-in-command sat back down, resigned to the situation. Moments later, a pirate ran in, saying, "Second-in-command, the city gates have been breached, and the enemy has entered." Finally coming to his senses, the L family's second-in-command urged, "Quickly, gather the valuables. We must escape." He began to hurriedly pack up, preparing to flee, while the Navy collaborated with the mobile 1st Infantry Division, totaling 25,000 troops. Within a single day, they successfully conquered Wanhai, Tianjiao, Quanglan, and Qisha, thus securing the entirety of the Ronallan Islands under Wang Hai's control. After Wei Xin seized the Ronallan Islands, he sent a message via a lark to Wang Hai, subsequently dispatching all spoils from the conquest of the 5 cities to the mainland. Wang Hai, upon reading the joyous report delivered by the lark, summoned Huang Qiming. Seeing Wang Hai with a smile on his face, Huang Qiming cheerfully inquired, "My lord, what good fortune has befallen you to be so joyous?" Wang Hai, still smiling, replied, "You should take a look. This is news from the front lines." He handed the battle report on the table to Huang Qiming, who carefully accepted it and began to read it attentively. After finishing, Huang Qiming beamed, "Congratulations, my lord. You have captured Wanhai, Tianjiao, Quanglan, and Qisha. From now on, the entire Ronallan Islands will belong to you." Wang Hai then questioned, "What steps must I take for the Empire to acknowledge this?" Huang Qiming responded, "My lord, simply compose a battle report detailing your achievements and send it to the imperial capital. The Empire will then dispatch personnel for covert verification. Once they confirm that the 5 cities are under your control, an official appointment will be issued." Wang Hai smiled, "That is excellent. I have several matters to discuss with you today." Huang Qiming promptly replied, "Please, my lord, instruct me." Wang Hai continued, "First, we must establish direct trade between the mainland and the Ronallan Islands, forming a fleet to travel back and forth daily. The fleet will be accompanied by at least 2 warships for protection along the route, encouraging merchants to trade in the Ronallan Islands. Second, we shall construct a new large dock and shipyard outside the coastal city to expedite warship construction. The Navy will be divided into 4 divisions: the 1st Navy Corps, 2nd Navy Corps, 3rd Navy Corps, and 4th Navy Corps, each comprising 10,000 personnel, with an additional 5,000 to be allocated by the respective corps commanders. Wei Xin will serve as the overall commander of the Navy. Thirdly, the decree for the extermination of pirates mandates the execution of any individual engaged in piracy within the Ronallan archipelago. Fourthly, you are to draft a list of candidates for the leadership of the cities of Wang Hai, Tianjiao, Quanlan, and Qisha, as well as a roster for the guard regiments, which are to be self-recruited, with each regiment comprising 5,000 personnel. Fifthly, the 1st Mobile Infantry Division shall be divided into 2 entities, namely the 1st and 3rd Mobile Infantry Divisions, each with a composition of 10,000 soldiers, while the remaining personnel are to be recruited independently, with Chun Biao appointed as the overall commander of the Mobile Infantry Divisions. Sixthly, the Lord of the City of Star Sea shall be Senior Warrior Song Jinxiang. These 6 directives are for you to arrange accordingly. Huang Qimin remarked, "My lord, merely procuring equipment will deplete 250,000 gold coins, and the initial expenses for constructing warships and docks will amount to at least 300,000 gold coins. Concurrent operations at both locations will incur a monthly naval expenditure of 400,000 gold coins. Additionally, infrastructure development within the territory will require 6 months, during which we will need a further 200,000 gold coins each month. Currently, we possess 40,000 naval troops, 30,000 mobile infantry, 45,000 guards, and 20,000 cavalry. It is estimated that 7/10 of the tax revenue from these 8 cities will be spent on maintaining the military." Wang Hai nonchalantly replied, "That is still acceptable. We have 3/10 remaining." Huang Qimin was rendered speechless. While other lords contemplated profit, he found himself investing millions into the venture with scant returns. Just as Huang Qimin was about to speak, Wang Hai interjected, "Let us decide on this. You may resume your duties and also summon Zhang Qingyun for me." Upon hearing Wang Hai's command, Huang Qimin could only bow and take his leave. After a span of 2 hours, Zhang Qingyun hurriedly arrived and greeted Wang Hai, "My lord, what is your summons?" Observing the aura emanating from Zhang Qingyun, Wang Hai remarked, "Well done, young man. You have ascended to the rank of senior warrior." Zhang Qingyun smiled and replied, "I am grateful for your generous provision of martial arts training, which has facilitated my rapid advancement." Wang Hai continued, "I have 2 primary matters to discuss with you. Firstly, through our control over the Ronallan archipelago, we have gleaned some intelligence regarding the North Sea Empire, a nation situated 1,500 kilometers from the archipelago, on the side of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The heart of the North Sea Empire is a colossal island housing 56 cities, alongside hundreds of smaller islands with a total of 65 cities. Due to the extensive dispersal of the North Sea Empire's populace among scattered pirates, many youths have been captured and enslaved after their villages were ravaged by piracy. I require you to dispatch individuals to ascertain the strength of the North Sea Empire. Secondly, arrange for the youths in these 5 cities who are willing to assist us to travel in batches to the Flame Mountains for a test of their magical aptitude. Additionally, establish a branch of the 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps in the Ronallan archipelago to recruit personnel and bolster our strength." Zhang Qingyun nodded, stating, "I will organize a team of adventurers to gather any valuable intelligence." Wang Hai acknowledged, "Let us proceed with this arrangement. You may now return to your tasks." Zhang Qingyun nodded, completed his bow, and departed. Wang Hai watched Zhang Qingyun's retreating figure, lost in contemplation, recognizing that Zhang Qingyun had now joined the ranks of senior warriors. One must also prepare to enhance one's own strength, for in this world, personal power is paramount. Wang Hai ultimately resolved to undergo training in the 10,000 Great Mountains and to visit the Blazing Mountain Range to assess its development. Having not returned in over a year, within the Blazing Mountain Range's Magic Academy, continuous construction over the past year has transformed it from its initial rudimentary state. The Academy has since commenced the construction of the Magic Trial Tower, the Magic Combat Arena, and the Magic Weapon Forging Pavilion. The Magic Trial Tower, designed based on magical formations, creates virtual magical beasts for practitioners to hone their skills. The tower consists of 9 levels, each corresponding to magical beasts ranging from level 1 to level 9, allowing for the generation of various beasts tailored to the students' levels and training focus. The magic combat arena is designated for mages to practice their spells, divided into practice fields of 1,000 square meters each, separated by protective shields. The magic weapon forging pavilion primarily provides mages with the opportunity to complete academy tasks in exchange for contribution points, which can be redeemed for materials and items. Mages may forge magical weapons and armor according to their attributes and needs. Wang Hai surveyed the vast expanse of land covered by protective shields, noting that over half had been developed, all paved with stone. The various magical structures, resplendent and vibrant, imparted an air of sophistication and grandeur. Upon hearing of Wang Hai's arrival, Xie Chongqing hastened to greet him respectfully, exclaiming, "My lord." Wang Hai nodded, smiling as he inquired, "How has the Magic Academy fared after more than a year of construction?" Xie Chongqing promptly replied, "The academy boasts over 2,500 individuals, 1 level 9 mage, 1 level 8 mage, 6 level 7 mages, over 300 level 6 mages, over 1,800 level 5 mages, and over 300 level 4 mages." Wang Hai, astonished, asked, "You have broken through to level 9? Xie Chongqing nodded, saying, "I achieved this breakthrough recently, and I owe it to you, my lord." Daily exposure to a vast number of magical crystals, coupled with such a rich concentration of magical elements, makes it nearly impossible not to advance. Wang Hai chuckled. "No need for modesty. Your own talent is remarkable as well. I shall reside in the blazing mountain range for the foreseeable future." Xie Chongqing replied, "My lord, I will make arrangements for your accommodations." Wang Hai nodded, and after Xie Chongqing bowed and departed, he began his training in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, an official document brought Wang Hai's name back into the sight of the empire's nobility. The lords of the cities of Xinghai, Wang Hai, and Lujing reported that Wang Hai had led his subjects in repelling pirates. After verification by the empire, it was confirmed that Wang Hai had eradicated the pirates in the coastal cities of Binhai, Wanhai, Tianjiao, Quanglan, and Qisha, successfully reclaiming and unifying the Ronalin Islands. The empire subsequently decided to confer the 5 cities of Ronalin Islands as his territory and granted him the title of Baron, encouraging other lords to eliminate pirates and restore peace to the empire. The empire buzzed with discussion, reflecting on how the once notorious playboys, known for their frivolous pursuits, had managed to eradicate all pirates from the Ronalin Islands. At the tender age of 17, Wang Hai had already amassed control over 8 cities, establishing himself as one of the wealthiest lords among the younger generation. In the capital, the esteemed members of the Li family gathered in unison. The head of the family, Li Wenjie, inquired about the perspective on Lord Wang Kuen's son's recent endeavor to eradicate the pirates. A tall, gaunt, middle-aged man remarked, "Given his reputation as a debauchee, I would believe he sought out women, but the notion that he conquered the Ronalin Islands is beyond my credence. It is likely his father orchestrated it, and he merely reaps the accolades." A plump middle-aged man swiftly interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Whether he achieved it or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is that it now belongs to him." At a mere 17 years of age, he commanded the advantage of 8 cities. Although he currently holds the title of Baron, his father's noble status promises a future filled with potential. The assembly nodded in agreement with this perspective, and the rotund gentleman continued, "From this moment forth, Wang Hai shall no longer be regarded as a despised wastrel, but rather a coveted prize. Our primary objective now is to finalize the timing of Qinur's marriage, ensuring they wed promptly to avert any unforeseen developments." The gathering acknowledged this sentiment, affirming, "Li Qian is right. We must indeed solidify Qinur's marriage arrangements. Should any changes arise, alliances with other noble families could pose complications." The head of the Li family recognized that by aligning closely with this influential figure, the Li family's ascension into the aristocracy would be inevitable. Given the capital at stake, he decisively stated, "Let it be resolved thus. We shall select several worthy gifts from the family treasury. Li Qian and Li Wanjing, accompany me to the Lord's residence. Today, we shall finalize Qinur's marriage." Chapter 59. Engagement. Upon hearing this news, Wang Kuen at the Lord's residence was left in a state of bewilderment. It is well understood that even contemplating the eradication of the pirates from the Ronalin Islands is no trivial task. It would require considerable effort and sacrifice. Yet, the fact that Wang Hai could muster such military strength to vanquish these pirates suggests he must have encountered some extraordinary fortuity. Previously known as a debauched youth, he now possesses remarkable achievements and strength, paving a promising path into public service and nobility. Madame Wang entered the study with a smile, cheerfully addressing Wang Kuan. Have you heard, my lord? The entire capital is abuzz with discussions. Our hire has truly come into his own. Wang Kuan chuckled in response. I sought to discuss this very matter with you. Madame Wang inquired. What is it that you wish to discuss? Wang Kuan sighed. It pertains primarily to Hire's marriage. He is no longer the same. Should he forge an alliance with another noble house, his military prowess will serve the nation, and his accomplishments will be significant. Madame Wang furrowed her brow. Are you contemplating withdrawing from the marriage with the Li family? Wang Kuan nodded. Indeed. Lords Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Junshan, and Sheng Puyi have subtly indicated their willingness to pursue alliances. Madame Wang sighed. Have you considered what Hire truly desires? Wang Kuan frowned. What do you mean by that? Madame Wang sighed again. Since childhood, Hire has thrived without constraints, cherishing a life of freedom. You should have inquired whether he wished to enter public service. He likely declined your proposition. Wang Kuan helplessly remarked. Indeed, he has declined my request, preferring to be a free-spirited little lord. Lady Wang promptly responded, in that case, why must the Marquis remain so resolute? Rather than pursuing a union with him, it would be far more advantageous for Hire to find a well-educated and capable partner who knows how to manage a household. Wang Kuan could only nod in resignation and replied, it seems we have no choice but to proceed as such. While conversing with Lady Wang, a maid entered and announced, Marquis, Madam, the family of the third young master has come to pay a visit. Wang Kuan then turned to Lady Wang and said, they must be here to discuss Hire's marriage. Lady Wang responded, then let us take this opportunity to finalize Hire's engagement. He is no longer a child, and it is time to settle his matrimonial affairs. Wang Kuan sighed and said, let us go to the reception hall and meet them. In the reception hall, the head of the Li family awaited with a touch of anxiety, fearing that Wang Kuan might refuse to see him. As the footsteps drew nearer, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wang Kuan approach, and promptly rose to greet him, saying, we await your presence, Marquis. Wang Kuan smiled and replied, we are all family. There is no need for such formalities. What brings you here today, Masterly? Seeing that Wang Kuan had no intention of calling off the engagement, Masterly smiled and said, Qiner and the third young master are already betrothed, and with their ages, it is indeed time to finalize their marriage. Wang Kuan agreed, saying, that is indeed the case. Masterly, please prepare Qiner's birth details, and I shall ask the national master to select an auspicious date for their wedding. Masterly, smiling, produced a large red envelope from his spatial ring and said, Qiner's birth details are ready. Please take a look, Marquis. Wang Kuan accepted the envelope, grinning. Masterly has come fully prepared. If you have the time, let us visit the national master together and finalize their marriage today. Masterly was instantly filled with joy and replied, I am indeed free today. Let us settle their wedding without delay. The two other members of the Li family management nodded eagerly and smiled, saying, what the Marquis says is absolutely correct. Today we shall finalize their marriage. Wang Kuan said, stay for a meal, and afterward we shall go to the national master's residence. Masterly smiled and replied, then we shall not be polite. After sharing a few rounds of drinks, Wang Kuan and the Li family members arrived at the national master's residence. As a Marquis of the Empire, Wang Kuan was accorded due respect, and the national master personally received them. With a smile, the national master greeted Wang Kuan, saying, what a rare visitor. What brings you to my humble abode, Marquis? Wang Kuan replied with a smile, I have come today to discuss my son's marriage. The national master chuckled and said, I have heard that your son has recently been quite the sensation. I wonder which esteemed young lady he is to be wed to? Wang Kuan replied, Li Jingqin, daughter of the wealthy Li family in the capital. Here are their birth details for your review, national master. The national master was taken aback. It appeared that Wang Hai's status did not align with noble alliances, indicating that the third young master of the Marquis's residence was not inclined towards the court. The national master accepted the two red envelopes Wang Kuan offered, smiling, please wait here for a moment, Marquis. I shall calculate a suitable date for your son. Wang Kuan promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I appreciate your assistance, national master. The national master subsequently returned to the inner hall, and after an hour, with a weary expression, he said, these are the 3 auspicious dates I have calculated. Please peruse them, Lord Marquis. Wang Kuan accepted the paper penned by the national master, remarking, your efforts are truly commendable. Upon reviewing it, He handed it to the head of the Li family, saying, "Among the 3 dates, one falls before the onset of winter in 4 months, while the other 2 are set for next year. What do you think, esteemed head of the Li family?" The head of the Li family replied, "In matters of marriage, it is wise to act promptly rather than delay. Thus, 4 months from now would be most appropriate." Wang Kuan smiled, saying, "Excellent. Then let the 2 unite in matrimony in 4 months." The following day, a grand procession comprising hundreds from the Marquis's residence set forth, resounding with the clamor of gongs and drums, bearing an abundance of gifts. The jubilant entourage made its way to the affluent Li household in the capital. Passers-by buzzed with chatter. One remarked, "It has been rumored that Li Zhengqin, one of the 3 renowned beauties of the imperial capital, is to wed the 3rd young master of the Marquis's house." Another scoffed, "A good-for-nothing indulging in vice. Were it not for his fortunate birth, he would never have the chance to marry such a paragon." Yet another chimed in, "Oh, spare us your envy. Clearly, this is a marriage proposal, and the wedding date is already set." A sigh escaped from someone. Such a talented lady destined to be with a frivolous scion. A mischievous voice added, "At least he has experience." Laughter erupted among the crowd, their expressions betraying an understanding known to men. Zheng Yifan, overhearing their remarks, clenched his fists. His face darkened with fury. Once a talented scholar, born into a family of local nobility, he had enjoyed a reputation for intellect and promise since childhood. At the age of 12, he was recommended by the city lord to the Imperial Academy, where his talents garnered praise from his mentors. Li Zhengqin, renowned for her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, was well regarded at the academy, and as one of the 3 beauties of the capital, she attracted admiration from many. Zheng Yifan and Li Zhengqin had developed mutual affection through their poetic exchanges and musical discussions. As Li Zhengqin approached the time of her marriage, he had sought to whisk her away from the oppressive grasp of the imperial nobility. However, Li Zhengqin had shaken her head, explaining, "If I were to leave the capital, the entire Li family would bear the brunt of noble wrath. Their annihilation would be inevitable. I cannot forsake the lives of thousands for my own desires." Upon hearing the news of Li Zhengqin's engagement, Zheng Yifan was consumed by rage, and the sight of the marriage procession only intensified his indignation. Shortly thereafter, the proposal party arrived at the Li residence, where the Li family distributed red envelopes to the members of the entourage. Observing the lack of gifts returned and the generous manner of the Li family, the onlookers realized that the wedding date for Li Zhengqin had indeed been confirmed. Subsequently, the steward of the Li household emerged, addressing the gathering crowd with a smile. "Our esteemed Miss Li Zhengqin will wed Lord Wang Kuan, the 3rd son of the Marquis, on the 18th day of the 12th month in 4 months' time. The Li family shall host a grand banquet with 100 tables for 3 days. All are welcome to attend." Upon hearing this announcement, Zheng Yifan felt an immediate chill. For months would pass swiftly, leaving him no chance for redemption. Stepping forward, he declared, "Does the Li family not consider Miss Li Zhengqin's feelings in so eagerly allying with such a frivolous scion of nobility?" The butler of the Li family, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Who dares to wreak havoc in the Li household? Seize him." Just as the family servants were about to act, Zheng Yifan shouted, "I am Zheng Yifan, a talented scholar of the Imperial Academy. How dare you unleash your servants to carry out such barbaric acts? I shall report this to the Empire." The butler, upon hearing this, hesitated. The servants from the Marquis's residence, witnessing the Li family's reluctance to intervene, swiftly approached Zheng Yifan and delivered a brutal beating. They claimed to be the 3rd young master of the Marquis's household. Even if he were a spoiled scion, his public declaration was a blatant affront to the Marquis's dignity. If the Li family dared not strike him, how could they? The Marquis's household typically recruited only 3rd-tier warriors, and with hundreds of them taking turns to beat a defenseless scholar, it was a relentless assault until the city guards finally intervened. Zheng Yifan, battered and swollen, narrowed his eyes and declared, "I am Zheng Yifan, a scholar of the Imperial Academy. I shall accuse them of their unlawful actions, disregarding the law." The servants retorted, "We are from the Marquis Wang Kuan's household, and we have come to the Li family to offer our congratulations. This brat has insulted the Marquis's name, and thus we acted." The guards, realizing that this was likely another admirer of Li Zhengqin defending her honor, ordered, "Arrest this man. He is causing a public disturbance and has insulted a noble of the realm. His offense is doubled. Take him to the jail and ensure he is well cared for." Just as the guards were about to bind Zheng Yifan for transport, a voice interrupted, "Excuse me, esteemed officers, please cease your actions." The crowd turned to see a figure clad in white, her skin as pale as snow, tall and graceful, with a veil that could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Li Jingqin then said, "Today is a day of celebration for me. He and I are of the same school. I implore you to spare him." The butler of the Li family stepped forward, offering the officers a red envelope, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Today is a joyous occasion for the Li family. I hope for your understanding." The officers, smiling, replied, "Since today is a day of celebration for the Li family, we certainly shall show respect. Moreover, we must honor the Marquis's name. We shall take our leave." With that, they abandoned Zheng Yifan and turned to depart. Li Zhengqin slowly approached Zheng Yifan, whose once handsome visage was now marred by bruises. She spoke softly, "The Li family has completed the procedures for my withdrawal from the Imperial Academy. I am no longer a student there. This is the last time I shall assist you. In 4 months, I will become a bride, and I hope you will not disturb my life any further." After saying this, she paid no heed to Zheng Yifan's feelings and gradually made her way back to the Li residence, leaving him in a state of anger and resentment. Chapter 61. The blood-sucking vine. Unbeknownst to Wang Hai, the epicenter of this turmoil, he diligently trained in the blazing mountain range, stretching over 100 miles. The mountain range radiated intense energy. Observing the searing magma, Wang Hai conceived an audacious idea. Could the fire element absorb the scorching energy of the magma? As the fire element drew closer to the molten rock, it became increasingly vibrant. With a grin, Wang Hai remarked, "It seems this approach may indeed be feasible." When the fire element reached its limit, about 5 meters from the magma, Wang Hai unleashed all the fire elements, instructing them to absorb energy from a safe distance of 5 meters away. At this moment, several fire elements failed to absorb the heat emanating from the magma. They sensed that the temperature in their vicinity was identical to that outside the flame mountains, leaving Wang Hai utterly perplexed. Subsequently, he dispatched a night blood mosquito to investigate. The intense heat of the magma provoked a painful reaction from the mosquito. As it drew near, the night blood mosquito instantaneously teleported to a location where the fire elements could not feel the heat. This spot was over 5 meters away from the magma, a distance where the sudden surge of heat could potentially overwhelm the mosquito. The night blood mosquito sensed a refreshing chill as it entered a cavern with a diameter exceeding 20 meters. Despite the cavern's proximity to the magma, it felt devoid of any warmth. The absence of heat in such a location raised Wang Hai's suspicions, prompting him to explore the cave personally. Wang Hai enveloped himself in his fighting aura, fashioned a rope from the hides of high-level fire-type magical beasts, and instructed the fire elements below to assist him as he cautiously descended along the rope, surrounded by a crimson aura and bolstered by the power of the fire elements. His resistance to heat surpassed that of ordinary individuals, yet he still felt discomfort from the oppressive warmth. After a stick of incense's duration, Wang Hai finally leaped into the cave, greeted by a refreshing breeze that brought him immense relief. He began to explore the cavern with utmost caution. Finding it to be remarkably deep, he instructed a night blood mosquito to scout ahead, but as he treaded carefully, a vine suddenly ensnared his feet. Attempting to strike with his great sword, he was met with 2 more vines shooting from the cave walls, binding his hands tightly. Soon, additional vines wrapped around him, and numerous thorns pierced his body, beginning to siphon his blood. It dawned on Wang Hai that he was contending with a high-level blood-sucking plant beast, the blood-sucking vine. In a hurry, he summoned a mighty diamond ape, whose immense strength proved futile against the resilient blood-sucking vines. Suddenly, 2 vines shot from the cave walls, ensnaring the diamond ape's hands, and soon it too was overwhelmed by the encroaching vines. Wang Hai then summoned a host of diamond apes, yet they too were gradually ensnared by the blood-sucking vines. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hai's fury erupted. "You wretched creature, I'll let you feast to your heart's content." He then unleashed the superior spirit blood technique, directing a torrent of his vital essence toward the blood-sucking vines. After half an hour, the vines finally relented, slowly releasing Wang Hai, who appeared pale and resolved to exercise greater caution in the future, having narrowly avoided a significant mishap. Regaining his composure, he swiftly stored the blood-sucking vines in his altar space, taking time to recuperate until he felt fully restored before continuing onward. Along his path, he encountered 5 more blood-sucking vines, capturing each one with increasing speed owing to his prior experience, ultimately subduing the last vine in just the duration of a stick of incense. Proceeding with care, he suddenly spotted a glimmer of light ahead and cautiously approached, his eyes widening in astonishment as the scene before him unfolded. Deep within the subterranean cavern lies a vast expanse of ancient architectural marvels, collectively spanning over 20,000 acres. Wang Hai, astounded, remarked, "What a grand endeavor! To carve out such a monumental space beside molten lava." The entire architectural complex radiated a mesmerizing ice-blue hue, with a grand castle at its center, surrounded by numerous smaller abodes. Realizing that searching this immense structure alone would be an arduous task, Wang Hai resolved to retreat momentarily and summoned Xie Changqing to assist in the exploration. Hastily, Wang Hai returned to the Flame Mountain Magic Academy and found Xie Changqing, stating, "I have discovered an ancient relic site in the Flame Mountains." Xie Changqing, taken aback, reflected on the year he had spent traversing the Flame Mountains, only to uncover such a significant oversight right under his nose. Upon observing Wang Hai's earnest demeanor, he recognized the gravity of the revelation. With a smile, Xie Changqing remarked, "Indeed, my lord, your prowess is remarkable. Despite my extensive time here, it is you who have unearthed this treasure in such a short span, truly a keen eye." Wang Hai, dismissing the flattery, inquired, "How many high-ranking warriors and mages does the Academy and the Guard possess?" Xie Changqing replied with a grin, "Including myself, there are a total of 8 high-ranking mages and 9 high-ranking warriors." Wang Hai nodded, instructing, "Inform them to prepare. We shall venture to the ruins together. The volcanic temperatures are exceedingly high, and only the elite can withstand them." Chapter 62. The library. Xie Changqing promptly gathered the high-ranking warriors and mages, and soon Wang Hai led them towards the ancient underground site. Gazing at the colossal ruins, Xie Changqing commented, "This architectural style harks back to the era of the Black Gold Empire. Though the once mighty empire met a swift demise, it undoubtedly left behind invaluable relics." Wang Hai, his eyes alight with excitement, addressed the group, "Form teams of 4 and conduct a thorough search around the castle. Xie Changqing and I will explore the castle itself." The group acquiesced. "We shall dutifully follow your command, my lord." After a brief nod, Wang Hai and Xie Changqing proceeded towards the castle, while the remaining 16 members organized themselves and commenced their cautious search. Arriving at the castle's entrance, they encountered a grand ice-blue door adorned with intricate patterns, inscribed with ancient characters. Xie Changqing examined the inscriptions, stating, "These are the characters of the Black Gold Empire, indicating that this was once a magic academy. It appears that the existence of magical crystal veins was recognized even during the Empire's reign, prompting the establishment of this academy." Wang Hai nodded, affirming, "That seems plausible. Let us enter and investigate." With that, he pushed open the great door, leading Xie Changqing inside. The interior was divided into 3 courtyards, and they began their exploration from the far left. In the leftmost courtyard stood a towering structure, 9 stories high. As they approached, however, they were met with an ethereal barrier. Puzzled, Wang Hai paused, to which Xie Changqing remarked, "It seems that whatever lies beyond is of considerable significance, warranting the establishment of a protective magical array." Furrowing his brow, Wang Hai asked, "Can you decipher this defensive magical array?" Xie Changqing responded with a smile, "If this were during the era of the Black Gold Empire, I would be unable to unravel it. However, millennia have passed since then. The magical crystals originally laid should have nearly dried up, which is why the protective barrier has turned transparent. My lord, please wait here while I make another attempt." Wang Hai nodded, and then sat down to adjust his state. After an hour, a sweating Xie Changqing said, "My lord, the magical formation has been deciphered." Wang Hai smiled and replied, "Thank you for your hard work. Let us see what lies within." Wang Hai led Xie Changqing to the entrance of the tower, slowly pushing open the grand door. The scene before them made Xie Changqing's eyes sparkle as he exclaimed, "Is this a library?" He quickly ran over and picked up a book to examine, then turned to Wang Hai, saying, "My lord, these are magical tomes from various domains." Wang Hai was equally astonished by the sheer number of magical books, estimating there to be no less than 100,000 volumes. To put this in perspective, the total collection of magical books in the Blazing Mountain range amounted to only a little over 2,000, a mere fraction of what lay before them. Many mages did not lack talent. Rather, their progress was stunted by the absence of advanced attribute magic for cultivation. With so many magical tomes, it was likely that high-level spells were abundant. The more Wang Hai pondered, the more elated he became. Meanwhile, Xie Chongqing examined over 10 more books, frowning as he remarked, "Why are all these tomes of inferior yellow-level magic? Could it be that the high-level spells are on the upper floors?" Upon finishing his thought, Xie Chongqing made his way to the second floor, with Wang Hai promptly following. The second floor was even more spacious than the first, housing approximately 80,000 volumes. Xie Chongqing began to select several tomes to peruse, then turned to Wang Hai, stating, "My lord, this level contains only intermediate yellow-level techniques. Is it possible that each floor corresponds to a specific level of tomes?" Wang Hai, upon hearing this, felt his breath quicken as he replied, "If this reasoning holds true, then the third floor would contain superior yellow-level magic, the fourth floor would house inferior mystery-level magic, the fifth would have intermediate mystery-level tomes, and the sixth floor would contain superior mystery-level magic. From the seventh floor onward, we might encounter earth-level tomes, with the eighth and ninth floors possibly holding intermediate and even superior earth-level magic." Xie Chongqing nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, we have struck gold. The strongest magic in the royal court is merely intermediate mystery level, while we have access to earth-level spells. This is an extraordinary advantage." Subsequently, Wang Hai and Xie Chongqing explored each floor, with Wang Hai growing increasingly excited. The third floor was stocked with over 50,000 volumes of superior yellow-level magic. The fourth floor contained over 30,000 inferior mystery-level tomes. The fifth floor had more than 10,000 intermediate mystery-level volumes. The sixth floor boasted over 6,000 superior mystery-level tomes. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, Wang Hai and Xie Chongqing ascended to the seventh floor. Upon seeing the neatly arranged 2,000 earth-level inferior tomes, their hearts eased. Xie Chongqing approached the exquisite bookshelves and flipped through more than 10 magical books. Beaming with joy, he said, "My lord, indeed, all these 2,000 tomes are earth-level inferior magic." Wang Hai laughed heartily. "Fantastic. Let us ascend to the next floor. There may be even more surprises awaiting us." Wang Hai led Xie Chongqing to the 8th floor, where the number of magical tomes dramatically decreased, with only over 200 intermediate earth-level books present. Subsequently, Wang Hai arrived at the 9th level, which was devoid of bookshelves, instead featuring 10 desks, each adorned with 4 tomes of magic. Xie Chongqing examined the collection and nodded, stating, "These 40 volumes are all of superior quality at the earth level." Chapter 63. The teaching area. Wang Hai responded with a smile, "That is splendid. Merely possessing these magic books is a significant gain. Our entire magical system is now thoroughly fortified." Xie Chongqing nodded in agreement, grinning as he remarked, "Surpassing the Imperial Magic Academy is merely a matter of time." Wang Hai then chuckled, "Indeed, that is imperative." He proceeded to meticulously stow the magic books into his spatial ring, expressing satisfaction before declaring, "Let us proceed to the next location." Accompanied by Xie Chongqing, Wang Hai ventured to the second site, which comprised a cluster of grand halls. After walking a short distance, Xie Chongqing observed, "Given the structural design and the remnants of the magical formations surrounding us, this area likely served as classrooms and magical training grounds." Wang Hai, intrigued, replied, "In that case, this is the least valuable place. Let us directly move to the third location." Xie Chongqing chuckled, "My lord, one cannot be certain that there are no treasures here. The students who frequented this place were all advanced magicians, and the instructors could very well have been celestial magicians or even those of greater renown. Are you truly willing to forgo this site?" Wang Hai, with a light-hearted demeanor, responded, "Since we are here, we might as well explore. One never knows what delightful surprises may await us." After a brief stroll, Xie Chongqing remarked, "This should be the gravity chamber. The more powerful a magician, the higher the magical energy content within their body. Advanced magicians typically commence their training under several times the normal gravity to release magic. This offers 2 advantages. First, it strengthens the magician's physique, enhancing their capacity to endure magical energy. Second, training under increased gravity hones their control over magical energy, truly a double benefit." Wang Hai exclaimed, "This is indeed a remarkable asset. Is it still operational?" Xie Chongqing replied with a laugh, "It is likely that the magical crystals have simply dried up. Replacing them with new ones should suffice." After Xie Chongqing swiftly replaced the depleted magical crystals within the formation, the ground shimmered with a golden hue. He then approached to examine the chamber more closely, stating, "The power of this gravity chamber should range between 5 to 50 times normal gravity. My lord, would you care to try it?" Wang Hai, Curious, inquired as a warrior. Can I also participate? Xie Changqing chuckled. Of course. The principles remain the same. A warrior's formidable physique allows for higher power usage, enabling better mastery of their fighting energy. Wang Hai responded with enthusiasm. What a splendid tool. Xie Changqing then asked, My lord, shall we proceed with a trial? Wang Hai confidently entered the gravity chamber, stating, This is an excellent opportunity to refine my fighting energy and strengthen myself. I shall start with a tenfold increase for now. Xie Changqing, somewhat skeptical, questioned, Are you certain about tenfold, my lord? Wang Hai nodded. To begin, let us keep the intensity moderate. We can gradually escalate it later. With a resigned sigh, Xie Changqing acquiesced. Very well. As Xie Changqing activated the magic in an instant, Wang Hai found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move. The sensation of his internal organs feeling as though they might explode was excruciating. Observing Wang Hai's torment, Xie Changqing helplessly suggested, My lord, shall I lower the power a bit? Wang Hai, momentarily speechless, thought to himself, If you want to lower it, just do so. Why mention it? I have no need for pride. He then replied, I'm nearly there. Xie Changqing promptly ceased the operation of the magic array, and the weight pressing upon Wang Hai's internal organs vanished in an instant. The relief of breathing freely was a delightful experience. Wang Hai slowly regained his composure and commented, It was merely average. With a smile, Xie Changqing proposed, My lord, how about we increase the multiplier a bit more and continue? Wang Hai chuckled back, That's enough. Let us give others a chance. Subsequently, Wang Hai began to explore the teaching area, which was predominantly filled with various educational equipment that left both him and Xie Changqing feeling envious. Wang Hai led Xie Changqing to the top floor of the tallest building in the teaching district. This expansive room, adorned in a sky blue hue, was surrounded by numerous books, with an exquisite desk at its center and a bed positioned at the back. The room, though simple in decoration, exuded a refined elegance, with the arrangement of furniture creating a harmonious ambience that was exceedingly comfortable. Xie Changqing eagerly began to peruse the books on the shelves and joyfully exclaimed to Wang Hai, My lord, the magical array diagrams for teaching tools are all here, along with a wealth of educational theories and experiences. Wang Hai burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Excellent. The Black Gold Empire is so formidable. Their teaching methodologies must possess unique insights. You must study diligently. Xie Changqing nodded affirmatively, assuring, Rest assured, my lord. I will not let you down. They approached a large desk at the center where a document lay, seemingly the last thing the previous occupant had reviewed. After picking it up, Xie Changqing remarked, My lord, this is a document from the Black Gold Empire. Intrigued, Wang Hai inquired, What does it say? Xie Changqing read aloud. It states that the front lines of the empire are in peril, all defenses have been breached, and the main battle legions have suffered heavy losses. All hidden forces and academies of the empire are to converge at the front lines to form a new defense and fight the enemy to the death. Chapter 64. The forging area. Wang Hai was taken aback, realizing that the territory of the Black Gold Empire was vast, comprising hundreds of the expansive Han Hai Empire. With over 1 million star warriors and more than 100,000 beings above the stars, what could possibly cause such a formidable empire to collapse, necessitating the gathering of all its remaining forces for a final stand? It was evident that this battle had ended in defeat, with all lives likely lost. Leaving this place abandoned for millennia, Wang Hai felt an overwhelming pressure. The notion that such a powerful empire could fall into ruin made him acutely aware of his own insignificance in comparison. It was clear that he was far too weak, and strengthening his own abilities was of utmost importance. With a sigh, he declared, Let us explore the next location and see if there are any treasures that can enhance our strength. That is the undeniable truth. Xie Changqing smiled and said, It is entirely at the behest of the Lord. Wang Hai nodded and promptly led Xie Changqing to the third area. This section was replete with a myriad of components. Various magical weapons displayed outside, as well as the tools necessary for crafting, with remnants of materials strewn across the ground. Observing the surroundings, Xie Changqing remarked, This must be the manufacturing site for magical weapons. Given its scale, there must be thousands of individuals engaged in the creation of these weapons. Xie Changqing then began to meticulously study the magical equipment, while Wang Hai, finding himself rather uninterested, wandered around, collecting the scattered materials from the ground, reasoning that even the legs of flies are still meat. After 3 hours, just as boredom was nearing its peak for Wang Hai, Xie Changqing approached and said, My lord, I have completed my research and have a comprehensive understanding of these items. Wang Hai smiled and replied, if you have a clear understanding, do enlighten me. Xie Changqing responded with a grin. Of course, I shall begin from the left. These few items are magical crystal cannons, powered by magical crystals. Each strike delivers force equivalent to that of a high-level mage's magical energy sphere. However, they are quite taxing on magical crystals, essentially. A piece the size of one's palm can only fire 5 shots. Wang Hai chose to disregard the latter part of the statement, as the current stock of magical crystals was ample, making their usage by the mages somewhat excessive. Mounting these magical crystal cannons on the navy would be advantageous. Fighting at sea is inherently challenging, and with these cannons, one could target any adversary at will, serving as formidable siege and defense weapons, truly valuable assets. Wang Hai nodded for Xie Changqing to continue. Xie Changqing then explained, these 5 vessels are magical airships, constructed with numerous wind elemental formations, capable of flying at altitudes of several thousand meters and covering 1,000 miles in a day. Each airship can carry a maximum of 20 individuals. Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, this is akin to a small transport aircraft. Xie Changqing, equally bewildered, inquired, what is a small transport aircraft? Wang Hai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, it's nothing. I merely meant that during combat, our forces could utilize these airships to transport a substantial number of elite fighters, potentially swaying the outcome of the battle. Xie Changqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, they can provide rapid reinforcements. Wang Hai, with a smile, asked Xie Changqing, what is the final item? Xie Changqing, looking at Wang Hai with anticipation, replied, the last item is the magical giant. Wang Hai, intrigued, inquired, what is a magical giant? Xie Changqing explained, as the name suggests, the magical giant is a magical puppet piloted by 5 intermediate warriors, enabling it to surpass 3 levels. For instance, if 5 level 4 warriors control it, its strength equates to that of a level 7 warrior. If 5 level 6 warriors pilot it, its might corresponds to that of a level 9 warrior. Wang Hai was nearly drooling with excitement, exclaiming, this is indeed an extraordinary asset. It is well known that a level 7 advanced warrior can easily overpower 5 level 6 warriors, let alone the notion that 5 level 6 warriors could contend with a level 9 advanced warrior, which is utterly fanciful. Wang Hai hurriedly began to pack the items, exclaiming, these are all mine. After completing the packing, he joyfully waved his hand and declared, let us proceed into the hall. On either side of the grand hall lay an array of diverse tools, accompanied by 3 large furnaces, presumably intended for the smelting of materials, and a scattering of desiccated bones across the floor. After examining the remains, Xie Changqing remarked, many of these are ordinary people. They must have been the craftsmen here. In the face of urgent battle conditions, everyone fled and never returned. These artisans lacked the strength to escape, ultimately succumbing as their supplies ran out. Wang Hai sighed in response. I pity these craftsmen who perished here, their families left unaware of their fate as millennia slipped by. Shaking his head, Wang Hai led Xie Changqing to the 2nd floor, where a series of cabinets lined the walls, each categorically housing different types of materials. After conducting a meticulous inspection, Xie Changqing stated, this place is filled with various magical materials, many of which are currently quite scarce. There is a substantial quantity here. This batch alone would suffice for all the students in the academy who possess magical equipment. Wang Hai chuckled, these materials remain as they always were. Let them contribute for exchanges. When things come too easily, they lose their value. Besides, with everyone eager to cherish resources, how can one possibly distribute them fairly? Chapter 65. Blueprints. Xie Changqing concurred, indeed. However, with so many rare materials appearing, it is likely that enthusiasm will soar even higher. Nodding in agreement, Wang Hai commenced gathering the materials before contentedly leading Xie Changqing to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor housed numerous shelves, the majority of which stood empty. Observing the scene before him, Xie Changqing commented, this must be the storage area for completed magical equipment. During the outbreak of war, all magical artifacts should have been distributed for public use. Wang Hai agreed. Indeed, at such a critical juncture of survival, every bit of strength counts, enhancing the odds of victory. Not lingering on the matter, Wang Hai guided Xie Changqing to the next level, where an abundance of cabinets overflowed with rows of books. Xie Changqing, intrigued, stepped forward to examine them closely. Meanwhile, Wang Hai busied himself tallying his spoils. as his ambition lay in the pursuit of leisure and wealth. As Wang Hai counted for the third time, Xie Chongqing conducted a preliminary review and then addressed him. "My lord, everyone should conduct a brief examination." With anticipation, Wang Hai inquired, "What treasures do we possess?" Xie Chongqing replied, "We have various construction blueprints for magical equipment, including designs for magic crystal cannons, magical airships, and magical giants." With a smile, Wang Hai exclaimed, "Now we can mass-produce magic crystal cannons, airships, and giants." Xie Chongqing cautioned, "You may be disappointed, my lord. Given our current capabilities, producing even one of each per month would be our utmost limit." Wang Hai, puzzled, responded, "But I can recruit more craftsmen." Xie Chongqing explained slowly, "It is not merely a matter of craftsmen. The magical arrays involved are intricate and require high-level mages for their construction. I alone possess 8 high-level mages. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that I cannot possibly permit all the senior mages to remain idle while merely constructing the magic circle. They must take turns in this endeavor, allowing them ample time for cultivation." Wang Hai nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct. They too require enhancement of their abilities. For it is only through their swift advancement that we can bolster our elite combat strength. Producing 1 item per month from each category is a commendable start. As the number of senior mages increases, we shall gradually escalate production." Xie Chongqing concurred, remarking, "As the number of senior mages rises, I will likewise augment the output. Furthermore, we have uncovered an abundance of magic tomes of earth-grade quality, coupled with a significant supply of magical crystals. Our senior mages are likely to experience a tremendous surge in power." Wang Hai, beaming with delight, exclaimed, "That is undoubtedly the case. It is worth noting whose initiative this is." Xie Chongqing and Wang Hai exchanged knowing smiles, after which Wang Hai gathered the numerous tomes and, feeling satisfied, departed the Magic Academy alongside Xie Chongqing. Upon reaching the entrance, they found others awaiting their return, those who had placed their collected books and various unidentifiable items here. As they were unfamiliar with the script of the Black Gold Empire, Wang Hai addressed them, saying, "You have all worked diligently." The group responded, "It is our duty to alleviate the concerns of our lord." Wang Hai surveyed the items on the ground and inquired, "Are all the items you discovered accounted for here?" One individual replied, "All the tomes we found, along with items we deemed potentially useful, are present." Wang Hai nodded towards Xie Chongqing, saying, "Please assist in reviewing them." Xie Chongqing responded, "As you command, my lord," and promptly began to examine and identify the items, while Wang Hai and the others patiently awaited his findings. After 3 hours, Xie Chongqing wearily stated, "These items are primarily household goods from the era of the Black Gold Empire, along with some magical materials. The tomes largely consist of the cultivation logs and insights of these mages, with most authored by stellar-level mages, though many are penned by those of even greater stature." Wang Hai smiled and remarked, "Xie Chongqing, you have struck a veritable goldmine this time. These insights from numerous stellar-level mages, and even those beyond, present you with a promising path toward becoming a stellar mage yourself." Xie Chongqing chuckled, replying, "I owe it all to the favor of our lord. I shall endeavor to repay your generosity in full." Wang Hai felt a sense of inner joy, recognizing that with an increasing number of stellar-level mages, and even those beyond, he would possess greater leverage for survival in this unfamiliar world. He collected all the useful items from the ground and, accompanied by Xie Chongqing and 6 senior mages, left the underground space with laughter and camaraderie. Subsequently, Xie Chongqing enlisted 20 mages with exceptional memories to begin teaching them the script of the Black Gold Empire. Together, they transcribed the magical tomes from that era, along with other texts, into the contemporary script, a monumental task considering the 30,000 volumes at hand, even with 20 individuals engaged in the translation. Chapter 66. 7th level warrior Wang Hai positioned the fire element near the volcanic crater to absorb energy, while the Lightning Thunder Leopards, Dark Night Blood Mosquitoes, and Diamond Apes roamed freely around the fiery mountains, forming hunting teams. Xie Chongqing, accompanied by a group, translated numerous texts, gradually enabling the first batch of learners to master the script of the Black Gold Empire. The second group of 20, mentored one-on-one by the first group, engaged in translating and learning the Black Gold Empire's writing system. Each day, Wang Hai diligently practiced martial arts, and after enjoying a relaxing soak in the hot springs post-dinner, he retired for the night, living a life of comfort and ease. After spending over 2 months in the fiery mountains, He successfully advanced to the rank of 7th level Advanced Warrior. Concurrently, the 55 fire elements all evolved into high-level magical beasts, transforming from childlike forms to that of adults. Their intense energy palpable from 100 meters away. Most of the 111 Lightning Thunder Leopards ascended to high-level magical beasts, with 4 of them at the 7th level possessing destructive lightning powers in their claws, unleashing electric might with every swing. A small fraction of the 55 diamond apes also advanced to high-level magical beasts. Those at the 7th level could harness metallic energy in their fists, delivering blows with several times the penetrating power. As children selected from the Ronallen Islands began arriving at the Magic Academy for talent assessments, the total enrollment surged to over 5,600. For these children, magic represented strength and nobility. The opportunity to engage with it ignited their fervor for learning. The roads connecting the 3 cities of Shanghai, Wuljik, and Wang Hai were established, shortening travel time to merely a day, with horses making the round trip in just an hour. The Navy's new vessels continued to be launched, with a new ship entering the water each month. 6 warships now equipped 4 naval regiments, and 2/5 of the monthly revenue, amounting to 400,000 gold coins, were reinvested into the Navy's construction. In the underground facilities, the construction of magic crystal cannons, magical airships, and magical giants commenced. Although the most expensive magic crystals were self-sustaining, other materials incurred costs of around 100,000 gold coins each, summing to 300,000 gold coins for all 3. Each month, Wang Hai was left with over 300,000 gold coins, and combined with his previous savings, he now possessed over 7 million gold coins. The rapid development of his territory necessitated substantial financial resources. With a sigh, Wang Hai mused that it was time to visit the Wanming Chamber of Commerce to sell off the remaining stock. He had arrived at the orphan continent at the tender age of 15, and now nearing 18, he realized he hadn't visited his adoptive parents since last winter. This winter presented the perfect opportunity to reconnect with them. Before departing, he entrusted Chen Biao, Zheng Jiaming, Huang Qinmin, and Wei Xinhe with the territory's affairs. But he couldn't shake the feeling that the 4 of them seemed unusually cheerful at his departure. In particular, Huang Qinmin wore a broad smile as he remarked, "Congratulations in advance, my lord, on the arrival of your noble offspring and a harmonious union for 100 years. As Wang Hai listened, he felt utterly bewildered. How could a single man like him engage in procreation? And what of the notion of a century of harmonious union? This was undoubtedly a veiled jab at him. Upon returning, he vowed to make that individual regret his words. Such insolence was tantamount to rebellion. The 7th level Thunder Leopard was indeed formidable, capable of traversing the distance to the capital in just 1 week, a journey that would typically take half a month. With the arrival of winter, the weather began to turn chilly. Wang Hai first made his way to the 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps outside the city to seek out Lu Tianling. The 700 acres of fertile land he had once provided had now transformed into a series of buildings. The former Willow Grove Manor had become the heart of the Mercenary Corps, teeming with activity as people bustled about, embodying the spirit of prosperity. Upon his arrival, a person at the entrance recognized Wang Hai and exclaimed, "Are you the esteemed leader of the Corps?" Wang Hai nodded, and the individual, grinning, responded, "Allow me to escort you to the main hall, and I shall promptly inform Vice Captain Lu of your arrival." Wang Hai followed him to the hall, and shortly thereafter, Lu Tianling hurried over. Observing Wang Hai, he respectfully addressed him, "Esteemed leader." Wang Hai smiled and remarked, "Lu Tianling, it has been nearly 2 years since we last met." Lu Tianling nodded and replied, "Indeed, it seems time has flown by." Wang Hai then inquired, "How have things developed over these past 2 years?" Lu Tianling beamed as he responded, "I currently have 4 7th-level warriors under my command, 329 6th-level warriors, over 3,800 5th-level warriors, and more than 11,000 4th-level warriors, with over 3,000 lower-ranked warriors, totaling nearly 18,000 personnel." Wang Hai chuckled, "No wonder it feels so bustling. Your numbers have swelled to over 18,000. Lu Tianling smiled in agreement. "I never anticipated recruiting so many. We are nearly at capacity. There is something I wish to discuss with you, esteemed leader." Wang Hai nodded and encouraged him, "Feel free to speak your mind." Lu Tianling continued, "Our population now exceeds our capacity. Over the past 2 years, the Mercenary Corps has accrued a surplus of over 400,000 gold coins. I plan to purchase some land to expand the Corps." Chapter 67. Profiting handsomely. Wang Hai smiled, and said, "If you wish to proceed, then do so. Have you encountered any difficulties?" Lu Tianling pondered for a moment before responding. "Currently, there are no difficulties. However, my mother heard of a joyous occasion at the Duke's residence. She took the savings from our household to purchase fine fabrics to present to you, esteemed leader. Since you have arrived, I shall hand it over directly." Wang Hai felt a sense of confusion. It was rather surprising that the Duke's household did not inform him of such joyous news, leading him to muse that he may not be regarded as family after all. He then smiled and said, "I shall convey my gratitude to your mother on behalf of the Duke's residence." Lu Tianling chuckled, "As long as you do not find it distasteful, esteemed leader." Wang Hai continued, "You might consider establishing some branches in nearby cities. This way, when the brothers of the Corps undertake missions, they will have a place to rest, which would also facilitate the rapid growth of the mercenary corps." Lu Tianling nodded in agreement. "I have that in mind as well. Once the corps becomes more profitable, I will work on developing branches." Wang Hai then produced 200,000 gold coins and handed them to Lu Tianling, saying, "Here are 200,000 gold coins. Use them as initial funding for the construction of the mercenary branches." Lu Tianling spoke somewhat bashfully, expressing, "The mercenary group has not generated any profit for the esteemed leader, and has instead required continuous financial support from you. It seems rather inappropriate to request such a substantial sum of 2 million this time." Wang Hai promptly replied, "Take it. The rapid development of your strength is precisely what I require." Lu Tianling, with a serious demeanor, assured, "Rest assured, esteemed leader, I shall not disappoint you." After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Hai departed for the Wanming Chamber of Commerce, the primary purpose of his visit to the capital being the sale of glassware and exquisite glass, wine in exchange for a substantial amount of gold coins. This marked Wang Hai's third visit to the Wanming Chamber of Commerce in the northern part of the city. On his first visit, he was merely a novice warrior, and by the second visit, he had progressed to an intermediate warrior. Now, as a high-ranking warrior, he reflected on how swiftly time had passed and how significantly his strength had increased. Upon arriving at the Wanming Chamber of Commerce, the attendant at the entrance approached Wang Hai's group, inquiring, "Greetings, may I ask if you are here to shop or to sell items?" Wang Hai produced his silver membership card, stating, "I am here to sell items." The attendant smiled, "Very well, please follow me." The attendant guided them to a room and knocked on the door, announcing, "Master Li, there is someone here to sell items." Master Li glanced at Wang Hai and smiled. "Why, it's young Master Wang. It's been nearly 2 years. I thought you had forgotten me." Wang Hai replied with a smile, "I have been preoccupied with matters lately. This time, I have a considerable quantity. I hope you can accommodate it." Master Li chuckled, "No matter the amount, it's not an issue. It seems a great war is imminent with the Haoyue Empire to the east of the empire. Millions of soldiers have gathered at the borders. And with the weather growing colder, your wine's warming properties are highly sought after by many nobles willing to pay handsomely to send it to the front lines." Wang Hai nodded. With millions gathered, this impending war promises to be significant. One can only wonder how many families will be torn apart and lives lost. Master Li responded, "Such is the inevitable trend of national fate. We cannot evade it." Wang Hai then cheerfully stated, "This time, I have brought 43,200 pieces of glassware and 250,000 bottles of crystal wine. Are you certain you can take all of it?" Master Li grinned, "Young Master Wang, your offerings are indeed impressive. However, it is not an issue. The glassware will amount to 345,600 gold coins at 80 gold coins per set. The 250,000 bottles of crystal wine, priced at 50 gold coins each, will total 1,250,000 gold coins. Together, that amounts to 1,595,600 gold coins." Wang Hai nodded. "The total is acceptable. It's the agreed amount. And as always, we cannot sell these in the Han Hai Empire." Master Li assured, "Rest easy, young Master Wang. This is not our first transaction. This single deal alone surpasses 10 million. You are quite young, yet remarkably accomplished." Wang Hai sighed, as is well known. "Among the 3 brothers of the Ho family, my magical and martial prowess is lacking. I must resort to commerce. Would it be possible for the Wanming Chamber of Commerce to establish a branch in my territory?" Master Li sighed, "I fear that may not be feasible." Wang Hai questioned, "Is my territory not substantial enough at this point?" Master Li, unsure of how to respond, pondered for a moment before saying, "Let me put it this way. Nations like the Han Hai Empire, which are considered peripheral states, number in the thousands, if not more. Typically, we only establish branches of our guild in the imperial capital for such countries. Wang Hai found himself taken aback. If a nation boasting over 1,000 cities is deemed a mere border state, then what of the Beihai Empire, with its scant 100 cities? Is it not regarded as a country in the eyes of the 10,000 Alliance? Curiously, Wang Hai inquired, if the Hanhai Empire is merely a peripheral state, how grand must your definitions of small, medium, and large nations be? Master Lu chuckled, saying, there are some things it is better for you not to know. The world outside may be beyond your reach in this lifetime, so why burden yourself with unnecessary worries? Recognizing Master Lu's reluctance to elaborate, Wang Hai conceded. Yet he realized that even the Hanhai Empire was insignificant, and as a mere lord, he was even less noteworthy. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that held him back. Chapter 68. Brotherhood. Master Lu then produced a gold card worth 16 million coins and handed it to Wang Hai, saying, young Master Wang, so generous to sell over 10 million worth of goods at once. The 10,000 Alliance will add a zero, providing an additional 44,000 coins, totaling 16 million. Wang Hai clicked his tongue at the thought of casually adding a zero to yield such a sum. The profit margins of the 10,000 Alliance were beyond his imagination. Master Li continued, my lord, please hand me your silver card. With your total sales reaching 10 million coins, you qualify as a gold member according to imperial regulations. All purchases will enjoy a 20% discount. Wang Hai promptly handed over his silver card with a smile, saying, thank you, Master Lu. With the 10,000 Alliance's strength, I wonder if there are any Earth-level martial techniques for sale. Master Lu smiled back, provided the price is right. We even have heaven-level techniques. However, they are rarely auctioned in places like the Hanhai Empire. Earth-level martial techniques typically only emerge in the auction houses of smaller nations, with a minimum price in the hundreds of millions of coins. Few possess the means to offer such amounts in the Hanhai Empire, thus they are seldom auctioned here. Wang Hai was at a loss for words. Hundreds of millions of coins were staggering, while his entire fortune amounted to just over 20 million, the majority of which was derived from today's sales. He mused, isn't inflation severe? No one informed me. With a chuckle, he remarked, well, in that case, it's not worth selling myself at that price. Master Lu laughed heartily. If young Master Wang is willing to sell himself, then the 10,000 Alliance shall buy him at that price. Wang Hai shook his head, saying, forget it. I shall remain as the lord living off my meager existence. Master Lu burst into laughter, and sensing the time was ripe, Wang Hai bid farewell and departed from the 10,000 Alliance. Upon arriving at the Marquis's residence, Wang Hai noticed that the estate was already adorned with festive decorations, with a multitude of goods being delivered to the entrance, awaiting the steward's meticulous inspection before being taken inside. Given the significance of the occasion at the Marquis's estate, the chief steward and 2 deputy stewards scrutinized every item with utmost care, fearing any errors might disgrace the Marquis before the assembled nobility, lest they face his wrath. Wang Hai, feeling somewhat bored, inquired of the deliverer man, what grand celebration is being held at the Marquis's residence to warrant such a substantial delivery? The cart driver replied, you must be new to the capital. Wang Hai nodded and responded, indeed, I just arrived today. The driver continued, that explains it. This is for the wedding of the young master of the Marquis's house, necessitating such an abundance of goods. Wang Hai clicked his tongue, pondering why his parents had not informed him of his 2 elder brothers' significant nuptials, especially considering the revelation of his own origins. As he walked toward the Marquis's residence, the steward spotted Wang Hai and hurried over, exclaiming, third young master, you have finally arrived. The wedding is but a month away, and I have been in quite a state of anxiety. Wang Hai, perplexed, asked, who was dispatched to notify me? The steward, equally bewildered, replied, I sent Wang Fu 2 months ago to inform you at your estate. Wang Hai then recalled that he had been concealed within the Flame Mountains, and Wang Fu had been unable to locate him upon arriving at the estate, thus failing to relay the message. It seemed he had overthought the matter. Wang Hai smiled reassuringly, saying, no need for concern, Steward Wang. I am here now, and a month is ample time. The steward, with a sly grin, concurred, indeed. Third young master, do take the time to recuperate and gather your strength. Wang Hai, dismissing further thoughts, nodded and retreated to his chamber for rest. In the ensuing days, he practiced martial arts during the day and monitored Lu Tianling's recent developments. Each evening was spent meticulously planning the future growth of his territory, leading to fulfilling and leisurely days. As the wedding date drew near, Wang Hai's brothers returned in succession. His eldest brother, Wang Jun, who rarely returned home due to his studies at the Magic Academy in the capital, was summoned back by their father, Wang Kuan. Upon seeing Wang Hai, Wang Jun displayed a displeased demeanor, to which Wang Hai cheerfully remarked, "Elder brother, second brother, you have returned." Ignoring Wang Hai's greeting, Wang Jun simply walked away. Wang Hai's second brother, Wang Run, chuckled and explained, "Your elder brother has always been quite proud. After over 2 years at the Magic Academy, he has attained the rank of a level 5 mage, which has inflated his ego a bit. Do not take it to heart." Wang Hai smiled and replied, "He is always like this. It is nothing new, and I have grown accustomed to it. I hear you have been thriving in the army, earning numerous commendations, and have now become a viscount." Wang Ren reflected, "Indeed, the Empire's ongoing skirmishes with the Haiyue Empire at the borders have resulted in many opportunities for merit, with skirmishes occurring daily across various locations." Wang Hai jested, "At this rate, when you return to court, your rank will surely be elevated." Wang Ren playfully responded, "You, on the other hand, seem to have it easy, wielding control over 8 cities at such a young age, already resembling a grand lord." Wang Hai laughed, "I cannot help it. A person such as myself is ill-suited for courtly affairs. I find contentment in being a humble lord." Wang Ren laughed, "You remain your carefree self. It will be interesting to see if marriage will temper your ways." Wang Hai shrugged and asked, "When do you plan to wed?" Wang Ren replied with a smile, "My wedding to the daughter of Marquis Zheng is set for June of next year." Chapter 69. Ancestral Worship. Wang Hai pondered within himself. "It turns out to be just as I suspected. My arrogant elder brother is getting married. Had I known it was him, I would have refrained from coming here to endure this vexation." Wang Ren, noticing Wang Hai's discontent, offered some words of comfort. "The joyous day is just a few days away. It would be unwise to let anger fester at such a time." Wang Hai chuckled and replied, "No worries. I simply had a restless night and feel a bit drowsy. I shall return to my quarters for some rest." Wang Ren nodded in agreement. "Go on, rest well. There will be much to attend to soon." After performing his customary bow, Wang Hai turned to leave. Wang Ren watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Once back in his room, Wang Hai began to sketch his designs. The rapid development of the territory necessitated funds. Thus, he knew he had to exert himself further. Time flew by, and while engrossed in his drawings, a series of knocks interrupted him. Irritated, Wang Hai called out, "Come in." The steward Wang, accompanied by several maidservants, entered and announced, "Third young master. Tomorrow marks the grand wedding day. I have brought some maidens to prepare the room." Wang Hai replied impatiently, "You may decorate as you wish." The steward nodded and signaled the maidservants to commence their tasks, as they affixed festive red characters and adorned the furniture with scarlet decorations. They replaced the tablecloths and bed linens with vibrant red fabric. Wang Hai continued his work until fatigue overtook him, and he finally closed his eyes for a brief respite. Upon awakening, he stored his designs in his spatial ring and wandered about his quarters, surveying the jubilant decorations plastered throughout the room. Wang Hai remarked, "My chamber is festooned with such exuberance. It feels as though I am the one getting married." Shaking his head, he paid it no further mind and pulled back the bright red covers. After laboring for 3 days and nights on his designs, he had only just completed a rough outline of the structural plans before he succumbed to slumber against his crimson pillow, in the midst of his sweet dreams. A flurry of knocks on the door jolted him awake. "Third young master, rise and shine. Today is a day of great celebration, and soon it will be time for the ancestral rites." Rubbing his still sleepy eyes, Wang Hai grumbled, "Must you rouse me so early for such ceremonies? What does it have to do with me?" He opened the door to find several maidservants carrying toiletries and freshly laundered red garments. "Young master, we are here to groom and adorn you." Faced with so many attendants, Wang Hai felt exasperated. It was merely a matter of performing ancestral rites. Yet it seemed an extravagant affair was in order. With a resigned gesture, he allowed the maidservants to busy themselves around him. Just as he was about to drift back into slumber, the steward respectfully announced, "Third young master, you are ready. Please follow me to the ancestral hall for the rites." Wang Hai glanced at his attire, entirely clad in resplendent red, resembling a bridegroom himself. With a sigh of resignation, he replied, "Very well, let us proceed." Following the steward, Wang Hai arrived at the ancestral hall, where his unyielding father and 2 elder brothers awaited him, alongside several elder clan members. Observing the attire of his siblings and father, Wang Hai noted their garments were bright, but lacked the vividness of his own. Realizing the urgency, Wang Kuan urged him, "Hurry up. The time for the ancestral rites is approaching. Wang Hai stood in a line with his 3 elder brothers, his father in front and the clan elder to his left. When the appointed time arrived, the elder called out, "Lay out the mats." Immediately, maidservants produced mats and spread them out. Once completed, the elder instructed, "Light the incense." 4 maidservants approached Wang Kuan and his 3 sons, each carrying a wooden tray. The left side of each tray held a candlestick, while the right side bore 3 sticks of incense. Following Wang Kuan's lead, Wang Hai picked up the 3 sticks from the right and ignited them at the candlestick on the left, subsequently placing his hands together before his chest. The clan elders then proclaimed, "Bow." Wang Kuan, accompanied by his brothers, bowed 3 times before the ancestral tablet. The 4 maidservants came forward to receive the incense from their hands, respectfully placing it into the incense burner directly in front of them. The elders continued, "Offer the wine." 4 maidservants then approached with wooden trays, one side containing a jar of fine wine and the other a wine vessel. Wang Kuan and the others poured the wine from the jar into the vessel, lifting it with both hands thereafter. The elders recited ancestral offering words. "The virtues of our ancestors are deeper than the sea. Their grace must never be forgotten. Today, the descendants present this grand offering." Bowing 3 times in reverence, Wang Kuan then led his brothers in honoring their ancestors. Afterward, the elders declared, "The rites are complete." Wang Kuan and the others rose, while Wang Hai stretched and intended to return to his slumber. Wang Kuan called out to him, "Wang Hai, did I permit you to leave? Have some respect." Wang Hai obediently returned to his spot. Wang Kuan looked at him and remarked, "You are already of age, soon to be a husband, yet you remain so immature. Today is special, with so many clan elders present. It would be unwise to disregard my authority." Nodding in agreement, Wang Hai replied, "Let us prepare. We will go to the Li family for the wedding." Confused, Wang Hai asked, "Isn't it my elder brother who should go to fetch the bride?" Wang Kuan, taken aback, responded, "Are you only just realizing that today is your wedding?" Wang Hai nodded, "Indeed, I always thought it was my elder brother's turn." Wang Kuan sighed, "Didn't Wang Fu inform you? You've been here nearly a month and no one mentioned it?" Wang Hai helplessly shook his head. "I was away from the territory on business, so I hadn't encountered Wang Fu. I came to the capital to see you all. When I learned of the wedding preparations, I decided to stay. I asked second brother, who said he would marry next year, so I assumed it was my elder brother." Wang Kuan, exasperated, replied, "You truly are a genius. Your elder brother is also marrying next year. Regardless, it's fortuitous that it coincides. Go prepare. We must head to the Li family to fetch the bride." At this moment in the Li family household in the imperial capital, Li Jingqin, renowned for her icy beauty in white attire, donned a resplendent red wedding gown for the very first time. Her sister-in-law, while combing her hair with a wooden comb taken from a servant's tray, recited the auspicious verses: 1 comb for prosperity, free from worry; 2 combs for health, devoid of sorrow; 3 combs for many children and longevity; a final comb for harmony and mutual respect; 2 more for companionship in flight; and 3 for eternal unity, ensuring a life of affluence. Li Jingqin's expression remained impassive, as if detached from the proceedings. Once her sister-in-law finished styling her hair, she adorned her with a headpiece and finally draped a celebratory cloth over her. Meanwhile, Wang Hai stood at the entrance of the Marquis's residence, his expression one of desolation as he gazed upon the procession before him. He lamented, "Last year I bought a watch, and now I find out about my wedding only on the day itself. It's utterly absurd." At that moment, Steward Wang ushered a young child clad in red silk into the bridal sedan chair. Confused, Wang Hai inquired, "What is the purpose of this?" The steward replied with a smile, "During the wedding procession, an empty sedan chair may attract malevolent spirits. Thus, to prevent this, a pure-hearted child is seated within to ward off any evil. This child is referred to as the pressure child, and the practice is known as pressing the sedan." Wang Hai nodded, acknowledging the traditions surrounding marriage, and declared, "Let us be on our way." He mounted the leading horse and led the grand procession towards the Li family home, flanked by 8 maids who scattered joyous coins to the onlookers. Upon arriving at the Li residence, the head of the Li family awaited at the entrance. Beaming as he greeted Wang Hai, "Son-in-law, you have finally arrived." Wang Hai returned the gesture with a smile and a bow, addressing him as father-in-law. The Li family patriarch responded, "Please wait a moment. Jingqin will be out shortly," with a wave of his hand. Over a dozen attendants began distributing celebratory coins to Wang Hai's welcoming party. In the crowd, Zheng Yifan seethed with anger. He had deceitfully acquired a considerable sum from his family to hire 10 ruthless mercenaries, all seasoned fighters. If he could seize this opportunity to eliminate this feckless dandy, Li Jingqin would be spared from marrying him. With a swift motion, Zheng Yifan signaled the mercenaries, who charged at Wang Hai with weapons drawn. The Li family patriarch quickly warned, "Son-in-law, be careful." Unfazed, Wang Hai waved his hand, summoning 5 lightning leopards that swiftly incapacitated the 10 mercenaries. The Li family patriarch gasped in astonishment. "These are 5 high-level magical beasts." Wang Hai nodded, aware that the strongest protector of the Li family was merely a level 5 warrior. The sheer might of Wang Hai, possessing 5 high-level magical beasts at such a young age, was beyond that of ordinary nobility, explaining his control over the territory of 8 cities. He approached the assailants and stated, "Who sent you? You have but one chance to speak. Think carefully before you answer." The 10 desperate men wore expressions of defiance. Remaining silent, Wang Hai chuckled and said, "It seems you possess a modicum of spirit. Very well, I shall grant your wish. None shall be spared." The outlaws were taken aback. He truly intended to take action. Just as the lightning leopard was poised to strike, Li Jingqin, adorned in a resplendent red phoenix crown and embroidered robe, was gently supported by her sister-in-law as she gracefully emerged. Observing Wang Hai's firm resolve to execute the 10, Li Jingqin surmised that these men had been sent by Zheng Yifan to assassinate him. She was unwilling to let others perish because of her. With a composed demeanor, Li Jingqin addressed Wang Hai, "Young Master Wang, today marks our wedding day, a day of great joy, ill-suited for bloodshed. Please, spare them." Wang Hai replied with a smile. "Very well, but I suspect they are merely your cowardly suitors, too afraid to confront me directly. Truly pathetic." Zheng Yifan's anger flared instantly. To be belittled in front of the woman he cherished was utterly unforgivable. He stepped forward in a fit of rage, declaring, "This assassination plot was orchestrated by me. What right do you, a debauched scion, have to call me a coward? Without your father, you are nothing. Aside from your fortunate lineage, what do you possess that surpasses me? You shall never have the right to demean me." Wang Hai chuckled. "What right do I possess? Simply my esteemed father and noble heritage. What are you really? Just your conspiracy to assassinate an imperial noble is enough to seal your fate." As Li Jingqin opened her mouth to speak, Wang Hai interrupted, "Surely you do not intend to save a man who seeks to murder me? Is this perhaps a scheme devised by your Li family?" The head of the Li family turned pale upon hearing this and quickly responded, "Son-in-law, you are gravely mistaken. Such a thing is impossible. We are family. How could we? Jingqin merely wishes for a joyous occasion, not to witness bloodshed." Wang Hai smiled. "I shall grant you this favor today. I will not kill them. We shall discuss this matter later. It would be wise for you to refrain from involvement. Otherwise, as you well know, it could lead to the ruin of your entire Li family." The head of the Li family promptly replied with a smile, "Son-in-law, rest assured." He gestured for his daughter-in-law to hasten in escorting Li Jingqin to the bridal sedan, then cheerfully proclaimed, "Son-in-law, we are ready to depart." Wang Hai responded with a grin. "Father-in-law, let us enjoy a few drinks at the wedding banquet." The head of the Li family clasped his hands in agreement. "That is a must." Wang Hai then mounted his steed, instructing his men to escort the 11 individuals along with him as they departed from the Li family estate. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence after the wedding procession, 2 attendants, one wielding a heated plowshare and the other a bottle of white vinegar, encircled the sedan, pouring the vinegar over the plowshare, making 3 circles to symbolize the expulsion of evil spirits. Subsequently, a maid lifted the sedan curtain, assisting Li Jingqin as she alighted. Once on the ground, they entered the house, where servants began scattering grains, beans, and glutinous rice to ward off malevolent spirits. The maid continued to support Li Jingqin as they entered the chamber, awaiting the auspicious hour for the wedding ceremony. While Wang Hai was summoned by Wang Kuan to entertain the guests who had come to offer their congratulations. Overwhelmed by the myriad of social obligations, Wang Hai felt a throbbing headache, promptly delegating everything to his frugal father. Seeking refuge, he found a quiet corner to indulge in a restful slumber. As twilight descended, he was roused from his deep sleep by the anxious voice of a maid, who exclaimed, "Third young master, we have finally found you. The auspicious hour approaches. You must come with me at once." Still languidly rubbing his eyes, Wang Hai remained unfazed, but the maid, unable to bear his sluggishness, grasped his hand and hurried him along, calling out, The third young master has been located. He is here." As they proceeded, more servants gathered, ushering Wang Hai toward the main hall. Wang Kuan, upon seeing his son finally appear, exhibited a visage brimming with fury. Approaching his visibly displeased father, Wang Hai awkwardly smiled and said, "Father, I apologize for oversleeping." Just as Wang Kuan was about to unleash his ire, Wang Madam interjected, "My lord, today is the day of Hai's grand wedding, a day of great joy, and it is unwise to express anger." Realizing the inappropriateness of scolding his son on such a momentous occasion, Wang Kuan sighed and instructed, "Quickly go to your room and bring Jinqin with you. The auspicious hour is nearly upon us." Wang Hai nodded and departed, while Wang Kuan, with a deep sigh, returned to his seat beside Wang Madam, awaiting the propitious moment. A voice resonated, announcing, "The auspicious hour has arrived." The incense wafts gently, and the candles flicker brightly. The bride and groom shall now enter the flower hall. Wang Hai and Li Jinqin proceeded side by side into the hall, greeted by the chorus of congratulations from the gathered guests. With Wang Hai's parents and Li Jinqin's parents seated majestically above. As the newlyweds took their places, the officiant cheerfully proclaimed, "Bow to heaven and earth." Wang Hai and Li Jinqin faced outward, bowing in reverence to the heavens. The officiant then joyfully announced, "Bow to your parents." Wang Hai and Li Jinqin turned to their beaming parents, bowing respectfully. The officiant continued, "Now, the couple shall bow to each other." Wang Hai and Li Jinqin gazed at each other through the bridal veil and bowed in mutual respect. With a final joyful shout, the officiant declared, "Now, to the bridal chamber." Wang Hai escorted Li Jinqin back to their room, followed closely by the maidservants. Upon arrival, the maids rushed ahead to the bed, scattering red dates, peanuts, longan, and lotus seeds upon the bed, bedding, and corners of the room, while reciting the auspicious phrases, "Sprinkle for peace throughout life, sprinkle for the elders' good health, sprinkle for prosperity and fortune, sprinkle for a harmonious family, sprinkle for blessings to arrive at the door, sprinkle for smooth sailing in all endeavors, sprinkle for the stars to shine brightly, sprinkle for wealth from all directions, sprinkle for everlasting unity, sprinkle for perfection in all things." Following this, the maids assisted Wang Hai and Li Jinqin to sit before the bed. Then, one maid presented a wooden tray, on the left side of which lay a half gourd, and on the right, a jug of fine wine. The maid poured the exquisite wine into each half of the gourd, and two maids presented the halves to Wang Hai and Li Jinqin. One maid then stated, "Drink this nuptial wine, and may your union last for eternity." Together, Wang Hai and Li Jinqin interlinked their arms and drank deeply, after which the maid collected the empty gourd halves and placed them back on the wooden tray. Subsequently, another maid presented a wooden tray, upon which lay a jade ruby. She then proclaimed, "The groom shall lift the bridal veil thrice. The left reveals auspicious wealth. The right unveils perfect satisfaction, and the center shall reveal a room filled with gold and jade." As the veil of Li Jinqin descended, Wang Hai gazed at her in awe, utterly captivated by her extraordinary beauty. Her lustrous black hair, porcelain skin, and the ethereal aura she exuded could not be concealed even by the fiery red wedding gown. Wang Hai found himself entranced, until the maid reminded him, "Third young master, please hand me the ruby." Only then did Wang Hai regain his composure and relinquish the ruby to the maid, who respectfully placed it back on the tray and bowed, saying, "Third young master, third young mistress, this servant takes her leave." The numerous maids then gradually exited the room, closing the door behind them, leaving Wang Hai and Li Jinqin alone on the bed. The atmosphere felt overwhelmingly awkward to Wang Hai, who had never encountered such a situation, especially with a beauty as exquisite as she. At a loss for words, he fumbled for a conversation starter and finally blurted out, "Have you eaten?" Li Jinqin looked at him incredulously. She could hardly believe he managed to utter such a line after appearing so flustered. Wang Hai, known for his escapades in the romantic realms since the age of 14, was famed throughout the capital for his conquests. Li Jinqin shook her head in response, saying, "No. You must be starving after a whole day." Wang Hai continued, "There is an abundance of delicacies outside. Wait here, I shall fetch some for you." Without waiting for her reply, he sprang to his feet and slipped out of the room, leaving Li Jinqin bewildered by his sudden retreat. Once outside, Wang Hai let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "That was painfully awkward." He made his way to the kitchen, instructing them to prepare a feast to be sent to his room. With the kitchen bustling with preparations for his wedding, they promptly complied. Wang Hai decided against returning immediately, wandering through the garden, grappling with the dilemma of whether to go back. Not returning would seem rude, yet going back felt equally uncomfortable. Just then, his previous companions ambled into the garden, staring at him in bewilderment. They asked, "Young Master Wang, what are you doing here? Is that all there is to it?" Wang Hai, equally perplexed, replied, "What brings you here?" Lin Jiwei and Li Ziwei exchanged mischievous smiles and said, "Have you forgotten? You once vowed to marry the 3 most beautiful women in the capital. On your wedding night, you promised to share with us the experience of their charms." Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback. He recalled his previous self, who had indeed made such a boast. Realization dawned on him, and he exclaimed, "I just didn't think of that." Lin Jiwei, with an impish grin, inquired, "Brother Hai, what is the flavor of the ice-cold beauty?" Wang Hai was at a loss for words. How could he know when he had yet to experience it? At that moment, Li Ziwei interjected with a disdainful tone. "Brother Hai, could it be that you've indulged too much and your body can't keep up?" Wang Hai retorted angrily, "You are the one whose body can't keep up." Li Ziwei, with an expression full of anticipation, urged, "Do tell, what does it taste like?" At that moment, Wang Kuen's voice thundered, "What are you all doing here?" Lin Jiwei and Li Ziwei's faces paled instantly. They could not dare to speak the truth, for even if Prince Wang did not strike them down, their parents would surely subject them to severe punishment upon their return home. Lin Jiwei quickly smiled and said, "Today is the wedding day of Brother Hai. We gathered here to have a little reunion." Li Ziwei eagerly chimed in, "Yes, we just wanted to catch up." Wang Kuen's expression softened slightly as he replied, "Today is Wang Hai's wedding day. You should all be on your way." Lin Jiwei and Li Ziwei hastily responded, "We're just about to leave." With that, they turned and fled. Wang Kuen looked at Wang Hai and said, "On your wedding night, why are you out here instead of staying in your room? Hurry back." Wang Hai nodded and said, "I will return now." Without waiting for Wang Kuen's reaction, he left for his room. At the door, Wang Hai took a deep breath before gently pushing it open. He gazed at Li Jingqin, who was still seated by the bed, and then at the untouched dishes, saying, "Haven't you eaten all day? Hurry and eat before it gets cold." Li Jingqin nodded and slowly rose to the table. Once seated, she elegantly picked up her chopsticks and brought the food to her lips. Wang Hai found her dining to be a sight of beauty. Observing the still Wang Hai, Li Jingqin asked, "With such a spread, won't you have some?" Wang Hai replied, "You enjoy it. I ate a lot with them this afternoon, and I'm not hungry. I also had a bit too much to drink, so I'll just sleep for now." Without waiting for Li Jingqin to respond, he moved to the bedside, pulled back the covers adorned with various grains, kicked off his shoes, and nestled into bed. Wang Hai thought to himself that it was best to endure the awkwardness for one night, and he would slip back to his territory the next day, where he could roam as freely as the birds in the sky and the fish in the sea. Li Jingqin watched as Wang Hai wrapped himself in the blankets, a slight smile gracing her lips. She then turned back, nibbled on a bit more food, gently set down her chopsticks, and walked back to the bedside, lying down on the outer pillow without changing her clothes. Chapter 73. Return. Although Wang Hai's eyes were firmly shut, the stillness of the air was unnerving. With the keen senses of a seasoned warrior, he could perceive Li Jingqin's faint breathing from a distance. For Wang Hai, a virgin, sharing a bed with the celestial beauty of her caliber was undeniably thrilling, resulting in a sleepless night. Fortunately, as a high-ranking warrior, going without sleep for a week was no great challenge. With the arrival of dawn, a maid knocked at the door, announcing, "Third young master, third young mistress. It is time to rise and pay your respects to your uncle and aunt." Wang Hai promptly got up and opened the door, saying, "Come in." The maid entered and helped Wang Hai change out of his formal attire into his regular clothes. He instructed, "I will wait for you in the garden. Take your time with your grooming." Wang Hai then turned and left, while the maid began to assist Li Jingqin with her clothing and appearance. After about half an hour, Li Jingqin emerged, her cool demeanor accentuated by the simple elegance of her attire. Wang Hai gazed at Li Jingqin, who was approaching leisurely, and then spoke, "Come with me." Li Jingqin nodded and followed Wang Hai to the grand hall of the eastern wing, where Wang Kuen and Madame Wang were already seated in the main seats. Subsequently, Wang Hai led Li Jingqin before Wang Kuen and Madame Wang, and together they knelt, saying, "Good morning, father, mother." A maid then presented a wooden tray containing 2 cups of tea. Li Jingqin lifted the first cup and offered it to Madame Wang, saying, "Mother-in-law, please enjoy this tea." After taking a sip, Madame Wang handed Li Jingqin a red envelope, saying, May you soon bear a healthy son to expand our Wang family lineage. Li Zhengqin nodded in acknowledgement and then lifted the second cup, presenting it to Wang Kuan, saying, "Father-in-law, please enjoy this tea." Wang Kuan accepted the tea, took a sip, and remarked, "In the future, I hope you will take good care of Haier and be attentive." Li Zhengqin nodded in agreement, and Wang Kuan then produced another red envelope. Handing it to her, Wang Hai interjected, "Father, I have been away from the territory for over a month now, and there are still many matters awaiting my attention. I wish to return to the territory shortly." Wang Kuan replied, "It is commendable that you recognize the importance of your duties. Depart in the afternoon. Allow Zhengqin some time to gather her belongings." Wang Hai, puzzled, asked, "She is returning to the territory with me?" Wang Kuan rolled his eyes. "Where else would your wife go if not home with you?" Realizing the truth in his father's words, Wang Hai acquiesced, "As you wish, father. We shall depart this afternoon." Wang Kuan nodded, instructing, "You may go and prepare." After completing their courtesies, Wang Hai and Li Zhengqin took their leave to gather their belongings. On the way, Li Zhengqin remarked, "I just arrived yesterday and have little to pack. I will bring my maid, Qinglian, and we can set off." Wang Hai nodded, "That works. I will instruct someone to prepare the carriage." Li Zhengqin, watching Wang Hai depart, said, "The one who attacked you yesterday is a classmate of mine from the academy. I hope you will spare his life." Wang Hai nodded, "I will consider it." He then left to order the steward to prepare the carriage before heading to the dungeon. Observing Zheng Yifan, whose eyes were bloodshot, Wang Hai inquired, "Your eyes are red. Did you not rest well last night?" Zheng Yifan, seething with anger, retorted, "You worthless scion. You are unworthy of Zhengqin." Wang Hai chuckled, "Whether I am worthy is not for you to decide. After our wedding yesterday, Li Zhengqin is now my wife, and she is no longer just Zhengqin." Zheng Yifan, now livid, shouted, "I will kill you. I will kill you." Wang Hai appeared unperturbed by Zheng Yifan's threats. Continuing, "Li Zhengqin has whispered to me to spare you. This is your final chance. Next time, you shall meet your demise." Upon finishing, Wang Hai addressed the guards, "Take good care of him for a week, and then release him." The guards replied, "Yes, third young master." "What about those 10 desperate men?" Wang Hai responded, "If they wish to kill me, they must be prepared to die themselves. Send them on their way." The guards promptly replied with respect, "Understood." Wang Hai promptly exited the dungeon and arrived at the entrance of the, where Li Zhengqin and her maid awaited him. As he approached, Qinglian respectfully bowed and addressed him. "Young master." Wang Hai nodded and replied, "Let us proceed." Qinglian assisted Li Zhengqin into the carriage, and Wang Hai then summoned a high-level magical beast, the Lightning Thunder Leopard, mounting it before they set off towards his territory. After traversing for half a month, Wang Hai finally reached the city of Star Sea, his earliest territory and the heart of his domain. Situated near the 10,000 Great Mountains, it facilitated his access to the blazing mountain range, which is why the Lord's Mansion was established in this location. Upon arriving at the Lord's Mansion, Huang Qinin was already waiting at the entrance for him. Observing Wang Hai's arrival, he respectfully proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed Lord." Wang Hai smiled and replied, "No need for such formalities. First, please arrange accommodations for Li Zhengqin. I will be in the study awaiting your return." Turning to Li Zhengqin, he added, "You have endured a long journey. Take your time to rest." Li Zhengqin nodded in agreement and, with the maid's assistance, slowly descended from the carriage. Huang Qinin stepped forward and said, "Lady of the Lord, please follow me." Chapter 74, The Pirate Alliance in the Study. Wang Hai examined the map of the entire Hanxi Empire, beginning his analysis. At that moment, Huang Qinin entered and respectfully addressed him, "Esteemed Lord." Wang Hai nodded and inquired, "How have you fared with the matters I instructed you to investigate before my departure?" Huang Qinin affirmed, "It has been thoroughly verified, and the Navy has confirmed the accuracy." Wang Hai then urged, "Please, go on." Huang Qinin continued, "The Hanxi Empire boasts a coastline of 3,700 miles, with thousands of islands both large and small beyond the shoreline. Among these, only 57 islands are substantial enough to form cities, most of which are sparsely distributed, with only 4 clusters of archipelagos, the Pengduona Islands, the Haisha Islands, the Jianhu Bay Islands, and the Tongchao Bay Islands. The Pengduona Islands contain 3 cities, the Haisha Islands and Jianhu Bay Islands each have 4 cities, and the Tongchao Bay Islands possess 7 cities. Apart from these 18 cities, the remaining 39 are solitary towns." Wang Hai inquired, Are these 4 archipelagos located within 500 miles of the Ronalin Islands? Huang Qining responded, the nearest, the Dianhu Bay Islands, lie over 900 miles away. Wang Hai nodded and asked, how many permanent cities are there within 500 nautical miles? Huang Qining replied, there are a total of 8. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hai further queried, how many giant naval vessels does the Navy currently possess? How many of them are equipped with magic crystal cannons? Huang Qining answered, the Navy has a total of 13 giant vessels, with 8 outfitted with magic crystal cannons. Gazing at the map of the Hanxi Empire, Wang Hai pondered before stating, first, identify a location in Qisha City to construct the 3rd shipyard. Second, expand the 4 naval regiments and 3 mobile infantry regiments to a total of 20,000 men. Huang Qining quickly interjected, esteemed lord, currently, the entire tax revenue is allocated to support the military. Pursuing this course may deplete the taxes from the 8 cities. Wang Hai chuckled and remarked, I am aware. Third, the Navy and mobile infantry regiments shall collaborate to eradicate all pirate cities within 500 nautical miles. Henceforth, this expanse shall be recognized as my territorial waters. Huang Qining finally realized that the Lord intended to take action against the pirates and promptly responded, as you command. My lord. Wang Hai nodded and remarked, here are 4 million gold coins. 3.5 million will cover the costs for equipping the newly expanded army of 70,000. While 500,000 is allocated for the initial expenses of constructing the Qisha shipyard. Huang Qining nodded in agreement. Reflecting on how his lord had invested over 10 million gold coins into the development, without receiving a single coin in return. With the recent military expansion, the regular army now comprised 160,000 soldiers, and with the garrison troops from various cities, the total exceeded 200,000, establishing him as one of the more formidable lords in terms of military strength. As Wang Hai's orders were disseminated, Wei Xin and Chun Biao convened and decided that the 3rd Mobile Infantry would be stationed at the Ronalin Islands. The 1st and 2nd Naval Corps, along with the 1st Mobile Infantry, would form one army under Wei Xin's command, while the 3rd and 4th Naval Corps and the 2nd Mobile Infantry would constitute another army led by Chun Biao. The 2 divisions simultaneously advanced to cleanse 8 cities within a 500-mile radius. With the overwhelming might of the Navy and Mobile Infantry, the pirate stronghold was utterly crushed. Many ships from various cities were obliterated on the docks by the magic crystal cannons before they could even leave the harbor. In the ground assault, numerous elite warriors led groups of intermediate warriors, who in turn commanded bands of lower-tier fighters. The entire campaign resembled an adult overpowering a child, with a comprehensive domination in both quantity and quality. Within 3 days, both Wei Xin and Chun Biao's forces each captured 4 cities, leaving no trace of pirates within the 500-mile expanse of the Ronalin Islands. The news of conquering 8 cities in 3 days spread like wildfire among the pirates, indicating that the opposing force possessed formidable naval strength to achieve such a swift and ruthless victory. Many pirates grew cautious, seeking allies to confront the impending crisis. Fortunately, after Wang Hai's army had cleared the 8 cities within the 500-mile radius, further offensive action seemed unwarranted. The pirates collectively sighed in relief. However, to hedge against any potential threats, the remaining 49 cities pirates formed a coalition, amassing nearly 100,000 pirates to confront Wang Hai's forces and prevent any advances. With the issuance of an official decree from the Wang Hai Empire, Baron Lord Wang Hai, leading his subjects to repel the pirates, has successfully eradicated the pirates from the cities of Dongshui, Han Lake, Pengluo, Chuanshui, Luolai, Nahui, Qianshui, and Jinhai. He has reclaimed the 500-mile maritime territory, ensuring the safety of the empire's citizens at sea. It has been decreed that these 8 cities shall henceforth be designated as his territory, granting him the title of Viscount. Other lords are encouraged to further eradicate piracy to restore tranquility along the empire's coast. As this news spread, even the biting chill of the snowy winter could not dampen its fervor, becoming a topic of heated discussion among the populace. Particularly noteworthy was the transformation of Wang Hai, once scorned as a debauched youth of the empire 3 years prior. In that time, his father invested heavily in the acquisition of Xinghai and Lujing cities. Subsequently, Lord Zhan captured Wang Hai City, reclaimed 5 cities in Ronalin at the year's start, and by year-end, cleared the 500-mile maritime region and secured 8 cities, propelling him into the ranks of the empire's great lords. Chapter 75. New layout. There were discussions among the crowd, Now he holds dominion over 16 cities. Who would dare to call him a failure? Those who do are nothing in comparison. Within the empire, there are only 7 lords presiding over 10 or more cities, including the newly elevated Wang Hai. Zheng Yifan, listening to their discourse, simmered with rage, feeling the growing chasm between himself and Wang Hai, a disparity he found intolerable. One dissenting voice chimed in. Of Wang Hai's 16 cities, 13 are merely larger islands. Compared to the other 6 lords, he pales in significance, whether in land area, agricultural yield, or population. Another retorted, even if Wang Hai ranks at the bottom among the 7, he still surpasses you. The crowd erupted in laughter, for they were but ordinary folk. Merely dreaming of ruling a single city was a stretch, let alone surpassing Wang Hai. Such a notion was virtually impossible. The patriarch of the Li family received this news with uncontainable joy, exclaiming to the senior members, "Did I not choose an excellent son-in-law?" Just a month after his wedding, he now commands 16 cities. Someone quickly responded, "Indeed, the patriarch possesses great insight. I believe we should shift more of our family's business to his territory. With this connection, our growth will accelerate." The assembly nodded in agreement, and the patriarch concurred, "We shall direct more of our family ventures towards his domain." At the same time, within the Marquis's residence, Wang Kuan appeared visibly irritated. Observing his agitation, Madame Wang inquired, "My lord, why are you troubled? Hai has become a viscount and now commands 16 cities. What is there to be unhappy about?" Wang Kuan sighed. "It is the nobles causing the unrest. With Hai's newfound wealth from these cities, everyone desires to forge alliances through marriage, hoping to utilize his influence." Madame Wang chuckled with resignation, "But Hai has just wed. What more alliances could he form?" Wang Kuan replied, "They wish for him to take concubines." Madame Wang, slightly unsettled, responded, "My lord, he has only been married for a month. Introducing concubines would only lead him back to indulgence. He has only just begun to strive for success. We cannot allow him to regress." Wang Kuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we should prevent any such arrangements for the time being. I will find a way to cancel these proposals." Meanwhile, Wang Hai convened with Chen Biao, Zheng Jianming, Li Qingyun, Wei Xinhao, and Huang Qinmin at the Lord's Manor to discuss the development of their territories. Wang Hai concluded, "First, we shall expand our navy and infantry regiments. The cavalry will also increase, with both cavalry divisions bolstering their numbers to 20,000. Second, we shall establish shipping lines between the newly acquired 8 cities and the Ronallan Islands, with the navy ensuring their safety." Wei Xinhao interjected, "Currently, there are 14 giant vessels, each weighing over 10,000 tons, patrolling the waters and protecting against pirate alliances. Moreover, we must secure the coastal waters near the mainland territories, which is already at capacity, leaving no additional ships for escort duties." Wang Hai pondered, "We must first reduce the protective forces near our territories. The 2 cavalry divisions will be stationed along the coastline to ensure our safety. Ensuring the safety of maritime routes is imperative, as it will facilitate swift trade among these 8 cities, allowing them to be fully integrated. The 3rd shipyard in the city of Qisha is nearing completion, which will significantly accelerate the commissioning of vessels. Thirdly, the strength of the Guard Corps in these 8 cities will be bolstered by the recruitment of 2,000 individuals from each city, with an additional 3,000 to be sourced from local lords and the guard captains, who may recommend candidates. Huang Qinmin will conduct a selection process and report back to me. Fourthly, the Wuzhou Shenlong Mercenary Corps must establish branches in these 8 cities as soon as possible, enlisting orphans who have been abducted by pirates or who have lost their parents to pirate violence. As per our usual practice, they will undergo training in the 10,000 Great Mountains." Zhang Qingyun nodded eagerly and said, "Rest assured, my lord, I understand what needs to be done." Wang Hai smiled in response, adding, "All your legions are currently in recruitment mode. Strive to complete this expansion during the winter, so that by spring, we can achieve combat readiness. This winter, you must exert yourselves a little more." The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Your Excellency, you are too kind. This is our duty." Wang Hai then produced 6 million gold coins for Huang Qinmin, 2 million designated for equipping the additional 20,000 cavalry, and 4 million for outfitting the newly formed Guard Corps of the 8 cities. As Wang Hai handed over the coins, his heart ached. He had originally possessed nearly 20 million gold coins, but within less than a month of returning to his territory, he had already spent 10 million. Such expenditures were indeed burdensome. After arranging various matters, he allowed Zheng Jianming, Chen Biao, Zhang Qingyun, and others to depart. For the past half-month since returning to his territory, Wang Hai had been sleeping in his study, as his personal quarters were now occupied by Li Jingqin, making it awkward for him to return. As the winter snow continued to intensify, Wang Hai resolved to relocate to the Flame Mountains for the duration, as it would be far more pleasant to relax in hot springs and sip wine during this frigid season. Initially, he intended to go alone, leaving Li Jingqin behind, for that place held his greatest secret. Yet, considering she was his nominal wife, it would be improper to leave her here alone. After some deliberation, Wang Hai sighed and decided to bring Li Jingqin along. He approached her room and knocked on the door, which creaked open. The maid, Qinglian, greeted him promptly, "Young master." After speaking, she stepped aside to allow Wang Hai to enter. Upon entering, he found Li Jingqin draped in a cloak, seated beside the hearth. He inquired, "Is your lady particularly sensitive to the cold?" Qinglian responded, "Yes, young master. Miss has been prone to chills since childhood, and it is especially pronounced in winter. She spends nearly the entire season by the fire." Wang Hai nodded and said, "Please, gather your things. I shall take you to a warmer place." Qinglian promptly acknowledged and began to collect Li Jingqin's garments. Wang Hai turned to the pale-faced Li Jingqin by the hearth and remarked, "This winter, I will take you somewhere warm, so you need not spend each day in the company of the fire." Li Jingqin obediently nodded and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." In a short while, Qinglian returned with the assembled items, saying, "Miss, young master, I have everything ready." Wang Hai led the two individuals into the courtyard, retrieving a magical airship from his spatial ring. "Please, take your seats," he instructed, filled with questions yet hesitant to voice them. Qinglian ultimately assisted Li Jingqin towards the airship, after which Wang Hai also boarded and activated the vessel. In an instant, the airship soared skyward, ascending to a height of 1,000 meters. Thanks to the protective shield, neither felt the gusts of wind nor the chill of the altitude. As they soared into the sky, Qinglian, overwhelmed, slumped onto the deck, exclaiming, "Son-in-law, I fear heights." Wang Hai chuckled, "Just bear with it for a moment. Do not look down, and we shall arrive shortly." Within half an hour, Wang Hai had traversed from Star Sea City to the blazing mountain range. As the airship descended, the unfolding scenes captivated the eyes of Li Jingqin and Qinglian. Li Jingqin observed students clad in magical robes practicing spells in the trial grounds, with imposing magical towers reminiscent of the imperial capital's Magic Academy. "Is this the Magic Academy?" she inquired. Wang Hai nodded, "In a sense, though it is also my own Magic Academy." As the airship touched down, Wang Hai and Li Jingqin disembarked, the sweltering environment causing Li Jingqin to feel the heat through her heavy coat. Xie Changqing approached, bowing respectfully, "My lord." Wang Hai nodded, gesturing towards Li Jingqin. "This is Li Jingqin." Xie Changqing smiled, "Lady of the Lord, rumored to be one of the three great beauties of the imperial capital, the legend holds true." Li Jingqin replied with a smile, "You flatter me, sir." Wang Hai then pointed to Xie Changqing. "He is the dean of the Magic Academy, a level 9 mage." Li Jingqin was taken aback. The dean of the imperial capital's Magic Academy was also a level 9 mage, typically over a century old. Yet the youth before her had attained this status at merely 20. "I am honored to meet the dean," she said slowly. Xie Changqing chuckled, "Lady of the Lord, you overstate my position. I am but a subordinate of the Lord." Wang Hai addressed Xie Changqing. "I will be residing here for a while. Soon, Li Qingyun will send a considerable number of individuals for testing. After this wave, the population here may exceed 10,000, so you will have your hands full." Xie Changqing responded with a smile, "Serving the Lord is my duty." Wang Hai returned the smile, "You may attend to your duties. I shall explore on my own." Xie Changqing nodded, "Then I shall take my leave." After Xie Changqing departed, Wang Hai took Li Jingqin on a tour of the Magic Academy, eventually arriving at the Magical Tower. This tower, akin to the one in the imperial capital's Magic Academy, primarily serves to assess magical aptitude and accelerate magical cultivation. "You must have entered before?" Wang Hai queried. Li Jingqin shook her head, "I have never been. Only the children of nobility are permitted to enter for testing. I am merely the daughter of a wealthy merchant, lacking the qualifications." Wang Hai smiled. "In that case, allow me to take you inside. You may assess your magical aptitude freely." Li Jingqin nodded appreciatively, "Thank you." Wang Hai then led Li Jingqin and Qinglian into the magical tower, where the guards promptly saluted upon seeing Wang Hai, "My lord." Wang Hai nodded and said, "I wish to assess their magical talents. Whom should I seek? The gatekeeper replied. Inside the magic tower, a senior mage is on duty each day. Once the Lord enters, he may request the activation of the magic array to evaluate their abilities. Wang Hai nodded again, saying, I understand. Please open the gate. Immediately, the guard swung open the door, and Wang Hai stepped inside. At the base of the tower lay a vast magical array, where a lone figure sat cross-legged in the center, surrounded by approximately 10 others in similar postures along the perimeter. Upon Wang Hai's arrival, everyone rose, and the central figure spoke. We welcome you, my lord. Wang Hai nodded and said, I have brought these two to test their magical talents. The senior mage in the center responded, As you command, my lord. You two may step into the array. Li Zhengqin slowly advanced into the magical circle, and Wang Hai glanced at Qing Lian, saying, You should enter as well. With an expression of disbelief, Qing Lian looked at Wang Hai and then smiled, saying, Thank you, my lord. Chapter 77. An unexpected turn. As Qing Lian gently entered the magical array, the senior mage commenced the operation of the array, causing the surrounding magical crystals to illuminate. Subsequently, the second, third, and fourth layers of crystals lit up, continuing until the ninth layer shone brightly. A radiant curtain of light descended from the ninth layer to envelop Li Zhengqin and Qing Lian. Within the span of a tea's brewing time, a faint green glow began to emanate from Qing Lian. The surrounding mages remarked, It appears she has awakened her affinity for wood magic. As the gentle green light enveloped Qing Lian, a brilliant white-blue light suddenly burst forth from Li Zhengqin, dazzling all who beheld it. The onlookers exclaimed, This is an ice magic affinity. The brilliance is so striking. It seems the Lady of the Lord possesses an exceptional elemental affinity. As the radiance gradually faded and the curtain of light receded, the senior mage addressed Wang Hai, saying, My lord, they have both successfully awakened their talents, wood and ice. The magical affinity of the lady is unparalleled, truly the foremost in the Magic Academy. Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction and declared, You two shall remain at the Magic Academy to study diligently. Do not squander your gifts. Li Zhengqin and Qing Lian nodded, affirming, We shall strive to learn. Wang Hai replied, I will soon speak with Xie Changqing to arrange your courses. A multitude of newcomers will arrive shortly. Your educational journey will not be solitary. Wang Hai then escorted Li Zhengqin and Qing Lian to his private quarters, a space uniquely crafted for him by Xie Changqing, serving as his abode within the Magic Academy. Wang Hai indulged in daily soaks in the hot springs and occasionally practiced martial skills, while numerous magical beasts were dispatched to hunt and enhance their abilities. Li Zhengqin and Qing Lian dedicated themselves to their studies, attending lectures and practicing magic daily. With the influx of new students from the 8 cities, the Academy's enrollment surged past the threshold of 10,000, leading to overcrowding in the student dormitories. In collaboration with Xie Changqing, Wang Hai decided to establish a second starlight magic array, expanding the Academy's grounds by over 10,000 acres. Remarkably, the construction was completed in less than a month. Initially, there had been only one senior mage, Xie Changqing. Now, the Academy boasted 11 senior mages, each responsible for the establishment of 7 smaller magical arrays. As the land expanded, Xie Changqing restructured the vast expanse of 10,000 acres. In this new blueprint for the Magical Academy, the capacity was increased from accommodating 10,000 to 50,000 students, with distinct zones for teaching and educational equipment. Initially, Xie Changqing intended to grant Li Zhengqin a special privilege for individualized training, but Li Zhengqin declined, asserting that, as the Lady of the Lord, she should exemplify fairness and avoid favoritism, lest it breed discontent and instability among others. Wang Hai concurred with Li Zhengqin's decision. She chose to follow the class structure for her lessons. While heavy snow fell outside, the Academy thrived in a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Every day, as Wang Hai blissfully soaked in the hot springs, Zheng Jiaming hurriedly arrived to deliver urgent news. My lord, a full-scale war has erupted along the borders with the Hanhai Empire and the Haoyue Empire. The imperial capital has fallen, with 186 cities occupied by the Haoyue Empire, resulting in the loss of 1/6 of the empire's territory. The 7-Colored Bear Legion has been dispatched for reinforcement to stabilize our defenses. Wang Hai was taken aback. How could this be possible? There are tens of millions of soldiers stationed at the border. Even if they were swine, it wouldn't be so quickly decimated. Not to mention the millions in the Bloodslaughter Legion. Zheng Jiaming sighed. It was precisely the Bloodslaughter Legion that led to our complete rout. One of the 6-star warriors, the Bloodslaughter King, defected, compromising our winter defensive positions to the Haiyue Empire. As soon as the snow melted, they launched a precise attack. Many soldiers fell before they could don their armor, and apart from the core troops loyal to the Bloodslaughter King, the rest were slaughtered. Wang Hai clicked his tongue. Tens of millions of troops wiped out. Indeed, war is the most merciless of endeavors. Zhang Jiaming continued. The Empire is calling upon all lords to mobilize troops to repel the Haiyue Empire and reclaim lost territory. Wang Hai nodded. Inform Li Qingyun, Chen Biao, Huang Qimin, and Wei Xinhao to convene at the Lord's mansion tonight to discuss strategies. Zhang Jiaming nodded, offered a bow, and departed. Wang Hai sighed. A tumultuous season has arrived. Why is it so difficult to enjoy a peaceful existence? As night fell, Wang Hai, along with Zhang Jiaming, Huang Qimin, Li Qingyun, and Chen Biao, gathered in the grand hall to deliberate. Wang Hai spoke first. You are all aware of the events unfolding in the Empire, and I trust Uncle Zhang has briefed you. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Hai continued. Please share your thoughts. Chen Biao was the first to speak. In times of adversity, there can be no perfect nest. We stand with the Empire. Huang Qimin remarked. However, based on past experience, the soldiers dispatched by lords often serve as cannon fodder, as they are reluctant to send their elite forces, opting instead for hastily assembled troops. Wang Hai shook his head. Such a strategy is tantamount to sending my subjects to the guillotine. I cannot condone that. Huang Qimin responded. Yet, deploying regular troops incurs substantial costs. The expenses for weaponry and equipment far exceed the compensation for the fallen. Zhang Jiaming interjected. Is it possible for us to refrain from sending troops? Chen Biao shook his head. That is not an option. With external threats invading the Empire, the Lord's failure to mobilize troops would certainly lead to repercussions. Zhang Jiaming concluded. Then it is imperative that we deploy troops, regardless of the circumstances. Chen Biao helplessly nodded, while Wang Hai sighed and remarked, We belong to the Empire. Regardless of the circumstances, we must deploy troops. I cannot sacrifice the lives of ordinary people. The others understood Wang Hai's intentions. At that moment, a messenger arrived at the Lord's mansion, stating, My lord, a representative from the Empire has come to urgently convey an imperial decree. Wang Hai responded, Please let him in. Shortly after, a messenger rushed in, appearing weary and covered in dust, and addressed Wang Hai. Viscount Wang Hai, this is an urgent command from the Empire. Wang Hai took the imperial document, glanced over it, and nodded, saying, You may go and rest now. The messenger bowed and departed, after which Wang Hai handed the imperial document to Chen Biao, stating, Those lords who have risen from commoners to nobility have rebelled and formed the Free Democratic Alliance. There are a total of 167 lords, and they have already captured nearly 50 cities. The Empire is organizing a defense line and wants me to launch a rear attack to alleviate the pressure on the front lines, allowing sufficient time to establish defenses. All territories occupied by the Free Democratic Alliance will rightfully belong to us. After reading the document, Chen Biao passed it to Zhang Jiaming and then addressed Wang Hai. My lord, it appears the Empire is feeling the strain of fighting on two fronts. These former commoners have accomplished much to become lords, yet their territories are primarily on the side of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where the land is unsuitable for cultivation and devoid of mineral resources. The choice of Star Sea City as an exception, followed by the eradication of numerous pirates and the recapture of 13 cities, showcases remarkable military strength. The Empire seeks to motivate the lords through territorial incentives, urging my lord to launch a full-scale attack to relieve the Empire's burdens and afford them ample time to gather troops and secure the defense line. Zhang Jiaming then commented, This is indeed our best option. It is far better than sending troops to act as cannon fodder. At least the territories we capture will remain ours. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Free Democratic Alliance is a nearby uncertainty. They could easily overwhelm us one day. We must strike first. Huang Qimin inquired, How shall we proceed with the attack? Wang Hai replied, Please share your suggestions. After some contemplation, Chen Biao proposed, I suggest we advance from the 10,000 Great Mountains and capture 6 cities. Wang Hai immediately asked, What is your reasoning behind this approach? Chen Biao explained, Our total military force comprises 180,000, with 80,000 Navy personnel defending vast maritime territories, while we are unable to mobilize forces against the pirate alliance. What we have left are our cavalry and mobile infantry, totaling 100,000 troops. The garrisons of the cities we previously captured 4 months ago, 8 cities at sea, have already been depleted once, and it would be unwise to further diminish their strength. Otherwise, we cannot be assured of the safety of our rear garrisons. The final defense strategy for the captured cities will involve the 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps taking over the garrison duties and forming a new defense unit. What we need most now is time to build up the combat capabilities of each garrison. Out of our 100,000 troops, 50,000 are fresh recruits with only 3 to 4 months of training, mostly at level 1, with a few at level 2. Prolonged combat is not advisable. Yet we cannot abruptly halt operations without risking the Empire's displeasure. Thus, I resolved to launch an offensive from the side of the 10,000 Great Mountains. A formidable army of 100,000 would advance towards the 6th city, with the 7th city being the Blood Red City. Renowned for its abundant deposits of blood red iron ore and its status as a famed weapons manufacturing hub, boasting a standing army of 50,000. To seize such a stronghold, the Free Democratic Alliance would necessitate the mobilization of at least 200,000 troops, and even then, significant losses would be inevitable. Firstly, as we approach this critical juncture, the enemy's formidable presence renders our forces unable to mount an effective assault, providing justification for our Imperial Army's decision to refrain from further offensive actions. Secondly, the Blood Red City is a pivotal center for weapon production. The Free Democratic Alliance would undoubtedly dispatch significant forces to reinforce it, thereby alleviating pressure on the Empire. Thirdly, with the eruption of conflicts across the land, the prices of weaponry are bound to escalate significantly. Consequently, future acquisitions of arms will be increasingly burdensome. Thus, the most prudent strategy would be to seek opportunities amidst defense and ultimately capture the Blood Red City to facilitate our own arms production. Fourthly, our prolonged standoff with the Free Alliance would offer an invaluable opportunity to rapidly hone the combat capabilities of our 50,000 new recruits. Wang Hai nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "This idea is indeed commendable. Does anyone else possess alternative perspectives?" The assembly exchanged glances before affirming, "We all support Commander Chen's strategy." Wang Hai then articulated very well. "First, we shall establish the 4th Mobile Infantry Regiment and the 3rd Cavalry Regiment, each comprising 20,000 men. Secondly, the cavalry will serve as the vanguard, while the mobile infantry will provide support as we advance towards the Blood Red City, capturing the 6th city. Thirdly, the Navy must bolster defenses to prevent the Pirate Alliance from seizing the opportunity to instigate trouble." The assembly responded solemnly, "We shall obey your command, my lord." Chapter 79, City of Black Mountain. Wang Hai nodded, instructing, "You may all depart to prepare. Tomorrow morning, the cavalry will set forth for Black Mountain City, followed by our infantry in 3 days. The 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps will accompany the cavalry to assist in the capture and defense of the city." After bowing in respect, the assembly dispersed, aware that for many, the night would be one of restless anticipation, with logistics and strategies for the impending assault keeping the entire Star Sea city bustling. As time progressed, the 40,000 cavalry vanguard had assembled. Wang Hai raised a toast to send off Zhang Jiaming. Accepting the toast with both hands, Zhang Jiaming assured, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall capture these 6 cities in the shortest possible time." Wang Hai, smiling, replied, "I have faith in your abilities, Uncle Zhang. I wish you a triumphant return in advance." Zhang Jiaming responded with a grin, "May your words bring good fortune, my lord." He then mounted his steed and called to the rear forces, "Advance to Black Mountain City." Leading the charge, the 40,000 cavalry surged forth, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. Subsequently, Li Qingyun approached Wang Hai with 16 elite warriors and 30,000 mid-tier soldiers to bid farewell. Wang Hai remarked jovially, "Your mercenary corps is certainly thriving. The combined forces across the regions must amount to nearly 300,000 or 400,000. Li Qingyun responded with a smile. "The 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps is also your lordship's force." Wang Hai continued, "After we eradicate the pirates, all captured weaponry will be allocated to you. How much do we still lack in terms of arms?" Li Qingyun pondered briefly before replying, "Approximately 170,000. Wang Hai was taken aback as he exclaimed, "There are still so many people without weapons." Li Qingyun sighed and replied, "The numbers are overwhelming. The hundreds of thousands of gold coins earned by the mercenary group have all been spent on arms." Wang Hai acknowledged, "Indeed, 300,000 to 400,000 is no small figure. All the weapons seized in this siege will belong to your 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Group." Li Qingyun smiled and said, Thank you, esteemed leader. Wang Hai chuckled. No need for thanks. Let us set off quickly, or we shall not reach Black Mountain City before nightfall. Li Qingyun bowed respectfully. I shall take my leave, esteemed leader. With a wave, he turned, and the 30,000 mercenaries began their march towards Black Mountain City. 3 hours later, within the Lord's Manor of Black Mountain City, a soldier burst into the hall, announcing, My lord, it is dire. An army approaches, nearly at the gates. Lu Shengxian furrowed his brow and remarked, What are the scouts doing? They should have reported sooner. The soldier hastily clarified, My lord, it is not the scouts' fault. This time, they are all cavalry, and the scouts had no time to send word. Lu Shengxian's mood lightened slightly as he inquired, How many are they? The soldier replied slowly, Approximately 40,000 cavalry. Lu Shengxian was taken aback. 40,000 cavalry. The entire garrison of Black Mountain City numbered only 4,000. Half of that had been conscripted for the coalition, leaving merely 2,000. The disparity was staggering, 40,000 against 2,000. Lu Shengxian commanded, Prepare the troops. I will go see the situation myself. Upon reaching the battlements, he gazed down at the vast cavalry force, feeling a chill descend upon him. He called out, Whose army are you, and what is your purpose here? Zhang Jiaming responded loudly, We are the vanguard of Viscount Wang Hai, sent by imperial decree to eradicate the rebels. Lu Shengxian forced a smile, realizing it was indeed Wang Hai's forces. He had heard of the Viscount's might in defeating the pirates of 13 cities, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength, 40,000 cavalry. Lu Shengxian declared, Do not entertain thoughts of surrender, even if you wish to devour me. I shall ensure you lose a few teeth in the process. Zhang Jiaming retorted, You overestimate yourself. With that, he unleashed the aura of a 9th-level warrior, followed by 2,000 cavalrymen releasing their own energies. Lu Shengxian gasped in astonishment. 1 9th-level warrior, 7 8th-level warriors, over 100 advanced warriors, and 2,000 intermediate warriors. Lu Shengxian felt utterly helpless. This was not a battle at all. With only 2,000 men, 30 of whom were intermediate warriors he had painstakingly trained over the past 2 years, and with him being the sole advanced warrior. This was nothing less than a massacre, blatantly a slaughter. Zhang Jiaming urged, Surrender. You have no chance. Lu Shengxian, with a bitter smile of resignation, said, Prepare a horse for me and open the city gates. As the gates creaked open, Lu Shengxian rode forth slowly on horseback. Zhang Jiaming asked with a smile, Have you surrendered? Lu Shengxian replied, Since I was 14, I have served in the military, filled with patriotic fervor. For over 30 years, I have charged into battle, facing death 6 times and surviving once, only to see my merits appropriated by others, while those who divide the accolades rise higher in rank. I was ultimately assigned to a barren land as a lord. The empire, in its pitiful state, must be overthrown so that a free and democratic realm can be established anew. I am aware that I am not your equal, yet we shall not surrender. I am prepared to fight to the death alone, and I implore you to spare the innocent soldiers upon your entry into the city. Zhang Jiaming replied, I understand. Let each serve his own master. I shall honor your resolve and give my utmost effort. Lu Shengxian smiled and said, Thank you. At that moment, more than 30 mid-level warriors rushed forth. Lu Shengxian exclaimed, What are you doing? Quickly return. One of the warriors responded, My lord, you have bestowed upon us both recognition and education. Allow us to accompany you on this final journey. Chapter 80. Capturing 6 cities. Lu Shengxian smiled and said, Indeed. Encountering such devoted brothers as you makes my journey worthwhile. Lu Shengxian declared, I, Lu Shengxian, under the banner of the Free Democratic Allied Forces, seek your guidance. Zhang Jiaming promptly replied, I, Zhang Jiaming, under the command of Viscount Wang Hai of the Han Hai Empire, seek your guidance. Lu Shengxian then shouted, Charge, everyone. The 30-odd mid-level warriors roared, Kill, kill, kill. Zhang Jiaming, with a mighty swing of his great sword, commanded, Charge. 4,000 troops united their voices, Kill, kill, kill. With that, Zhang Jiaming led his forces into the fray, positioned at the forefront with over 100 high-level warriors, followed by 20,000 mid-level warriors, and finally 20,000 low-level warriors. As the two armies collided, Lu Shengxian swung his blade toward Zhang Jiaming. Zhang Jiaming evaded and struck back, cleaving Lu Shengxian, horse and all, to the ground in an instant. Soon after, the 30-odd mid-level warriors encountered the high-level warriors, but without a ripple. They were overwhelmed by the 40,000-strong army. After one charge, the cavalry brigade emerged victorious with 0 casualties. Zhang Jianming turned to behold the 30-odd men trampled into the ground. He sighed and said, "Dig a grave for them, and erect a monument inscribed with a group of justice seekers." A high-level warrior remarked, "That may not be prudent. They are the enemy, and it would be difficult to explain to my lord." Zhang Jianming sighed again and said, "I shall explain to my lord. They were honorable opponents, deserving of this respect." The high-level warrior nodded in acquiescence. Zhang Jianming continued, "You shall lead 5,000 low-level cavalry and mid-level cavalry to await the arrival of the 5-clawed dragon mercenary corps for assistance. I will take the rest to capture Chengxin City before nightfall, where we will rest." The high-level warrior nodded, "Understood." Zhang Jianming added, "Remember not to indiscriminately slaughter these soldiers. This is a promise I have made." With those words, Zhang Jianming led his army toward Chengxin City. In 3 days, his forces captured 6 cities, advancing to Fengqi City. Adjacent to Qixua City, the Free Democratic Allied Forces dispatched 30,000 troops to support Qixua City, boasting a total of 500,000 soldiers. Subsequently, 3 mobile infantry brigades led by Wang Hai arrived in succession, along with the cavalry brigade, totaling 100,000 troops, and summoned the 5-clawed dragon mercenary corps to dispatch 50,000 mercenaries for joint combat. In the region of Wang Hai, a substantial number of elite and intermediate warriors, relying on their qualitative superiority, have turned several minor skirmishes into one-sided massacres. The Free Democratic Coalition, in a moment of hesitation, refrains from launching a large-scale offensive, resulting in a prolonged standoff between both factions. In an urgent response, the Free Democratic Coalition has mobilized 300,000 troops to alleviate pressure on the imperial front, granting the empire time to fortify its defenses. After a fortnight, the empire's defensive line has been completed, with over 10 million troops from both sides facing off across more than 20 cities along the banks of the Warm Spring River. The Free Democratic Coalition has managed to occupy a total of 238 cities. The empire, having endured the invasion of the Haiyue Empire and 2 rounds of turmoil instigated by the Free Democratic Coalition, has suffered nearly 2/5 of its territorial expanse. In the capital, news of the emperor's fury has spread, leading to a purge of many ineffectual officials, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Wang Hai, having successfully captured 6 cities from the Free Democratic Coalition and now standing against 500,000 enemy troops in the City of Blood, has been publicly commended by the empire. An announcement was issued. The imperial lord, Viscount Wang Hai, in this time of peril for the empire, has decisively dispatched forces against the Free Democratic Coalition, capturing 6 cities and compelling them to redirect 300,000 troops for defense, thereby buying crucial time for the empire to construct its fortifications. Currently, he confronts 500,000 troops in the City of Blood. By the emperor's decree, those who achieve merit shall be rewarded and promoted to the rank of earl, with the 6 captured cities becoming part of their dominion. Wang Hai's name has once again reverberated throughout the imperial capital. At the tender age of 19, he commands 22 cities, emerging as the empire's most formidable lord, capable of standing against 500,000 troops. His newfound strength has transformed the empire's perception of him. During this period, Wang Kuan has secluded himself, astonished that his once wayward son has amassed such considerable power in merely 3 years since his appointment. While he feels a sense of pride, he is also beset by worries regarding the origins of this formidable force and whether his son can manage it effectively. Lady Wang entered Wang Kuan's study and remarked, "Other lords have sent envoys to summon you several times. It is not wise to continue evading them." Wang Kuan replied helplessly, "I suspect it concerns that insufferable boy, Wang Hai. Now that he possesses such formidable military strength and the prospect of substantial future tax revenues, they all wish to enlist him as their ally. However, you are right. Avoiding them indefinitely is not a viable solution. Very well, I shall meet with them. Please arrange for all the other marquises to gather at our residence this evening." Lady Wang nodded. "I will instruct the kitchen to prepare a meal and send word to the marquises." Wang Kuan reflected, "I appreciate your efforts, my dear. I shall contemplate how best to address the matters concerning that troublesome boy." With a smile, Lady Wang replied, "I shall attend to my duties now. Do give it some thought, as I suspect you will be quite busy tonight." Wang Kuan sighed. "Sometimes I wish for the days when he was merely a reckless youth. A good beating would have resolved many issues." Chapter 81. The alliance that evening, at Wang Kuen's marquette, for tables of delicacies were arranged in the garden. After hosting the remaining 23 marquises, Wang Kuen took his seat at the prominent position of one table. Wang Kuen addressed the assembly. I have been unwell of late, and it has been some time since we caught up. Tonight, I am your host. Please enjoy the meal and drink. If anything is lacking, do not hesitate to have the servants replenish the dishes. Marquis Zhang Xiaohua responded, It is quite understandable, Lord Wang. It is only natural for one to experience health issues. Wang Kuen smiled. Thank you, Marquis Zhang, for your understanding. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Last year, my youngest daughter intended to form a union with the third son of the Wang family. However, since he was already betrothed, my daughter, feeling despondent and uninterested in food or drink, ultimately revealed her true feelings to me, expressing her willingness to become a concubine to your esteemed son. Lu Junshan remarked, What a coincidence. My daughter felt the same way. She was disheartened when she could not form a union with the Lin family's son last year. Wang Kuen interjected, My third son, Wang Hai, is notorious in the capital for being a wastrel, excelling in indulgence and vice. It is indeed inappropriate for both ladies to submit themselves as concubines to such a scoundrel. Zhang Xiaohua responded, Your son has shown genuine reform. His commendable behavior is evident. There is no need for Lord Wang to be overly modest. A marquis, who was not particularly close to Zhang Xiaohua, said, Marquis Zhang, let us not engage in riddles. We are all here to discuss marriage alliances. It is unjust to claim the right to propose simply because you did so last year. Other lords, seeing the matter laid bare, chimed in, Indeed, your actions here seem rather inequitable. Zhang Xiaohua countered, Who can I blame for your absence last year? Is it my fault? Li Hongxin retorted angrily, You are behaving like a rogue. Zhang Xiaohua laughed, Indeed, I am being a rogue. What can you do about it? Wang Kuen hastily intervened, Gentlemen, allow me to speak. What merit does my son possess that entices 23 lords to favor him? Many of these lords are my close friends, and thus, I find myself in a quandary. I propose 2 options for your consideration. First, none of us should marry off our daughters. That would be the most equitable solution. Second, my son will return at the end of the year and choose for himself. That way, he will marry someone he desires and will cherish her. Li Hongxin chuckled. Or perhaps he should marry them all. Wang Kuen replied, That would only push my son further into the realm of indulgence. Previously, he was already enamored with frivolous pursuits, and if he were to take on so many concubines, he might lose his way entirely. Li Hongxin laughed. Indeed, let everyone propose suggestions. Nie Yuanjie suggested, I believe the fairest solution is for none of us to marry off our daughters. Regardless of whom he marries, it would disrupt the balance for the remaining 22 lords. The others considered this and agreed. The probability of any one daughter being chosen was less than 5%, which was far too low. They proposed, How about Marquis Wang serve as witness, and we establish an agreement here that none of our daughters shall marry? Wang Kuen smiled. I shall act as the notary for this agreement. With the majority of the lords in agreement, Wang Kuen echoed their sentiments, and Zhang Xiaohua and the others did not pursue the matter further. Thus, an agreement was reached that none of the 23 marquis daughters would enter into a union with Wang Hai. Meanwhile, Wang Hai was studying maps and strategizing in the Flame Mountains. Currently, his army consisted nominally of 11 legions, totaling 220,000 regular troops, with 80,000 naval forces guarding a 500-mile maritime area and a total of 21 vessels, all from the 3 major shipyards working at full capacity. 3 cavalry regiments and 4 infantry regiments made up a total of 140,000 troops, with 40,000 having been assembled for merely 1 month and 50,000 having formed only 4 months prior. At present, their strength remained relatively weak, were it not for the high-end combat capabilities in place. During this period, the 22 magical giants have been dispatched to the front lines, each piloted by 5 6th-level warriors, augmenting the forces by the equivalent strength of 22 9th-level warriors to withstand the onslaught of the Free Democratic Coalition. Currently, the number of senior mages at the Magic Academy has reached 15, and the production of magical airships, crystal cannons, and magical giants has doubled. As the production of the 20th magical airship was underway, Wang Hai ordered a halt to its manufacturing, directing all efforts towards the production of crystal cannons and magical giants. At present, all 21 colossal ships have been equipped with crystal cannons, and the last of the cannons is being prepared for the mobile infantry regiment. Time is of the essence to enhance the capabilities of the new troops, as the mass production of magical weaponry cannot be accomplished overnight. Each city's guard regiment has undergone several rounds of disbandment, resulting in a significant decline in strength. Each regiment now typically consists of 2 to 3 senior warriors, 1,000 intermediate warriors, and approximately 4,000 novice warriors who have only recently been enlisted. Should the 500,000 troops at the front receive substantial reinforcements, they could potentially seize control and alleviate their concerns, thus enabling them to concentrate their forces for a decisive confrontation with the Empire. The inability to provide a combat-ready reinforcement is a significant dilemma. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Hai instructed someone to summon Li Qingyun. Shortly after, Li Qingyun approached and inquired, "What is it, Commander?" Wang Hai smiled and asked, "What is the current strength of the 5-claw Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps?" Li Qingyun replied with a grin, "I am an 8th-level warrior. There are 18 7th-level warriors, over 3,800 6th-level warriors, more than 24,700 5th-level warriors, and approximately 116,300 4th-level warriors. Additionally, there are over 320,000 novice warriors." Wang Hai was taken aback and exclaimed, "Impressive. The 5-claw Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps has surpassed 400,000 members." Li Qingyun chuckled wryly, "Indeed. But with so many mouths to feed, we face challenges. Nearly 300,000 were recruited after capturing 14 cities over the past 4 months, limiting our capacity for mercenary missions. The remaining nearly 150,000 are intermediate warriors. 5,000 intermediate warriors have been reassigned from Fengqi City, leaving us with almost 100,000 mercenaries undertaking minor tasks, barely maintaining balance, and occasionally incurring additional costs." Feeling somewhat awkward, Wang Hai hesitated before declaring, "I intend to draw 15,000 intermediate warriors and 5,000 novice warriors from the 5-claw Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps to the Flame Mountain Range. The 15,000 intermediate warriors will form the 5th Mobile Infantry Regiment alongside the remaining 5,000 novice warriors, who will constitute a new guard regiment for the Flame Mountain Range. Although the front lines currently exhibit a relatively balanced strength, should the enemy deploy large-scale reinforcements, our lack of effective backup could lead to our swift defeat." Li Qingyun replied solemnly, "I understand the gravity of this matter and am willing to allocate the 15,000 intermediate warriors." Wang Hai sighed. "During this period, the Mercenary Corps support funds will be drawn from the Lord's estate. I understand that your corps is currently facing financial strain. We cannot neglect the needs of our mercenary brothers." Li Qingyun jested with a smile, "Rest assured, my lord. We are in a far better situation than when we were at risk of starvation." Wang Hai smiled and said, "No need to console me. I am well aware of the current situation. For those mercenaries who are somewhat loyal, let us instruct them in the profound martial skills from the very start as junior warriors, hoping they can swiftly develop into formidable fighters." Li Qingyun responded with a smile, "I bring good news. The adventurer who journeyed to the North Sea Empire has returned." Wang Hai inquired with surprise, "What information have you gathered?" Li Qingyun replied, "The North Sea Empire consists of a total of 121 cities. On the main island, there are 56 cities. Surrounding it, there are hundreds of islands with 65 cities, which is accurate. However, the North Sea is a united kingdom, hence it frequently falls prey to pirate attacks." Wang Hai remarked, "A united kingdom? What is the situation there?" Li Qingyun elaborated, "The North Sea Empire, comprised of 121 cities, is essentially a coalition of 37 lords. The most prominent lord occupies 12 cities on the mainland and is referred to as the royalty. The remaining 36 lords hold varying territories, with most controlling 5 or 6 cities, while some govern merely a single city. These are known as princes. Historically, the lords within the empire often engaged in fierce battles, leading to the rise and fall of many lords. It was only 50 years ago that a truce was reached, forming the North Sea Empire. Nevertheless, each lord continues to manage their respective domains independently. Thus, it is termed a united kingdom. After 5 decades of recuperation, although the North Sea Empire has significantly regained strength, it has also drawn the attention of pirates, particularly those from the numerous surrounding islands, which have become havens for piracy. Many pirates possess greater strength than the lords, prompting them to turn a blind eye as long as their main cities remain unassaulted. This has resulted in frequent and unchecked acts of pillage and violence by pirates in those regions." Wang Hai nodded, saying, "No wonder the North Sea Empire has never ventured to the Han Sea Empire. They are preoccupied with their own survival." We should seek to engage with the North Sea Empire more frequently, ideally bringing a few minor lords under our influence. Li Qingyun then proposed. Let us first target a minor lord in one of the cities, infiltrate, and steadily expand our strength. We shall wait for the opportune moment to eliminate the current lord and position our own people in power. This is indeed the most prudent course of action. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is an excellent strategy. With your numbers, I entrust this task to you. Li Qingyun acknowledged. Rest assured, my lord. Wang Hai waved his hand. Go and take a good rest. You will have much to attend to in the days ahead. Li Qingyun bowed and departed. Gazing at the map, the empire now faced threats on 3 fronts: the Blue Mountain Empire, the Moonlight Empire, and the Free Democratic Coalition. After the bloody betrayal by the Bloodslaughter King, the Moonlight Empire had suffered millions in casualties, and now the Free Democratic Coalition posed yet another challenge, leaving the empire's military forces stretched thin. Within the imperial palace, the great emperor of Han was engaged with numerous advisors analyzing the vast map in light of current circumstances. One advisor remarked, to the east, the colorful Bear Legion has engaged in several skirmishes with the Moonlight Empire, effectively stabilizing the front lines. To the north, the Blue Mountain Empire seeks to capitalize on the situation to launch an offensive, but their attempts have been thwarted by the Snow Moon Legion, albeit at a significant cost. With casualties nearing 10 million, the Snow Moon Legion is now in the process of a large-scale recruitment drive. On the western front of the empire, the Black Tiger Legion stands in a stalemate against the Free Democratic Coalition along the banks of the Warm Spring River. Other than Count Wang Hai, who commands 7 cities within the Free Democratic Coalition, the remaining 238 cities in the west belong entirely to the coalition. We surmise that the Free Coalition may quietly redeploy some of its forces from the various cities along the Warm Spring River to converge in the city of Crimson Blood, thereby consolidating their strength for a decisive confrontation with Count Wang Hai, clearing any obstacles in the rear, and fully engaging the Black Tiger Legion. Chapter 83. The Dawn Legion. The 2 million-strong legions permanently stationed in the Empire have been entirely transferred to the front lines. Apart from the Imperial Guard, there are no other armed forces available for mobilization. It is recommended that a new legion of 10 million be established. The Minister of Finance interjected, Your Majesty, the situation at the front lines is critical, and the expenditure on various supplies is enormous. Due to the war, the prices of food and weapons have doubled. The establishment of a 10 million-strong legion would require at least 1 billion gold coins for equipment, and a total expenditure of at least 1.5 billion gold coins, which would deplete half of the imperial treasury. With the empire having lost 2/5 of its territory, the current tax revenues cannot keep pace with the front line as consumption. Each month, the empire must subsidize the 4 major legions with a total of 80 million gold coins. Within 2 years, the imperial treasury could be entirely exhausted. General Dong Yinxing remarked, Your Majesty, if we do not form a new legion, should the situation at the front deteriorate, we will have no reinforcements, which could spell danger. The Minister of Finance countered, General, do you doubt the combat effectiveness of the imperial legions? Dong Yinxing replied, It is not a matter of doubt regarding the combat prowess of the imperial forces, but rather the wisdom of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The weary Emperor Han Hai said, Enough of this arguing. I hereby declare the formation of a new legion, named the Dawn Legion, hoping it will herald the light of victory. The empire's finances can endure for another 2 years. If the fiscal situation remains unresolved in a year, we shall seek other solutions. Meanwhile, inform Count Wang Hai to be prepared for resistance. The empire's 3 fronts are strained and unable to provide reinforcements. Let him devise his own strategies. We shall conclude our discussions for today. You may all take your leave. The ministers then bowed and said, We take our leave, Your Majesty. Subsequently, the ministers departed from the court, and Emperor Han Hai sat in silence for a moment, sighing, Truly a time of great troubles. At the headquarters of the Free Democratic Coalition, Commander Hui Yuming stated, Our current strategy is to draw 25,000 troops from each city on the front lines, totaling 550,000 soldiers. We will then merge these forces with the 500,000 troops in the city of Crimson Blood, forming a 1 million-strong army to eliminate Wang Hai and resolve our rear issues, after which we will focus all efforts against the empire. Chief of Staff Song Jingyan added, Though Wang Hai's forces are fewer in number, their quality is exceptional, particularly with the initial deployment of 20 magical devices that exhibited the power of 9th-level warriors. Moreover, Both of their supreme commanders are 9th-level warriors who have wreaked havoc upon us, claiming the lives of thousands. Our Free Democratic Coalition is comprised mostly of individuals from humble backgrounds, lacking advanced martial techniques and magical equipment. Only you, Commander, have reached the 9th level through sheer talent. Should we launch a full-scale assault with our million-strong army, even if we achieve victory, it would come at a heavy cost. Hu Yuming sighed. I am aware that a victory would still bear the marks of a Pyrrhic triumph, but what options do I have? Song Jingyan remarked. We can allow the Pirate Alliance to strike first against Wang Hai. Ideally, they will inflict mutual damage, but at the very least, we hope Wang Hai sustains some injuries. As vast ocean territories are seized, Wang Hai will undoubtedly have to divert a significant portion of his armed forces. Once we launch our full-scale assault, he will be unable to provide reinforcements. First, this will greatly enhance our odds of victory. Second, it will mitigate our losses. Someone immediately countered. We are a coalition of free democracies. We cannot possibly conspire with pirates. With a smile, Song Jingyan responded, we are not colluding with the pirates. Rather, we are orchestrating a conflict between two malevolent forces, thus reaping the benefits from their strife. Perhaps we can even resolve the Empire's long-standing pirate issue, restoring tranquility to the coastal populace. After pondering for a moment, Hu Yuming said, I concur with your perspective. What shall we do? Song Jingyan replied. We need only persuade the pirates to join forces with us, launching a two-pronged assault and jointly dividing Wang Hai's territory. The man furrowed his brow and asked, Did you not suggest letting them fight each other? With a laugh, Song Jingyan clarified, Indeed, but we will amplify our presence while exerting minimal effort. This will both hold back a portion of Wang Hai's main forces and compel him to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the pirates. Hu Yuming nodded, Jingyan. I leave this matter in your capable hands. After all, your quick wit and adaptability are commendable. Song Jingyan smiled and assured him, Rest easy, Commander. I shall handle it splendidly. A week later, Wang Hai received a message from the Empire at the Flame Mountains, warning that the Free People's Coalition might dispatch a large army for reinforcement, advising him to exercise caution, as the Empire lacked the means to send additional troops. As Wang Hai pondered the contents of the message, Xie Chongqing entered, cheerfully remarking, while soaking in the hot springs, My lord, what troubles you? With a sigh, Wang Hai replied, This is a missive from the Empire. Take a look. Xie Chongqing examined the letter and, smiling, said, I have a strategy that can resolve this situation. It involves a significant risk. Wang Hai, intrigued, inquired, What is your plan? Xie Chongqing responded with a grin, My lord, do you recall the numerous magical array diagrams we discovered in the underground space? Wang Hai nodded, Of course, I remember. Xie Chongqing continued. Among them lies a formidable one-time offensive magical array, the 9 Dragons Hell Array. It requires 1-star mage, 10 high-ranking mages, 100 intermediate mages, and a substantial amount of magical crystals for its deployment. This array has the potential to incinerate the entire Blood Red City. Chapter 84, Alliance. Wang Hai stated. If Blood Red City were to gather an army of over 1 million, as per their plan, even if many troops were to evacuate the citizens, there would still be 700,000 to 800,000 people remaining. That amounts to nearly 2 million. Xie Chongqing responded, Hence the significant risk, my lord. Have you considered what might happen if that million-strong army were to launch an attack against you? Even if you sent all your forces to defend, our elite troops would sustain heavy losses. Should the Free People's Coalition return for a second strike, we would be left without the capacity to fight back. Furthermore, our current income is primarily allocated towards purchasing weapons, which is still insufficient. As our military expands in the future, our deficits will only grow. In a swift and bloodless conquest, the city of Crimson Blood was seized, followed by the rapid occupation of 11 surrounding cities, where a defensive line was established along the southern banks of the Nanlon River to amass strength, awaiting the opportune moment to cross the river. Wang Hai could not help but cast a look of admiration towards Xie Chongqing, whose strategic foresight was remarkably far-reaching. Wang Hai then inquired, By your words, have you ascended to the rank of a celestial magus? With a smile, Xie Chongqing affirmed, Indeed. I have come today to inform the Lord that I have become a celestial magus. Wang Hai promptly responded, As you wish. How long will it take to set up the celestial magic array? Xie Chongqing replied with a grin, It can be accomplished in 3 days. Wang Hai announced, I shall dispatch over 200 elite warriors from the newly established 5th Mobile Infantry Regiment stationed in the Flame Mountains to protect you. All forces from Fengqi City will mobilize during this time to secure you the necessary time. Xie Chongqing nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall see to it meticulously." After bowing, Xie Chongqing turned and departed. Observing Xie Chongqing's retreating figure, Wang Hai let out a rueful smile, reflecting on how, in his previous life, he had feared even the killing of a chicken, while in this life he was so casually indifferent to the fates of nearly 2 million lives. Undoubtedly, he had changed, to the point of scarcely recognizing himself. Within the headquarters of the Pirate Alliance, the leader Luo Yuntong sat at the helm. Dominating the 7 islands of the Coppertide Bay, he was the most formidable among all pirates, thus elected as the leader of the pirate coalition. Luo Yuntong regarded Song Jingyan with a smile, saying, "Aren't you the Free Democratic Coalition? Why come seeking collaboration with us?" Song Jingyan replied, "For there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Wang Hai has slaughtered numerous pirates and seized 13 pirate cities. He has also assaulted 6 cities of our Free Democratic Coalition. It would be unchivalrous not to avenge such grievances." Luo Yuntong, with a countenance reflecting deep animosity, asked, "How shall we divide the spoils once the deed is done?" Song Jingyan, smiling, responded, "The 13 coastal cities will belong to the Pirate Alliance, while the 9 inland cities shall be entirely ours." Luo Yuntong chuckled. "Though 13 cities at sea may seem bountiful, they are not as fertile as the 9 on land." Song Jingyan countered, "We, the Free Democratic Coalition, command an army of over 10 million. This time, Wang Hai has mobilized over 1 million troops. Even if we were to grant you leadership, it may not be sufficient to hold the line." Luo Yuntong glared menacingly at Song Jingyan. "Are you threatening me?" Song Jingyan replied with a smile. "It is not a threat. We are allies. It is prudent to clarify certain matters to avoid any misunderstandings later." Luo Yuntong's fierce gaze instantly softened into a smile. "Very well, let us form an alliance. 1 week from now, you shall launch your assault on Wang Hai. Upon receiving word of your attack, I shall immediately engage. And to demonstrate my sincerity, I will mobilize a great army to confront Wang Hai's forces at sea, ready to join the fray." Song Jingyan replied cheerfully, "Agreed. We shall follow your plan, Lord Luo, 1 week hence." A day later, Wang Hai received a message from Wei Xinhai that incensed him greatly. "Initially, I spared your lives out of concern for managing so many coastal cities, yet now you dare to attack me? This is intolerable." Wang Hai then commanded, "Send word to Wei Xinhai to deploy all 22 of our 10,000-ton warships to confront the pirates. Should the pirates retreat, we shall launch a full-scale offensive immediately. This time, I shall utterly annihilate them." Li Qingyun has 30,000 low-ranking warriors from the 5-clawed dragon mercenary corps with nothing to do. I shall assign them tasks to defend the city. Zheng Jiaming and Chun Biao sat together, and Zheng Jiaming spoke first. "What do you think our Lord intends by summoning us all for such a grand display? He has commanded that, 2 days after the fall of Blood Red City, we swiftly seize the surrounding 11 cities on the banks of the Lanlan River to establish a defensive line against the Democratic Freedom Coalition. From my observations, Blood Red City has significantly bolstered its forces. I estimate that even if they do not possess 1 million troops, their numbers are not far off. I doubt we can withstand them. What does our Lord plan to employ to vanquish this vast army? You've been his bodyguard since his rise to power. Given your close relationship, do you have any insider information to share?" Chun Biao chuckled and shook his head. "We have been together every day, and if I had any secrets, surely you would know them too. Our Lord has his reasons for instructing us thus. Do not indulge in baseless speculation. However, I am certain that when our Lord speaks, he possesses his own confidence." Zheng Jiaming smiled and nodded. "Indeed, let us deliberate on how to conquer these 11 cities." Chun Biao concurred and began to discuss strategies with Zheng Jiaming. In the dense forest north of Blood Red City, the atmosphere was in stark contrast to Wang Hai's territory, where 267 elite warriors guarded 111 mages as they set up a magical array. Xian Shueji remarked, 38. This number represented the hunters who had trespassed into their territory and been captured recently. Initially, he intended to execute them all, but Xie Chongqing intervened. 3 days prior, Xie Chongqing had said to him, "Knock them out and let them sleep for 3 days. The recent slaughter has been severe enough. We need not add to the carnage." Xian Shueji nodded. Having previously been the commander of the Flame Mountain Guard before being reassigned as the commander of the 5th Mobile Infantry Corps, now, he was also a 9th-level warrior, yet he chose to heed the words of his former leader. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xie Chongqing announced, "The magical array is finally complete." Xian Shueji, Ensure the area remains undisturbed. Xi and Xueji promptly organized over 200 elite warriors to stand guard. And once Xie Changqing and the 111 mages took their positions, he began to recite the incantations. Gradually, the other mages joined in, each invoking their respective parts of the spell. As the incantations echoed, the magical array emitted a brilliant crimson glow. Once the light intensified to a peak, a colossal dragon's head emerged from the array, soaring into the sky like a magnificent red dragon, its length reaching 1,000 feet as it flew towards Blood Red City. As the first fire dragon ascended, a second began to emerge from the magical array. The inhabitants of Blood Red City gazed in astonishment at the gigantic fire dragon, whose size rivaled that of their city itself. The archers hastily loosed their arrows at the dragon, but before they could even make contact, they were reduced to ashes. As the colossal dragon descended, flames erupted instantly upon the ground, igniting a fierce inferno. Over 1,000,000 warriors hastily launched their assaults against the beast. Yet their efforts proved largely futile. With a single breath of fire, tens of thousands perished in the searing blaze. At that moment, a second fire dragon arrived at the city of Crimson Blood. The inferno within the city intensified, each gust of the dragon's breath reducing thousands to mere ashes, leaving a trail of raging flames in its wake. As the third fire dragon made its appearance, it became apparent that this fire was of a most peculiar nature, utterly impervious to extinguishing. Someone shouted in despair, urging the masses, "Do not waste your strength. Flee. This fire cannot be quenched." Heeding the call, the crowd surged towards the city gates, only to discover that all 4 entrances had been ignited by the 3 dragons, rendering escape impossible. Despair enveloped the crowd, but some, refusing to accept defeat, gambled on a desperate charge, enveloping themselves in their fighting energy and leaping into the flames, only to be reduced to ash upon contact with the fire. If even a seasoned warrior met such a fate, the rest stood little chance. At this juncture, a 4th dragon soared into the skies above Crimson Blood, and the populace gazed upon the 4 dragons with faces etched in hopelessness. Then, a voice cried out, "We have no retreat. We must confront these dragons. We are destined to perish, so let us gamble for our lives. There are nearly 2,000,000 of us. Even a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant." With renewed resolve, the crowd brandished their weapons, declaring, "We shall fight. For this last glimmer of hope, let us charge." As they surged towards the dragons, some were incinerated by the dragon's breath, while others fell victim to the flames by mere accident. Just as they approached their respective dragons, a 5th dragon appeared above the city, prompting a portion of the crowd to rush toward this newly arrived foe. They unleashed their mightiest attacks upon the fire dragon, but all their energy was consumed by the flames, and physical strikes melted upon contact with the dragon's scales. Undeterred, they pressed on with their assaults as the 6th dragon descended upon Crimson Blood, the city now reduced to half its original population. "Let us concentrate all our strength and attack a single dragon, the one at the northern gate," someone proposed. The crowd nodded in agreement, directing their combined might toward this dragon. A relentless barrage ensued, and soon the dragon began to shimmer and blur. Yet, at that moment, the 7th dragon arrived. Gritting their teeth, some warriors noted that although the dragon's form was becoming indistinct, it remained unyielding, their power insufficient to shatter its defense. They fought fiercely, unwilling to relent, as the 8th dragon also descended upon the city. Exhausted from their relentless assaults, the city was now engulfed in flames. With only 300,000 to 400,000 souls still alive, yet all were too weary to continue fighting. The dragon, once shimmering, had stabilized its form. As despair enveloped the populace, the 9th fire dragon descended upon the city of Crimson Blood, plunging everyone into utter hopelessness. Within a mere hour, the entire city succumbed to flames. In Chapter 86, Naval Warfare, Zhang Jiaming observed the 9 fire dragons entering the city of Crimson Blood one after another, leading his army to stand ready. Yet, there was no response. No one emerged from the city gates. Gazing at the city, now consumed by fire, Zhang Jiaming lamented, "Nearly 2,000,000 souls, and not a single one has escaped. This is inconceivable." Shun Biao replied calmly, "There is only one possibility. They never had the chance to flee." Zhang Jiaming sighed, "My lord, everything has changed. 2,000,000 lives extinguished without a trace." Shun Biao countered, "It is not change, it is growth. To seize the city of Crimson Blood without shedding blood, and subsequently conquer the surrounding 11 cities. Longian's strategic standoff was remarkably clear and reasonable. You have been on the battlefield. How many perished that year? Such is the nature of war. Zhang Jiaming nodded thoughtfully. You are right. Chen Biao then smiled. The fire has nearly consumed its target. I shall leave the 3rd Mobile Infantry Division to guard the area while you lead the charge, and I will assist in securing the battlefield. Zhang Jiaming chuckled. How embarrassing. Chen Biao rolled his eyes. Had you not fled so swiftly, we would not have kept pace with you. Would I have allowed you to lead? With laughter, Zhang Jiaming commanded, 1st Cavalry Division, 2nd Cavalry Division, follow me. Chen Biao responded, the 3rd Mobile Infantry Division will remain, while the remaining 1st and 2nd Mobile Infantry Divisions will accompany me. As the armies mobilized, the entire war apparatus commenced its operation. Meanwhile, Luo Yuntong relished his drink, gazing at the 22 colossal ships, each with defensive magical arrays, exclaiming, such wealth. I must seize these magnificent vessels. Though the Pirate Alliance had dispatched thousands of ships, most were mere small crafts of dozens of tons. With only a handful exceeding 100 tons, and merely 4 ships reached the 1,000-ton mark. None boasted a weight of 10,000 tons, let alone those adorned with magical arrays, which entailed exorbitant costs. In that moment, an intruder rushed in, exclaiming, Leader, there is grave news. Luo Yuntong, visibly irritated, responded. What calamity could be so urgent? The young pirate replied, brothers stationed outside the city of Phoenix awaiting news of the battle report that 9 colossal fire dragons, each 1,000 feet long, have descended upon the city of Crimson Blood. The entire city is ablaze, and it seems there will be no survivors. Wang Hai's forces have left only 1 regiment behind, with the remainder advancing beyond Crimson Blood. Luo Yuntong was taken aback. 2 million lives extinguished just like that? The young pirate nodded hesitantly. It appears so. Luo Yuntong slumped down, finally articulating, let us withdraw. The young pirate questioned, Leader, we are retreating before the battle has even begun. Luo Yuntong replied, Wang Hai, capable of annihilating 2 million souls, is undoubtedly ruthless. He must possess further hidden cards. Our force of merely 100,000 may not withstand them. The young pirate nodded and said, I shall inform them immediately. Wei Xinhai stood at the bow of the colossal ship, eagerly awaiting developments. He had received orders that as long as the pirates retreated today, they were to launch a full-scale attack. General Lu Zimo of the 1st Navy Corps remarked, Commander, you should take a rest. You have been on watch since dawn. Wei Xinhai shook his head and replied, It's nothing. I am a level 8 warrior. A few days without rest is hardly a concern for me. At that moment, a soldier shouted, Commander-in-Chief, it appears the pirates are beginning to retreat. Wei Xinhai immediately stood up, gazing at the retreating pirates with a smile, exclaiming, Ha! Ha ha! Splendid. They are finally retreating. All units, advance. Let us strike down these dogs. Consequently, the entire fleet of 22 colossal ships unleashed their magical crystal cannons in a barrage. With each cannon fired, a pirate vessel under 100 tons was obliterated, while those over 100 tons fell to 2 shots. The magical cannons had a firing interval of 30 seconds, and the 22 great cannons began to unleash a continuous onslaught. Crossbows also commenced their barrage of enormous arrows, while other soldiers continuously rained arrows upon the pirate fleet. The young pirate hurriedly ran to Luo Yuntong, panting, My lord, the enemy is launching a fierce attack upon us. Luo Yuntong, filled with rage, retorted, I have already shown him great leniency by initiating a retreat, and yet he dares to attack me. He must be seeking his own demise. All units, advance. They have but 22 ships, while we possess thousands. Even ants can bring down an elephant. The young pirate immediately responded, I shall deliver the orders at once. Luo Yuntong ascended to the deck, and the sight before him was beyond belief. 22 colossal ships were firing magical energy orbs. Vessels under 100 tons were dispatched with a single shot, and those over 100 tons required 2. The troubling aspect was that within a minute, 2 shots would be fired, alongside crossbows and arrows, in mere moments. The entire pirate alliance suffered nearly 1/6 of its forces. Luo Yuntong lamented, Cursed Wang Hai. How could he possess such formidable naval power? This is utterly outrageous. Now, all of Luo Yuntong's hopes rested upon launching a full-scale assault, relying on the sheer number of ships to execute a pack mentality strategy. Aiming to destroy these 22 colossal ships and utterly annihilate Wang Hai's naval might. Chapter 87. The naval battle as the 2 fleets drew closer. The pirates began unleashing waves of arrows toward the colossal ships, but they were all effortlessly repelled by the energy shields, proving entirely ineffective. Luo Yuntong, observing Wang Hai's gigantic vessels and their magical protective shields, shouted in frustration, "How utterly detestable. They possess magical shields. All units attack fiercely. Even a low-level magical shield costs over 1,000,000 gold coins and magical crystals, several times the construction cost of the ships. I refuse to believe that all their vessels are equipped with intermediate magical shields." With Luo Yuntong's command relayed, the intensity of the assault escalated. Waves of arrows clashed against the onslaught of cannon fire from the 22 colossal ships, transforming the entire sea into a chaotic battleground. As the two fleets collided, the front lines were composed of small vessels weighing only a few dozen tons, which were mere children in comparison to Wang Hai's 10,000-ton giants. Upon contact, they overturned over 10 small ships in succession before their momentum finally slowed. Numerous pirates leaped from their vessels, swimming towards the formidable shield of the colossal ship, fiercely assaulting it with swords and daggers while awaiting their arrows and crossbow bolts. Some pirates, pierced by multiple arrows and drenched in blood, continued to attack the shield until their last breath, their bodies slowly sinking into the depths of the ocean. Others were struck down by 2-meter-long crossbow bolts, which instantly impaled 2 or 3 men at once. As the front ranks fell, the rear ranks surged forward to take their place. With each passing moment, the sea became stained crimson, and a multitude of sea beasts began to converge, devouring the corpses beneath the waves. Some even dragged the living down into the depths to feast upon them. Observing the impregnable shield and realizing he had already lost over half his crew, Luo Yuntong, with a gleam of desperation in his eyes, declared, "All elite warriors, charge with me. We shall be the vanguard to breach this shield." There were 36 elite warriors present, primarily city lords and a few deputy lords, none of whom were willing to risk their lives. Understanding their hesitation, Luo Yuntong, filled with anger, exclaimed, "If we are annihilated this time, do you believe you will have the strength to reassemble the pirate alliance? Awaiting you is certain death at the hands of the royal sea, with your territories falling one by one. Do not harbor hopes of surrender. Even if you are elite warriors, the example of the Ronallen Islands serves as a stark reminder. Surrendering, even as elite warriors, will not spare you from execution by the royal sea." The pirates understood the truth in his words. They knew well that all those who surrendered at Ronallen Islands were mercilessly slaughtered, including several high-ranking warriors. This was indeed their final opportunity. Suddenly, a voice sighed and spoke up, "I am willing to join Lord Luo in forming the vanguard, to seize this last chance." Seeing someone take the lead, the others quickly rallied to Luo Yuntong's side. He smiled and declared, "Victory shall be ours." Luo Yuntong then commanded the smaller pirate ships to accelerate towards the enemy, and the vanguard of 36 elite warriors aboard the massive 1,000-ton ship charged towards the nearest colossal vessel. Wei Xinhai, witnessing the giant ship barreling towards them, ordered, "All magic crystal cannons, open fire on the approaching 1,000-ton ship." Following the signal from the flag officer, the colossal ship adjusted its magic crystal cannon positions. With a series of thunderous booms, 22 magical energy spheres, equivalent to those wielded by high-level sorcerers, hurtled towards the 1,000-ton ship. As Luo Yuntong observed the oncoming magical spheres, he shouted, "Be careful." The elite warriors quickly enveloped themselves in their advanced fighting spirit for protection. Luo Yuntong felt a surge of trepidation as the energy spheres neared the ship. Just as the spheres were about to strike, he gritted his teeth and leapt into the sea. The 22 magical energy spheres impacted the 1,000-ton ship and the surrounding waters, resulting in a tremendous explosion of energy. As the initial blast subsided, a second barrage was imminent, unleashing yet another wave of explosive energy. With a bold leap into the sea, Luo Yuntong found himself ensnared in the explosive backlash of a combined assault equivalent to the might of 22 elite sorcerers, leaving him disoriented. As the second wave of explosive energy surged forth, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The remaining 36 elite warriors, situated at the epicenter of the magical detonation, attempted to fortify themselves with their own battle energy, yet the assault of 22 magical energy orbs was far from a simple calculation. The ensuing chain reaction was exponentially more devastating. In an instant, these 36 warriors, along with their protective energies, were torn asunder. As the warfare raged on, the ranks of the pirate army dwindled, observing the near obliteration of their alliance. The remaining pirates could no longer contain their despair, and one cried out, "The leaders are dead. Do you wish to follow them? I refuse to perish here. I yearn to live." With that declaration, he seized the helm and turned the ship away, and the others, spellbound by his resolve, remained motionless, each contemplating their survival. The departure of one pirate vessel triggered a domino effect, as a second, then a third, began to scatter in retreat. Chapter 88. Discussions as the pirates fled in disarray. The expanse of the sea settled into an eerie silence, littered only with the remnants of ships, the crimson waters, and the vast array of sea creatures scavenging for sustenance. Wang Hai surveyed the scene with a sigh, stating, "The 1st and 2nd legions will advance from the southeast, while the 3rd and 4th legions will set forth from the southwest. We shall maintain an offensive strategy along the coastline for 800 miles, focusing on assaulting cities while leaving their defense to the five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps in the latter stages." Meanwhile, within the palace of the Han Hai Empire, the emperor sat upon his throne as an elderly man, adorned in a distinguished magical robe with white hair and a gaunt figure, scrutinized a report. After a prolonged silence, he declared, "Your Majesty, the intelligence is indeed accurate." The emperor, filled with excitement, inquired, "Director Qian, are you aware of the magical formation in question, and can it be deployed?" The elder, Director Qian Fengjun of the Imperial Magic Academy, sighed and replied, "If I am not mistaken, this is the Nine Dragons Inferno formation from the era of the Black Gold Empire, a technique long thought lost. Moreover, to activate such a formation, at least one fire elemental star mage, 10 elite sorcerers, and 100 intermediate sorcerers are requisite." The emperor pondered for a moment before articulating, "So, he possesses one fire elemental star mage, 10 elite sorcerers, and over 100 intermediate sorcerers to have acquired the Nine Dragons Inferno formation." Director Qian nodded in affirmation. "That is the bare minimum. In truth, he may have gained far more from the legacy of the Black Gold Empire. The rapid training of sorcerers demands a vast supply of magical crystals, and with the Empire's mines exhausted from supplying numerous mages, the swift cultivation of elite sorcerers has become unattainable. Additionally, the advancement of elite sorcerers necessitates access to high-grade magical tomes for rapid progression. The Empire's highest tier of magical book is of the Xian grade superior class. I suspect Wang Hai possesses Earth-grade tomes, and likely in considerable quantity." The emperor beamed with delight. "Excellent. I shall issue an order for him to surrender these tomes." Director Qian, however, offered a wry smile, cautioning, "Your Majesty, will he truly comply with such a demand?" The emperor rebuked, "He is merely a minor count. I command him to yield, and he dares to defy?" Director Qian sighed and replied, "Had this been before last year, he would have complied without question. Now, however, what can the Empire do if he refuses? The Empire is already strained with battles on 3 fronts. Can we truly afford to engage on 4? The emperor remarked, "The rear of the Free Democratic Coalition has already been breached, and they lack the strength to establish a new defensive line in the short term. Once we redeploy troops from the front, I shall unleash the Black Tiger Legion to mount a full-scale assault on the Free Democratic Coalition, striking them from 2 sides to ensure their defeat. If the coalition does not mobilize their forces, Wang Hai's army will surely capture city after city. By the time the coalition assembles a new armed force, they will have lost over half their territories and be rendered incapable of further conflict. Defeat is inevitable for the Free Democratic Coalition." Director Qian sighed again, stating, "Your Majesty, I believe that as long as Wang Hai occupies the 12 cities on the banks of the Lanlan River, he will not advance further." The emperor retorted angrily, "He dares to." Director Qian, resigned, continued, "I maintain my previous assertion. He did not dare before, but now he does. Firstly, Wang Hai already controls 22 cities and cannot seize many more. Secondly, he requires the existence of the Free Democratic Coalition to counter the royal family, allowing him ample time to develop. Thirdly, Wang Hai's exposure of his numerous sorcerers, coupled with his ambition to capture the City of Blood, suggests a singular motive, to forge a vast array of weaponry, as he needs a substantial arsenal to equip his forces. Given these points, it is evident that Wang Hai cannot possibly cross the Lanlan River. He needs the Free Democratic Coalition's presence." The emperor bellowed, "That is impossible. He would not dare." Director Qian, with a hint of despair, said, "I too hope for a different outcome, but I implore you, should Wang Hai truly pursue such a course. Your Majesty must consider one matter. The Emperor, softening slightly, inquired, what matter? Director Qian hesitated, then ventured, the marriage of Princess Xiling to Wang Hai. The Emperor erupted in anger. That is enough. He is but a minor count, a once dissolute scion of the imperial capital. How could he ever be worthy of Princess Xiling? Moreover, he is already wed. How could my imperial princess marry him as a concubine? I have promised Princess Xiling that her marriage shall be her own decision. Director Qian, still reluctant to concede, implored, Your Majesty. Impatiently, the Emperor interjected, Enough? This discussion ends here. You have labored sufficiently, now go and rest. Director Qian, resigned, replied, I take my leave. At that moment, a soldier outside called out, Your Majesty, urgent battle reports from the front. The Emperor quickly commanded, Hurry, bring them forth. A close attendant, clutching the report, hastened to the Emperor and respectfully presented it. The Emperor perused the document swiftly, sighed, and handed it to Qian Fengjun, saying, Take a look. Director Qian took the intelligence report and began to read. The Emperor then remarked, Wang Hai's naval forces have defeated the pirate alliance, and they are currently intensifying their assault on islands and cities. It is estimated that it will not be long before all 49 pirate cities are under his control. Chapter 89. Redeployment. Upon reviewing the situation, Director Qian sighed and remarked, in the face of the 2 million-strong Free Democratic Coalition, he still managed to train such an elite navy. This individual is indeed extraordinary. The Emperor concurred, stating, after this, his power will undoubtedly surge. Director Qian then inquired about his earlier suggestion. The Emperor coldly replied, I have already expressed my thoughts. Do not make me repeat myself. You may leave. With a sense of resignation, Director Qian replied, I take my leave, Your Majesty. The Emperor sighed in exasperation, recognizing the validity of Qian Fengjun's perspective. Yet he felt reluctant to send his beloved youngest daughter to forge an alliance through marriage, a sacrifice he loathed. As intelligence reports continued to arrive, the Emperor's heart grew heavy. Within a week of burning the City of Blood, Wang Hai had conquered 11 cities, claiming the entire western bank of the Lanlan River. His forces established a defensive line on that bank, showing no intent to advance further. In just 1 month, Wang Hai's navy had vanquished 49 cities belonging to the Pirate Alliance, effectively eradicating piracy along the imperial coastline, with all cities now under his dominion. The Emperor, in a fit of rage, shattered numerous items in the study to alleviate his frustration. The Grand Emperor of the vast sea understood all too well that he could not afford to oppose Wang Hai at this juncture. Otherwise, with battles on all fronts, the tenuous defensive lines of the empire would collapse, placing the empire in imminent peril. After a lengthy pause in his dragon throne, the Grand Emperor finally sighed and declared, By imperial decree, Count Wang Hai has conquered 12 cities of the Free Democratic Coalition, defeating more than 200,000 enemies. He has simultaneously subdued the Pirate Alliance, annihilating 49 cities and completely eradicating piracy. Henceforth, the vast sea empire shall no longer face the threat of pirates. I hereby elevate Wang Hai to the rank of Marquis of the Empire, with these 61 cities as his fief. The imperial edict was disseminated, leaving the entire empire astonished by Wang Hai's achievements. The youngest marquis in the empire's history had emerged, under 20 years of age, commanding 83 cities, thus becoming the most formidable marquis in the annals of the empire. At this moment, Wang Hai was within the Lord's manor, surrounded by high-ranking officials such as Li Qingyun, Chun Biao, and Huang Qining. He first turned to Huang Qining and asked, Has the inventory of the spoils been completed? Huang Qining nodded, replying, The tally is complete. We have acquired 57 million gold coins and various supplies worth a total of 85 million gold coins. Wang Hai lamented, How impoverished we are. That averages less than 1 million gold coins per city. The others were momentarily at a loss for words, as 1 million was no small sum, and not every lord possessed such wealth. Wang Hai then continued, The supplies will be stored in the warehouse under your supervision. Other legions may claim them with your approval, and I would like to announce several matters. First, allocate 10 million gold coins to reconstruct the City of Blood. The mining of ores and the forging of weapons must not cease, and we must scale up operations. Second, the 5 infantry legions, 3 cavalry legions, and 4 naval legions will expand their size from 20,000 to 30,000 troops each. Third, considering that of the 83 cities we currently control, Only 21 are on land, while 62 are coastal. Our shoreline spans over 3,700 miles. The vastness of the maritime territory renders it impossible for the Navy to adequately protect such an expansive area. Consequently, the establishment of the 5th and 6th Naval Corps is deemed necessary, with each corps comprising 30,000 personnel. Furthermore, for shipyards, namely the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, will be constructed on the islands of Pendona, Haisha, Dianhu Bay, and Tongchao Bay, respectively. In addition, from the 61 cities captured, a roster of at least 20 city leaders will be selected from the Wuzhua Shenlong Mercenary Corps. Just as Li Qingyun was about to decline, Wang Hai interjected, stating, "The Wuzhua Shenlong Mercenary Corps currently boasts the largest and most intricate roster of personnel. Many mercenaries ponder why they should voluntarily defend cities. I wish to convey to the members of the Wuzhua Shenlong Mercenary Corps that they are an integral part of my domain. Those who perform commendably may ascend to the position of city lord, just like their counterparts in other units." Li Qingyun, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "My lord, I firmly believe that in the future, the brethren of the Wuzhua Shenlong Mercenary Corps will exert themselves even more diligently." Wang Hai nodded with a smile, adding, "Sixthly, you will continue to oversee the war orphans and the children of pirates, as before, starting with the trials in the Flame Mountain Range. With the capture of 61 cities, we anticipate a population surge of at least 100,000. Your mercenary corps will face considerable pressure, hence the Lord's Manor will generously subsidize your efforts during this period. Concurrently, the 50,000 mercenaries stationed at the front will rotate, with 10,000 returning to the corps each month until all are withdrawn in 5 months to train new recruits and guide them in their missions. The 3rd Cavalry Corps and the 4th Infantry Corps will complete their reorganization within half a month, subsequently proceeding to the front to establish a new defensive line alongside the current forces. Additionally, 3 large-scale distilleries and glass manufacturing plants will be reconstructed to bolster production. Given the modest size of the Han Hai Empire, our market must expand to international horizons. The Black Gold Empire alone has splintered into over 100 nations of comparable stature to the Han Hai Empire, which is merely a small border nation. Imagine the size of medium and large countries, with a broader understanding of the world beyond. Wang Hai recognizes the need to adjust his ambitions. Chapter 90. Some rejoice, while others lament. Our venture into foreign markets cannot mirror the Wanmeng Chamber of Commerce, as their scale commands respect from every nation. What we can do now is to venture forth from the seas. We shall dispatch personnel disguised as adventurers to forge maritime trade routes, facilitating commerce with other empires to amass substantial wealth and resources, thereby enabling our rapid development and equipping us to confront forthcoming crises. As we progress, our burgeoning strength may evoke concern within the empire. In times of peace, this would be manageable. However, with the empire currently embroiled in conflicts on 3 fronts, our formidable power could incite unease. Wang Hai then turned to Li Qingyun and said, "Qingyun, I entrust this matter to you, as you possess considerable experience in such affairs." Li Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, my lord." Wang Hai then cheerfully remarked, "Those are the primary matters for today. Everyone else may return to rest, for we shall be quite busy in the days to come. Qingyun, please stay behind as we discuss the details." The others promptly responded, "My lord, we shall take our leave now." As the crowd dispersed, Wang Hai turned to Li Qingyun and inquired about the situation in the North Sea Empire. Li Qingyun replied, "I have dispatched a senior warrior accompanied by 6 intermediate warriors to select a relatively weaker lord who possesses a city, namely Tianhai City. His performance during this period has garnered unanimous approval, and given that he is the only senior warrior in Tianhai City, the defense of the city has been entrusted to him." Wang Hai remarked, "Additionally, I have sent 3 teams to infiltrate the most powerful royal family and 2 other strong lords, awaiting their gradual establishment. I will continue to send more operatives to penetrate the Golden North Sea Empire." Nodding, Wang Hai added, "Time is of the essence. Once the Navy stabilizes its position, I intend to engage in battle with the North Sea Empire. The stronger our infiltration, the lesser our losses, and the greater our chances of victory." Li Qingyun nodded in response, "Rest assured, my lord. I understand. Furthermore, Lu Tianling has heard that you have experienced 2 major battles, leading to a rapid expansion of your territory. Should he merge his forces? They currently number over 60,000, with 86 senior warriors, while the remainder consists primarily of intermediate warriors. with fewer than 3,000 low-level warriors. Wang Hai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There are no immediate plans for further combat in the territory. Allocate 5 million gold coins from the Lord's treasury to him, allowing for an expansion of strength and rapid development. This year, in the war against the Haoyue Empire, the empire suffered losses of tens of millions of warriors. It is estimated that the number of war orphans will rise sharply this year. He should recruit as many as possible. For those who cannot be accommodated, send them to the territory in batches. Otherwise, we may face dire consequences this winter, with many perishing from the cold or starvation. Li Qingyan nodded. I will convey your instructions to him, Commander. Wang Hai affirmed. Let us proceed with this arrangement for now. With the 61 newly occupied cities, your 300,000 low-level warriors must not slacken in their vigilance over these cities. Once their strength increases, you may withdraw half to return, leaving 15,000 to form the final guard unit with the newly recruited warriors. With the return of 50,000 intermediate warriors, you will have 150,000 intermediate warriors and 263 senior warriors. Expedite the training of the incoming mercenaries and temporarily reduce mercenary missions. At this moment, within the Li family courtyard, numerous high-ranking members were joyously gathered, as Wang Hai's formidable strength had significantly elevated the standing of the Li family. Those who had previously looked down upon them, such as the Viscount and Baron, now treated them with utmost courtesy, all thanks to Wang Hai. Li Wenjie, the head of the Li family, inquired, Wanshan, have you still not made contact with the young lady? Li Wanshan shook his head. No. The young lady's whereabouts are unknown. We have been waiting outside the Lord's manor for quite some time and have not even seen a glimpse of Qinglian, the maid. It appears the young lady is indeed not at the Lord's manor. Li Wenjie frowned. You must expedite your efforts. Wang Hai is now the youngest marquis in the empire, and with his formidable military power, it is quite possible for him to ascend to duke. You should encourage Jingqin to take the initiative. It would be best for her to bear a legitimate son as soon as possible, even if Wang Hai has other offspring in the future. The title will belong to Jingqin's child, and our Li family status will undoubtedly rise correspondingly. Li Wanshan understood the significance of the matter and promptly assured, rest assured, head of the family, I will find a way to contact the young lady. Meanwhile, Wang Kuan was troubled within me, gazing at the gifts bestowed by the emperor with no trace of joy, his face marred by sorrow. Lady Wang consoled him, do not be disheartened, my lord. Haier is now a marquis, on par with you. Wang Kuan shook his head, replying, it is not the same. Haier commands military power that likely rivals that of the 8 great dukes. Lady Wang exclaimed in astonishment, surely it cannot be that extreme. Wang Kuan sighed. I too wish it were not so. A sudden inferno obliterated an entire city, with over 200,000 souls perishing, an achievement beyond the reach of the 8 dukes, who have leveraged long-standing imperial alliances for their current stature. Haier, with minimal ties to the royal family, wields such formidable forces, and amidst the turmoil engulfing the empire, the imperial court's wariness towards him is not to be underestimated. Chapter 91. The Black Chasm Mountains. As the territory continued to flourish, Wang Hai found himself in need of time and a swift enhancement of his own power. With his strength advancing, he recognized that the outermost perimeter of the 10,000 mountains bore little significance. Thus far, only 22 night blood mosquitoes had ascended to level 8 beasts. Among the 55 fire elementals, merely 6 had achieved the same. Of the 111 lightning leopards, only 16 had reached level 8. Among the 55 diamond apes, a mere 8 had attained the level, while all 5 blood-sucking vines evolved into level 8 beasts. The vicinity of the Flame Mountains had been largely purged of high-level beasts, with only mid-level creatures remaining in the outermost regions of the 10,000 mountains. Even encounters with high-level beasts were predominantly with those of level 7. Level 8 creatures were rarely seen. To rapidly enhance his prowess, Wang Hai resolved to venture deeper into the heart of the 10,000 mountains. Having made his decision, Wang Hai set forth into the depths of the mountain range. As he delved deeper, the likelihood of encountering high-level beasts increased, and the frequency of combined assaults from numerous beasts became commonplace. After a fortnight, Wang Hai, accompanied by his army of beasts, had penetrated over 500 miles into the interior of the 10,000 mountains, where it was almost guaranteed that 1 in every 3 beasts encountered was of high caliber. The majority of his beasts had also ascended to level 8, while Wang Hai himself had reached the pinnacle of level 7 warriors, on the verge of entering the ranks of level 8. Growing increasingly cautious, Wang Hai sensed an intense clash ahead and hastened towards the source of the commotion. Upon nearing the tumult, he beheld an 8th-level beast, the Crimson Blood Tiger, being besieged by 2 individuals whose chaotic attacks rendered the creature unable to withstand the onslaught. Collapsing to the ground, Wang Hai observed the fine craftsmanship of the weapons wielded by the 2 youths, astonished that they had achieved the status of high-level warriors at such a tender age of 16. The 2 young men, equally surprised by Wang Hai's arrival, were aware that it had been ages since an outsider had set foot in this realm. They curiously inquired, "Who are you?" Wang Hai responded with a smile. "I hail from the Han Hai Empire and am an adventurer." The 2 youths, showing great politeness, replied, "We are members of the Black Gold Empire's Black Chasm Mountain Guard." Wang Hai was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you from the Black Gold Empire?" The 2 youths nodded in affirmation. A tempest of emotions surged within Wang Hai. The Black Gold Empire was a relic from millennia ago. However, he cautiously remarked, "You still have cities within the 10,000 Great Mountains?" One of the youths shook his head and replied, "We guard the Mineral Mountain Range, but the Empire has not sent anyone to collect minerals for over 10,000 years. Perhaps they have encountered some difficulties." The other youth quickly interjected, "Do not speak ill of the Empire. The commander would surely give you a sound thrashing for such words." The first youth, somewhat intimidated, retorted, "The commander is not here, and besides, I am merely stating the truth." Wang Hai smiled and inquired, "Your commander must be quite formidable. At least a star warrior, I presume?" The youth proudly proclaimed, "Our commander is a king-level warrior, one who surpasses even the stars." Wang Hai was astonished. "So? Those above the stars are indeed king-level warriors." His heart raced at the thought of such powerful beings residing within the 10,000 Great Mountains. He would need to tread carefully. The youth chuckled, "Surely your nation does not lack even a king-level warrior?" Wang Hai nodded. "Indeed, our empire's strongest are merely star warriors." The youth immediately beamed. "We have 25 star warriors here." Wang Hai clicked his tongue in disbelief. "You are indeed formidable. The Black Gold Empire is truly powerful." The youth replied with pride, "This is merely one guard unit from our Black Shale Mountain. The Empire boasts over 10,000 king-level warriors and over 1,000,000 star warriors." Wang Hai was astounded. "How can the Black Gold Empire be so strong? I truly envy you. It has been over 10,000 years since the Empire sent anyone. Could you 2 possibly be ancient beings from that era?" The youth sighed. "We are descendants of the original guard unit, which once numbered over 10,000. In our generation, there are only about 200 of us left, as all the miners have perished." Wang Hai curiously asked, "Have you never considered venturing out to seek the Empire and inquire about why there has been no contact?" The youth sighed again. "The Empire has strict edicts. Any member of the guard who leaves without a decree faces execution without mercy, along with the extermination of their entire clan. Hence, we cannot leave the Black Shale Mountains." Wang Hai responded, "You could have let the miners leave." The youth looked at him incredulously. "Firstly, most miners are slaves who would not return if they escaped. Secondly, they are primarily civilians and low-level warriors. How could they traverse the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains to reach the Black Gold Empire? Thirdly, even if they successfully left, upon discovering the truth, they would risk a near-certain death upon returning, only to resume their lives as slave miners." Wang Hai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The youth's words rang true. Why would anyone toil to escape only to return to suffering, especially considering the negligible chance of survival? Chapter 92. Black Shale Minerals. Wang Hai chuckled. "Indeed, it seems I have been rather oblivious." The youth remarked, "It has been ages since anyone has come here." The other youth sighed. "In a few hundred years, our guard unit will likely have all but dissipated." The young lad gazed at Wang Hai and said, "You may leave. We have enjoyed our conversation, and I do not wish to impose upon you." Wang Hai slowly approached and replied, "Given the lateness of the hour, may I seek refuge here for the night?" The youth immediately adopted a serious demeanor and commanded, "Halt. If you take another step forward, I shall have no choice but to act." Observing the gravity in the boy's expression, Wang Hai ceased his advance. Another young man interjected, "We are the guardians of the Black Gold Empire, stationed at the Black Shale Mountain Range. It is our ancestral duty to prevent anyone from trespassing upon these lands." Recognizing the potential threat behind their stern faces, Wang Hai retrieved 2 glass bottles of wine from his spatial ring and placed them on the ground. He then proclaimed, "It has been a pleasure to meet you both today. These 2 bottles of fine wine shall serve as a token of our acquaintance." The youth marveled at the crystal-clear bottles, the liquid within resembling pure water. With a hint of skepticism, he approached, lifted a glass bottle, and upon uncorking it, was greeted by an intoxicating aroma. The fragrance of the wine was rich and powerful. Upon tasting it, a wave of warmth surged from his stomach. This was his first encounter with such potent liquor, rendering all previous drinks he had consumed pale in comparison. He graciously accepted the wine, and, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, "I shall accept your generous gift. Since you are so magnanimous, we cannot be stingy." He then produced a dagger, black with a hint of crimson, from his waist, and offered it to Wang Hai. This dagger is forged from the unique minerals of the Black Sha mountain range. It is extraordinarily sharp, and I bestow it upon you. Wang Hai accepted the dagger, admiring its glimmering edge, and chuckled. "Ha, ha, I thank you both. May I inquire your names?" The young man replied, "I am Peng Chi Tsai, and he is Wei Kuanhua." Wang Hai then bowed respectfully, stating, "I am Wang Hai. Until we meet again by fate." He turned and departed, prompting the two youths to begin packing their belongings and return to the Black Sha mountain range. After a week, Wang Hai returned to the Flame Mountain range, during which time most of his magical beasts had advanced to level 8, and he himself had successfully become a level 8 warrior. The first matter upon his return was to seek out Xie Chongqing. Upon observing the enhanced energy fluctuations within Wang Hai, Xie Chongqing smiled and said, "Congratulations, my lord, on your newfound strength." Wang Hai grinned and replied, "I cannot compare to you. We are both star magic masters. I have come to inquire about the material of this dagger." He then handed the dagger to Xie Chongqing, who examined it and remarked with a smile, "My lord, have you discovered remnants of the Black Gold Empire?" Wang Hai shook his head and inquired, "Why do you presume that I have found remnants of the Black Gold Empire?" Xie Chongqing responded with a smile, "This mineral is known as Black Sha ore. Weapons crafted from it are incredibly sharp and remarkably durable. You may compare it for yourself." Wang Hai took out his large sword and struck the dagger, only to have his sword shatter instantly, while the dagger remained unscathed. Wang Hai clicked his tongue in disbelief and exclaimed, "The difference is not trivial at all." Xie Chongqing smiled and remarked, "Moreover, the weapons forged from ordinary ores by the Star Warriors tend to have significantly reduced lifespans. When a king-level warrior begins with standard weaponry, it can no longer withstand the might of their fighting spirit. The Rakshasa ore, however, is capable of enduring the strength of a king-level warrior's energy." During the era of the Black Gold Empire, anyone who became a Star Warrior was entitled to a set of equipment crafted from Rakshasa ore, marking its most prolific usage. Furthermore, the dagger you possess, in both its patterns and design, distinctly reflects the style of the Black Gold Empire, which is why I inquired whether you had stumbled upon the remnants of that empire. Wang Hai nodded and replied, "I see now. What I encountered was not the ruins of the Black Gold Empire, but it is indeed related to that era." Puzzled, Xie Chongqing asked, "How so?" Wang Hai recounted his experiences in the Black Sha mountain range, and Xie Chongqing sighed. It turns out that the production of Rakshasa ore from the Black Gold Empire originates from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Unfortunately, the strength of our adversaries is formidable. Otherwise, if we could claim the Rakshasa ore for ourselves, our power would undoubtedly soar. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed, these resources are crucial for our future endeavors, and I must acquire them at all costs. Has the testing of magical aptitude in City 61 been completed? Xie Chongqing responded, "Yes, it has been completed." A total of over 35,000 individuals were assessed, combined with the previous 11,000, bringing the total enrollment in the Magic Academy to nearly 47,000. Wang Hai inquired, "What is the overall strength of the Magic Academy at present?" Xie Chongqing smiled and reported, "We have 1-star mage, 1 level 9 mage, 5 level 8 mages, 31 level 7 mages, over 11,000 intermediate mages, and over 36,000 low-level mages." Chapter 93. Opening of the Forbidden Sea Order. Wang Hai nodded with a smile. The capacity of the Magic Academy is rapidly approaching its limit. With a resigned smile, Xie Chongqing replied, "Indeed. I initially envisioned upgrading from a scale of 10,000 to 50,000, expecting it to suffice for a long time. Yet it seems we could barely sustain it for a year." Wang Hai chuckled, "I believe it is time for you to revise your plans." Curiously, Xie Chongqing asked, "How does the Lord intend to amend them?" Wang Hai calmly stated, "We must alter our positioning. We should no longer view ourselves merely as a magic academy, but as a magic city, an expansive metropolis capable of accommodating over 1 million mages. In the future, it will become a sanctuary for all practitioners of magic." Xie Chongqing pondered, realizing the grand ambition of his lord was greater than he had anticipated. A magic city housing over 1,000,000 mages. Such a number likely exceeds the total of mages in the entire Han Hai Empire at present. Xie Chongqing nodded. However, the resources required for such a vast scale must be immense, and it remains uncertain when it could be completed. Wang Hai replied with a smile. We can develop it in phases. The current 20,000 acres will serve as our central district, and we can expand eastward by another 20,000 acres to establish an eastern district. As our numbers grow, we can form 5 major branches: east, west, south, north, and center, fostering competition and motivation among the branches. Even if each of the 5 academies accommodates 50,000 individuals, it would suffice for a total of 250,000 wizards. As the number of applicants continues to rise, we can establish external institutions surrounding the 5 main academies, wherein only those ranked as intermediate wizards and below would reside. Only those of intermediate wizardry and above would earn the privilege to dwell within the esteemed 5 academies. Such measures are designed to motivate wizards to diligently pursue their studies, allowing even those mastering advanced magic to gain entry into the 5 academies in the future. Xie Chongqing was ultimately persuaded by Wang Hai's vision, advocating for a phased development approach to establish the 5 academies. Once these institutions are fully operational, they will serve as a nucleus, creating both internal and external academies to facilitate rapid growth while simultaneously fostering enthusiasm for training among all. The feasibility of this plan is indeed substantial. Xie Chongqing nodded in agreement, stating, I concur with your lordship's perspective. Let us commence the construction of the Eastern Academy. Wang Hai replied with a smile, Indeed. It is a brilliant idea, one that reflects my own ingenuity. After further discussion, they remained vigilant regarding the Black Chasm Mountains. Although their numbers were few, their formidable combat prowess was a concern. Wang Hai was troubled by the current circumstances, facing the dual threats of the Empire and the Free Democratic Coalition. Maintaining peace among the 3 parties was the most prudent outcome, affording him ample time to develop rapidly. Now, the Lord aimed to expand his strength. As both the Empire and the Free Democratic Coalition were presently immobilized, the subsequent focus would be on the Northern Sea Empire. Once he successfully absorbed and assimilated the Northern Sea Empire, his power would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. With the resolution of the pirate issue, over 400,000 square kilometers of maritime territory entered a phase of peaceful development, prompting Wang Hai to lift the maritime ban. Previously, due to the rampant piracy that necessitated harm reduction, the Empire had enacted a maritime prohibition, restricting coastal fishermen from venturing beyond 3 miles of the shore. Wang Hai began issuing proclamations, encouraging all territorial fishermen to construct large fishing vessels for deep-sea harvesting, stipulating that fishermen under his lordship's jurisdiction would only be required to pay 1/10 of their catch as tax. In contrast, non-territorial fishermen would owe 3/10. Wang Hai's naval forces would safeguard all fishermen from pirate assaults. As his proclamations were posted across the 83 cities under his domain, many intrepid fishermen began banding together to invest in the construction of large fishing boats, while affluent merchants sought to recruit crew members. Aware that deep-sea fishing necessitated a substantial workforce, the sea teemed with various types of valuable fish. As time progressed, the first fishing vessel returned from the ocean, yielding a bounty worth more than 2 years' worth of prior catches. As news of this success spread, an increasing number of individuals grew envious, gradually embarking on the creation of their own vessels for deep-sea endeavors. Most of Wang Hai's cities were maritime settlements, with the fishing industry booming. The exchanges between cities became more frequent and intimate. As fishing revenues surged, disposable incomes rose, leading to a rapid expansion of commerce in the coastal cities, significantly boosting their tax revenues. While Wang Hai's fishermen reaped substantial profits, fishermen from other lords began to venture into deep-sea fishing as well, albeit with tax obligations 3 times that of Wang Hai's fishermen. Many fishermen, seeking to evade taxes, began relocating to the islands within the domain of Wang Hai, registering as his subjects. With the introduction of new policies, the population of the maritime city surged rapidly, leading to the realization of tax revenues and other benefits. However, the coastal lords and city masters soon discovered a troubling issue. Their primary source of income, the fishing industry, was experiencing a significant downturn. In some cities, tax revenues, after military expenditures, fell into the negative, prompting investigations into the fishing villages, which revealed that once thriving communities had been entirely vacated. Vibrant fish trading markets, once bustling with activity, fell silent as traders migrated to Wang Hai's maritime cities to establish their businesses. Chapter 94. The arrival of the Alliance of Merchants. A multitude of lords and city masters convened to assess the situation, and the findings were shocking. In a mere 6 months, the coastal cities had experienced a population decline exceeding 20 million, equivalent to the total population loss of at least 20 cities. In response, numerous lords and city masters jointly petitioned the empire, demanding compensation from Wang Hai and the repatriation of all fishermen. The emperor, upon reviewing these petitions, felt a sense of helplessness. He ordered Wang Hai to compensate the losses and return the fishermen, but ultimately decided against such actions, believing they would only diminish Wang Hai's sense of belonging to the empire, resulting in greater losses. Without issuing a directive, many cities and lords began to personally subsidize their military forces. Though manageable in the short term, this was not a sustainable solution, and the coastal cities found themselves in a state of discontent, teetering on the brink of despair. Unexpectedly for Wang Hai, the tax revenues from the fishing industry had soared to 30 million gold coins in just half a year, with a continuing upward trajectory. Across the 62 maritime cities, a flurry of merchant vessels set sail daily, creating a lively atmosphere. With the completion of the 4 major shipyards and the full operation of the 7 additional shipyards, the Navy boasted 31 colossal warships. This was achieved while accommodating numerous private shipbuilding orders, the profits from which offset the costs of military ship construction, leaving a modest surplus. As Li Qingyun established a maritime trade route with the Blue Mountain Empire, he dispatched elite warriors laden with glassware and exquisite glass wine to engage in commerce with them. Over the past 6 months, this endeavor yielded a profit of 16 million, supplemented by an additional 7 million from the imperial capital, resulting in total revenues of 23 million gold coins. After accounting for military expenditures, Wang Hai's total revenue, along with various other taxes, amounted to 13 million gold coins. Thus, his earnings over the past 6 months reached a staggering 66 million gold coins, marking the zenith of his wealth. Just as Wang Hai reveled in his newfound riches, he received word that Master Li from the Empire's Alliance of Merchants had come to pay his respects to the Lord. Wang Hai, smiling, replied, "At last, you have arrived. Please, come in." He was well aware that news of his dealings with the Alliance of Merchants in the Blue Mountain Empire, as well as the establishment of his factory, could not have escaped their attention. Upon Master Li's arrival, Wang Hai greeted him warmly, saying, "Master Li, it has been nearly a year since our last meeting in the imperial capital." Master Li responded with a smile, "Indeed, my lord, you have transformed significantly since then. You hardly have time to visit the capital anymore." Wang Hai sighed and remarked, "The influence is growing ever more formidable, and the Empire's suspicion towards me intensifies. I scarcely dare to enter the Empire now." Master Li chuckled and replied, "Indeed, Lord, you are now the foremost lord of the Han Hai Empire. Some level of suspicion from the Empire is to be expected." Wang Hai nodded in agreement, saying, "Who could argue otherwise?" Master Li continued with a smile, "I hear that you have established 3 grand factories, which must significantly boost the production of crystal utensils and exquisite crystal wines, reportedly even exported to the Blue Mountain Empire." Wang Hai expressed his surprise. "You are well informed, Master Li. You wouldn't also know my methods, would you?" Master Li grinned wryly. "That is impossible. The key individuals must sign a blood contract to ensure confidentiality. Others cannot obtain such information, right?" Wang Hai laughed. "You make a valid point, Master Li. However, my sale to the Blue Mountain Empire was a reluctant choice, as I cannot venture to the imperial capital, with so many to support. I had no option but this lesser strategy." Master Li nodded in understanding. "Quite so. How much stock do you currently possess, Lord?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hai replied, 600,000 crystal products and 1 million bottles of crystal wine. Master Li appeared somewhat astonished. "I hadn't anticipated such quantities. Nevertheless, I shall take them all. 600,000 sets of crystal products at 80 gold coins each, totaling 48 million gold coins. 1 million bottles of crystal wine at 50 gold coins each sums to 50 million gold coins. Combined, that amounts to 98 million gold coins." Wang Hai nodded. "No problem. It's a deal." This sum was monumental for Wang Hai, yet upon grasping the broader circumstances of the Forsaken Continent, he realized it was but a trifling amount for the Wanming Chamber of Commerce. He then instructed Huang Qimin to fetch several spatial rings. After receiving them, he handed them to Master Li, who inspected them and affirmed, "Everything is in order." Master Li then produced a card containing 98 million gold coins and handed it to Wang Hai, saying, "Please provide me with your gold card, Lord. With your total sales reaching 100 million gold coins, you will become a platinum member according to the Chamber's regulations, allowing you to enjoy a 25% discount on all purchases." Wang Hai promptly handed over his gold card with a smile. "I appreciate your assistance, Master Li." Master Li then exchanged it for a platinum card and smiled as he presented it to Wang Hai, saying, "It is my duty. I shall visit your territory annually for transactions, so you need not travel to the imperial capital." Wang Hai replied with a grin, "I am grateful for your efforts, Master Li." Master Li responded cheerfully, "Not at all. I shall take my leave now." As Master Li departed, Huang Qimin inquired, "Should we halt our transactions with the Blue Mountain Empire?" Wang Hai shook his head, "No need. The Blue Mountain Empire is not worth the attention of the Wanming Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 95. The transaction. Huang Qimin remarked, "The Wanming Chamber must be incredibly powerful to disregard the Blue Mountain Empire." Wang Hai sighed, "It is not that they are too strong. Rather, we are too weak." With the addition of the 98 million, Wang Hai calculated his liquidity now stood at an impressive 200 million. He then instructed, "Send 10 million to Li Qingyun and 5 million to Lu Tianling. This year has witnessed numerous grand battles, leaving behind countless war orphans and a significant surge in food prices. One cannot help but wonder how many will struggle to survive. In light of this, the 5 infantry regiments, 3 cavalry regiments, and 6 naval divisions are all to be expanded to a strength of 50,000 each, with the hope that more lives can be spared this winter." Huang Qimin understood that the Lord's financial resources were not a significant concern for this military expansion, and he promptly nodded, saying, "I shall draft the announcement. Once the Lord confirms and issues it, I will officially communicate it to the 3 commanding generals." Wang Hai nodded in response, "Go ahead." While Wang Hai was basking in wealth, the imperial palace was embroiled in disputes over finances. The Minister of Finance reported, "Your Majesty, excluding the 2 cities under Wang Hai's dominion, there are still 31 coastal cities, with a total population of over 37 million recorded last year. However, recent reports indicate that the population in these 31 coastal cities has dwindled to just over 12 million, reflecting a staggering 2/3 loss. The remaining populace, primarily composed of the empire's nobility, either possesses enterprises in the empire's interior or are reluctant to abandon their holdings. Each coastal city now has fewer than 300,000 residents, a significant portion of whom are exempt from taxes. The reduction in population has led to a dramatic decline in profits, resulting in pitiably low tax revenues and a decaying commercial landscape. The current tax income is insufficient to sustain the garrison in the coastal cities, necessitating nearly 3 million gold coins in monthly subsidies for the empire's 23 cities. The remaining 8 cities, now under the jurisdiction of local lords, attempted to raise taxes, but the average population in these cities has fallen below 200,000, with nearly 100,000 being tax-exempt. They have begun substantial reductions in their military forces to ensure their own survival. At this rate, the coastal cities will become ghost towns within a year, devoid of any value, leading to increasing subsidies for these areas. Ultimately, the empire's financial support, which could have lasted another year and a half, is expected to diminish by 3 months. I implore your Majesty to make a decisive judgment." The great emperor of the vast sea was instantly enraged, proclaiming, "Wang Hai, what cunning tactics! Without shedding blood, he has turned the 31 coastal cities into desolate ruins, while simultaneously augmenting his own power. Such audacity! I command the Dawn Legion to mobilize. I shall eradicate Wang Hai." The Minister of Defense, flustered, interjected, "The Dawn Legion has already cost 15 billion gold coins to establish, and it primarily consists of novice soldiers. Victory over Wang Hai would rely solely on sheer numbers, but I fear the Dawn Legion has already been severely weakened. The Empire's finances now stand at approximately 10 billion gold coins, rendering it incapable of assembling a legion of 10 million. Should a crisis arise, the Empire would be unable to provide support." The Minister of Rights retorted, "General Li, how dare you suggest that the Empire faces a crisis? What do you perceive the Emperor's standing to be?" The Minister of Defense coldly responded, "I do not intend any disrespect towards the Emperor. I merely recognize the duty of loyalty that comes with serving the sovereign. The great emperor of the vast sea understood that the Minister of Defense had the empire's best interests at heart, and with a sigh, he remarked, "Enough of this bickering. Let us all propose ideas on how to proceed." The Minister of Finance then stated, "Your Majesty, I have a plan, but I beseech your forgiveness for my audacity." The great emperor nodded, "I grant you clemency." The Chancellor of Finance promptly stated, "Your Majesty, I believe the coastal cities are akin to a tasteless morsel, regrettable to discard yet unpalatable to consume. I propose that we allow King Hai to contribute 2 million gold coins for each of the 23 cities of the empire, thereby granting him dominion over them. Simultaneously, we should permit the coastal lords to sell their territories to King Hai." The Minister of Defense, instantly enraged, retorted, "Chancellor, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You are feeding a tiger." The Chancellor, taken aback, quickly replied, "Please allow General Li to hear me out." The Emperor nodded, granting the Chancellor permission to continue. He elaborated, "Your Majesty, our 23 cities combined with the 9 cities of the Lords total 31, each valued at 2 million gold coins. This would entail an expenditure of 62 million gold coins from King Hai, which, I estimate, will deplete the funds he has amassed through years of warfare and recent trade taxes. Consequently, he will lack the gold required for rapid development. Furthermore, this sum could alleviate the financial burdens of the empire, and once the Dawn Legion's strength escalates further, we can annihilate King Hai entirely. Thus, these cities would revert to the empire, rendering all of King Hai's efforts ultimately contributory to our cause." The Minister of Defense vehemently objected, "Regardless, these are our imperial cities. How can we relinquish them to King Hai for mere monetary gain? This is treasonous and an act against our lineage." The Chancellor promptly knelt and implored, "I beseech your forgiveness, Your Majesty." The Emperor, casting a sidelong glance at the Chancellor, replied slowly, "I have stated that you are pardoned. Your reasoning is not without merit." The Minister of Defense gasped, "Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed." The Emperor then decreed, "You may all withdraw. I am fatigued and require time to contemplate." The Minister of Defense, resigned, echoed, "We take our leave." Chapter 96. Coastal Cities. Once the Chancellor of Finance departed from the palace and returned to his residence, he exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be confronted by a shadowy figure. Observing the figure, he remarked, "Inform your lord that I have fulfilled his request." The shadow nodded and produced a gold card, stating, "This is the 2 million gold coins promised by our lord." The Chancellor gazed at the gold card, his face lighting up as he mused, "I wonder what your lord is thinking, liquidating all his assets to purchase cities, fully aware that the empire will inevitably turn against him." The shadow replied, "Our lord has his own plans. We provide the funds, you execute the task, and we each reap our respective benefits." The Chancellor chuckled, "Indeed, ha ha. Ha." Half a month later, a proclamation emerged, causing a stir throughout the empire. The document declared, "Marquis Wang Hai, amidst the financial difficulties of the empire, has donated 46 million gold coins, deeply moving His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty has graciously conferred all 23 coastal cities to Wang Hai, while simultaneously permitting 7 coastal lords to sell their territories to the noble class of the empire." In an instant, the capital was abuzz with news that Wang Hai had amassed a fortune from war, now astonishingly wealthy, with his generosity amounting to an incredible 46 million. With the addition of 23 coastal cities, Wang Hai's dominion has surpassed 100 cities, totaling 106, making him the sole lord in the annals of the Han Hai Empire to govern such a vast territory. Among the 7 lords, 5 are acutely aware that the empire lacks the strength to compel Wang Hai to relinquish his holdings. The coastal cities have become largely unprofitable, consistently incurring losses. As negotiations ensue in Wang Hai's domain, they ultimately align with the empire's valuation of 2 million gold coins. Within the Lord's Manor, Huang Chi-min addressed Wang Hai, stating, "Only the cities of Hailong and China remain, as their respective lords show no inclination to engage in trade. According to the latest intelligence, they have not reduced their troop numbers. Rather, they have increased them." Wang Hai responded with a smile, "It seems there are benefactors supporting them with financial aid. What is the current size of their military?" Huang Chi-min replied, "Both lords are advanced warriors, and their guard units have expanded to 10,000, with 5,000 being newly recruited soldiers. Among the remaining 5,000, there are approximately 70 intermediate warriors." Wang Hai mused, "Each city lord possesses a singular advanced warrior. Along with 70 intermediate warriors, the rest comprise lower-tier fighters. What if a cadre of over 100 advanced warriors were to obliterate all high-tier combatants in a single night? What would ensue? Huang Qinmin cautioned, if such an act were to occur, it would be evident that it was orchestrated by our lord. The empire, for the sake of its own dignity and reputation, would be compelled to retaliate. Wang Hai chuckled. It could also be attributed to pirates. Huang Qinmin countered. Most pirates have been eradicated. Where would we find more? Wang Hai elaborated. There exists a faction of pirates that emerged after the collapse of the Pirate Alliance, composed entirely of high-tier warriors. They could annihilate all advanced fighters in Hailong and Qian'er cities overnight, and subsequently plunder their treasury. Huang Qinmin frowned. However, the nobility of the empire would not be inclined to believe such a tale. They would inundate the empire with petitions, and under the pressure from numerous nobles, the empire would have to respond. Wang Hai smiled. What if we could provide proof that the 4 infantry regiments, 3 cavalry regiments, and 6 naval divisions were not present? Realization dawned upon Huang Qinmin, and he smiled. Are you suggesting, my lord? Wang Hai nodded. In 1 month, we shall conduct a joint military exercise with the 3 major regiments of infantry, cavalry, and naval forces, inviting all nobles of the empire to observe. This serves 2 purposes. First, to demonstrate our might to the empire, dissuading them from acting against us. Second, to furnish evidence of the absence of all troops. Huang Qinmin furrowed his brow. But where shall we procure over 100 advanced warriors? The 5-Claw Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps? Wang Hai shook his head. The 5-Claw Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps comprises over 1 million personnel spread across the major cities of the lords. It is common knowledge that the corps belongs to me, and I will ensure that all advanced warriors from the 5-Claw Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps are present. Huang Qinmin's expression remained tense. How then shall we find over 100 advanced warriors? Wang Hai smiled. The 5th Mobile Infantry Regiment. Huang Qinmin understood that this regiment is formed from a combination of the 5,000 guards and some intermediate warriors from the 5-Claw Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps. However, it is the most recently established infantry regiment, having been formed for less than a year. Huang Qinmin immediately remarked. The 5th Mobile Infantry Regiment has been established for less than a year. Having over 100 senior soldiers seems rather challenging. Wang Hai chuckled and replied, just manage the other matters well. I will take care of the senior soldiers. Huang Qinmin nodded and assured, rest assured, my lord, I understand. Wang Hai then nodded and instructed, go and make the arrangements. Huang Qinmin bowed and departed, yet his thoughts lingered on the 5th Mobile Infantry Regiment, the only military unit he had not encountered. It had remained deep within the Wanshan Mountains, and judging by the lord's tone, this force possessed formidable combat capabilities. Chapter 97. Court Farce within the Imperial Palace. Emperor Han Hai surveyed the ministers below and inquired, what do you all believe the Marquis, Wang Hai, intends? The Minister of Defense responded, he seeks to demonstrate his power to the empire, a blatant provocation. I propose we strictly prohibit any noble from attending and issue a decree to refute Wang Hai. The Minister of Finance interjected, Your Majesty, I believe we should encourage the nobles to attend. The Minister of Defense retorted furiously, Zhang Zonglin, how much benefit have you received from Lord Wang Hai? Last time, the coastal cities of the empire were your poor suggestion to him. Now, Wang Hai aims to humiliate the empire, and you want His Majesty to extend his hand? What are you trying to achieve? Emperor Han Hai responded, General Li, I know your intentions are for the good of the empire. Let Zhang finish his remarks, and then we shall deliberate further. The Minister of Defense reluctantly conceded, I understand. The Minister of Finance continued, simultaneously. We can arrange for numerous nobles to observe military exercises across different regiments, accompanied by many spies to gauge Wang Hai's forces. This way, we can formulate strategies tailored to counter his military strength, enabling us to know ourselves and our adversaries, thus achieving victory in every confrontation. The Minister of Defense countered, is it worth challenging the empire's dignity merely to gather intelligence? The Minister of Finance replied, if we can resolve the Wang Hai issue, it will be worthwhile. Besides, this is merely an invitation for his friends to visit the Lord's territory. How can this be seen as a challenge to the empire's prestige? The Minister of Defense retorted vehemently, that scoundrel. His friends are nothing but a bunch of wastrels. Those good-for-nothings. Many other ministers were displeased, as their own children were among those referred to. The Minister of Works interjected, General Li, Wang Hai is the son of a marquis, having grown up in the empire, and has been companions with many noble offspring since childhood. They share a brotherly bond. We have watched him grow up and can consider ourselves his uncles. How can we refuse the invitation of a brother? The Minister of Defense realized his mistake and quickly added, Minister of Works, I spoke in haste and did not intend to offend you or your son. However, Wang Hai's territory is not a place we should visit. Emperor Han Hai, exasperated, declared, There is no need for further debate. This matter shall be settled here. Since it is a personal invitation from Wang Hai, you may decide for yourselves. Those who wish to go may do so, while those who do not should focus on their duties. Those attending must also ensure their affairs are in order and not allow personal matters to interfere with state responsibilities. The ministers promptly bowed and respectfully declared, We shall certainly pay our respects, never forgetting the Emperor's grace. The Minister of Defense interjected, Your Majesty, you must not. However, the Grand Emperor of the vast sea disregarded the minister's plea and stated, Let us conclude today's audience. He then turned and departed, ignoring the Minister of Defense's shouts. Watching the Grand Emperor's retreat, the Minister of Defense turned with a fierce glare at the Minister of Finance, exclaiming, Zhang Zonglin, you are but a parasite, a disgrace to the empire. I shall take your life today. As the Minister of Defense charged towards him, the Minister of Finance hastily replied, Li Jianfeng, what are you planning? We are both high-ranking officials of the court. To slay me would mean the annihilation of your entire lineage. The others quickly intervened, urging, General Li, temper your anger. We all serve the court. Though we may disagree, let us not mar our harmony. Li Jianfeng retorted, Release me. Even if it leads to the destruction of my kin, I must rid the empire of this pest. As he spoke, he unleashed his fighting spirit, sending the gathered scholars reeling, while most of the remaining military officers, his subordinates, refrained from stopping him. Just as the Minister of Defense closed in on the Minister of Finance, the latter began to panic and warned, Li Jianfeng, consider the gravity of your actions. To defy the court and threaten my lineage is no trivial matter. The Minister of Defense replied coolly, Serving the Emperor faithfully, I fear not the consequences of my actions. I owe no debt to the empire above, nor to the populace below. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lei Yibo, appeared and interjected, Stand down. You cannot harm him while I am present. The Minister of Defense questioned, Commander Lei, do you also wish to impede me? With a sigh, Lei Yibo replied, As the commander of the Imperial Guard, I bear my responsibilities. To kill him now would be a provocation against the empire and the emperor. I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Li Jianfeng gazed at Lei Yibo for a long moment before dissipating his fighting spirit and turning to leave slowly. Watching Li Jianfeng's departing figure, Lei Yibo felt an overwhelming sense of age wash over him. Both Lei Yibo and Li Jianfeng had long fought against the Blue Mountain Empire as part of the Snow Moon Legion, each harboring a fervent desire to serve their nation. Despite being of noble lineage, they were unmarred by the ailments of aristocracy, leading the charge in every battle with valor, fiercely defending the empire. One became the Minister of Defense, while the other rose to command the Imperial Guard. The Minister of Finance then remarked, Commander Lei, you must protect me. What if Li Jianfeng ambushes me from behind? Lei Yibo cast a sidelong glance at the Minister of Finance. He would not stoop to such treachery. It is not in his nature. The Minister of Finance attempted to retort, but Lei Yibo had already walked away, leaving him to return home in trepidation. Chapter 98. Bloodshed in two cities. As the military exercises of the 13 legions drew nearer, the imperial nobility gathered, arriving at the empire in waves. Wang Hai, indifferent to their presence, instructed them to collect a token from the Lord and proceed to any legion they wished to observe. Wang Hai made his way alone to the 5th Mobile Infantry Corps of the Flame Mountains. Upon receiving word, Xi and Shueji hurried to stand before Wang Hai, addressing him. My lord. Wang Hai nodded and inquired, What is the current strength of the 5th Mobile Infantry Corps? Xi and Shueji contemplated and stated, There are 3 9th-level warriors, 43 8th-level warriors, 371 7th-level warriors, 21,700 intermediate warriors, and more than 7,800 primary warriors. Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction. The 5th Mobile Infantry Regiment is the strongest among the 3 major corps. He then addressed Xi and Shueji. I require 1 7th-level senior warrior, 70 intermediate warriors, and over 10,000 lower-level warriors. You must eliminate all warriors of intermediate rank and above. Ransack the treasury, leaving no trace behind. How many men do you need? After a moment's thought, Xi and Shueji replied, 30 senior warriors will suffice. Wang Hai considered and said, Divide into 2 teams, each with 50 senior warriors. During the military exercise, masquerade as pirates and launch assassinations on both Hailong City and Qian'er City, eliminating all intermediate and higher-ranked warriors, then seized the treasury of the city lord's mansion. Xi and Shueji nodded and assured, "My lord, rest assured, I understand." As time progressed, the military exercise unfolded with great fervor, and all visiting delegations observed from high vantage points. All magical equipment and defensive magical formations were withdrawn, leaving the imperial nobles astonished by Wang Hai's armed forces. Following the conclusion of the exercise, news arrived that Hailong City and Qian'er City had been attacked by roaming pirates, resulting in the annihilation of all intermediate and higher-ranked warriors within the cities. Upon hearing this, Lord Wang Hai flew into a furious rage and promptly dispatched a large army to Hailong City and Qian'er City. He then petitioned the empire, seeking to claim Hailong City and Qian'er City as his own domain, advocating for unified management of the coastal cities of the empire to prevent such occurrences from happening again. The Minister of Defense, upon receiving this news, was incensed. Both city lords had been his former favorites, whom he had sponsored to train their armies, hoping they would serve as thorns in Wang Hai's territory. The Minister of Defense did not anticipate that Li Jianfeng would don court attire and enter the palace to meet with His Majesty. Upon his arrival, he found over 10 imperial ministers, including the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Works, waiting. Subsequently, a young attendant approached to announce, "Esteemed lords, His Majesty requests your presence." As the ministers entered the imperial study, they bowed and greeted, "We pay our respects to your Majesty." The Minister of Defense immediately spoke, "Your Majesty, I must inform you that Marquis Wang Hai has disguised himself as a pirate, bloodily ravaging Hailong and Qian'er cities, slaughtering the empire's lords." His Majesty, the Emperor, inquired, "Do you have evidence?" The Minister of Defense replied, "Your Majesty, pirates do not possess significant combat strength. It is impossible for them to annihilate so many intermediate and higher-ranked warriors overnight and ransack the treasury without leaving any trace. At least 60 senior warriors would need to act simultaneously in 2 groups to achieve this. And only Marquis Wang Hai could mobilize such strength in a short time to execute this massacre." The Emperor cast a sidelong glance and then produced a document, stating, "This is a communique from the nobles sent to Lord Wang Hai, confirming that during this period, all 13 of Wang Hai's legions were at full strength, with no personnel departing." The Minister of Defense took the document and examined it. After a moment, he slowly remarked, "It may be the 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps, which belongs to Wang Hai." The Emperor of the Vast Sea then spoke, "I have dispatched individuals to investigate the mercenary records of the 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Corps. All senior warriors of the Corps are currently engaged in missions, leaving no opportunity." The Minister of Defense fell silent, realizing that Wang Hai had left no trace. And the more ordinary it seemed, the more suspicious it became. This was not Wang Hai's usual demeanor. Suddenly, a thought struck the Minister of Defense, and he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I understand. Wang Hai must have other hidden forces." The Emperor of the Vast Sea glanced at him and inquired, "Do you have evidence?" The Minister of Defense replied bitterly, "I do not, Your Majesty." The Emperor then stated, "This is the last time. Without evidence, do not wrongfully accuse the Marquis of the Empire. Here are the statistics compiled by all our spies regarding Wang Hai's military strength. Read them." The Emperor tossed a document to a young attendant, who cautiously picked it up and read aloud, "Your Majesty, I, along with numerous internal guards, have conducted extensive investigations and have concluded the following. Marquis Wang Hai commands 4 major infantry corps, 3 cavalry corps, and 6 naval corps, each comprising 50,000 soldiers, totaling 650,000 troops. The 4th Mobile Infantry Corps, the 3rd Cavalry Corps, and the 5th and 6th Naval Corps were established later and are relatively weaker. Our statistics reveal that among the 13 corps of Marquis Wang Hai, there is 1 stellar warrior, the commander of the Mobile Infantry Corps, Chun Biao, 21 9th-level warriors, over 500 8th-level warriors, over 4,350 7th-level warriors, more than 420,000 intermediate warriors, and 220,000 low-level warriors. Within the 13 corps of Marquis Wang Hai, no mages have been discovered, nor have any magical fluctuations been detected. This is the report from the Empire's internal guards, Your Majesty." Chapter 99. The 5th Mobile Infantry Corps. Many ministers gasped in astonishment. Wang Hai possessed nearly 5,000 high-level warriors, including a stellar warrior, and his elite forces had surpassed those of a 1,000,000-strong legion. The Emperor of the Vast Sea surveyed his ministers and asked, "Do any of you have further comments?" The ministers exchanged glances until the Minister of Finance spoke up first, "Your Majesty." However, the Minister of Defense immediately interrupted, saying, "Zhang Zonglin, if you dare propose any foolish ideas, I shall have your head." The Emperor of the Vast Sea angrily admonished, "Li Jianfeng, do you dare to disrespect me?" The Minister of Defense, feeling helpless, replied, "I would never, Your Majesty." The Emperor then turned to the Minister of Finance and urged him to continue. The Minister of Finance, after a moment's hesitation, said, "Wang Hai's power is growing. Unless we mobilize the Imperial Capital's Guard Corps or wait for the Dawn Legion to fully mature, we cannot engage him in battle. Mobilizing the Guard Corps will undoubtedly destabilize the capital and compromise safety. It will take at least 10 years for the Dawn Legion to develop sufficiently to decisively defeat Wang Hai. During this time, we cannot guarantee that Wang Hai will not ally with other major powers to disrupt the current balance of the empire." The Emperor of the Vast Sea retorted, "He dares." The Minister of Finance replied nervously, "For now, he does not, but as his strength increases in the future, it may become a different story." The Emperor was aware of more than they were, for Wang Hai also possessed a magical unit, including at least 1 stellar mage, 10 high-level mages, and over 100 intermediate mages. Moreover, the more than 60 elite warriors are undoubtedly a concealed force led by Wang Hai. The Emperor of the Vast Sea promptly inquired, "What prudent strategy do you propose?" The Minister of Finance, with utmost caution, suggested, "I believe we might adopt the policy of conciliation. Lord Wang Hai has submitted a request for the cities of Hailong and Qianer. Presently, these 2 cities are effectively under his control. Granting them to him poses no threat to us, while simultaneously conveying our intention to win his favor." At that moment, the Emperor, observing the minister's hesitance, impatiently urged, "Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush. I grant you leniency." The minister, feeling somewhat resigned, continued, "Furthermore, it is well known throughout the empire that Wang Hai harbors affections for Princess Xiling. We could propose that Princess Xiling marry Wang Hai, thereby rendering his military ambitions baseless." The emperor retorted with indignation, "How can our imperial princess become a concubine to another? Moreover, I have previously decreed that matters concerning Xiling's marriage are to be determined by her alone. My words are not to be taken lightly. Henceforth, this matter must not be broached again." The minister, acknowledging the emperor's decree, conceded, "I understand." The emperor then softened his tone, stating, "Since Wang Hai desires Qianer and Hailong, let us concede them to him. I am weary. You may all withdraw." The assembled ministers, with reluctant compliance, responded, "We take our leave, Your Majesty." The emperor gazed helplessly as his ministers departed, aware that external threats loomed from the Haiyue Empire and the Lanchan Empire, while internally, the Free Democratic Coalition and Wang Hai's formidable forces posed significant challenges. With the issuance of the imperial decree, Wang Hai convened all his leadership to deliberate on forthcoming strategic directives. Wang Hai commenced, "Firstly, we shall encourage the fishermen, who previously resided in coastal cities, to return to their original homes. For many of these fishermen, leaving their homeland was a difficult choice made solely for survival. Their return is therefore not a significant issue, and we can offer some relocation assistance. Secondly, the 4th Mobile Infantry Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division will be stationed in the coastal cities for defense." At this juncture, Chun Biao interjected, "The coastal cities, connected to Xinghai and Wang Hai, stretch over 3,700 miles of coastline, comprising 33 cities. Stationing 100,000 troops appears somewhat insufficient. Should a crisis arise, even with naval support, it would be challenging to mobilize an effective response swiftly. The 4th Mobile Infantry Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division are the most recently established and possess the weakest overall combat capabilities. However, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Mobile Infantry Divisions, along with the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Divisions, are engaged in a standoff with the Blue River and the Free Democratic Coalition and cannot be redeployed. I propose 2 options. The first is to expand the 4th Mobile Infantry Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division. The second is to establish a new corps." Wang Hai turned to Huang Qimin and inquired, "Given the current circumstances of the territory, how feasible is it to establish a new corps of 100,000 troops, financially?" Huang Qimin responded with a smile, "The treasury currently holds over 100 million gold coins. With the ongoing development of marine resources, the monthly revenue from marine taxes is nearing 15 million gold coins. 3 major distilleries and glass factories are operating at full capacity, generating approximately 4 million gold coins monthly. Our territory now encompasses a total of 108 cities, even if each city contributes a mere 50,000 gold coins in taxes monthly. That amounts to 5 million gold coins. With a total monthly income of 25 million gold coins, we can comfortably expand our military by 100,000. Wang Hai waved his hand, expressing that engaging in futile military endeavors was hardly worthwhile, akin to the act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. He then declared, thirdly, the Mobile 5th Infantry Regiment shall be renamed the Mobile 6th Infantry Regiment. The 5th Mobile Infantry Regiment will be re-established, and the 4th Cavalry Regiment will be composed of 50,000 troops, tasked with safeguarding the coastal cities alongside the 4th Mobile Infantry Regiment and the 3rd Cavalry Regiment. Fourthly, the list of city lords for the 32 coastal cities, the roster of the guard regiments, as well as the personnel structure for the newly formed cavalry and mobile infantry regiments, must be completed expeditiously. Chapter 100. Naval Preparations. The assembled generals promptly bowed, responding, "As you command, my lord." Wang Hai nodded and turned to Wei Xinhao, inquiring about the progress of the Navy's training. Wei Xinhao replied, "The Navy's 6 legions possess a total of 34 colossal vessels, with 8 9th-level warriors, 213 8th-level warriors, 1,732 7th-level warriors, over 190,000 intermediate warriors, and over 110,000 low-level warriors." Wang Hai remarked, "There will be no immediate land conflicts. You have much to attend to. Li Qingyun, please unfurl the map." Li Qingyun retrieved and opened the map from his spatial ring. Wang Hai gazed at the empire and stated, "Through our control of the Ronallan Islands, we have gathered some intelligence. Approximately 1,500 kilometers from the Ronallan Islands, on the side of the 10,000 Great Mountains, lies a nation known as the North Sea Empire. At the center of the North Sea Empire is a colossal island housing 56 cities, in addition to several hundred smaller islands that collectively contain 65 cities. We have diligently completed the topographical mapping of the entire North Sea Empire over the past 2 years." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Their lord had been strategizing against the North Sea Empire for 2 years. Wang Hai continued, "The North Sea Empire consists of 121 cities, essentially formed by the alliance of 37 lords. The most powerful lord occupies 12 cities on the continent and is referred to as the royal family. The remaining 36 lords typically control between 5 to 6 cities, while many possess merely a single city, being known as princes. Historically, the lords within the empire frequently engaged in fierce battles, with new lords rising and others being vanquished. It was only 50 years ago that a truce was established, leading to the formation of the North Sea Empire. However, each lord continues to govern their territories independently, hence it is termed a united kingdom." Wang Hai then addressed Wei Xinhao, saying, "This will be your battlefield in the future. Li Qingyun has already deployed numerous spies within. You may deliberate on the strategic approach against the North Sea Empire. Should you require army support, consult with Xing Jianming and Chen Biao, but ensure that it does not compromise the security of our territories." Wei Xinhao promptly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Wang Hai then turned to Xing Jianming and Chen Biao, stating, "You must not remain idle. Our 2 greatest adversaries, the Free Democratic Coalition and the Empire that fears us, may strike at any moment. You must hasten your preparations." Xing Jianming and Chen Biao quickly affirmed, "As you command, my lord." Wang Hai nodded and concluded, "For now, these are the primary matters at hand. There is nothing further. You may retire and rest well." As the crowd performed their bows, they gradually began to disperse. Wang Hai, observing the individuals before him, understood well that once one embarks on this path, even if one hesitates, there will always be others who will urge one forward. As time progressed, a month slipped by, and soon winter would arrive, bringing with it a noticeable chill in the air. The Navy was diligently preparing for battle, and Li Qingyun and Wei Xinhao resolved to swiftly capture several cities before the onset of winter, for it is not conducive to warfare during that season. Their plan was to transport troops, establish defensive lines, and gradually secure all peripheral islands, followed by besieging the numerous cities on the main island. Wang Hai made his way to the Flame Mountains, a beloved sanctuary for him during the cold winter months. While he luxuriated in a hot spring, Xie Changqing approached and greeted him, "My lord." Wang Hai responded with a smile, "What brings you here, Director Xie?" With a beaming smile, Xie replied, "I come bearing good news for you, my lord." Wang Hai regarded him with an amused glance. If you have something to say, Director Xie, please do so directly. Xie Chongqing continued. The first piece of news is that the element affinity of the Lady of the Lord is remarkably high. In less than a year, she has already ascended to the rank of an 8th level mage. Her speed is astounding, and her comprehension of magic is exceptionally strong. Although she is an 8th level mage, her insights into magic are not inferior to mine. It is only a matter of time before she becomes a star mage. Wang Hai chuckled. That is to be expected. After all, who is her husband? Ha ha ha. Xie Chongqing, witnessing the Lord's playful demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation before continuing. The second piece of news is that Su Xiaowei has successfully advanced to become a Wood-Star Mage. Wang Hai's smile brightened even further. Having 2-star mages was indeed a delightful boon. Xie Chongqing proceeded. The East Campus has now been completed. We currently have over 63,000 students. I plan to divide the students into 2 groups, with myself as the Chancellor of the Magic Academy and Su Xiaowei as the Vice-Chancellor and head of the East Campus. Wang Hai nodded. That sounds good. You may arrange the Academy's personnel as you see fit. Is there anything else? Xie Chongqing then stated, the supply of magic crystals from the mines is nearly depleted, and production is insufficient to meet demand. We need to increase the number of workers for mining. Wang Hai, momentarily taken aback, inquired, what has happened that we are running short so quickly? Xie Chongqing replied with a hint of exasperation. As per your instructions, each division was to establish a magic crystal tower, and the inventory has mostly been allocated for the construction of the East Campus's tower. Additionally, with the increase in high-level mages, the output of magic crystal cannons and magical golems has become 6 each, and there are also 2 to 3 large ships launched each month. The construction of defensive formations requires a substantial amount of magic crystals. Chapter 101. City of Sierra. Wang Hai finally realized the increasing demand for magic crystals and promptly said, I will have Huang Qinmin prepare 5,000 craftsmen and have Zheng Jiaming send escorts to bring them in. Xie Chongqing nodded and remarked, my lord, I shall take my leave now. Wang Hai waved his hand, and Xie Chongqing turned to depart. The territory now boasted 2-star mages, and the strength of a star warrior was also on the rise. However, to confront the Black Saber Mountains, it is far from sufficient. Reinforcement is imperative. As time passed, Wei Xinhao dispatched 25 colossal vessels, each of 10,000 tons, along with an army of 100,000 naval soldiers. This formidable force comprised nearly 2,000 elite warriors from the Navy, with the remainder being no less than intermediate fighters, all aiming for a swift resolution. The 100,000 troops divided into 4 contingents, attacking for a mere 7 days, targeting coastal cities, and after this week of assault, they intended to swiftly establish a defensive line based on their newly seized strongholds. In the city of Sierra, as the moon rose, Deng Zhiqing smiled at Kai Guangchao and remarked, Brother Kai, you are now the foremost expert in our Sierra city. My future safety depends on you. Kai Guangchao replied with a smile, Your lordship's kindness overwhelms me. I am but a humble commoner, a wandering adventurer. Thanks to your lordship's benevolence, not only do I have sustenance, but I have also been entrusted with the crucial duty of city defense. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this responsibility. Deng Zhiqing chuckled. Brother Kai, you flatter me. In the future, you need not refer to me as your lordship. Simply call me Zhiqing. Kai Guangchao, flustered, hastily bowed and said, Your lordship. I dare not. Deng Zhiqing sighed. If you prefer otherwise, so be it. Over the past 2 years, Brother Kai's contributions to Sierra City have been evident to all. I hope that we may become sworn brothers. As Kai Guangchao pondered this unexpected proposal, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, Your lordship, dire news. 6 colossal vessels have arrived, launching an assault on our docks, relentlessly bombarding us with powerful magical orbs. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming, and with many elite warriors among them. The troops sent to engage were annihilated in no time. It was estimated that they had already landed and were advancing towards the main city. Deng Zhiqing, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Brother Kai, what shall we do? Kai Guangchao contemplated for a moment and said, Your lordship, please wait here. I shall venture out to assess the situation. Deng Zhiqing urged, Brother Kai, do exercise caution. Kai Guangchao nodded and swiftly departed, while Deng Zhiqing, filled with trepidation, summoned all the guards from the Lord's residence to encircle him for protection. After the burning of incense, Kai Guangchao hurriedly returned with over 10 of his loyal guards and declared, Your lordship, grave news. The enemy's strength is overwhelming. There are over 100 elite warriors. I fear the city gates have been breached. We must flee at once. Deng Zhiqing, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Over 100 elite warriors. We stand no chance. Quickly gather valuables. We must seek refuge. He, along with numerous guards, hastily exited the lord's residence. However, as they emerged through the gates, they were instantly surrounded by 100 elite warriors, with 200 guards from the lord's residence firmly encircling them. Deng Zhiqing shouted, You had best clear the way. My 200 guards are all intermediate fighters, and the captain of this guard before me is an elite warrior. I advise you to lay down your weapons and let us pass. I shall spare your lives. The leader of the assailants sneered coldly, releasing his aura, followed by his comrades, who unleashed their own formidable energies. The crowd gasped in astonishment. These 100 individuals were elite warriors. What folly is this? Even if we combined our strengths, we could barely contend with one, and yet you expect us to face 100? Have you lost your senses? As the leader took action, the others swiftly followed suit. The 100 elite warriors dispatched the 200 intermediate fighters with ease. Akin to a grown man battling 200 kindergarten children, there was not a hint of contest. In less than a minute, all 200 guards were eliminated. And as the 100 elite warriors approached, Deng Zhiqing stammered in a panic, You cannot kill me. I am the lord of the Beihai Empire. If you slay me, it will lead to a relentless vendetta from the empire, which will undoubtedly form an alliance to fight you to the bitter end. The leading elite warrior merely scoffed at his words. As they drew closer, Deng Zhiqing, now cowering behind Kai Guangchao, shouted loudly, Do not come any closer. Spare me, please. The leading elite warrior looked at Kai Guangchao and, with a softened gaze, inquired, Shall you strike, or shall we? Kai Guangchao sighed and replied, He has treated me well. Can we not grant him mercy? The leading elite warrior shook his head and said, You must understand, his survival poses an unnecessary threat to our lord's future reign. He must be eliminated. Turning to Deng Zhiqing, Kai Guangchao expressed, I am sorry, my lord. With a heavy heart, he turned and walked away, while the leading elite warrior paid no heed. It was only then that Deng Zhiqing realized, You are all in cahoots. The elite warrior did not respond, swiftly delivering a lethal blow that ended his life. Chapter 102. The Conquest of 34 Cities as 7 days passed. The naval forces under Wang Hai captured a total of 34 cities, along with 65 surrounding islands, more than half of which had fallen under Wang Hai's dominion. The remaining lords had repeatedly formed alliances with friendly lords to resist, but ultimately, they were systematically dealt with by the naval forces. And the strength of the remaining lords' coalition grew increasingly formidable. With the occupation of these cities, it was necessary to leave a garrison of 1,000 soldiers at each city, reducing the total army from 100,000 to just 66,000, who now faced the chaos of naval skirmishes with various allied forces. The 1,000-strong garrison on the islands endured relentless assaults from small coalition units. While the initial days were manageable, fatigue began to set in as time progressed. After 6 days, heavy snow began to fall, and 12 lords gathered to discuss their plight. They have now seized 34 cities and exterminated 14 of our lords. Our coalition has thus far gained no advantage. What are your thoughts? One lord promptly suggested, with snow falling heavily, it is unwise to engage in battle. Although they are powerful, their numbers are limited. We should use this winter to contact the royal family and the 10 major lords to request their military support. Another lord derisively retorted, The royal family and the 10 major lords have always looked down upon us from the outer islands. When have they ever sent troops to assist us? The first lord replied with a smirk, While that may be true for some, the royal family will certainly deploy forces. Without doing so, all the prestige they have painstakingly built will be lost, and who will heed them in the future? Furthermore, most of the 10 major lords will indeed send troops this time. The enemy's strength is too overwhelming, having conquered 34 cities in just 7 days. Even the 10 lords, including the royal family, do not possess such formidable strength. Any sensible individual understands the principle of mutual dependence. Thus, they will undoubtedly send troops to offer support. The other lords concurred, stating, Your argument holds merit. We shall split our forces, leaving 4 lords to command the coalition and stand against them, while the remaining troops focus on resting. Once spring arrives, we will engage in a decisive battle, and the 4 lords will negotiate with the royal family and the 10 lords during this winter, striving to form a powerful alliance. One lord promptly declared, "Very well. Let us proceed with this arrangement." The royal family and the 10 lords occupy the most fertile territory of the 56 cities on the Great Island. It is time they paid a price. After this consensus among the 8 lords, the soldiers retreated to their respective territories to intensify patrols, while Wei Xinhai breathed a sigh of relief, allowing the defending warriors a well-deserved rest. The navy began to bustle during this winter, gradually transporting 50,000 mid-level and 50,000 low-level warriors from the territory of Wang Hai. Simultaneously, the 5-Claw Dragon Mercenary Corps dispatched 1,000 high-level warriors, 50,000 mid-level warriors, and 100,000 low-level warriors to the cities occupied by the North Sea Empire. The North Sea Empire's war zone would gather 3,000 high-level warriors, 200,000 mid-level warriors, and 150,000 low-level warriors. With the continuous launch of 10,000-ton giant vessels, the North Sea Empire's war zone amassed an increasing number of these colossal ships, as both sides prepared thoroughly for a great battle following winter. Within the North Sea Empire's palace, the Northern Empire's emperor, the coastal Great Emperor, addressed the assembly. "I trust you all understand why you have been gathered here today. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. They obliterated 34 cities in just 7 days. This unprecedented occurrence marks a first in the history of the North Sea Empire. How do you perceive this situation?" One lord was quick to respond. "The rabble from the outer islands are easily vanquished. This is no surprise." Another lord retorted angrily, "Zhao Jihong, are you courting death? Speaking so lightly, why don't you demonstrate it? If you succeed, I shall bestow my entire territory upon you." Zhao Jihong nonchalantly replied, "Zhu Shangwei, I have no interest in your 3 island cities. They are mere backwaters." Zhu Shangwei shot back, "Zhao Jihong, just wait. You will soon find out how you are destroyed." Zhao Jihong continued indifferently, "I am indeed waiting." The coastal Great Emperor, exasperated, interjected, "Enough of your bickering. I summoned you here to devise solutions, not to squabble." One lord suggested, "I propose we form a coalition. The enemy's numbers cannot be substantial. Given their occupation of so many cities, they must be stretched thin." The coastal Great Emperor then inquired of Zhu Shangwei, "How many troops do you currently have in your coalition?" Zhu Shangwei replied, "We have assembled 120,000 soldiers. After accounting for the enemy garrison in the occupied cities, their available combat strength is less than 70,000. The coastal Great Emperor expressed his confusion. "This is nearly a 2-to-1 advantage. Why has there been a stalemate?" Zhu Shangwei sighed. "The enemy possesses only 25 ships, but each is a 10,000-ton giant, fortified with magical defensive formations. Additionally, they are equipped with magical devices capable of launching energy orbs, each equivalent to the output of a high-level sorcerer and capable of continuous firing." The Emperor of the Coast drew in a sharp breath, fully aware of his own strength, yet astonished by the formidable power displayed before him. It was evident that such an endeavor would require a vast expenditure of gold coins. He then remarked, "Fortunately, their numbers are not too overwhelming. This indeed presents us with an opportunity." Casting a glance at the assembled lords, he continued, "You have all heard the enemy's capabilities. Are there any objections to forming a coalition?" Chapter 103. The Northern Sea Empire Coalition. The numerous lords exchanged glances, each contemplating the situation, yet none voiced any dissent. The enemy's firepower was simply too fierce for any individual to withstand. With a smile, the Emperor of the Coast declared, "Excellent. We shall form a coalition for support. How shall we determine the number and strength of troops each house will contribute?" Upon hearing the discussion regarding troop numbers and strength, the lords fell silent, casting furtive looks at one another. With a hint of resignation, the Emperor proclaimed, "The royal family will dispatch 10 high-ranking warriors, 1,000 mid-ranking warriors, and 20,000 low-ranking warriors." The lords were taken aback by the royal family's commitment, realizing that this represented at least half of their military might, indicating a serious investment. Then, one lord spoke up, "My strength is limited, yet I understand the principle of mutual survival. I am willing to send 3 high-ranking warriors, 300 mid-ranking warriors, and 10,000 low-ranking warriors." The assembly regarded Chun Ching Chun, recognizing his significant commitment. If such a cunning figure was willing to invest so much, it was clear that the impending foes were indeed formidable. Following suit, Zhao Jihong no longer hesitated and declared, "Like Lord Zhao, I am prepared to send 3 high-ranking warriors, 300 mid-ranking warriors, and 10,000 low-ranking warriors." As more lords began to express their willingness to contribute, the coalition amassed a total of 40 high-ranking warriors, 4,000 mid-ranking warriors, and 120,000 low-ranking warriors, under the command of Yu Zhenchang, an 8th-level warrior from the royal city's defense forces. The Grand Army would gather at the docks of the cities of Yishi, Elbo, and Taibing after the snow melted. All coastal vessels of the empire would be requisitioned for the transportation of soldiers and maritime operations. With the orders issued, this winter would prove to be far from tranquil. Meanwhile, within the lord's estate, Wang Hai perused the incoming reports. Huang Qimin promptly stated, according to the latest intelligence, the Northern Sea enemy has amassed an army of approximately 230,000 for the decisive battle after spring. The naval forces of Wei Xinhai and the Five-Clawed Dragon Mercenary Corps had gathered a total of 350,000 troops. After accounting for the 10,000 tasked with city defense, we would deploy 250,000 for the Great Conflict. While our 250,000 and their 230,000 seem closely matched in numbers, our equipment and personnel capabilities far exceed those of the Northern Sea Empire coalition. The outcome of this battle appears to hold little suspense. Wang Hai sighed. Though the outcome seems certain, I estimate that we will incur at least several thousand casualties. Huang Qimin reassured him. Eliminating 230,000 troops with only a few thousand casualties would be a minor toll. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hai stated, suspend all private contracts at the 7 shipyards. This winter, we must focus all efforts on producing 10,000-ton giant vessels. How many can we produce? Huang Qimin calculated and replied. With 3 months of full operation at the 7 shipyards, producing 10 vessels should not pose a problem. Wang Hai nodded. Then issue the command for the 7 shipyards to produce at full capacity. We can reallocate 5 of the 10,000-ton vessels currently maintaining territorial security. In the present day, coastal cities and their garrisons possess formidable defenses, and there are no significant pirate threats in the vicinity. The subsequent production of colossal ships will serve as a remedy. Huang Qimin remarked, I shall issue the orders forthwith. Wang Hai nodded in agreement, stating, the number of 10,000-ton vessels should be increased from 25 to 40, with the hope that the casualties of this war may be minimized. Huang Qimin responded promptly, my lord, your compassion is commendable. Wang Hai then inquired, what is the current market price for salt? Huang Qimin replied, it stands at approximately 10 gold coins per tael. Wang Hai recognized the salt price was steep, yet he had not anticipated it to be so exorbitant. With a cheerful demeanor, he proposed, Old Huang, what if we engage in the sale of salt? Huang Qimin, filled with trepidation, cautioned, my lord, you must reconsider. The trade of illicit salt is a grave offense, and we have no salt flats here. Even if we were to import it from elsewhere, the empire would not permit our passage, as it is a matter of face. Wang Hai understood that the empire's salt primarily derives from salt wells and salt mines. The salt obtained through the method of well extraction from shallow surface or subterranean brine is termed well salt. Conversely, salt derived from ancient rock salt deposits is called rock salt, as rock salt deposits occasionally coexist with natural brine salt mines. And with the advent of the water-soluble method for extracting rock salt, both types are collectively referred to as well-mined salt or generally as mineral salt. The salt produced in this manner is often laden with impurities and may contain various metals and minerals. Wang Hai asserted, it matters not. The empire already views us unfavorably. So why should we concern ourselves with their opinions? Huang Qimin expressed his resignation. My lord, while your argument holds merit, how shall we establish a channel for transporting salt? Once the empire learns of our salt trade, they will undoubtedly tighten regulations to uphold their dignity and prevent our salt shipments. Wang Hai pondered for a moment and suggested, if necessary, I shall limit the sale to my own territory. Why should we rely on importing salt when we can produce it in abundance within our own lands? Huang Qimin, perplexed, queried, my lord, where in our territory have we discovered salt flats? Wang Hai shook his head. We have not found any salt flats. But we do have the sea, and all maritime domains of the empire belong to us. Chapter 104. The sea salt production facility. Huang Qimin was at a loss for words, exclaiming, how can we produce salt from the sea? Wang Hai contemplated for a moment and replied, wait here, I shall provide you with a blueprint that you can use for construction. He then began to design his own sea salt production facility. The initial step in sea salt production involves the collection of seawater. Saline water can be harvested from oceans or salt lakes. The salt extracted from seawater gathered from different locales may vary in color due to the presence of distinct minerals. Given that seawater has a relatively low salt concentration, the resulting salt may not be suitable for culinary use. However, experimenting with various sources of seawater can be beneficial, as it aids in identifying which source yields the finest salt. Method 1. Introduce seawater into a small pond and allow it to evaporate gradually. Once the moisture has dissipated, the remaining substance will be sea salt. This method is particularly suited to regions with abundant sunshine and minimal rainfall. Method 2. First, pour the salt water into a steel pot to allow sediment and any other impurities to settle at the bottom. Subsequently, the clean seawater can be siphoned off and heated. As the water heats, any foam that rises should be skimmed off, continuing the heating process until only crystalline salt remains. Secondly, filtration is essential. Before the evaporation of salt, it is necessary to eliminate any gravel, shells, and other sediments from the water. Utilize one or more layers of cheesecloth to thoroughly filter the water for hygienic purposes. Multiple filtrations can be performed without diminishing the salt content. Thirdly, evaporation is key. Once the seawater has evaporated, what remains is sea salt. The sun-drying process can take several days or even weeks. However, there are methods to expedite this. One can set the oven to its lowest setting. Pour the water into a deep container and place it in the oven, allowing the moisture to gradually evaporate over the next few days. Alternatively, the crystallized salt can be boiled in a pot until all moisture is removed. Afterward, place the moist salt in a dish or bowl under sunlight, permitting the last traces of moisture to evaporate. It is imperative that the dish or bowl is placed outdoors to facilitate evaporation. Once all moisture has dissipated, only salt will remain. This entire process may take several weeks. Fourthly, the collection of sea salt occurs once the moisture has evaporated, revealing a hardened crust on the surface. Use a spoon to scrape the salt into a container. The crystals of salt can vary in shape and size, and the color of the extracted salt may differ depending on the source of the seawater. The final product can be further ground using a salt grinder. Sea salt can be consumed directly or used to season everyday dishes. Quality characteristics of sea salt. The collection of sea salt is more intricate than that of other salts, allowing for greater retention of trace elements found in seawater, which instantly enhances and preserves the natural flavors of ingredients, resulting in a delightful and savory taste. It is primarily categorized into coarse salt, fine salt, and flake salt, all derived from the evaporation of seawater. The production of sea salt is complex, with a long manufacturing cycle and high production costs, yielding superior taste and quality. Given the scale of the operation, a large salt production facility is essential. With the completion of Wang Hai's planning, the entire sea salt manufacturing plant has been designed. The facility spans 3,500 acres, with the salt drying plant occupying 2,200 acres, the filtration and purification plant covering 800 acres, along with 300 acres for storage and 200 acres for employee accommodations. Wang Hai presented the blueprints to Huang Qinmin, stating, "Here are the plans. Take a look. Can we complete construction this winter?" Huang Qinmin replied after reviewing them. Completing the construction in 3 months should not pose a problem. With the expanded territory, recruiting enough craftsmen is feasible. However, where does the Lord wish to establish the construction? Wang Hai pondered briefly and responded, "First, instruct each coastal city to select 2 points along their coastlines, spaced more than 50 miles apart, and gather a barrel of seawater from each. For island cities, select 1 point from each of the 4 cardinal directions to collect a barrel of seawater. Second, I shall provide you with a list, and based on the materials outlined therein, prepare the necessary items for me. I wish to first ascertain which locations possess the highest purity of salt, and subsequently, establish a factory in that vicinity." Huang Qinmin, although uncertain of the salt production process, was convinced that the Lord must have his own rationale for such actions. He respectfully replied, "As you command, my lord." Wang Hai then waved his hand, saying, "There is nothing more to attend to at present. You may go and prepare." Huang Qinmin bowed and departed, and that afternoon, he began delivering the materials in succession. Upon receiving the official communication from the Lord's manor, each city promptly set to work. Although they were unaware of the Lord's intentions, it was apparent that such orders were issued out of necessity. The lords of the various cities quickly organized personnel to gather the required materials and hastened to send them to the Lord's manor. Wang Hai oversaw 3 groups engaged in production. Due to the limited quantities, they employed the method of heating with furnaces to expedite the process. marking each batch of seawater salt from the respective cities distinctly. After 10 days of relentless effort, all the seawater salt was finally processed, and a comparison of all the salts ensued. Ultimately, the highest purity was discovered in Hanshui City, located to the north of the Dianhu Bay Islands. Consequently, Wang Hai decided to establish the salt production facility there. Chapter 105. Defending against external threats while ensuring all necessary arrangements were made. Wang Hai returned to the Flame Mountains to escape the cold, simultaneously releasing all magical beasts for free hunting. The Flame Mountains had now become nearly devoid of magical creatures. Within the Imperial Palace, the great Emperor of the vast sea was troubled, overseeing a total of 1,085 cities in the empire. Including the 62 cities acquired from Wang Hai's encounters with pirates, the total reached 1,147 cities. The Haoyue Empire had occupied 186 cities. The Free Democratic Coalition had seized 226 cities, and Wang Hai controlled 108 cities. Presently, the empire possessed only 627 operational cities, marking a territorial reduction of over 40%. Despite the significant decrease in territory, the empire's financial revenue had markedly increased. The empire now faced the daunting task of waging war on 3 fronts against the Free Democratic Coalition, the Blue Mountain Empire, and the Haoyue Empire, alongside the unpredictable factor of Wang Hai. Although Wang Hai ostensibly belonged to the empire, since the last decree lifting the maritime ban, many operations had deviated from imperial expectations. Nevertheless, he still maintained an appearance of deference to the empire, reporting all actions to the imperial authority. Wang Hai's intentions had become quite clear. Should he receive approval, he would act in accordance with His Majesty's will, adhering to the sacred edict. Should he be denied, he would proceed regardless, questioning what repercussions could befall him for defying imperial orders. Amidst the great Emperor of the vast sea's vexation, the headmaster of the Magic Academy came to pay his respects. Observing the emperor's troubled countenance, he bowed and addressed him, "Your Majesty, may you find peace." The great emperor nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I am at ease." The headmaster, seeing the emperor's furrowed brow, ventured, "Your Majesty, are you troubled by the current situation?" The emperor confirmed, "Indeed, the imperial finances can only endure for about another year before collapse. Yet there are expenses to confront both internal and external crises." The headmaster sighed, "I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it should be voiced." The emperor gestured, "We have known each other for many years. You have witnessed my growth. Speak freely." The dean of the Magic Academy then remarked, "Your Majesty, I believe that to repel external threats, we must first secure internal stability. We must seek reconciliation and a ceasefire with both the Moonlight Empire and the Blue Mountain Empire." The great emperor of the vast sea furrowed his brow and replied, "The Blue Mountain Empire is manageable, but the Moonlight Empire occupies 186 of our cities." The dean, with a sense of helplessness, added, "Does Your Majesty possess the confidence to single-handedly annihilate the Free Democratic Alliance within a year, forcing the Moonlight Empire into retreat and vanquishing Marquis Wang Hai?" The great emperor sighed, "There is no possibility of that." The dean continued, "Thus, it is imperative to cease hostilities with both the Blue Mountain Empire and the Moonlight Empire. Only in this manner can we address the imperial fiscal deficit. Once we achieve a balance in revenue and expenditure, and as the Dawn Legion grows stronger, we can deploy our 2 million-strong legions to eradicate the Free Democratic Alliance and reclaim these 226 cities. With 2 million-strong legions available, we can engage in decisive battle against Wang Hai whenever necessary, and once we defeat him, all but the 186 cities of the Moonlight Empire will return to our dominion. Furthermore, we will have 2 powerful legions ready to support the front lines." After hearing the dean's words, the great emperor had to concede that this was a sound strategy. Yet the crux of the matter lay in achieving reconciliation and a ceasefire with the 2 empires while ensuring Wang Hai waits for the Dawn Legion to mature. This was the foremost challenge. The dean nodded. "Indeed, it is relatively easier to negotiate a ceasefire with the Moonlight Empire, provided the empire acknowledges that the 186 cities they occupy are theirs. I believe they will agree to a truce." The Blue Mountain Empire has been locked in a protracted struggle with the Snow Moon Legion, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. The Blue Mountain Empire demands no land compensation, and reconciliation will require substantial financial outlay. The great emperor, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "How outrageous! They suffer significant losses while attacking us, yet they expect compensation?" I, too, have incurred massive losses. Who shall I seek recompense from? The dean sighed, Your Majesty. A small concession may prevent greater chaos. Without substantial reparations and reconciliation, our imperial fiscal deficit will lead to perilous circumstances. The great emperor, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, declared, This matter is non-negotiable. I am willing to compensate. The dean nodded and added, The final point concerns Marquis Wang Hai. How can we ensure he waits for the Dawn Legion to grow stronger? The optimal solution, as I previously mentioned to Your Majesty, would be to arrange a marriage for Princess Xiling. In this way, Wang Hai would have no reason to defy the empire. The great emperor shook his head. I have promised Princess Xiling that her marriage will be of her choosing. The monarch's word is not to be broken. We could select other princesses from the royal family to marry, but they must be acceptable to her. The dean countered, What if they are not to Wang Hai's liking? How shall we handle his refusal? The great emperor asserted, Does he dare to defy a royal decree? The dean replied, Your Majesty must be well aware of whether Marquis Wang Hai would dare to resist such an edict. The great emperor, resigned, lamented, Is there truly no other recourse? The dean, reluctantly considering the matter, suggested, We may have to settle for second best, appointing Wang Hai's father, Wang Kuan, as the grand tutor to the crown prince, to educate the many princes within the palace. The great emperor pondered and responded, I have not yet designated a crown prince. How can there be a grand tutor to a crown prince? The headmaster of the Magic Academy subsequently remarked, This serves as a proclamation to the world that whoever ascends to the position of crown prince will be under the tutelage of this very individual, thus becoming the mentor to the next emperor. Should Marquis Wang Hai ever act against the empire, he would be met with universal disdain. Emperor Han Hai, with a sense of resignation, replied, However, it will become increasingly difficult to justify any actions taken against Wang Hai in the future. The headmaster of the Magic Academy responded, With every advantage, there lies a corresponding disadvantage. It is entirely up to Your Majesty to weigh the pros and cons. The emperor nodded in agreement and inquired, Very well, I shall contemplate this. Has Headmaster Qian come to me today with any other news? The headmaster nodded and then stated, Your Majesty, I am here to inform you that I have successfully advanced to the rank of Water Element Star Mage. Instantly, the emperor's face lit up with joy. Splendid. The Han Hai Empire finally boasts a Star Mage. This is indeed a cause for celebration. The headmaster sighed and replied, But does not Marquis Wang Hai already have a Star Mage in his ranks? The emperor chuckled, That is not the same. Wang Hai's mages dare not reveal themselves. We shall publicize your promotion to Water Element Star Mage widely. This will not only uplift the spirits of our beleaguered empire, but also serve to intimidate the Haiyue Empire and the Lanshan Empire, positioning us more favorably in future negotiations. The headmaster nodded, affirming, I shall follow your command, Your Majesty. The emperor then added, You should take your leave and rest well. I will take care of the remaining matters. After the headmaster took his leave, Emperor Han Hai fell into contemplation. This was the first piece of good news since the turmoil of war had befallen the empire. He then picked up his pen and began drafting a royal decree. The following day, the announcements posted outside the 4 major city gates attracted a throng of onlookers. There were 2 proclamations to be made. The first announced that Qian Fengjun, the esteemed headmaster of the Royal Magic Academy, had successfully advanced to the rank of Water Element Star Mage, much to the emperor's delight, who thus appointed him as the chief royal mage and conferred upon him the title of Earl as a token of gratitude. The second proclamation commended Marquis Wang Kuan for his exemplary guidance in nurturing the empire's future talents, leading to his elevation as the Crown Prince's grand tutor. Tasked with instructing the imperial princes, the students of the Magic Academy were particularly elated by their headmaster's ascent to the rank of Star Mage, as he had now become the foremost magician in the empire. However, the second announcement sparked much debate, for the emperor had yet to appoint a crown prince. Thus, the title of Grand Tutor seemed somewhat incongruous. Many nobles quickly discerned that this was a strategic move to stabilize the empire in light of Wang Hai's burgeoning power, ensuring that regardless of who became the crown prince, Wang Kuan would always be regarded as the crown prince's mentor, effectively rendering Wang Hai nameless in his influence. Meanwhile, the Marquis's residence was abuzz with excitement as numerous lords came to extend their congratulations. Congratulations, Marquis Wang, on becoming the Grand Tutor. You shall now enter the palace to educate the princes. Wang Kuan, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Please, do not mock me, esteemed lords. What can I possibly teach the princes as their grand tutor? Marquis Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and remarked, it is quite simple. You should nurture them just as you did with Marquis Wang Hai. Marquis Wang Kuan, with a sense of resignation, replied, I dare not. Wang Hai is notoriously known as the empire's most extravagant scion and a libertine. Should I raise a prince in such a manner, His Majesty would surely decree my demise. Marquis Zhang Xiaohua, still smiling, responded, have you not considered that Marquis Wang Hai is now the greatest lord in the empire? Although he holds the title of Marquis, he surpasses even the 8 dukes in influence. Marquis Wang Kuan, feeling exasperated, retorted, you old fellows are merely jesting at my expense. At that moment, Steward Wang Hai hurriedly entered and announced, my lord, the first prince has arrived with the 5th and 7th princes to extend their congratulations to Marquis Wang. No sooner had he finished speaking than another servant entered, stating, my lord, the 2nd prince has come with the 4th and 8th princes to offer their congratulations. Marquis Wang Kuan was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Marquis Zhang Xiaohua remarked with amusement, now, my lord, you are quite the esteemed figure. Out of the 8 princes, 6 have come to congratulate you. As soon as he finished, another servant announced, the 3rd prince has arrived with the 6th prince to congratulate Marquis Wang. Marquis Wang Kuan was utterly bewildered. Now all 8 princes had gathered. Marquis Zhang Xiaohua was also taken aback and suggested, perhaps we should withdraw to the back and not disturb the Marquis and the princes as they reminisce. All the Marquis were reluctant to wade into such murky waters, and they quickly agreed, yes, let us retreat and not intrude upon Marquis Wang. Marquis Wang Kuan immediately perceived the intentions of these old fellows, attempting to drag him into their scheme. He hastily said, you all, but before he could finish, Marquis Zhang Xiaohua interrupted, Marquis Wang, you need not concern yourself. We are all familiar faces. We know the way to the back door of your residence. We shall see ourselves out. The others echoed, indeed. We can find our own way. Please, attend to your duties, Marquis. With that, the marquises dispersed in a flurry, leaving the Marquis's residence in a sudden silence. Resigned, Marquis Wang Kuan turned to the servants and instructed, lead the way. I shall personally greet the princes. The steward promptly rose and, accompanied by the servants, made their way outside to welcome the princes. Chapter 107. The presentation of gifts. As Marquis Wang Kuan and the servants arrived at the entrance, they found the 8 princes divided into 3 groups outside the Marquis's residence. At the foot of the steps stood 8 grand sedan chairs, their royal yellow hue signifying their status, drawn by 3 horses. According to imperial edicts, the emperor travels in a carriage drawn by 9 horses, the crown prince by 6, and princes and concubines by 3. The first prince, accompanied by the 5th and 7th princes, was initially in opposition to the 2nd prince, who was with the 4th and 8th princes. However, the arrival of the 3rd prince caused both the 1st and 2nd princes to regard him with disdainful glares. The 3rd prince approached and greeted, eldest brother, 2nd brother, you have also come. The 1st prince sneered, 3rd brother, why are you not mingling with those scholars and their ostentation? The 2nd prince added with derision, 3rd brother, I hear you have built HOU pavilion where anyone with a modicum of poetic talent can go to earn a meal. The grand prince mockingly remarked, who could deny it? After all, his mother hails from the esteemed Duke of Shichang, who possesses the most fertile plains of the empire, thus he is wealthy. The 3rd prince bowed and stated, Father has decreed that the noble lords will instruct us and serve as our mentors. I shall certainly pay my respects to my teacher. The 2nd prince interjected, spare us the grandiloquence. His Majesty has proclaimed that the noble lord is the crown prince's grand tutor, his teacher. The 3rd prince retorted, regardless of whether he becomes the grand tutor or not, his guidance makes him my teacher. The grand prince chuckled, 3rd brother, you always maintained such a literary demeanor, no matter the setting. At that moment, Wang Kuan emerged, observing the 8 princes gathered, and promptly bowed. I, Wang Kuan, pay my respects to the esteemed princes. The grand prince assisted Wang Kuan, saying, noble lord, there is no need for such formalities. You shall be our teacher henceforth, so no more bowing is necessary. The other princes echoed, indeed, teacher, you must not bow to us in the future. Wang Kuan nodded, I am deeply honored by your affection, esteemed princes. Please allow me to enter your residence, and I hope you do not find it lacking. The 2nd prince responded, noble lord, you flatter us, we are your students. And there is no question of disdain. Wang Kuan smiled and welcomed the princes into his abode. while servants tidied the hall. As the 8 princes settled, the servants began to present seasonal fruits. The Grand Prince declared, "Today, I have come to present a token of respect to my esteemed teacher. I have heard that you are a seasoned warrior. Thus, I bring forth a manual of the Xian grade, a lower-tier martial technique, the diamond body refinement method. My brothers, the 5th and 7th princes, and I have conferred and decided to present this as a token of our respect." Upon hearing of the Xian grade martial technique, Wang Kuan was taken aback, for Wang Hai had only recently discovered a tomb and acquired 1 upper grade, 1 middle grade, and 2 lower grade manuals, totaling 4 Xian grade techniques. Even a lower-tier body refinement technique would command a price exceeding 20 million gold coins, and was scarce in the market. Wang Kuan hastily shook his head, saying, "Grand Prince, this gift is too extravagant, I cannot accept it." The Grand Prince replied with a smile, "This pales in comparison to the gratitude I owe my teacher. If you refuse, it would imply you find my gift insignificant." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Kuan finally accepted, saying, "Then I shall thank you, Grand Prince." The Grand Prince smiled in agreement. "This is as it should be. I look forward to your guidance." Afterward, he cast a haughty glance at the 2nd and 3rd princes. The 2nd prince, also smiling, remarked, "This mere lower-tier Xian grade technique, particularly a body refinement method seldom practiced, hardly befits our esteemed teacher. Coincidentally, I have also obtained a technique, one of the most sought-after offensive martial arts, a middle-tier Xian grade technique. I plan to confer the Great Strength Diamond Fist upon our teacher." In consultation with the 4th and 8th princes, Wang Kuan was momentarily stunned, a middle-tier Xian grade offensive technique. This must be valued at nearly 60 to 70 million gold coins, and it too was scarce in the market. The 4th and 8th princes shared his bewilderment, as the 2nd prince's intended gift was worth merely a few million gold coins, while this offensive technique was the 2nd prince's prized possession. Indeed, the 2nd prince felt a pang of sorrow, yet he continually reassured himself that this was inconsequential compared to the coveted title of Crown Prince. This investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Upon hearing this, the 1st prince's countenance darkened immensely. Observing the 1st prince's somber expression, the 2nd prince felt a slight alleviation of his own mood. Wang Kuan shook his head vehemently, declaring, "This is unacceptable, 2nd prince. Such a generous gift overwhelms me, an old minister, with profound guilt." The 2nd prince chuckled, replying, "If my esteemed mentor only accepts from my elder brother, does that not imply a lack of regard for me?" Wang Kuan hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "That is not my intention." The 2nd prince laughed. "Then what is your intention?" After a lengthy explanation, Wang Kuan finally sighed and stated, "If the old minister accepts, then so be it." The 2nd prince responded with a grin, "Now that is more like it. Ha ha ha." Just as the 2nd prince reveled in delight, and the 1st prince's demeanor remained grim, the 3rd prince interjected, "While I may not possess the means to procure advanced martial arts like my elder brothers, I have prepared 100 tomes of yellow-grade martial arts. A single yellow-grade technique typically costs between 10 to 20,000 gold coins, while the more expensive ones can exceed 100,000. Thus, the total market value of 100 tomes approximates 8 million gold coins." The 2nd prince smiled, recognizing their values to be roughly equivalent. At this moment, the 3rd prince continued, "I have heard that the son of our esteemed mentor, Marquis Wang Hai, has a penchant for magical beasts, commanding 5 formidable 7th-tier magical creatures. My royal sister has occasionally acquired a magical egg, that of a 9th-tier iron-armored earth dragon. All present were aware of Princess Ling Miao's staggering purchase of a 9th-tier iron-armored earth dragon egg for 75 million gold coins, which had caused a sensation throughout the imperial capital. To their astonishment, the dragon egg now resided with the 3rd prince. Wang Kuan hastily remarked, "I shall accept the basic martial techniques, but as for this dragon egg, I must decline." The 3rd prince smiled, saying, "You are mistaken, Marquis. This dragon egg is a gift for Marquis Wang Hai. Whether he chooses to accept it is his decision. Our esteemed mentor cannot decide for him." Wang Kuan contemplated this reasoning and conceded, "I shall have it delivered to his territory. Whether he accepts it is up to him. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to the 3rd prince on his behalf." The 3rd prince replied with a smile, "Such sentiments are unnecessary. No gift can compare to the teachings of our mentor." After exchanging pleasantries with the 3 princes, Wang Kuan gradually took his leave. Shortly thereafter, Steward Wang inquired, "How shall we handle these tomes and the dragon egg?" After a moment's reflection, Wang Kuan instructed, notify the five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps to come to the Wang residence. Inform them that I have a mission for them to escort these items to Marquis Wang Hai's territory. Steward Wang nodded in agreement. As it was common knowledge that the five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps belonged to Wang Hai, he promptly sent someone to relay the message. Half a month later, within the Lord's mansion, Wang Hai smiled at the arriving Lu Tianling and remarked, 2 fleeting years have passed since our parting in the imperial capital. What brings you here this time? Lu Tianling promptly replied, Lord, the Duke has been appointed as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. The first prince has gifted a foundational martial technique, the diamond body cultivation technique, classified as a low-grade profound level skill. The second prince has presented a mid-grade profound level technique, the mighty diamond fist. The third prince has bestowed upon us 100 superior grade yellow level martial techniques, along with the egg of a 9th-tier magical beast, the ironclad earth dragon. I believe this matter is of great significance. Hence I have decided to personally lead 10 elite warriors for the escort. Wang Hai had been diligently collecting martial techniques, and now possessed a total of 4 profound level manuals and 24 superior grade yellow level techniques. It could be said that martial skills were what he lacked the most. Wang Hai chuckled and said, How splendid. What we need most at present are indeed martial techniques. Please make a copy of these skills to take with you, or follow the previous arrangements. He continued, all warriors can learn the superior grade yellow level techniques. Intermediate warriors may study the low-grade profound level skills, while advanced warriors are permitted to learn mid-grade profound level techniques. Lu Tianling nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, my lord. Wang Hai smiled and inquired, It has been 2 years. How has the development of your five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps progressed? Lu Tianling replied cheerfully, as per your instructions. We have established branches of the five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps in 34 cities surrounding the empire. Currently, I have 6 9th-tier warriors, 178 8th-tier warriors, 1,200 7th-tier warriors, over 210,000 intermediate warriors, and 170,000 novice warriors, totaling nearly 400,000 personnel. Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction and said, Although you have been developing in the imperial capital, I will not forget your contributions. Now that we have conquered 34 cities of the North Sea Empire, we will retain 14 cities this time. You may recommend those who have distinguished themselves during this period to serve as city lords. Lu Tianling immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Previously, many members of the five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps in the imperial capital felt neglected, as their leaders' corps frequently participated in battles, while those in the imperial capital remained uninvolved and thus felt deprived of any rewards. Over time, discontent brewed among them, as many aspired to engage in governance and expand the territory but had yet to find opportunities. After much hesitation, Lu Tianling finally divulged the situation of the five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps to Wang Hai, who realized the grave error he had been committing all this time. Reflecting on this, Wang Hai declared, You are, after all, one group. Diverting your focus is my oversight. I plan to initiate exchanges starting from the mid-tier ranks, extracting 50,000 intermediate warriors and 500 advanced warriors from each side annually, allowing members to become familiar with their counterparts in different regions. Additionally, I intend to establish the 7th Mobile Infantry Corps, comprising 50,000 personnel, drawing 50 advanced warriors, 20,000 intermediate warriors, and 30,000 novice warriors from your five-clawed divine dragon mercenary corps. Once you have selected the personnel, please send them to the territory. Chapter 109. The final battle of the Northern Sea Allied forces. Lu Tianling nodded and said, I understand, my lord. I will make the necessary arrangements. Wang Hai also nodded with a smile. It has been quite some time since you last visited our territory. You should take this opportunity to enjoy a few leisurely days and rest well. Lu Tianling replied, I, too, wish to explore a bit more. It has been ages since I last gathered with Qing Yun. Wang Hai chuckled. Over 4 years ago, when I first encountered the two of you, you were mere young mercenaries. Now, you have both become seasoned warriors. Lu Tianling respectfully responded. At that time, we were struggling to make ends meet and never imagined achieving such accomplishments today. I am eternally grateful for your lordship's recognition and support. Wang Hai waved his hand. Let bygones be bygones. Go and enjoy your time with Qing Yun. After saluting, Lu Tianling departed, leaving Wang Hai to smile as he turned back to his own affairs. As winter faded, the Northern Sea Empire's allied forces gathered nearly 130. 000 troops at the ports of Juyishi City, Greenwave City, and Taibing City, simultaneously commandeering over 3,000 fishing vessels of various sizes. The Northern Sea Empire's allied forces split into two factions, with 120,000 troops composed of island lords confronting the invading army in a decisive battle. As Yu Xinchang led his nearly 130,000 troops to engage in combat between the 120,000 strong allied forces and the invading army. He maneuvered his forces to encircle from behind. Should our army prevail, his troops would establish a new defensive line, completely sealing off the enemy's retreat. Conversely, if our forces faltered and the enemy proved too fierce, Yu Xinchang would lead his troops to strike from the rear, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy by attacking from both fronts, thereby securing an invincible position. As the first rays of spring sunlight pierced through, the ice and snow heralded the dawn of a new season, with 130,000 naval forces setting sail from the three major ports. Simultaneously, Wei Xinhai commanded a fleet of 100,000 naval troops along with 24 colossal ships, confronting the 120,000 strong coalition of island lords. Observing the shifting tides of battle, a soldier remarked, "Commander, the time has come." Wei Xinhai nodded. "Zhang Qingyun should be initiating an assault on their islands now. We shall launch a full-scale offensive." The soldier promptly responded, "Yes." With the signal relayed by the flag signalers, the 24 massive vessels plunged into the enemy ranks. Zhu Shangui furrowed his brow at the sight of the advancing coalition and noted the time, saying, "They are half a day ahead of our expected timeline." He then turned to the other lords. "They have taken the initiative to strike earlier than anticipated. Yu Xinchang's forces are not yet in position, making this an unsuitable time for a decisive battle." The other lords nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, now is not the right moment for confrontation." Zhu Shangui proposed, "We can instruct all vessels to engage in guerrilla tactics, evading direct conflict while buying time. Our greater numbers and smaller vessels offer us an advantage." The other lords contemplated this and concurred. "This plan is feasible. As long as we can delay until Yu Xinchang's forces arrive, we will have no cause for concern." Zhu Shangui then ordered the soldiers, "Relay the command for all vessels to conduct guerrilla warfare, avoid direct engagement, and delay for time." As time progressed, a soldier reported to Wei Xinhai, "It seems these individuals are reluctant to engage in a decisive battle, consistently opting for guerrilla tactics and exhibiting a lack of desire to fight." Wei Xinhe smiled and remarked, "If they do not wish for a decisive battle, why do they not withdraw their troops? Instead, they continue to lead us in circles here." The soldier promptly responded, "Indeed, this is the very thing that puzzles me the most." Wei Xinhe then stated, "This can only imply that they too desire a confrontation. However, the time for their battle has not yet arrived, which is why they are stalling for the moment when their predetermined time for combat comes." The soldier replied, "So, General, you suggest that they may be awaiting reinforcements before launching their attack?" Wei Xinhe clarified, "It is not a matter of possibility. It is certain that reinforcements are on their way. The question remains whether they can maintain their position." Meanwhile, within the Northern Sea Empire's coalition, a soldier delivered urgent news. In the city of Dehai, a formidable enemy force has emerged, initiating a fierce barrage of magical elemental orbs. Once the magical assault concluded, a multitude of high-ranking warriors, accompanied by numerous mid-tier warriors, swiftly seized control of the city. "Dehai City has fallen," Zhu Shangui exclaimed. "I did not anticipate that the enemy would also have reinforcements. Judging by the intensity of their firepower, their forces have swelled from 60,000 to 100,000. We must act swiftly to annihilate the enemy before we can support our rear." At that moment, another soldier rushed in, announcing, "In the city of Guiwei, a large enemy contingent has appeared, immediately unleashing a barrage of magical elemental orbs." Following this, many high-ranking warriors, alongside mid-tier warriors, rapidly occupied the city. Guiwei City has likely been captured. Just as Zhu Shangui was still in shock, yet another soldier burst in, declaring, "A significant enemy force has also emerged in the city of Tianqua." Many lords were momentarily stunned, questioning the extent of the enemy coalition's arrival. One lord asserted, "I must return to reinforce our position. If this continues, our stronghold will surely be compromised." Zhu Shangui shook his head firmly, stating, "No, we absolutely cannot withdraw our troops. The enemy's reinforcements are already on the offensive. If we disperse our forces now, our chances of victory will diminish even further. Chapter 110. The Decisive Battle of the Northern Sea Coalition. A lord urgently inquired, "What then shall we do?" Zhu Shangui, gritting his teeth, replied, "We can only wait for our reinforcements to arrive, and then we shall together eliminate these foes. Otherwise, we will face a pincer attack from multiple forces, and defeat will be inevitable." The assembled lords could only sigh in resignation. It seems we have no choice but to wait. As time swiftly passed, half a day was nearing its end when further news arrived. The cities of Bingling, Baomei, and Kunshan had all fallen. The lords were filled with fury. The enemy's pace in capturing cities was alarmingly rapid. As the deadline approached, when the hour struck, Zhu Shangui furiously commanded, "All troops, launch a fierce assault. Strike with all your might." Observing the Northern Sea Empire coalition, no longer engaging in guerrilla tactics, but rather mounting a vigorous offensive, Wei Zhenhe declared, "Establish the Grand Starry Defense Magic Array." The Grand Starry Array consists of 7 smaller starry arrays. The only challenge lies in deploying the array upon the tumultuous sea, requiring precise alignment with the position of the Big Dipper, yet the turbulent waves make it difficult to stabilize the ships. Over the past 2 years, the Navy has been diligently practicing the deployment of vessels at sea using 4 colossal anchors, meticulously arranged according to the positions of the Big Dipper. However, accurately dropping the anchors and subsequently securing the ships in designated locations has proven to be a formidable challenge, one that the Navy has only begun to master after 2 years of rigorous training. As the massive anchors were continuously cast into the depths, the vessels were gradually stretched and secured in their assigned positions. With the 7 colossal ships firmly anchored, the magical formations began to operate. These 7 magical arrays initiated a resonance, unleashing thick beams of light skyward from the vessels. Soon, a vast magical shield descended from above, enveloping 24 enormous ships within its protective embrace. Zhu Shangui, witnessing this spectacle, found himself momentarily bewildered. He promptly commanded, "Launch a full-scale assault to shatter the protective barrier." The resilience of the Starry Radiance magical array was commensurate with the might of a Star Warrior's attack. Unless the damage inflicted could surpass that of a king-level warrior in an instant, breaching it seemed virtually impossible. Despite the relentless assaults from the 120,000 troops of the North Sea Empire, the barrier remained unbreached. The 7 anchored vessels remained immobile, while the remaining 14 launched fierce attacks against the naval forces outside the magical shield, arrows raining down in relentless waves. As 4 hours elapsed, fatigue began to set in among the attacking North Sea Empire troops. Over a third of their forces had perished, leaving approximately 70,000 remaining, predominantly lower-tier warriors, with a few mid-tier casualties. As news arrived of the enemy's conquest of cities such as Wanlong, Xingtai, and Lebo, it became apparent that of the 31 cities, 9 had already fallen, nearing a third of the total. Numerous lords were in a state of frantic disarray, with 2 weeping openly, as all their territories had been seized. Under Zhu Shangui's persistent reassurances, they began to calm, promising to reclaim their cities and even offering portions of the territories of fallen lords to them. Observing the dire situation, Zhu Shangui let out a resigned sigh and instructed, "Send word to Yuzhenchang to lead reinforcements here. The convergence of our forces will surely breach the magical array and annihilate this navy." A soldier hastily departed to signal for reinforcements. 30 nautical miles away, Yuzhenchang awaited with the allied forces when a soldier rushed to deliver the news. "General, reinforcements have been dispatched by Lord Zhu Shangui." Yuzhenchang scoffed. "Has that fool been defeated?" The soldier replied, "No, but the enemy has formed a large magical defensive array, and Lord Zhu Shangui's forces have been unable to breach it. He requests that we unite our troops for a concerted attack to dismantle the barrier and eradicate this navy." Yuzhenchang laughed derisively. "Ha ha ha. A fool is indeed a fool. They cannot even breach a magical shield. Who would have thought these lords from the outer islands could be so inept?" After indulging in laughter for a moment, he commanded, "Order the army to advance. I shall teach that young Zhu Shangui a lesson in warfare." The soldier promptly withdrew to convey the orders, signaling the troops to mobilize for the impending assault. Wei Xinho was savoring his tea in a leisurely manner when a soldier rushed in, reporting, "Commander, a substantial enemy force has been detected in the northwest, exceeding 100,000 in number." Wei Xinho, with a smile, replied, "At last, they have arrived. Inform Captain Zhang to return with his troops." With the arrival of nearly 130,000 soldiers, the battlefield now hosted an enemy force of 190,000 against our own approximate 10,000. At that moment, another message arrived. The cities of Liang, Hailon, and Taya had once again fallen. More than one-third of the 31 cities were now under enemy control. Zhu Shangui, in a state of urgency, gazed at Yu Jinchang, who had yet to take action, and promptly led several lords toward Yu Jinchang's flagship. Upon reaching the flagship, Zhu Shangui and the lords were denied entry by the soldiers aboard, who stated that Yu Jinchang was occupied in discussions with other generals regarding future offensive strategies and that no one was permitted to interrupt. Chapter 111. The decisive battle of the Northern Sea Alliance. Zhu Shangui was instantly enraged. Their allied forces were reduced to only half, and those remaining were weary. Not only did Yu Jinchang refrain from initiating an attack, but he also refused to meet with them. In his fury, Zhu Shangui exclaimed to the lords behind him, "This stalemate is untenable. We must force our way in to ascertain Yu Jinchang's intentions." The lords, driven by anger, surged forward, and the onslaught of more than 20 elite warriors proved insurmountable for the intermediate soldiers present. As the elite fighters pressed on, casualties mounted aboard the ship. Yu Jinchang, furious, emerged to witness the scene before him and thundered, "Zhu Shangui, what do you intend? I have graciously brought troops to assist you, and you dare to injure my soldiers." Zhu Shangui retorted, "I wish to inquire what you are doing, Yu Jinchang. My soldiers are bravely fighting ahead, and you stand idly by, dispatching not a single man. Do you wish to see my entire army annihilated?" Yu Jinchang countered, "Have you not discussed how to breach the enemy's magical defense shield? Sending troops blindly will only lead to catastrophic losses, much like your own." Zhu Shangui, with a scowl, responded, "Do you not realize that of the 31 cities surrounding us, 12 have already been captured? The remaining 19 are in dire straits, and the enemy's 3 remaining armies are merging with this force. We have no chance of victory." Yu Jinchang, taken aback, replied, "Such crucial information. Why did you not share it sooner, Lord Zhu? I have acted rashly. Please, take a seat. I will deploy my forces." He then commanded the soldiers behind him, "Order all troops to advance." As the signal was relayed, nearly 130,000 soldiers surged forward, and Zhu Shangui's expression softened upon witnessing this development. Yu Jinchang hastily invited Zhu Shangui and the other lords, along with their personal guards, aboard the ship to take their seats. Though they complied, their expressions remained grim. Yu Jinchang then ordered, "Bring forth the wine." As soldiers poured cup after cup of fine wine, Yu Jinchang proclaimed, "Come, let us drink this toast as my apology to all of you." As Yu Jinchang led the way in, the other lords observed him drink heartily, and they too followed suit, quenching their thirst. The remaining guards positioned themselves behind the lords, ensuring their safety. Yu Jinchang then proclaimed, "This exquisite wine is a treasured collection from His Majesty's palace, awarded to me as a reward for my previous achievements. You all should partake as well." He gestured for the other guards to drink, but they respectfully replied, "General Yu, we cannot indulge in alcohol while on duty. We hope for your understanding." With a scowl, Yu Jinchang retorted, "What harm can a seasoned warrior suffer from a single cup? Are you afraid of my intentions?" After saying this, he uncorked the wine jar and drank deeply, then turned to the others. "What remains to be concerned about?" The other seasoned warriors found themselves in a dilemma. Observing the tense atmosphere, Zhu Shangui chimed in, "General Yu means well. Do indulge in a small toast." Reluctantly, the remaining guards raised their cups in gratitude to Yu Jinchang, who burst into hearty laughter and declared, "Let us drink to our heart's content. Soon, we shall receive good news." The other lords exchanged knowing smiles and continued to revel alongside Yu Jinchang. Half an hour later, a soldier rushed in, announcing, "General, we have launched a fierce assault for half an hour, yet there are no signs of collapse from the enemy. We have lost nearly 20,000 men. Should we continue the attack?" Yu Jinchang furrowed his brow and replied, "So formidable. How many magical crystals have they utilized to endure this long? I refuse to believe they possess such an abundance. Press on with the attack." Zhu Shangui's expression grew increasingly troubled, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, he realized something was amiss. Turning to Yu Jinchang, he exclaimed, "You have poisoned the wine." Yu Jinchang, in agony, responded, "I have consumed more than all of you. The poison affects me most severely." As 30 seasoned warriors rushed in, the scene unfolded with everyone writhing on the ground in pain. Yu Jinchang urgently commanded, "Quickly, assist everyone." The 30 warriors began to support their fallen comrades, but in an instant, they drew daggers from their waists and swiftly dispatched everyone. Zhu Shangwei, even in death, wore an expression of unwillingness. A seasoned warrior hurriedly administered an antidote to Yu Xinchang and inquired, "My lord, are you all right?" After a brief moment, Yu Xinchang weakly replied, "I am fine." He then surveyed the corpses scattered around and stated, "Do not hold it against me for my ruthlessness. This is the decree of His Majesty and the 10 great lords. Your occupation of these cities squanders imperial resources and weakens the empire's strength. Only by eliminating you can the empire solidify its power effortlessly." Turning to the soldiers, Yu Xinchang commanded, "Dispose of their bodies without leaving a trace, and relay the orders. Instruct all forces of the Northern Sea Coalition to launch a full assault. We must breach the enemy's defenses, or we shall perish. Furthermore, designate our troops as executioners. Any who dare retreat shall face immediate justice, leaving no survivors. There are still 19 cities to conquer, and we have at least 2 days to accomplish this." Chapter 112. The final battle of the Northern Sea Alliance as the forces of the Northern Sea Empire's overseas coalition dwindled to just over 20,000. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon the remaining soldiers. One soldier spoke up, expressing concern over the lack of engagement from their reinforcements, remarking that it was highly irregular. Another echoed this sentiment, lamenting the futility of their continued efforts in the face of overwhelming exhaustion, suggesting that this could not possibly be the command of their lord. The others nodded in agreement, pondering their next course of action. A soldier then boldly declared, "If they show no mercy, we shall not be bound by loyalty. We must retreat." As one ship turned back, the remaining 11,000 troops quickly realized something was amiss. An urgent command rang out. General Yu has ordered that any soldier attempting to flee shall be executed on the spot. In an instant, chaos erupted as numerous soldiers launched a fierce assault against those retreating, resulting in ships being destroyed and lives lost. Stunned, the remaining warriors were taken aback until one soldier shouted, "Any who flee shall face immediate execution." Another soldier rallied his comrades, exclaiming, "Brothers, we must fight. They wish for our total annihilation. We cannot grant them that victory. Let us stand and fight." Inspired, a leader emerged, and one by one, the soldiers turned to confront their foes, igniting a fierce battle. The Northern Sea Empire's coalition, after enduring a prolonged struggle, ultimately triumphed, inflicting 8,000 casualties to obliterate the remaining forces of the overseas coalition. Reporting back to General Yu Xinchang, a soldier announced, "General, the overseas coalition has been completely vanquished." With a smile, Yu replied, "Excellent. Now we shall deploy our secret weapon. It is fortuitous that we have it ready, as it seems we shall indeed require it." From his spatial ring, Yu produced an enormous cannon, larger than the magical crystal artillery, exclaiming, "Behold the magical laser cannon, capable of firing devastating beams." This marvel was unearthed from the depths of an ancient ruin. Alas, it consumes magical crystals at an alarming rate. The Empire's reserves, valued at 200 million gold coins, will only suffice for a mere minute of use. Yu swiftly directed the fleet to a strategic position and began to load the magical crystals. The cannon glowed a brilliant red, and soon after, a beam shot forth toward the magical shield. The personnel maintaining the Grand Starlight magical array aboard the 7 colossal ships of 10,000 tons each noticed cracks forming in the magical crystals, rapidly spreading. They hastily conveyed the alarming news to Commander Wei Xinhai. "Commander, we have grave news. The 7 vessels sustaining the Grand Starlight magical array are experiencing cracks in the magical crystals, and the damage is escalating." Wei was taken aback. "What? This is impossible. The Grand Starlight magical array is designed to withstand attacks of stellar magnitude, indicating that someone is unleashing energy equivalent to that of a royal-level warrior." He quickly ordered, "All ships, prepare for battle." The magical laser cannon unleashed its fury for 40 seconds before finally shattering the magical shield. Within 20 seconds, it obliterated 3 of the 10,000-ton vessels in rapid succession. Yu Xinchang remarked, "What a pity that the magical shield proved so resilient. Otherwise, we could have taken down at least 10 of those colossal ships." All forces advance. As Yu Xinchang mobilized, Wei Xinhai commanded 15 colossal vessels shielded by magical barriers to advance at the forefront, while 6 unprotected vessels followed closely behind to initiate the assault. As the two armies clashed, Yu Jinchang discovered that his forces were unable to breach the enemy's minor magical barriers. The enemy still boasted over 90,000 soldiers, while his own numbers were nearly the same, resulting in a relatively balanced force. At this juncture, he noticed that 6 of the enemy's colossal vessels lacked protective barriers, and promptly ordered his troops to concentrate their firepower on these targets. As numerous ships drew near, they were met with a barrage of magical elemental projectiles. As many vessels braved the onslaught of cannon fire and arrows to approach the flanks of the colossal ships, only 2 or 3 out of every 10 men remained. Upon boarding the colossal vessels for combat, they were starkly reminded of the disparity in their forces. The enemy's ships were predominantly staffed by intermediate warriors, with a few advanced fighters, while his own ranks were mainly composed of low-level warriors and a handful of intermediates, leaving no room for doubt regarding the outcome. An hour passed, resulting in nearly 6,000 casualties among the 20,000 soldiers aboard the 6 magical colossal vessels, while the Northern Sea Empire's coalition suffered nearly 40,000 in losses. In a fleeting moment, with more than 80,000 facing over 50,000, the enemy's artillery continued to rain down. Just as Yu Jinchang contemplated a retreat, a soldier rushed to inform him, "General, a substantial enemy force has appeared behind us, likely exceeding 100,000 troops." Yu Jinchang was momentarily stunned. Were there not still 19 cities to defend? Had it ended so swiftly? With over 80,000 troops in front and more than 100,000 behind, further combat seemed futile. He immediately commanded, "All troops, turn around and break through with full force." With the arrival of the 13,000-strong reinforcement led by Li Qingyun, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly against them. Yu Jinchang, along with many advanced warriors, sought to escape in small boats, only to be confronted by Li Qingyun and 200 elite soldiers. Under the dual advantages of rank and numerical superiority, within a mere incense stick's burning time, 40 advanced warriors were decimated, with Yu Jinchang and 11 of his elite soldiers taken captive. Chapter 113. Negotiation with the conclusion of the war. The enemy suffered a loss of 250,000 troops, while the Wang Hai Navy incurred 14,000 casualties, significantly exceeding initial expectations, with nearly 7,000 having perished alongside 3 colossal vessels. Wei Xinhai promptly detailed the entire course of the war to Wang Hai, subsequently sending Yu Jinchang and the other 11 captives to the Lord's Manor for his judgment. Following the cessation of hostilities, he personally visited the territory to seek forgiveness from Wang Hai. In the span of 10 days, the Navy completely seized control of 65 islands, followed by the capture of the bustling cities of Yishi, Luobua, and Taibing on the main island. They then advanced to occupy the cities of Dajin and Dianhong, stationing 50,000 troops among the 5 cities, while the remainder secured the island cities and patrolled the surrounding seas. Simultaneously, the Northern Sea Empire dispatched envoys, hoping to negotiate peace with Wang Hai. Upon his return to the territory, Wei Xinhai, upon seeing Wang Hai, immediately knelt and proclaimed, "My lord, I have miscalculated, leading to our grievous losses. I bear the responsibility." Wang Hai shook his head and remarked, "The enemy possesses weapons of royal warriors. Not only did you not anticipate this, but I also did not foresee it. Let us consider this a lesson. We must think further ahead in the future." Wei Xinhai then bowed his head and said, "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy." Wang Hai promptly assisted Wei Xinhai to his feet, who continued, "My lord, the Northern Sea Empire has sent envoys for peace talks. I believe it is unnecessary. We have the capability to annex the Northern Sea Empire." Upon hearing this, Wang Hai fell into deep contemplation. Huang Qimin then interjected, "My lord, I believe we should agree to the negotiations." Wang Hai, puzzled, replied, "If we have the means to destroy them, why engage in talks?" Huang Qimin responded, "Currently, we have occupied 70 cities of the Northern Sea Empire, while the remaining 51 strongholds belong to the royal family and the 10 foremost lords. The Northern Sea Empire has only recently emerged from turmoil. The hearts of the people are already aligned with us, and seizing the remaining 51 cities should not prove difficult. The real challenge lies in dealing with the persistent disturbances from the royal family and the 10 lords who are hiding. We must fully integrate these 70 cities into our territory while also assimilating the populace of the remaining 51 cities. Once they become accustomed to us, we can then absorb them. By that time, the 70 cities will be fully integrated, and we need not worry about any difficulties in assimilation. We can also propose certain conditions to the Northern Sea Empire and the 10 lords to strengthen ourselves while weakening them. After a moment of consideration, Wang Hai instructed, Wei Xinhai, inform the Northern Sea Empire that we are willing to negotiate and request that they send their representatives. Additionally, deploy the newly formed 7th Mobile Infantry Division to garrison the cities of Yishi, Elbo, Taibing, Dadian, and Dianhong. I want to convey to the Northern Sea Empire that they must either meet all my demands or face annihilation. With the arrival of the 7th Mobile Infantry Division and Wang Hai's large-scale troop reinforcements, the Northern Sea Empire was filled with trepidation. They hastily assembled 80,000 soldiers to confront Wang Hai, the last line of defense for the Northern Sea Empire. The garrison forces in each city had dwindled to a mere 1,000, and the remaining troops were vastly inferior in both quantity and quality compared to Wang Hai's forces. As the royal family and the 10 lords of the Northern Sea Empire spent a sleepless night, Wei Xinhai sent word that Lord Wang Hai was willing to negotiate and requested the Northern Sea Empire to dispatch a delegation. 3 days later, Wei Xinhai would lead the delegation to Wang Hai's residence for discussions regarding the peace talks. Within the royal court of the Northern Sea Empire, the coastal emperor lamented, Lord Wang Hai is willing to negotiate. What are your thoughts? Qin Shunhua replied, This is what perplexes me the most. He has the power to annihilate us, yet chooses not to. Instead, he is willing to negotiate, which must have its own ulterior motive. Zhao Jihong impatiently interjected. Even if he has ulterior motives, what does it matter? Our primary focus now is survival. If we are annihilated, we will lose everything. The coastal emperor sighed and said, Lord Zhao is correct. Regardless of his intentions, we must survive first to have the opportunity to train our troops for self-defense. The other lords nodded in agreement, and Qin Shunhua could only reluctantly concur, acknowledging that we no longer held the privilege to refuse. Our lives and deaths were now at the mercy of others. The Sea Emperor promptly declared, For this delegation, I intend to send forth a prince, and I would have you appoint 2 lords from among yourselves to join in this diplomatic mission. What say you? After a deliberation, the remaining lords resolved that Lords Qin Shunhua and Zhao Jihong would accompany the eloquent third prince Su Tianqua to the Lord Wang Hai's estate for negotiations. Upon receiving the emperor's decree, the third prince was overwhelmed with excitement. His father had entrusted him with such a critical matter concerning the fate of the nation, indicating that his father intended to invest in him. Although the Sea Emperor advised that any demands from Wang Hai, as long as they were not excessive, could be acquiesced to, any unreasonable requests should be discussed with Lords Qin Shunhua and Zhao Jihong. If they deemed it acceptable, then agreement could be reached. Su Tianqua silently resolved to rely on his silver tongue to compel Wang Hai to retreat, ideally persuading him to relinquish the territories he had captured, thereby securing his own position without the need for conflict. Chapter 114. The negotiations as the delegation set forth. Lords Zhao Jihong and Qin Shunhua bore expressions that starkly contrasted with the exuberance of Su Tianqua. Wei Xinhai provided ships to ferry them to the Lord's estate. Yet throughout the journey, Su Tianqua maintained an air of superiority, which went unacknowledged. During a meal, he surveyed the modest fare before him and exclaimed, As the illustrious third prince of the North Sea Empire, you dare to present me with such paltry offerings? What manner of hospitality is this? Anticipating an apology from the servants to bolster his critique of Wang Hai's hospitality, he was taken aback when a servant retorted, Eat if you wish, or starve. With that, the servant turned away, leaving Su Tianqua seething with indignation, having never encountered such rudeness before. Lords Qin Shunhua and Zhao Jihong remained silent, hastily consuming a few bites before closing their eyes to rest, awaiting their arrival at Wang Hai's home for negotiations, which only fueled Su Tianqua's frustration. After 3 days of navigation, the delegation reached the city of Shanghai. A soldier turned to the group and stated, You may find an inn to stay at for the night and rest well. Tomorrow, you will meet with the esteemed lord. Without waiting for a response, the soldier galloped away, leaving Su Tianqua fuming. This is outrageous. We are left to fend for ourselves without even an arrangement for lodgings. Exchanging glances, Qin Shunhua and Zhao Jihong shared a wry smile before instructing their attendants to locate a decent inn. As the attendants departed, Su Tianqua addressed them, Lords Chun and Zhao. How can you simply accept such treatment from Wang Hai? The already irritable Zhao Jihong retorted, What do you propose we do? Shall we slay him? Unfazed, he disregarded Su Tianqua and, after inquiring about the route, proceeded with his attendants to the inn. Su Tianqua then followed Qin Shunhua, who, with a tone of resignation, remarked, Your Highness, do not take offense. Let us first rest well. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges. After Qin Shunhua concluded his remarks, he departed with his entourage. Following the direction of Zhao Jihong, the third prince, observing their retreating figures, declared, Wang Hai, tomorrow you shall deeply regret your treatment of me today. I shall ensure you bleed profusely. On the morrow, Qin Shunhua and Zhao Jihong, accompanied by the third prince, set off early towards the Lord's manor. Along the way, the third prince lamented, Wang Hai has not even dispatched someone to summon us. To proceed uninvited is to diminish our own stature. Such actions may lead to Wang Hai's contempt, placing us at a disadvantage before negotiations even commence. Listening to the third prince's incessant complaints, Zhao Jihong became exasperated and remarked, My dear third prince, if you continue to wait, you shall find yourself a prince of a fallen kingdom. With that, Zhao Jihong strode ahead, leaving the bewildered third prince behind. Just as the third prince contemplated approaching Qin Shunhua, the latter interjected, Let us hasten, third prince. There are numerous matters to attend to today. With that, Qin Shunhua advanced briskly, and the third prince, in a huff, followed suit, vowing to make Wang Hai pay dearly for his insolence. Upon arriving at the Lord's manor, Zhao Jihong awaited the arrival of Qin Shunhua and the third prince before dispatching a servant to announce their presence. We are the diplomatic envoy of the North Sea Empire, here to pay our respects to Lord Wang Hai. The soldier glanced at the servant and replied, The Lord has issued instructions. Follow me. The servant returned to inform Zhao Jihong and the others, who then followed the soldier into the hall. The soldier instructed, Please wait here. I shall inform Chief Steward Huang. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left, prompting the third prince to exclaim in frustration, Such a master, such a servant. A moment later, Huang Chuanmin arrived, slightly late, and introduced himself. I am Huang Chuanmin, the chief negotiator for this peace conference, as well as the administrative commander of the territory and chief steward of the Lord's manor. Zhao Jihong greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, Chief Steward Huang, please, take a seat. Huang Chuanmin settled down and stated, Let us not waste time and proceed to the matter at hand. We are open to negotiations, but our lord has several conditions which must be met by your esteemed nation. As Zhao Jihong was about to respond, Please, the third prince interjected. The North Sea Empire bears no grudge against Wang Hai. However, his recent conquest of 70 cities in our realm constitutes an unjust act of aggression. The annihilation of 250,000 of our soldiers has rendered countless families destitute. Such actions are undeniably cruel. How can Lord Wang Hai expect the North Sea Empire to acquiesce to his demands? Zhao Jihong's expression soured, but Qin Shunhua, with a smile, attempted to diffuse the tension. Do not take the words of a child to heart. Huang Chuanmin chuckled and asked, In the view of the third prince, how should we proceed with these negotiations? The third prince, believing that Huang Chuanmin was yielding, took pride in his moral stance, confident of its effectiveness. He proclaimed with arrogance, Your lord's aggression is clearly unjust. He must return the 70 cities he has seized and compensate the families of the fallen soldiers. 50, no, 100 gold coins per soldier, totaling 25 million gold coins. Furthermore, he must provide annual tributes of local specialties amounting to no less than 200,000 gold coins. Chapter 115. The Peace Talks. Huang Qinmin chuckled, Is that all? The third prince, gazing at Huang Qinmin's amiable countenance, replied, For now, let it be this way. I shall ponder over it and discuss further when I have more to say. Huang Qinmin smiled and said, Then, Your Highness, take your time to reflect, and do share your thoughts with me once you are ready. With that, he rose to depart. Zhao Jihong and Qin Shunhua attempted to retain him, but Huang Qinmin disregarded their pleas, waving his hand as he left. The third prince remained bewildered, pondering whether this was indeed an agreement, as there had been no objections, only a request for him to contemplate his desires. The third prince, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed, Did you witness that? Without any effort, I have compelled Wang Hai to relinquish the cities he has captured, and he is to compensate us with 25 million gold coins, along with annual tributes. Zhao Jihong retorted, Just wait for that compensation to materialize. I am eager to see how you will manage from here. After his remark, Zhao Jihong turned and departed, leaving the third prince in a state of confusion. He then looked at Qin Shunhua, who chuckled and remarked, Your Highness, you are still quite naive. Qin Shunhua, with a wry smile, also took his leave. The third prince, still perplexed, pondered why, Despite securing such significant advantages for the empire, he was treated in this manner. As Zhao Jihong and Chun Chunhua deliberated on how to resolve this predicament at the inn, a squad of soldiers entered and announced, by the Lord's command, "We are to escort the North Sea Empire's delegation back to their homeland." They promptly apprehended the third prince, who was eagerly awaiting commendations from his father. "What are you doing? I am the third prince of the North Sea Empire. You shall all be executed at the behest of your lord," he exclaimed upon seeing Zhao Jihong and Qin Chunhua outside. The latter responded, "You truly cannot comprehend the situation, can you? You are returning to the North Sea Empire." With that, Zhao Jihong turned and left. Su Tianhua, grinning, remarked, "Returning home is splendid. With such a great contribution, my chances of ascending to the throne have increased significantly." Qin Chunhua shook his head, lamenting, "What a misfortune! Who is it that recommended this foolish prince?" The soldiers escorted them away from Shanghai City towards the North Sea Empire. On the city walls, Wang Hai observed the departing delegation of the North Sea Empire and mused, "I am curious about what led you to decide on the annihilation of the North Sea Empire." Huang Qimin replied with a smile, "We require a justifiable reason for the people of the North Sea Empire to meet their end, and the third prince has delivered it to us on a silver platter. How could we refuse? The threat posed by the Lord, demanding the return of 70 cities, along with the compensation of 25 million gold coins and annual tributes, is a severe affront to the empire's dignity, ample justification for a war of annihilation." Wang Hai, observing the retreating delegation, chuckled, "Has the emperor of the coastal empire overindulged, sending forth this dimwit? Truly, he is adorably foolish." Wang Hai and Huang Qimin exchanged knowing smiles. After which Wang Hai commanded the 3rd Cavalry Regiment to be transported by naval means to the North Sea Empire to cooperate with the 7th Mobile Infantry Regiment, 6 naval forces, and the members of the 155,000 strong Wuzhou Shunlong Mercenary Corps to obliterate the North Sea Empire. As orders were disseminated, the war machinery of the entire territory commenced its operation, with the 3rd Cavalry Regiment being deployed, and proclamations began to be issued in the 70 cities occupied by the North Sea Empire. Lord Wang Hai, weary of the relentless bloodshed, yearned for reconciliation with the Northern Sea Empire, graciously receiving the delegation of the empire's third prince. In a brazen display of audacity, the third prince threatened the Marquis of the empire, demanding the withdrawal of forces to 70 cities beyond the walls, a reparative payment of 25 million gold coins, and an annual tribute of 2 million gold coins in goods, a grave affront to the empire's dignity, which prompted a vow of inexorable conflict with the Northern Sea Empire. Witnesses sighed, lamenting the audacity of the royal family, pondering how they could demand such concessions from those already in a position of strength, all while being offered the prospect of dialogue. One onlooker chuckled, remarking on the absurdity of the demands, suggesting that their refusal to annihilate their enemies would ultimately lead to their own downfall. Another interjected, noting the absence of pirate incursions of late. A voice chimed in, asserting that Lord Wang Hai's formidable navy had successfully repelled numerous pirate assaults after winter, leaving no survivors in their wake. A scoffing response followed, condemning the pirates as vile and deserving of death, aligning with Lord Wang Hai's ruthless approach to their eradication. A fellow observer recounted a harrowing tale of a village ravaged by pirates, where the elderly and young alike were slaughtered, women subjected to unspeakable horrors, and men taken as slaves. Such fiends warranted no mercy. The sentiment resonated among the group, while spies dispatched by the Northern Sea Empire relayed these events back home, inciting the wrath of the great emperor of the vast sea, who fainted upon hearing the news. The remaining 8 lords forcefully entered the palace, inciting a heated dispute with the emperor. A near confrontation was averted only by the intervention of the Imperial Guard. Subsequently, the royal family attempted to reach out to Lord Wang Hai for negotiations, but their overtures fell upon deaf ears. In Chapter 116, the War of Annihilation commenced. Within the Imperial Palace, the great emperor of the coastal realm and the 8 lords deliberated on how to proceed with negotiations with Lord Wang Hai. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, announcing that the Eastern Front had come under fire from enemy artillery and the port city of Luhong had been captured. Following this, a force of 50,000 troops had landed, ultimately seizing the city of Dianshan, with their sights set on the city of Tianling, seeking the emperor's decree. The great emperor stood dumbfounded, realizing that Lord Wang Hai had evidently dispatched his forces in response to their previous announcement, Such rapid mobilization was astonishing. Just then, another soldier hastily entered, reporting that the northern front was also under attack, with the port city of Chisha having fallen, followed by the landing of another 50,000 troops, who had now taken the city of Lanshan, awaiting the emperor's command. Amidst this chaos, the great emperor, exasperated, inquired whether the northern front had indeed been attacked. The soldier shook his head, clarifying that it was, in fact, the southern front where Lord Wang Hai had amassed 100,000 infantry and 50,000 cavalry. Launching an assault at dawn, the enemy's numbers and strength far exceeded their own, resulting in the annihilation of 80,000 troops, with enemy losses reported at fewer than 3,000. The coastal emperor sat helplessly on the ground, murmuring to himself, "It is over, utterly over. With 250,000 troops landing en masse, what do I have to resist?" The 8 lords clenched their teeth, voicing their frustrations. Su Kongning, you are fortunate to have raised a fine son. With the fall of the North Sea Empire, how will you face the ancestors of the North Sea Empire? Hearing the lords address him by name, he realized that they no longer regarded him with any respect. The demise of his kingdom was imminent. With 80,000 allied forces annihilated, aside from the 3,000 soldiers guarding the imperial capital, the remaining cities had merely 1,000 defenders. Faced with tens of thousands of enemies far more powerful than themselves, many soldiers abandoned their posts and fled, resulting in the capture of 13 cities in a single day. One lord declared, "We still possess 38 cities. We can summon the garrisons from these remaining cities, and with the imperial capital's garrison, we could muster 40,000 troops." Another lord countered, "The remaining garrisons are considerably weaker. Even if we gather 40,000 men, there will be fewer than 3,000 mid-level warriors, and we cannot match their high-level fighters. How do you propose we fight?" In a state of desperation, the first lord replied, "Surely that is better than doing nothing. It is preferable to waiting for death." A different lord casually rested his feet on the table, stating, "Whatever we do will be futile. Let us quietly enjoy our final moments." At that moment, a soldier entered and announced, "Your Majesty, the envoy has returned. Shall we summon them now?" The coastal emperor's anger flared at the mention of the envoy. He snapped, "Let them in, and bring me my whip." The third prince hurriedly entered the study, prostrating himself before the coastal emperor and eagerly proclaiming, "Father, with my silver tongue, I persuaded Wang Hai to return all 70 cities that were seized. He has also agreed to compensate us with 55 million gold coins and pay annual tribute of 2 million in local specialties." The third prince beamed with the pride of a victor, anticipating praise from the coastal emperor. However, the emperor gritted his teeth and said, "Very well. You have done exceptionally well." As he approached his son with the whip, the third prince's heart soared, reveling in the honor of such royal attention. Yet, as the coastal emperor drew near, he raised the whip and struck fiercely. The third prince howled in agony, "Father, I have achieved such great merit. Why do you treat me this way?" After a time, the coastal emperor, exhausted from the beating, tossed a document at the nearly incapacitated third prince, saying, "Look at this. It is a proclamation written by Wang Hai. You have utterly extinguished the possibility of peace for the empire and snuffed out its last chance." The third prince hastily picked up the document and exclaimed, "This cannot be. When I spoke, righteousness and morality were entirely on my side. Wang Hai had no grounds to refute me. How could this happen?" Zhao Jihong chuckled and replied, "You are indeed naive. In the face of absolute power, all notions of righteousness and morality are mere illusions. Might determines what is right." The third prince retorted, "Does Wang Hai not fear ridicule from the world for disregarding righteousness and morality?" Zhao Jihong's laughter grew more pronounced as he responded, "Fear? In circumstances where two individuals possess comparable strength, all else becomes illusory beneath absolute power. It is but mere clouds. Remember this, fairness and justice eternally belong to the victors. Regardless of right or wrong, the vanquished shall always be deemed erroneous in the annals of history, for history is perpetually penned by the conquerors." The third prince began to exclaim incessantly, "How can this be? How can this be?" The emperor of the coastal empire then raised his whip and struck, declaring with each lash, "This whip condemns you to the ruin of your nation. This whip brings about the demise of countless valiant soldiers upon the battlefield. This whip extinguishes the bloodline of my royal family." The third prince remained silent under the emperor's blows, as if they were not landing upon him at all. Chapter 117. The fall of the Northern Sea Empire. 2 days later, all 50 cities of the Northern Sea Empire, save for the imperial capital, had been seized. With an army of 150,000 poised at the gates, Wang Hai surveyed the capital of the Northern Sea Empire and promptly dispatched a messenger bearing a letter of surrender to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Coastal Empire. The 10 lords had already stealthily fled, leaving only the Emperor, 3 princes, 2 princesses, and 7 concubines remaining in the palace, as the rest of the maidens had also escaped. At that moment, a soldier approached and announced, "Your Majesty, the enemy has delivered a letter of surrender." The Emperor of the Coastal Empire gazed upon his children and wife, asking, "Will you choose to accompany me on this journey?" The first prince was the first to respond. "Father, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die." One by one, the others began to weep and cry out their unwillingness to perish, while the third prince remained silent, observing the children and concubines. He said, "If you survive, you will only face the humiliation of the treacherous Wang Hai. Come, accompany me on this journey." The emperor's great sword advanced towards his pleading wife and children, yet ultimately, he could not bear to strike them. He cast aside the sword, saying, "You may go, surrender." The others nodded fervently, exclaiming, "Thank you, Father, for your mercy. Thank you, Father, for your mercy." The third prince, who had remained silent, asked, "What about you, Father?" The Emperor of the Coastal Empire replied with a smile, "I am the Emperor of the Northern Sea Empire. I possess my dignity, and I shall accompany the Northern Sea Empire to its demise." Upon hearing this, the third prince prostrated himself, declaring, "I, your son, am willing to accompany Father on this journey." The others gazed at the third prince in disbelief, and his mother exclaimed, "Cora, do not speak such nonsense." The third prince responded, "It is I who have extinguished the last hope of the empire. I feel deep remorse for the former kings, and I am willing to accompany Father on this journey, to atone for the fall of the Northern Sea Empire." The emperor chuckled, very well, those willing to surrender may depart." The princes, princesses, and concubines then left, while the third prince's mother once more implored him to reconsider, but upon seeing no effect, she sighed and departed. The emperor smiled and asked, "Cora, are you afraid?" The third prince shook his head. "I am not afraid." The emperor replied with a smile, Good. Truly, you are the successor I envision. You possess the spirit of a ruler. Had it not been for Wang Hai's emergence, this throne would have rightfully belonged to you." The third prince smiled. "With Father's recognition, my life is complete." The emperor laughed. "Excellent. Let us meet again in the underworld." The third prince nodded with a smile. "Agreed." The Emperor of the Coastal Empire grasped the great sword and placed it upon his neck, soon succumbing to the kiss of death. The third prince, in profound sorrow, proclaimed, "We bid farewell to the Emperor of the Northern Sea Empire." He then picked up the bloodstained sword and similarly placed it upon his neck, uttering a final wish, "May I never again be born into a royal household in all my reincarnations." With that, he too succumbed to the kiss of death, departing alongside the Coastal Emperor. As the city gates swung open, the first and second princes led the princesses and concubines in surrender, and the army gradually marched into the city, marking the official demise of the Northern Sea Empire. In the grand palace of the vast Sea Empire, the emperor summoned numerous ministers. With a grim expression, he presented a decree penned by Marquis Wang Hai for the ministers to review, which left them all with faces of astonishment. The emperor surveyed his courtiers and inquired, "Pray, share your thoughts." The Minister of Defense promptly remarked, "Marquis Wang Hai has unjustly annihilated a small nation, revealing his treacherous ambitions. We must find a way to eliminate him swiftly." The Minister of Finance countered, "Whether he is treacherous or not, we still require his services at present. Thus, we cannot act against him." The Minister of Defense retorted, "Allowing Marquis Wang to continue in this manner is akin to nurturing a tiger, which may one day turn against us." Unperturbed, the Minister of Finance replied, "He has already become a tiger, a ferocious one at that. What means do you propose to remove him?" Under the pressure of the coalition advocating for freedom and democracy, he still possesses the strength to eradicate the Northern Sea Empire, indicating that his power has surpassed my control. The Minister of Defense furiously exclaimed, "The current state of Wang Hai is a result of your indulgence." The emperor, in a tone of resignation, queried, "How long can the empire's finances endure?" The Minister of Finance responded, "Approximately 1 year." The emperor, with a heavy heart, declared, "I have resolved to send envoys to the Moonlit Empire and the Blue Mountain Empire to negotiate peace. Who is willing to undertake this mission?" The Minister of Defense immediately objected, "No, your majesty. The moonlit empire has seized our territory and slaughtered our soldiers. We cannot negotiate." The emperor retorted with exasperation. "With internal strife and external threats, our finances can sustain us for only a year. In this span, can you quell the external threats and resolve the internal turmoil? The collapse of our finances will lead to the disintegration of the empire. Our demise is not far off. We must first negotiate with external adversaries to stabilize our economy, allowing us the opportunity to grow, amass strength, and confront the coalition advocating for freedom and democracy. This is the only long-term strategy." The Minister of Defense recognized the truth in the emperor's words. For a soldier, ceding territory and reparations is the gravest affront, yet he bowed in resignation, saying, "This old minister obeys your majesty's decree." The emperor's expression softened slightly as he stated, "The matter of negotiation shall be entrusted to the Minister of Finance." The Minister of Finance knelt and proclaimed, "I shall not betray your majesty's trust and will see this matter through." Chapter 118. The Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Construction. The Ministry of Public Security notices were affixed at the 4 grand gates of the empire. Marquis Wang Hai of the empire has vanquished the Northern Sea Empire, expanding the empire's territories by 121 cities. His Majesty is exceedingly pleased, due to Marquis Wang Hai's meritorious service in territorial expansion. His Majesty grants that these 121 cities be designated as his fief, although most had scarcely heard of the Northern Sea Empire. The notices indicated it was a small nation comprising 121 cities. It has been said that the Northern Sea Empire has been vanquished, with its territory allotted to Marquis Wang Hai, who now possesses 229 cities, nearly 1/6 of the empire's land, a feat unparalleled in history. Others have remarked that the military strength now at Marquis Wang Hai's disposal likely far surpasses that of the 8 great dukes. Someone then spoke up, affirming this sentiment. Indeed, such formidable power may compel even the royal family to yield in deference. Who could have anticipated that the once dissolute youths of the imperial capital would achieve such greatness in merely 4 years? Meanwhile, Wang Hai convened with the upper echelons of his territories within the Lord's Manor to deliberate on forthcoming actions. He began by stating, "First and foremost, we must implement administrative reforms. With our cities now numbering 229, the responsibilities of governance shall henceforth be entrusted to Huang Qinmin, who is already overwhelmed. Firstly, we shall appoint 1 financial officer and 1 deputy financial officer, thereby establishing a finance department dedicated to overseeing all fiscal expenditures and revenues within the territories. Secondly, we will appoint 1 construction officer and 1 deputy construction officer, forming a construction department to manage all building and planning efforts. Thirdly, we shall appoint 1 public safety officer and 1 deputy public safety officer, creating a public safety department responsible for all matters of security within our domains. Currently, the garrison composition for the 108 cities under our jurisdiction comprises 5,000 soldiers each. This shall be reduced to 2,000. Reallocating the surplus forces to the recently seized territories of the Northern Sea Empire. The excess of 82,000 personnel will be incorporated into the public safety department, tasked with ensuring the security of our lands. Zhang Jiaming expressed concern, stating, "Such a diminished garrison force may struggle to maintain the safety of our cities." Wang Hai responded, "The border is well guarded by a formidable army, and the public safety department shall uniformly oversee security. The power of the city lords is too great, and their military numbers excessive. This fosters potential dissent. We must curtail the authority of the city lords." Recognizing the validity of Wang Hai's perspective, Zhang Jiaming conceded that the lords of the empire indeed wielded excessive power, resembling local sovereigns. Wang Hai continued, "The public safety department shall oversee a garrison force of 100,000, with an additional 18,000 to be recruited independently. Furthermore, we will establish small public safety divisions in each city, with personnel ranging from dozens to 100, to coordinate support during significant incidents from neighboring cities. When the demand for personnel exceeds capacity, the headquarters can deploy larger forces for concentrated action. Additionally, the finance department will conduct a meticulous year-end audit of the financial inflows and outflows of each city. Any city lord found guilty of embezzlement or falsifying accounts will face appropriate consequences." Huang Qinmin also endorsed Wang Hai's approach, recognizing that a rebellion by the lords would necessitate 2 key resources, finances and military strength. By constraining these factors, The risks could be significantly mitigated while reinforcing the authority of governance. These three measures can effectively limit the lords in the short term, and there is no need for excessive administrative upheaval. A gradual approach is prudent. Wang Hai then stated, "Next, we must address military affairs. With the Northern Sea Empire's territories largely stabilized and our land expanded by over 50%, it is imperative that we bolster our military forces. First, we shall organize 7 mobile infantry regiments, 4 cavalry regiments, and 6 naval regiments, each comprising 80,000 personnel. Secondly, 3 locations within the realm of the North Sea Empire shall be selected for the establishment of the 8th, 9th, and 10th shipyards, aimed at accelerating the production speed of the Navy's colossal vessels. The 1st through 7th shipyards will be instructed to cease accepting civilian orders. After all, apart from the 7 major shipyards, the civilian sector lacks the capacity to construct vessels exceeding 100 tons. The flourishing of maritime trade and development necessitates a substantial fleet for navigation and commerce. Thirdly, a maritime route shall be opened from the North Sea Empire to the Ronallen Islands, with the journey spanning 3 days. A grand vessel will embark every 2 days, accompanied by at least 2 colossal ships for escort. Fourthly, the positions of city lords and captains of the guard in the 121 cities of the North Sea Empire will be recommended jointly by the Navy. Infantry regiments, cavalry, the 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Territory, the 5-clawed Divine Dragon Mercenary Capital, and the governmental agencies. Fifthly, the North Sea Empire has long suffered from pirate incursions, having endured over 10 assaults from marauders in a relatively short span of time. One can only imagine the rampant nature of the pirates in the surrounding waters. The Navy's forthcoming task is to ensure maritime safety while concurrently commencing a large-scale eradication of piracy. Subsequently, the Navy will adjust its strength, expanding from 300,000 to 480,000 personnel, a significant increase of over 50%, and will seize this opportunity to train new recruits. Should there be a shortage of personnel, additional manpower may be drawn from the North Sea Empire's 7th Mobile Infantry Regiment and 4th Cavalry Regiment. There is also an announcement to be made. The lordships of our territories will commence the sale of salt, ceasing the procurement of the imperial official salt. Wang Hai, after concluding his discourse, produced a glass jar from his spatial ring, stating, "This is the salt we shall be selling." Chapter 119. New City Planning. The assembly received the jar, eagerly sampling the salt. Zhang Jiaming was the first to exclaim, "My lord, the purity of this salt far exceeds that of the refined salt supplied to the royal family." Wang Hai chuckled, surprised by the high purity of his salt, and remarked, "I intend to sell it at the price of 10 gold coins per tael." Zhang Jiaming promptly objected, "My lord, the purity of your salt surpasses even that of the refined salt worth 300 gold coins per tael. We cannot purchase it at the price of coarse salt." Wang Hai laughed. "It shall be sold at 10 gold coins per tael, but only to the residents of our territory. To prevent any exploitation, each resident may only purchase 1 tael of salt every 3 months, especially given our limited production capacity. Currently, our territory boasts approximately 250 million residents, necessitating around 2,500 tons of salt every 3 months, while our salt works produce 15,000 tons monthly. Should the weather be unfavorable for consecutive days, production will significantly decline, and during the 4 winter months, production will halt entirely. Allowing each resident to purchase 1 tael of salt every 3 months is already a considerable concession. To prevent profiteering, the sale and transportation processes will be stringently regulated." The assembly nodded in agreement, affirming, "We shall heed the Lord's commands." Wang Hai then nodded and addressed Huang Qimin. "We shall proceed with the previous plan to collect seawater samples from all coastal cities and island cities of the North Sea Empire." Huang Qimin promptly agreed. "I will arrange that immediately, my lord. I have something to discuss." Wang Hai inquired, "What is it you wish to say?" Huang Qimin then spoke, "My lord, the Lord's Manor currently lacks a dedicated guard force. It is solely protected by members of the Star Sea Guard. However, they are primarily intermediate warriors. As the number of the guard diminishes, it is imperative that the protective strength of the Lord's Manor be reinforced. This is the central authority of our territory, and both its power and scale must be substantial." Chen Biao, Zhang Jiaming, Wei Xinhai, and Zhang Qingyun concurred with this sentiment. Chen Biao was the first to assert, "The Lord's Manor represents the dignity of our territory. Its strength cannot be feeble. I propose that the personnel be composed of higher-tier warriors." Zhang Jiaming added, "At present, We could easily form a guard unit of over 1,000 high-level warriors. The others expressed their agreement, while Wang Hai shook his head, noting that he had a plethora of magical beasts and thus did not require human protection. However, he acknowledged that the personnel of the Lord's Manor should not be lacking. He then suggested, let us hold a grand martial arts competition for the entire army. From the Naval Corps, Infantry Corps, Cavalry Corps, and the Five-Claw Dragon Mercenary Corps, as well as its capital branch. 20 warriors from the 7th tier and 2 from the 8th tier would be selected, totaling 110 individuals to form the Lord's Guard, which I shall command directly. Huang Chi-min and the others promptly responded, the number is too few. Wang Hai waved his hand and stated, in the future, we shall elect 100 new members each year, with the selection based on the army's strength that year. This will motivate both the military and the guard to continuously strive for improvement. Huang Chi-min and the others considered this and agreed. Huang Chi-min further remarked, my lord, if we establish a finance department, construction department, and public security department, and their offices remain in the Lord's Manor, it may require expansion. Wang Hai frowned, explaining that the capacity of the Lord's Manor was initially designed for 5,000 people, yet now the area surrounding the Lord's residence is entirely occupied by civilian housing. Expansion would necessitate large-scale demolition of these residences. Additionally, as the territory develops, the entire Star Sea City serves as the center, attracting a significant population and commerce, leaving no extra land available for the finance, construction, and public security departments. Wang Hai sighed, saying, the Star Sea Plain has over 100,000 acres of land that I resolved from the Thunder Leopard. This area has been utilized by Zhang Qingyun's Five-Claw Dragon Mercenary Corps for several years. Currently, they occupy merely 10,000 acres, leaving over 100,000 acres available for use. He proposed that the Star Sea Plain serve as the political center, allocating 10,000 acres for each of the finance, construction, and public security departments, totaling 30,000 acres. Huang Chi-min frowned, stating, for 3 departments, 500 acres per department is more than sufficient. There is no need for so much land. Wang Hai considered this and responded, it is better to be prepared. The original large area of Star Sea City was due to its populous nature. Now, as the city's position becomes more prominent, its population is growing, and it is no longer the sparsely populated Star Sea City of the past. After making his point, Wang Hai pointed to the map and said, look here. The Star Sea Plain lies at the confluence of Star Sea City and the 10,000 Great Mountains. I plan to develop 130,000 acres of land on the west side of the Sanchao River, along with 150,000 acres from the 10,000 Great Mountains, totaling 280,000 acres. The remaining area of Shanghai City, amounting to 3,850,000 acres, still qualifies as a relatively expansive city. In the future, the new city shall serve as the political nucleus of the entire territory, thus the scale of the finance, construction, and public security departments will continuously expand. Furthermore, the establishment of a new Lord's Mansion will necessitate a substantial amount of land, and as the relevant departments become increasingly refined, the demand for land will grow correspondingly. Therefore, the 17,000 acres of land are firmly held in hand. Chapter 120. The sale of salt. The assembly concurred that if the new city is to be the future political center, then a population surge is inevitable. To avert the awkward situation currently faced by Shanghai City, it is indeed essential to retain control over the core land. Huang Chi-min promptly suggested, should the new lord commence construction? Wang Hai shook his head in response, not just yet. The Lord's Mansion can currently accommodate 5,000 individuals. With the gradual relocation of certain groups, including servants, and the upcoming addition of approximately 110 guards, the total will only be around 1,000. Moreover, a large-scale political transition might incite panic. This includes the newly established finance, construction, and public security departments, which, although planned to span over 10,000 acres, should initially suffice with 500 acres. If that proves insufficient later, we can gradually expand. Huang Chi-min nodded in agreement, stating, all plans regarding the new city must remain undisclosed until the official announcement of its establishment. The assembly nodded in agreement, and Wang Hai contemplated. With the fall of the Northern Sea Empire, the previous 56 cities of the Northern Sea Empire shall henceforth be referred to as Northern Sea Isle. With no further matters at hand, he encouraged everyone to proceed with their tasks, emphasizing that the forthcoming developmental focus would be as stated. The assembly then bowed in respect and departed to attend to their respective duties, with Huang Qinmin being the busiest, orchestrating the establishment of the 3 departments and selecting personnel for various positions. However, Huang Qinmin found this endeavor far more intriguing than overseeing 20 low-level soldiers as the chief guardian of the Lord's mansion. Though Huang Qinmin was a 5th-level warrior, having attained his status through an abundance of medicinal elixirs, even advanced warriors would not regard him with disdain. 2 days later, proclamations were posted throughout the various cities within the territory, announcing that, from this day forth, the salt sales would be exclusively available to the territory's citizens. Each citizen could purchase 1 tael of salt every 3 months. Furthermore, the resale or exchange of salt was strictly prohibited. Violators would face the revocation of their citizenship, receive 30 lashes, and be expelled from the territory. Speculations arose amongst the populace. Could it be that the empire has imposed restrictions on our official salt supply? One countered, that seems unlikely. Official salt is one of the empire's primary sources of revenue. The empire wouldn't impose such limitations. Another chimed in, considering the Lord's current prominence, it is not unreasonable for the empire to impose certain restrictions. Soon after, someone remarked, regardless, it would be prudent for us to purchase some salt for future use. Others concurred and proceeded to queue at the salt sale location. As the gates swung open, one individual entered and handed 10 gold coins to the registrar. Another person weighed out 1 tael of sea salt, wrapped it in coarse paper, and presented it to him. The buyer, bewildered, gazed at the meticulously refined salt, which was far more exquisite than the coarse salt he had expected for 10 gold coins, and exclaimed to the registrar, "My lord, I intended to purchase coarse salt for 10 gold coins per tael. How could you sell me this refined salt worth hundreds of gold coins? I would not be able to recoup my losses." The registrar proclaimed, "My lord, it has been decreed that there shall be no distinction between coarse salt and refined salt. Henceforth, it shall simply be referred to as table salt, exclusively available for sale to the citizens of our fiefdom. Remember, it is strictly forbidden to resell or exchange this salt, as the consequences are clearly outlined herein." The individual, elated, realized that for merely 10 gold coins, he could acquire refined salt valued at several hundred gold coins. He promptly replied, "My lord, I understand. Who would dare to exploit the benefits bestowed upon us by our lord for personal gain? I shall be the first to punish such treachery." The registrar responded, "Indeed, you grasp the situation well." Next, as news spread throughout the streets and alleys regarding the sale of table salt, valued at hundreds of gold coins for just 10, shipments of seawater samples from the northern sea island and its surrounding isles began to arrive for processing. A colossal saltworks facility, spanning 7,000 acres and doubling in size, was established on an outer island known as the city of Kunsha. By the end of the first month, the fiefdom had sold 800 tons of table salt, indicating that a third of its population had made purchases, resulting in sales revenue of 80 million gold coins. Given that the salt from Wang Hai was sea salt, it did not require extensive labor for extraction, and the time needed for evaporation and processing allowed for profits surpassing 70 million. In an instant, the financial department's account swelled, incorporating previous maritime taxes and various revenues. After deducting expenses, the account boasted an impressive 523 million gold coins, not including the 16 million gold coins personally held by Wang Hai. Wang Hai mused, "No wonder the empire seeks to control salt. The profits are exorbitantly high. Indeed, a most lucrative venture." Meanwhile, within the palace, the finance minister observed the troubled expression of Emperor Han Hai and furrowed his brow, stating, "Your Majesty, where exactly does the refined salt from Marquis Wang Hai's territory originate? Its price is astonishingly low, insufficient even to cover our costs." Emperor Han Hai, growing impatient, retorted, "I did not summon you to voice complaints, but to devise solutions. This is a critical source of revenue for the empire." The finance minister calculated briefly. The Northern Sea Empire and the offshore islands were never part of the empire. The tax revenue fluctuations affect only 53 cities, resulting in a loss of approximately 30 million gold coins. Emperor Han Hai, exasperated, declared, "If this continues, within 8 months the empire will be plunged into a fiscal crisis." What of the negotiations with the Haoyue Empire and the Lanshan Empire? Chapter 121. The Armored Earth Dragon Egg. The finance minister promptly replied, "Your Majesty, the Haoyue Empire is willing to negotiate if you recognize the 186 cities they occupy as theirs. As for the Lanshan Empire, they demand either the cession of 50 cities or a compensation of 300 million gold coins to settle. Otherwise, they will seek to collapse the empire. Furious, Emperor Wang Hai exclaimed, "Were it not for the internal strife within the empire, I would muster a formidable force to confront them." The finance minister interjected, "Your Majesty, temper your anger. We must consider the greater good. The empire's finances cannot withstand further strain." With a resigned sigh, Emperor Wang Hai conceded, "Agree to the demands of the Haiyue Empire and acquiesce to the requests of the Lanshan Empire." As the empire acknowledged the occupation of 186 cities by the Radiant Moon Empire, compensating the Blue Mountain Empire with 300 million gold coins. A formal reconciliation and ceasefire was established between the empire, the Radiant Moon Empire, and the Blue Mountain Empire. The populace within the empire was ablaze with fury, mourning the loss of husbands and sons who had perished on the front lines. Within a year, the empire had suffered the loss of over 100 million souls. Such a resolution stirred unrest, prompting some citizens, in their wrath, to enlist in the Free Democratic Coalition, resulting in a noticeable surge in their ranks. The empire subsequently enacted a series of policies to quell this uprising. Meanwhile, Wang Hai was engrossed in studying the egg of an ironclad earth dragon. The egg showed no signs of hatching, and the ironclad earth dragon was a 9th-tier magical beast, revered among its kind, with those accompanied by dragons being the strongest of their tier. Tempted by the egg before him, Wang Hai hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to employ the spirit blood technique to see if he could tame the creature within. He then bit his finger, pressing it against the ironclad earth dragon egg. As his blood surged into the egg, it began to emanate a crimson glow, flickering incessantly. After a brief interval, the flow of blood ceased, and Wang Hai withdrew his finger, exhaling in relief as cracks began to form on the egg's surface. Gradually, these fissures multiplied, culminating in the eventual shattering of the egg. Wang Hai was taken aback by the creature that emerged. It resembled a yellowish Yangtze alligator adorned with a pair of horns. This was indeed the ironclad earth dragon. Upon closer inspection, he reached out to touch it, remarking, "Truly, it is a top-tier beast among 9th-tier magical creatures, starting life as a 3rd-tier beast, surpassing the majority of its kin." He then produced a 3rd-tier magical beast core to feed it, knowing that typically, 2 cores would suffice for a 3rd-tier beast to gain enough energy to advance. However, the ironclad earth dragon continued to consume, requiring 5 cores before it reached a state of saturation and began its advancement. Wang Hai chuckled wryly, acknowledging that nurturing an ironclad earth dragon equated to caring for 2.5 ordinary magical beasts. Nevertheless, he believed that the greater the energy expended, the more substantial the rewards would be. As he prepared to depart with the ironclad earth dragon, a servant entered, announcing, "My lord, representatives from the Wanming Chamber of Commerce have arrived. Shall we receive them?" Wang Hai recalled that Master Li from the Wanming Chamber had mentioned visiting his territory annually for trade. With matters of his own to discuss, he replied, "Please wait. I shall change my attire and accompany you to greet them." After closing the door and changing, he followed the servant to the entrance of the Lord's manor, where he saw Master Li and his entourage waiting. "Master Li, my apologies for the wait," Wang Hai exclaimed. Master Li smiled in response. "It is a delight to have the Lord himself come forth to welcome me. I am truly honored." Wang Hai chuckled, "You flatter me, Master Li. Please, do come inside." He ushered Master Li and his party into the grand hall, where he inquired, "Master Li, are you here to procure goods?" Master Li nodded, stating, "Indeed. I have come to fulfill our annual agreement. This year, in addition to acquiring glassware and exquisite crystal wines, I hope to purchase the refined salt from your territory." Wang Hai nearly rolled his eyes, then shook his head and said, "Master Li, you are well aware that the value of refined salt far exceeds 10 gold coins. I sell to the commoners at a loss, and the production is limited. My territory has restricted purchase quantities, barely sufficient for our needs. Restaurants are unable to satisfy their demands." Master Li anticipated Wang Hai's response and confidently replied, "I am willing to offer 100 gold coins per tael for acquisition." Wang Hai chuckled helplessly, "Master Li, you must understand that even the imperial refined salt priced at 300 gold coins per tael does not compare to mine." Yet, Master Li remained unfazed, asserting, "However, I do not engage in transactions solely with gold coins. I trade with items of equivalent value." Wang Hai then inquired with a smile, "Master Li, what exactly do you possess that makes you so certain I will agree to this trade?" Master Li smiled back and responded, 2 years ago, when Lord Wang Hai was not even a fraction of his current stature, you inquired about Earth-level martial arts. in the span of 2 years. Your rapid expansion has shown me that you are not a lord content to remain stagnant. I propose a barter, an Earth-level low-grade offensive skill, Explosive Fury Fist, valued at 1 billion gold coins, and an underground-grade movement skill, Dragon's Dance, worth 800 million gold coins. These 2 Earth-level techniques are seldom seen even at small nation auctions and are unique within the entire Han Hai Empire. Are you certain you will not consider this exchange? Lord Wang Hai?